Chapter 1. A Tribute to Zhang Liangwan's System. Kevin, you can't continue like this. You haven't attended training for 2 days, and your sick leave is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. I understand that since the Sweet 16 match, after being elbowed by an opponent, your form has yet to recover. Your performance against Oklahoma State University in the Elite Eight was subpar, and I can see you're feeling down and need to unwind. However, you cannot feign injury during training and secretly sneak off to a hotel. If the coaching staff finds out, you risk being kicked off the team. The Final Four match is just around the corner. Your team, the Gators, is set to face North Carolina, the alma mater of Jordan. As your future agent, I urge you to return to practice promptly. You're a basketball player. This is your vocation. They'll be waiting for you at the hotel entrance. In the early morning light, the agent's voice droned on through the phone for several minutes. Young Kevin lay in bed, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples, exasperatedly replied, all right, Henry, enough already. My head feels like it's going to explode. It'll come down shortly. Just as young Kevin ended the call and prepared to rise, he was ensnared by a pale, soft body. My dear, last night was simply magnificent. You're a beast cloaked in human skin. I thought I might perish. Olivia Mann gazed at him with tender eyes, gently wrapping her arms around his waist, her face nestled against his chest, a blend of bliss and fatigue etched upon her features. I need to return to team training. Darling, you should rest a bit longer. Young Kevin suppressed his desires, placing a light kiss on Olivia's forehead, extricating himself from the enchanting beauty who clung to him like a koala, and walked barefoot. Towards the bathroom, he caught a glimpse of the startling tint beneath his bathrobe. Olivia couldn't help but recall the exhilarating passion of the previous night, biting her lip in shyness. Even now, she marveled at how, in just a few short days of knowing this man, they had escalated to such intimate encounters. Upon entering the bathroom, young Kevin flicked on the light, revealing a familiar yet strange visage in a mirror. His black hair framed a sculpted face, with sharp features clearly defined, a straight nose, and deep black eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes. Every time he beheld his striking mixed-race face, so reminiscent of a young Donnie Yen, he experienced an uncanny sense of unreality. Just half a month ago, he was a 30-something laborer from Huagua, struggling to make ends meet. One late night, while playing a beta version of a basketball mobile game, weariness overtook him. Upon waking, he found himself in a hospital in America, inexplicably transported back to the year 2000, having become a freshman player for the NCAA Florida Gators basketball team. And remarkably, he had progressed to the Final Four with the team. However, young Kevin found himself in a somewhat awkward position within the team. He was a backup point guard for the Gators, relying on team play to make an impact. His ability to penetrate and court vision were adequate, and he excelled at catch-and-shoot scenarios. Yet he struggled with physical confrontations, and his defensive skills were a notable weakness, resulting in limited playing time. The starting point guard was none other than Justin Charles Hamilton, a 4-star recruit and the best player of the year from Florida. Many scouts hold high hopes for Hamilton. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, 191 centimeters tall, and weighing 207 pounds, 94 kilograms, predicting he will emerge as a high draft pick in the NBA. However, it has been demonstrated on numerous occasions that the forecasts made by scouts can often be unreliable. Kevin Young is aware that Hamilton went undrafted in the 2003 NBA draft, subsequently signing as a free agent with the Detroit Pistons, only to be released before the season commenced. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the fact that Hamilton was an elite player on the NCAA stage. After all, over 350 teams compete in NCAA Division I basketball each year, with more than 3,000 athletes vying for coveted draft positions in the NBA. Nearly 80% of these players believe they will transition into professional basketball. The stark reality, however, is that there are only 60 draft spots available annually, with fewer than 2 of hopefuls actually making it to the NBA. The brief contract with the Pistons underscores Hamilton's remarkable talent, in stark contrast to Hamilton's explosive physicality. Kevin Young finds himself lacking in physical attributes. Standing at a mere 185 centimeters in shoes and weighing 75 kilograms, he possesses an ordinary physique that pales in comparison to the average male height of 188 centimeters in Iceland, making him somewhat of a disadvantage. Even with a wingspan of 198 centimeters and decent athletic abilities in running, jumping, and strength, he is merely average on the NCAA courts, which are populated by athletes who resemble a track and field team. To make matters worse, the reborn Kevin Young is only at the level of a street ball player, and his unfamiliarity with his new physique has led to a significant decline in his competitive prowess. He has frequently faced criticism during team practices, and his performance in the elite quarterfinals was lackluster, as he found himself benched by the head coach after less then 3 minutes of play. If Kevin Young cannot demonstrate his abilities during team training, he is likely to spend the remainder of the games sitting on the bench, watching from the sidelines. In desperation, Kevin Young resolves to utilize the basketball system from his time travel. Despite not fully comprehending its capabilities, as he contemplates this, a futuristic virtual game interface materializes before his eyes. On the left side, a 3D player model based on Kevin Young appears, displaying some static physical attributes. Name: Kevin Young. Age: 17,292 days, born June 10th, 1982. Height: 183 centimeters, 6 feet 0 inches barefoot. Wingspan: 198 centimeters, 6 feet 6 inches. Standing reach: 248 centimeters, 8 feet 2 inches. Weight: 75 kilograms, 165 pounds. League: NCAA. Team: University of Florida Gators basketball. Skill items: none. Equipment: none. Honor badges: none. On the upper right side, a hexagonal representation of basic physical attributes is displayed, with each category having a maximum score of 100, denoting human limits. Physical attributes: strength 45, speed 70, jumping 65, reaction 66, constitution 47, endurance 60. At the lower right side lies 6 attributes representing basketball skills: finishing, defense, shooting, driving, passing, and basketball IQ, each rated out a maximum score of 100 currently. The specific basketball data for Kevin Young has yet to be disclosed. He speculates that these hidden attributes will only become visible after he enters the NBA league. This game interface is reminiscent of a mobile game he played before his transmigration, titled NBA Superstar. This self-proclaimed open-world basketball mobile game boasts its greatest allure in allowing players not only to enhance their basketball skills through traditional training and match participation, winning games and accolades, but also to explore the world, uncover hidden storylines, and encounter illustrious stars and socialites, thus obtaining task rewards to elevate players' physical attributes and basketball techniques. In essence, is a slightly risky nurturing basketball game, where the core gameplay involves skillful ball handling under pressure, both on and off the court, paying homage to some extent to the legendary NBA figure Wilt Chamberlain, whose name has become synonymous with greatness. As an ardent basketball enthusiast, Kevin's primary source of entertainment revolves around playing basketball during his leisure time. He relishes watching games, keeping up with NBA news, and even dreams of becoming a professional NBA player, ultimately marrying a beautiful and wealthy partner. When he first learned about the beta testing of NBA Superstar, he was immediately captivated and downloaded the game for a trial. Little did he know that this game would become a boon for his rebirth. However, when Kevin awakened his system, it did not come with a user manual. As the game was still in its beta phase, relevant guides had yet to be published. Kevin could only recall one piece of information mentioned in the game introduction. The more prestigious the celebrities he encounters or collects, the more substantial the rewards he would receive. During the elite quarterfinals, while seated on the bench, Kevin's gaze fell upon Olivia Mann, the accompanying reporter for the Oklahoma State University Cowboys, and a bold idea blossomed within him. Olivia Mann, born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, is an American of mixed Chinese descent and actress, model, and host. Chinese audiences are most familiar with her screen portrayal as Psylocke in X-Men: Apocalypse. This Hollywood star, who has caused many men to swoon, ranks second in Maxim's list of 100 hottest women in the world in 2012. Such an exalted goddess, if successfully collected, could likely trigger the system's task rewards. At that time, Olivia had not yet risen to fame. She was merely a student at the University of Oklahoma, majoring in journalism and minoring in Japanese and theatrical arts. Seizing the opportunity after the game, Kevin, leveraging his status as a player, introduced himself to Olivia and successfully obtained her contact information. In the following days, Kevin endeavored with all his might to cultivate their relationship, even feigning an injury during team training to secretly slip away for dates with Olivia. With a striking physique, charming demeanor, and the allure of a special charm perfume gifted to beta testers, which lasts for 24 hours, he successfully captured the heart of this enchanting goddess. The achievement of first blood indeed fulfills numerous psychological needs of many men. Particularly, the first blood of a Hollywood goddess evokes within Kevin Young a profound sense of conquest and a delightful surprise akin to winning a grand prize. As Kevin gazed at the notification bell icon adorned with a red dot in the upper right corner of the system interface, he silently uttered, "Comrade Zhang Liangwan, bestow upon me your blessings." Upon concluding his prayer, Kevin focused his thoughts and activated the unread message from the notification bell. "Congratulations, player. You have collected the Platinum Star card Olivia Marn First Blood. You are awarded one chance to spin the diamond level prize wheel. Congratulations, player! You have achieved the Platinum Star Card Collection accomplishment. You are awarded one chance to spin the Platinum level prize wheel. Congratulations, player! You have completed the card collection task for the first time. You are awarded one chance to spin the Silver level prize wheel. Chapter 2, Development Potion. 3 chances to spin the wheel. Upon seeing the system interface pop up with the grand prize wheel notification, Kevin's heartbeat quickened instantaneously. He realized that his gamble had indeed paid off. Adhering to the principle that the best rewards are saved for last, Kevin opted to utilize the chance to spin the Silver level prize wheel first. The wheel was adorned with a dazzling array of prizes, encompassing various equipment, items, and basketball skill snow, fewer than 40 or 50 in total. Among these were shoes and jerseys that enhanced physical attributes, ordinary star skill packs, all-star level player experience cards, stamina recovery potions, and more. There were even enticing prizes unrelated to basketball, such as potions that enhance vocal abilities and a level 10 piano skill pack. With a mere thought, the wheel sprang to life, spinning rapidly as if imbued with its own spirit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the wheel's speed gradually diminished, ultimately halting with the pointer firmly fixed on a mid-level basketball experience card. Mid-level basketball experience card G. Upon use, it increases the player's 3 years of experience in NBA-level ordinary point guard basketball games. While this was not the star skill pack Kevin had coveted the most, the basketball experience card was still exceedingly suitable for him, but he recognized that, at best, he was merely a modest talent on the local courts, vastly distant from the experience of the original owner who competed in the NCAA. This discrepancy had been the crux of his significantly diminished training and performance levels. With this mid-level basketball experience card, not only could he bridge the gap in his experience, but he could also substantially enhance his skills. With this thought in mind, Kevin hesitated no longer and promptly utilized the basketball experience card. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged into his mind, followed by a deluge of practical gameplay insights. Details of gameplay he had previously overlooked now appeared filled with nuance, as though a new door to the realm of basketball had been opened before him. Indeed, a product of the system is bound to be exquisite, Kevin silently praised within. Once he had calmed his exhilaration, he proceeded to use the chance to spin the Platinum level prize wheel. Though the quantity of prizes on the Platinum level wheel was somewhat reduced, their quality was markedly superior in an identical context of basketball experience cards. The Silver tier offers standard basketball experience, while the Platinum tier directly elevates one to an advanced basketball experience card. After a tense wait of several seconds, the Platinum tier spinning wheel gradually came to a halt, with the pointer ultimately resting on a unique star player item, JR's Neuroblade. When your shooting touch ignites, you'll be able to sink miraculous shots akin to J.R. Smith. The NBA has never lacked players characterized as unpredictable sharpshooters, but when it comes to representation, one cannot overlook the knife-wielding guardian beside LeBron. James J.R. Smith. This former Sixth Man of the Year possesses an audacious style of play, capable of delivering superstar performances when he goes on a scoring spree, effortlessly finding the net, despite any defensive efforts, and even managing to sink challenging three-pointers while off balance. Kevin Young equipped the JR's Neuroblade into his skill item bar, which subsequently displayed a flying knife insignia etched with JR's likeness. With the safety net of JR's Neuroblade, in future games, whenever Kevin felt his shooting rhythm, he would boldly unleash various shots in the face of defenders, particularly during critical moments, showing no hesitation in taking the shot. It was now time for the final draw. The diamond tier spinning wheel appeared distinctly different, featuring only 4 sections corresponding to the cardinal directions, each adorned with 5 exquisitely prestigious prizes. It seemed one must first spin the wheel, and once the pointer settled on a section, select one prize from the 5 within that area. Rogue Fadeaway, Elementary Schooler Sunshot, Butterfly Step, Dreamy Footwork, Black Mamba's heart gazing upon these skill sets of NBA superstars, an uncontrollable fervor surged within Kevin Young. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he initiated the spin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The pointer swiftly glided over the various prizes, ultimately coming to rest in the southern quadrant. Butterfly Step, Son of the Wind's Control, Lightning Quick Step, kaleidoscope of sweet melons. Kevin's gaze lingered over these offerings until it finally settled on a unique vial. Rejuvenation Elixir stimulates a player's physical development, significantly enhancing various fundamental physical attributes. Upon consumption, the player's 6 physical attributes immediately increase by 12 points, and after 24 hours, each attribute will further rise by 3 points. The residual potency will be absorbed by the body over 3 months, yielding attribute enhancements ranging from 110, contingent upon individual talent and training diligence. Note, if any single attribute exceeds 85, the efficacy is halved if it surpasses 90. The effect is reduced to 30 if it exceeds 95. The effect diminishes to 10. An extraordinary find. At this moment, what Kevin Young urgently required was an enhancement of his physical capabilities. Although he coveted the skill sets of NBA megastars, reason dictated that the execution of basketball techniques is rooted in physical prowess. Kevin's physical attributes, even on the NCAA stage, were rather unremarkable, and in the NBA, he would be easily undermined. With a determined resolve, Kevin chose the rejuvenation elixir. Instantly, an icon of a purple vial appeared among his equipped items. Kaiwen focused his gaze upon the icon of the rejuvenation elixir. With a mere thought, a dialog box promptly appeared. Would you like to utilize the rejuvenation potion? Yes. In the next instant, a 3D model of a player, mirroring Kaiwen, was depicted on the interface, holding a vial of the potion, which he tilted back and consumed in one swift motion. Immediately, a surge of warmth blossomed within his abdomen, coursing through his veins and radiating throughout his entire being. It was as though a gentle spring breeze caressed his skin, or the golden rays of the sun enveloped him, bestowing an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. He closed his eyes, savoring the flow of this newfound vitality. It meandered like a gentle stream, winding through his body and gradually permeating every cell, every nook and cranny. He could distinctly feel his muscles becoming more taut and powerful, his bones growing denser and more resilient, as if his very physique were slowly evolving. The warm current coursed through for several seconds, ultimately settling quietly in various parts of the body. Kaiwen opened his eyes and gazed at the system interface. The hexagon depicting his fundamental qualities in the upper right corner revealed noticeable alterations in his physical attributes. Physical attributes: strength, 57, speed, 82, jumping, 77, reaction, 78, constitution, 59, stamina, 72. Observing the rejuvenated attribute values, Kaiwen recognized that his physical prowess had significantly ascended to a new tier. Take, for instance, his presently highest attribute, speed. It already stands at an exceptional level within the NCAA arena. Once the effects of the enhancement reach their second phase in 24 hours, his speed attribute is set to elevate to 85, thereby positioning him among the elite in NCAA speed rankings. According to Kaiwen's calculations, a perfect score of 100 represents the pinnacle of human capability, with a speed attribute of 90 serving as the threshold for professional sprinters. Anything above 95 would correspond to the caliber of Olympic sprinters in the 100-meter dash. Among Kaiwen's various attributes, the lowest are strength and constitution, both of which have yet to reach 60. If positioned as a forward or center, Kaiwen would undoubtedly fall short. However, occupying the point guard position is sufficiently adequate. After all, not everyone possesses the formidable prowess of a powerhouse like Kyle Lowry. Kaiwen is convinced that his return to the team will astonish everyone. However, he is uncertain whether the coaching staff will suspect him of using performance-enhancing drugs after noticing his remarkable physical transformation following a 2-day absence, potentially subjecting him to a urine test. Nonetheless, Kaiwen remains untroubled, for those familiar with online novels understand that the system is inherently just. It is rare to find a narrative where the protagonist consumes substances provided by the system and fails a drug test. Chapter 3. If you do not act, others will take your place. After examining the alterations in his physical attributes, Kevin Young turned his attention to his static talent data, only to be pleasantly surprised by the changes therein. His barefoot height had increased by 2 centimeters, now standing at 185 centimeters, while his wingspan extended to 200 centimeters. Along with slight increases in his vertical reach and weight, it appeared that the developmental agent did not merely enhance physical attributes, but genuinely fostered growth, thereby augmenting his overall physical capabilities. As Kevin hurriedly completed his morning routine and exited the bathroom, he discovered Olivia peacefully asleep once more. The previous night's intense encounter had indeed taken its toll. Olivia, a striking mixed-race beauty with flowing black hair, possessed commendable physical prowess, yet could not withstand the allure of Kevin's wealth and the fervent passion of their prolonged embrace, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. It must be noted that while Kevin's initial physical attributes were rather unremarkable, he exhibited an extraordinary talent in this particular domain, which proved advantageous. He could certainly relate to the bittersweet joys experienced by those like the illustrious Zhang Dashui. After tenderly adjusting the covers around Olivia, Kevin leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, placing a card filled with sweet nothings beside her pillow before departing without delay. Although his pursuit of Olivia was driven by a clear intent, he was not devoid of compassion. Having taken her first blood, he felt a sense of responsibility towards her. Nonetheless, due to the system's card collection attributes, Kevin found himself inevitably emulating the lifestyle of a playboy. One could only say, all was in the name of his basketball dream. As Kevin Young exited the hotel, he was met by a mixed-race young man with brown skin, his agent, Henry Peter, who had been waiting for quite some time. According to regulations, NCAA athletes are prohibited from monetizing their athletic skills, entering into contracts with professional teams, receiving any form of financial sponsorship from professional sports organizations, or signing with agents. In reality, numerous promising players have signed contracts with agents early in their careers, some of which are shrouded in clandestine financial dealings. One should not assume that the moon in America shines any more brightly. Beneath the luminous glow, darkness lurks in every corner. Take the NCAA, where Kevin Young currently finds himself, as a prime example. A significant number of the most notorious scandals in NCAA history revolve around illegal recruitment, involving the exchange of benefits or the hiring of proxies to complete SAT exams or write essays on behalf of athletes. However, Kevin Young is not entangled in such matters. As a person of Chinese descent, his academic performance is commendable, and his basketball talent has not reached the level that would compel a university to resort to illegal recruitment to secure his commitment. As for Henry Peter, he is less of an agent and more of a childhood friend. Kevin Yang's father is of Chinese descent, while his mother is of German ancestry. Together, they operate a supermarket in San Francisco's Chinatown. Henry, who is 3 years older than Kevin, is a distant relative of Kevin's father. His mother is related to Kevin's father, and his father is of African-American descent. However, they separated when Henry was very young. Henry was raised solely by his mother in Chinatown, and he and Kevin have been neighbors since childhood, growing up side by side. Perhaps inheriting his father's athletic genes, Henry has always been a sports prodigy. He became a football star at the University of Florida and participated in the NFL draft 2 years ago. After battling on the football field for over a season, he was released by the team due to performance issues and injuries, subsequently transitioning to become an agent with the current NCAA agency. As a relative and childhood friend of Henry, Kaiwen naturally found himself in the advantageous position of being the first target for the latter's entry into the industry. Henry, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Kaiwen and Henry exchanged a friendly fist bump. With a cheerful smile, Henry greeted, Kevin, you finally made it out. Although they were relatives and shared a similar height, their appearances were strikingly different. Kaiwen is a strikingly handsome figure, resembling more of a celebrity than a basketball player. In contrast, Henry, hailing from a rugby background, possesses a far more robust physique than Young, his appearance somewhat hasty, while he manages a decent look when not smiling. The moment he grins, he exhibits a rather primal resemblance to a gorilla, making his visage quite difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, he possesses a commendable temperament, albeit with a propensity for loquacity. Speaking of which, what of that girl? Henry, with an elbow as thick as another's knee, playfully jabbed Kaiwen in the ribs, sporting a rather mischievous grin. Men, after all, often converse about little else but wealth and women. Oh, and perhaps basketball. How splendid. Kaiwen, imitating a certain character, boasted with a hint of arrogance. There was no denying that receiving recognition from Ling Daijie provided him with a sense of accomplishment akin to shattering a basketball rim in an actual match. A feat he has yet to achieve. Isn't that exhilarating? Then let us hasten back to the team for training and regain our form. Observing Yang's boastful demeanor, Henry could not help but interject. I've just received some insider information. The coaching staff intends to have Teddy continue matching up against you. If you are overwhelmed by him again, your chances of playing in the future will be severely diminished. Henry, a former celebrity of the University of Florida's football team, enjoyed considerable popularity within the collegiate sports community, bolstered by his affable nature. Kaiwen remained indifferent, thinking to himself, that guy had better not provoke me. I have already endured his antics twice. Otherwise, he shall soon learn of the Chinese proverb, things do not happen more than 3 times. Teddy Dupay, a white point guard standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 81 kilograms, was a seasoned senior primarily competing with Kaiwen for playing time. Due to Teddy's lackluster shooting percentage from mid to long range, the coach rarely allowed him on the court. Yet he arrogantly believed that his overall abilities surpassed those of Kaiwen. fostering a lingering resentment and hostility towards him. Where there are people, there are factions. Where there are factions, conflicts and grudges inevitably arise. Recently, young Kaiwen's subpar performance provided Teddy with an opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. This year marks Teddy's final year in college, and with the Alligators advancing to the semifinals, if he does not seize the moment to showcase his talents, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to catch the attention of NBA scouts. Recently, young Kaiwen faced a barrage of provocations from Teddy during team training. With a flurry of disparaging remarks off the court and targeted one-on-one confrontations on the court, having just resurrected his career, he found his abilities diminished and wished to suppress any signs that might spark conflict. Thus, he restrained his anger. However, if the provocations persisted, he would not hold back. Settling old scores along with the new, Henry furrowed his brow and advised, "Do not act impulsively. This is not the time for internal strife." Young Kaiwen replied with a mysterious smile, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation." Henry sighed, "I've noticed that ever since you took that elbow, you seem like a different person. To quote your father, you were once a closed-off individual. Now, your personality has brightened considerably, and you approach tasks with greater boldness." Young Kaiwen shrugged and remarked, "There's nothing that can be done. That elbow saved my life and taught me a profound lesson. One must steadfastly pursue one's convictions. If you do not act, others will take your place, including women. Damn it. Though I wish to counter your statement, I cannot deny its truth. Now, let us return and take down the Teddy dog." Upon finishing his words, Henry beckoned young Kaiwen to get into the car, and they drove towards the basketball training facility at the University of Florida. The Raptor pickup sped down the road, while young Kaiwen closed his eyes, contemplating the current state of the basketball world. According to the trajectory of history, the 2000 Lakers were destined to meet the Pacers in the finals, with the O'Neal-Kobe duo triumphing over their opponents with a 4-2 victory, thus securing the inaugural championship of their purple and gold dynasty. Following this, the NBA entered its off-season, with the paramount event being the 2000 draft. The 2000 NBA draft was undeniably a historic low point in terms of talent, arguably the most insignificant in history. However, for young Kaiwen, who found himself in a challenging market, it presented a glimmer of hope. As the cradle of NBA talent, the NCAA boasted 4 formidable teams reaching the Final Four this year: the University of North Carolina, the University of Florida, Michigan State University, and the University of Wisconsin. Should young Kaiwen seize the opportunity to deliver stellar performances, he could significantly enhance his draft stock and capture the attention of NBA scouts. As per the schedule, this year's NCAA semifinals and finals are set to take place at the RCA Dome in Indianapolis. The semifinals will commence on April 1st, with Florida facing North Carolina, while Michigan will clash with Wisconsin. The victors of these 2 semifinal matchups will advance to the finals, slated for April 3rd, which will coincide with the NBA's concession to the NCAA championship. At present, the University of Michigan undeniably stands as the frontrunner for the NCAA title, being the top seed and under the spotlight. The standout performances of point guard Martin Cleaves, swingman Morris Peterson, and Kevin Richardson have garnered high praise from major media outlets and basketball experts alike, who unanimously agree that these 3 possess NBA-caliber talent. Kevin Young understood that if history were to remain unchanged, Michigan would face Florida in the finals and secure the 2nd NCAA championship in the team's history. This implied that in order to enhance his prospects for the NBA draft, Kevin must alter the course of history by aiding Florida in vanquishing Michigan. Chapter 4. A deal unforeseen. Objectively speaking, while the Florida Gators may not possess the formidable strength of Michigan, bolstered by its trio of stars, they are by no means without their own formidable capabilities. The Gators are the champions of the Southeastern Conference, SEC, regular season and rank within the top 3 in the power rankings provided by ESPN. The players occupying the 2 and 3 positions, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey, both exhibit talents commensurate with NBA caliber. Young Kaiwen recalls that the NBA Rookie of the Year award in 2001 was bestowed upon the versatile swingman Mike Miller, who was the sole first-year player to participate in all 82 regular season games that year, starting in 62 of them. He averaged 11.9 points and 4.0 rebounds, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 47. Teaming up with star players has its advantages and disadvantages. The presence of such luminaries undoubtedly draws defensive attention. When they are willing to share the ball, role players can seize excellent shooting opportunities, even finding themselves wide open to easily accumulate statistics. However, When their positions overlap entirely with those of the stars, the situation can become dire. In the case of the alligator team, the small forward position is saturated with talent, resulting in significantly limited playing time for backup small forwards, often restricted to brief appearances of merely 3 to 5 minutes. Fortunately, the team's primary starting point guard, Hamilton, is robust, standing at 191 centimeters and weighing 94 kilograms, allowing him to seamlessly transition to the shooting guard role, thereby affording young Kaiwen some playing time. The alligator team lacks tall players. The tallest among them is a substitute center named Matt Bonner, who stands at 208 centimeters, while the rest are all below 205 centimeters. This often leads to the deployment of smaller lineups to execute fast breaks. Young Kaiwen can be regarded as a beneficiary of this playing style. As of now, he averages 12.5 minutes on the court, scoring 5.6 points with 1.2 rebounds and 2.1 assists, after a drive of less than 30 minutes. Henry skillfully returned Young Kaiwen to the training facility and then discreetly departed on his own. The moment Kevin Young stepped into the locker room, he was engulfed by a palpable hostility. Teddy Dupay, with his golden locks, rose from his seat. The freckles adorning his face appeared even more pronounced under the harsh light. He narrowed his triangular eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Kevin, a smirk of derision tugging at his lips as he taunted, "Just wait until I obliterate you. You rookie who can only pass the ball and shoot from wide open. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't even make an open shot anymore. What a joke." Following this, Teddy erupted into a boisterous laugh, joined by a cadre of closely knit white players who could not help but chuckle in unison. Within the university team's locker room, factions were starkly delineated. The white players had formed an informal clique. Despite Kevin's partial white heritage, he had never been embraced by this group. Teddy Dupay hailed from a wealthy white family, raised in an environment steeped in superiority and arrogance. Throughout his high school years, he was a notorious bully, indulging in the adoration of female fans, dabbling in substance abuse, and even colluding with outside gang members to assault and extort his classmates. Kevin Young would not indulge such scoundrels who thrive on the weak and cower before the strong. Just as he was about to confront Teddy fiercely, he heard the sound of shoes echoing from the entrance. He immediately cleared his throat and, with righteous indignation, declared, "We are a team. I shall not hold your disrespectful words against you. I understand this is your final year serving the college team, and I hope you can shine and make it to the draft for the NBA. My recent performance has been lacking, and I have not contributed much to the team. I will humbly accept any criticism or guidance from the coach and teammates as I strive to improve my form. However, it is utterly inappropriate for you to sow discord within the team during this critical period, to form factions and isolate me. In just 2 days, we will face North Carolina. With a formidable opponent before us, we have no reason for internal strife. If we can triumph over North Carolina, we will secure a place in the finals and even seize the championship, making history for our team. Your reckless provocations and troubles will only incite discord and tarnish the collective interests of the team, bringing shame upon the Gators." Witnessing Kevin, who usually bore grievances in silence, publicly imparting lessons on conduct, Teddy felt utterly humiliated and retorted loudly, "Discussing team interests with me? Who would want to be on the same team as you? A worthless yellow trash? With your meager abilities, one wonders if the coaching staff was blind to have recruited you in the first place." At that moment, a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a dark suit entered the locker room. It was none other than the team's head coach, Billy Donovan. Upon entering, Donovan's eyes locked onto Teddy, his expression darkening as he let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Teddy, now mortified, resembled a person with a hand clasped tightly around his throat. His face flushed, mouth agape yet producing no sound, a scene rife with embarrassment. In the locker room of the team, one must not indulge in reckless eating, nor should one speak indiscriminately. For core players, occasional displays of arrogance and selfishness might be met with some understanding and leniency. However, for peripheral players like Teddy, instigating conflict and creating trouble is akin to digging one's own grave. In the NBA, such behavior typically leads to one of two outcomes, either a reduction in playing time or a trade to another team. No coach wishes to see a disruptive element within their ranks, and Teddy's remarks today left a profoundly negative impression on Donovan. As the players gradually assembled, Coach Billy Donovan addressed them before practice. At 44 years old, Donovan became the youngest head coach in NCAA history at the age of 28 when he took the helm at Marshall University. Since beginning his coaching career at the University of Florida in 1996, his teams have flourished, culminating in a Sweet 16 appearance last year and a run to the Final Four this year. Kevin Young was acutely aware that this was far from the pinnacle of Billy Donovan's coaching career. As a future luminary in NCAA coaching, Donovan would lead the Florida Gators to consecutive NCAA championships in 2006 and 2007, and later, the University of Florida would honor him by renaming their home arena the Billy Donovan Arena. Even after transitioning to the NBA, Donovan's performance remained commendable, particularly in his adeptness at discovering and nurturing talent. For instance, he successfully transformed Russell Westbrook from a second-team player into an MVP-caliber star, enabling him to achieve a remarkable average of triple-doubles for 3 consecutive years. He also honed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a player renowned for his exceptional skills, into the team's future cornerstone. Players such as Steven Adams, Enes Kanter, Andre Roberson, Dion Waiters, Jeremy Grant, Terrence Ferguson, Logan Stewart, and others flourished under Donovan's guidance, becoming vital components of the team. His transformation of the problematic Dennis Schroeder stands as a testament to his capabilities. Donovan is an academic coach, proficient in communicating with his players, and adopts a relatively free-spirited coaching style. However, this does not imply that he would tolerate any actions that undermine team cohesion. Teddy's provocative remarks inciting discord crossed a line for him. As he surveyed the group, Donovan delivered a solemn admonition. Remember, we are one big family. Only through unity can our transitions between offense and defense be swift, and our teamwork become seamless. You must give your all on the court and support one another off it. Here, I expect mutual respect, and ideally, the forging of deep friendships. Teddy Dupay, I urge you to temper your ball-hogging tendencies. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to release you from this team. Teddy, a brash individual with a penchant for boasting about his past as a schoolyard bully, often sought to solidify his position as a leader among white players. The coaching staff was already well aware of this. After Donovan's speech, he organized the team for warm-up exercises. Teddy approached Kevin Young, seething with rage, and whispered through gritted teeth, "How dare you betray me? You truly are a clever one. Is there even a need for discussion with someone like you, a societal scoundrel?" Kevin Young gazed at his opponent with an expression of bewilderment, promptly adopting a facade of profound indignation and sorrow as he proclaimed, "Teddy, why do you slander me and accuse me of plotting against you? If you feel wronged, step forth boldly and articulate your provocative remarks for all to hear, allowing everyone to judge. Do not merely whisper threats in my ear about seeking retribution and rendering me incapable of standing within this team." Teddy stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted, his mind momentarily incapacitated, unsure of how to defend himself. What the hell? When did I ever say I would take revenge on you? Donovan, positioned not far away, absorbed Kevin's words with clarity and cast a lethal glare towards Teddy. Confronted by the authority of the head coach, Teddy dared not retaliate and could only retreat in disgrace. Witnessing Teddy's awkward departure brought a sense of relief to Kevin's heart. "You think I can't handle a capitalist scoundrel like you?" Chapter 5. I haven't even begun to exert myself, yet you have already fallen following the warm-up. Donovan, accompanied by the coaching staff, directed the players to commence their scrimmage training. The blue team comprised 5 members: Teddy, Hamilton, Mike Miller, Donnell Harvey, and Brent Wright. The white team consisted of 5 members: Kevin Young, Brett Nelson, Ladarius Holton, Udonis Haslam, and Matt Bonner. Players were divided into the blue and white teams, with the blue team led by the 2 prominent stars, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey, while Kevin was assigned to the predominantly bench-focused white team, partnering with Haslam, the captain of the Heat in his previous life. Haslam, currently a starting power forward and center for the Alligators, had a 1998 RSE ranking of 78. Overshadowed by the fame of his teammates, Mike Miller, ranked 13th in 1998, and Donnell Harvey, ranked 1st in 1999. Nevertheless, he served as the team's second leading scorer, averaging 14.1 points and 6 rebounds, just trailing Miller's average of 15.8 points. With a whistle, the jump ball favored the blue team, granting them possession to initiate the offense. The white team spread out in a man-to-man defense, with Kevin positioned in the center against Teddy. "Rookie, today I shall obliterate you," Teddy snarled, skillfully dribbling while hurling trash talk. Having been toyed with by Kevin, the freshman, Teddy vowed to reclaim his honor. "Come on, ball hog. Shoot here. And I promise I won't guard you," Kevin retorted, intentionally stepping back 3 paces closer to Teddy. The coach and teammates were somewhat taken aback. This was merely a practice match, yet the atmosphere was charged with tension. Kevin Young, usually taciturn, appeared remarkably animated today. Teddy furrowed his brow, reluctant to lose face before the onlookers, and after a moment's hesitation, opted for a direct three-point jump shot. Kaiwen symbolically reached out to interfere momentarily, then swiftly turned and dashed towards the opponent's half. Kaiwen now possesses the experience of a seasoned NBA point guard, enriched by his past training and competitive encounters. He has developed a profound understanding of the playing styles, habits, strengths, and weaknesses of all his teammates. He is acutely aware that Teddy's shooting accuracy from mid-range is as dismal as his temperament, making him susceptible to emotional fluctuations. Thus, he aims to provoke him. As anticipated, Teddy's three-point attempt circled the rim before bouncing out. With a resounding thud, Haslam leaped to seize the ball. Upon noticing that Kaiwen had single-handedly penetrated the opponent's half, he swiftly launched a one-handed pass to the front court. In a formal NCAA match, Matt Bonner, as a center, might not engage in such a long throw reminiscent of a football quarterback. However, in this intra-team training scrimmage, a more relaxed approach is permissible. Teddy's defensive recovery faltered, allowing Kaiwen to receive the ball effortlessly beneath the basket and score with a simple layup. With a speed attribute of 82, Kaiwen is indeed a remarkable asset in the NCAA, a swift thoroughbred that Teddy simply cannot match. The score stands at 2-0, with the white team momentarily in the lead. The blue team is set to inbound from the baseline as Teddy brings the ball across half-court. Kaiwen retreated 3 steps beyond the three-point line, deliberately positioning himself nearly 2 meters away, while gesturing invitingly and loudly proclaiming, "Come on, veteran, continue shooting threes. I assure you, as long as you shoot, I shall never defend against you." To be frank, even a random elementary student would surpass your accuracy. This statement, in a strict sense, does not qualify as mere trash talk. Indeed, there exists an elementary student who could shoot threes better than any player on earth. Unfortunately, Teddy, not being a reincarnated soul, was oblivious to the existence of this prodigious child named Retian. At this moment, Teddy was engulfed in turmoil, faced with such an open opportunity. Refraining from shooting could tarnish his pride as a player, especially with Kaiwen's incessant taunting. However, should he miss another long-range shot, his reputation would further diminish. On the basketball court, once a player's hesitation manifests, their shooting percentage typically suffers dramatically. After a moment of inner conflict, Teddy ultimately chose to attempt a three-point jump shot. Yet once again, the ball veered away from the hoop. Haslam seized the defensive rebound and, akin to a quarterback, launched a long pass to Kaiwen, who was already sprinting past the halfway line. Kaiwen seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly catching the forceful pass with one hand. With a graceful 3-step approach, he executed a layup that smoothly found its way into the net, bringing the score to 4-0 in an instant. In truth, his jumping ability had reached an impressive 77, placing him in the upper echelons of NCAA players. With his remarkable wingspan and in the absence of any defenders, he could have easily executed a dunk. However, for Kaiwen, rather than resorting to a mundane dunk, he preferred to showcase a stylish and elegant layup. The latter not only presented a more aesthetically pleasing spectacle, but also minimized the risk of injury. As for the show-stopping dunks, he could save those for when his jumping ability reached its pinnacle, making a truly astonishing impact. Observing Teddy's sluggish retreat, Coach Donovan could not help but shake his head. Coach Donovan had consistently emphasized the necessity for guards to hone their long-range shooting skills, yet Teddy had always dismissed this advice, preferring to exhibit his prowess in the manner of his idol, Michael Jordan, through drives or mid-range jump shots. Little did Teddy realize that many players lack Jordan's fortune but suffer from his affliction. He was indeed one of those afflicted, and not lightly so. When Teddy dribbled past half-court for the 3rd time, Mike Miller could no longer tolerate the situation and gestured for the ball. Having missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts, Teddy was reluctant to attempt another ill-fated shot. As he passed the ball, Kaiwen's taunts followed suit. "Old-timer, if I'm not guarding you, what makes you think you can pass? I truly wonder how you managed to get onto this team. Is your only skill dribbling past half-court?" Kaiwen, wielding the formidable S686 shotgun, relentlessly tormented Teddy's psyche with a barrage of taunts. Prior to the match, Teddy had provoked boasting of his intent to utterly dismantle him. However, the tables have now turned, and the typically arrogant Teddy finds himself besieged by anxiety. Coach Donovan, observing from the sidelines, refrained from intervening. Recognizing that trash talk is an intrinsic facet of American basketball culture, when wielded adeptly, it can yield remarkable effects. More importantly, he noted that after Yang's 2-day injury respite, he appeared transformed, exhibiting significantly enhanced speed and skill during their recent exchanges. In an effort to elude Yang's defense, Teddy attempted to maneuver without the ball, but fueled by resentment from the taunting, he elbowed Yang. In the realm of basketball, such physical contact, accompanied by minor infractions, is commonplace. As long as it is not excessively aggressive, officials typically overlook it. Yet, in the next moment, Yang seemed to be struck by an unseen master, emitting a pained cry as he was propelled sideways, skidding 2 meters upon hitting the ground. Assistant coach Donnie Jones, moonlighting as a referee, promptly blew his whistle, penalizing Teddy for the foul. Given their ongoing exchange of barbs, and recalling how Yang had previously been sidelined due to a similar elbow incident, Jones, concerned about potential conflict, swiftly called a halt to the game. "I didn't foul, he flopped." Teddy protested, his face flushed with frustration as he desperately sought to exonerate himself. However, his reputation as a ball hog had already entrenched itself in the minds of the spectators, leading many to perceive his claims as mere excuses. Coach Donovan, witnessing this, gestured for Teddy to exit the court. "All right, Teddy, take a seat for now. Parker, put on the jersey and join the blue team as shooting guard. Hamilton, return to the point guard position." Reluctantly, Teddy trudged toward the sidelines, muttering justifications under his breath, but only receiving an impatient "be quiet" gesture from Coach Donovan in response. In just 3 exchanges, Yang had effectively banished the arrogant Teddy from the court, epitomizing the notion that, "Before I even exerted my full strength, you had already fallen." Chapter 6. The sharpening stone teammates extended their hands to hoist Yang Kaiwen from the floor. In adherence to the theatrical discipline of a consummate performer, he gently moved his body, ensuring no significant harm had befallen him, before ceasing his act. The art of trash talk and feigned falls were auxiliary skills that Yang Kaiwen had mastered through his intermediate basketball experience. Engaging in trash talk could partially compensate for his current deficiencies in defensive capabilities. When executed adeptly, this linguistic art could disrupt the mental fortitude of opposing players, preventing them from maintaining their composure during the game and leading to subpar performances. Even if the adversaries remained unfazed, it could still invigorate his own competitive spirit. This sentiment was echoed by the legendary Klay Thompson, one of the Splash Brothers in the basketball realm. "Trash talking is always amusing. We began this back in high school. It either drives you to perform at your peak or leaves you utterly drained. For me, it is usually the former." Coaches often favor players with a tenacious demeanor, and trash talk is a manifestation of such toughness. Otherwise, one often encounters the humorous quip online, "Of all parts of the body, only the mouth remains the toughest." In the basketball world, Kevin Garnett epitomized this mastery. As for feigning falls, Yang Kaiwen did not perceive it as a source of shame. Life is but a performance. And this holds true in the realm of competitive sports. Consider the iconic rivalry of Messi and Ronaldo. Both are renowned for their theatrical prowess on the pitch. As a diminutive point guard standing at 185 centimeters, how could he expect to thrive in the NBA without the art of simulation? Must he engage in direct confrontation with towering, muscular opponents weighing over 200 pounds to earn the title of a true warrior? If this is indeed the case, Yang Kaiwen can only utter a resigned remark. It is well known that James, who is heralded as the chosen one, possesses an unparalleled level of physical prowess, capable of soaring through the air and defying gravity. He is a formidable force, often charging through defenses with the tenacity of a tank, leaving chaos in his wake. However, he is equally a master of theatrics on the court, with his flopping skills so exquisite and varied that they could easily fill a highlight reel. Another player of the same surname, a bearded giant standing at 196 meters and weighing 100 kilograms, represents a formidable presence in the realm of basketball flopping. Having carved out a niche for himself in this art, Teddy Dupay sat dejectedly on the sidelines, his expression darkened with frustration. As a seasoned player with 4 years of NCAA experience, he firmly believed that his individual capabilities surpassed those of Yang Kaiwen, attributing his current predicament to the cunning of his opponent, which had momentarily placed him at a disadvantage. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Kaiwen had significantly enhanced his physical abilities and gained 3 years of experience competing as an ordinary star point guard in the NBA, thus undergoing a remarkable transformation that rendered him indifferent to Teddy's caliber. Had Teddy not exited the game prematurely, Yang Kaiwen would have undoubtedly overwhelmed him to the point of despair. "Justin, when we match up later, I hope you will give it your all without holding back. This is essential for our preparations as we gear up for the semifinals the day after tomorrow." Kevin Young approached Justin Hamilton with a gentlemanly demeanor, initiating a challenge. His intention was to use Hamilton as a litmus test for gauging his own prowess. Hamilton, a notable talent in the NCAA, had found himself overlooked in the 2003 draft, subsequently signing a brief contract with the Pistons, only to be released before the season commenced. This led him to seek opportunities in European leagues. Although the 2000 NBA draft is regarded as a historically lackluster year, failing to surpass Hamilton would severely diminish Yang's chances of capturing the attention of NBA scouts, let alone securing a position in the league. Absent unforeseen circumstances, the two key players of the short-snout crocodile team, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey, are anticipated to enter this year's draft, and the team's performance is expected to decline, falling short in the second round of the NCAA tournament. Yang's optimal course of action would be to leverage his team's current success and participate in this year's NBA draft. As you wish, but let it be known. Do not speak ill of me, he stated. Hamilton paused momentarily before accepting the challenge with a smile. Having witnessed Yang's recent encounter with Teddy, Hamilton was intrigued to see how much Yang's skills had developed over the past 2 days. No problem. Teddy has repeatedly targeted me. I merely retaliated. I look forward to our match the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll pass me some good balls. Yang extended his hand for a fist bump with Hamilton. The whistle blew, signaling the resumption of the scrimmage, with the white team set to inbound the ball. Under the stringent defense of Hamilton, Kevin Young skillfully utilized the width of the court to dribble past the halfway line. He then executed a precise bounce pass, delivering the ball impeccably to Haslam beneath the basket. The timing and trajectory of this pass were impeccable. Upon receiving the ball, Haslam effortlessly leaped to complete a one-handed dunk. The white team surged ahead with a score of 6-0. Coach Donovan, situated at the sidelines, applauded Kevin Young, whose performance today was truly remarkable, particularly highlighted by that impressive pass. The blue team commenced their play, with Hamilton advancing the ball into the front court, engaging in a seamless pick-and-roll collaboration with power forward Donnell Harvey. In a previous life, Donnell Harvey's NBA career was not notably successful, later transitioning to the CBA in China to earn a substantial income, where he showcased commendable rebounding abilities. Yang Kaiwen's current basketball experience far exceeds that of NCAA players. He accurately anticipates the timing of his opponent's screen, deftly retreats to maneuver around it, and closely follows the driving Hamilton, maintaining tight defensive pressure. If at this moment, Yang were matched against Teddy Dupay, his defensive effort would have already been significantly successful. However, Hamilton is no ordinary player like Dupay. He is a versatile guard who masterfully exploits his physical advantages, weighing nearly 20 kilograms more than Yang and standing 6 centimeters taller. With his back to the basket, he firmly protects the ball and suddenly leans into Yang with force, swiftly executing a 3-step pivot to drive into the paint. Although Yang Kaiwen closely followed from the side, the disparity in height and strength was evident, rendering him unable to lead. He could only watch as Hamilton scored with a one-handed layup off the backboard, bringing the score to 6-2. Yang Kaiwen's defensive prowess has significantly improved compared to before. However, his strength attribute currently stands at a mere 57, rendering him somewhat inadequate against Hamilton's powerful incursions. Alas, one cannot deny that sheer strength often eclipses finesse in the realm of competitive sports. Yang Kaiwen's defensive skills and experience may be somewhat diminished when confronting a formidable opponent like Hamilton. Fortunately, as the effects of the enhancement potion take hold, his strength and physical condition will further improve, allowing him to fare better against such adversaries in the future. With limited avenues to explore in defense, the focus shifts to offense. During the white team's offensive play, Yang Kaiwen advanced past the halfway line and executed a pick-and-roll with Haslam. He charged to the right, skillfully evading Hamilton's defense, while Donier was momentarily sluggish in his defensive switch. Yang Kaiwen seized this opportunity, executing a 3-step drive and, utilizing his speed, effortlessly surpassed Tang Nier on the right side for a layup, bringing the score to 8-2. With the dual support of developmental potions and experience cards, Yang Kaiwen boldly took the ball and penetrated the defense. When confronted by a mismatched defender towering over him, he adeptly leveraged his speed to elude the challenge. In earlier times, he would never have displayed such ease and grace. In the subsequent possession, as the white team took their turn to attack, Yang Kaiwen maintained a 2-step distance, allowing Hamilton to attempt a long-range shot. Hamilton's inconsistency in mid to long-range shooting is a notable weakness. However, unlike Teddy, Hamilton is acutely aware of his limitations. He refrains from reckless long-range attempts and instead calmly dribbles to a more favorable position before taking his shot. As Yang Kaiwen observed Hamilton's reluctance to engage, he resolved to maintain a defensive stance, striving to disrupt the opponent's pathways and subtly guide Hamilton toward positions where his teammates could swiftly provide assistance. In his previous life, Hamilton had adeptly navigated European teams for many years, undoubtedly possessing considerable skill. He exploited his physical advantage by forcefully driving to the right side, suddenly altering his rhythm before executing a sudden stop for a jump shot. Despite Kaiwen's accurate judgment and quick leap to contest the shot, his height and vertical leap were insufficient to hinder Hamilton's attempt. Although Hamilton's three-point shooting was not particularly precise, his mid-range shots near the paint posed a significant threat, as the basketball seamlessly descended into the hoop, altering the score to 8-4. Chapter 7. Scoring surge. This distance is insurmountable. I cannot reach his shot. I must engage in close combat to disrupt his shooting rhythm, Kaiwen pondered to himself, only to shake his head in resignation. The disparity in weight and strength between him and Hamilton was substantial, rendering him unable to confront him directly at this moment. To genuinely restrain his opponent on the defensive end, an enhancement in physical attributes was imperative. After all, in his previous life, the 7-time NBA All-Defensive first-team member Chris Paul could effectively guard some forwards due to not only his exceptional defensive skills, but also his subtle maneuvers and robust physique. Although C3's build may appear modest, he managed to perform 10 repetitions of the 84-kilogram bench press during rookie measurements. For context, the first overall pick in the draft a year prior, Dwight Howard, managed only 7 repetitions at the same weight, while the infamous bookbag did not manage a single lift. As the white team initiated their offense, Kaiwen advanced the ball to the front court and immediately signaled for his teammates to set screens. Having been outmaneuvered once, Tangnir was noticeably more proactive in his defensive switch this time, maintaining his position effectively. Kaiwen maneuvered the ball to the weak side, drawing the simultaneous attention of Donnell and Hamilton. With a deft half-turn pass, he swiftly delivered the ball back to the center where Haslam awaited. Renowned for his robust playing style, Haslam possessed an impressive mid-range shooting ability, predominantly relying on open jump shots and second-chance points to score. Upon receiving Yang's pass, Haslam wasted no time adjusting and quickly unleashed a shot, the basketball swishing through the net, bringing the score to 10-4. The blue team initiated their offensive play, but Hamilton struggled to shake off Yang's close defense. Utilizing a pick-and-roll in the center, he drove towards the basket. Matt Bonner abandoned his defensive assignment, charging out of the paint to switch guards, yet was easily outmaneuvered by Hamilton's sudden acceleration. As the center moved into the paint, Yang attempted to navigate around the screen in pursuit, but it was too late. Hamilton lofted the ball high, allowing Donnell Harvey to cut through and leap, executing a two-handed alley-oop dunk. The score shifted to 10-6. In the next possession, Yang advanced the ball to the front court, continuing with the pick-and-roll, though it proved less effective. Donnell Harvey's footwork was remarkably swift, a skill honed during his tenure with the Mavericks, where he was frequently tasked with defending opposing perimeter players. Kaiwen was momentarily obstructed by Donnell Harvey, allowing Hamilton to swiftly regain his defensive position. Kevin Young opted not to pass the ball to Matt Bonner in the center, as Bonner's cutting speed was rather sluggish. Even if the pass had been made, Donnell Harvey would likely have been able to recover defensively. Bonner, merely a backup center, stood little chance of scoring against the highly touted draft prospect, Donnell Harvey. Kaiwen swiftly made an adjustment, executing a sudden stop beneath his hips, pulling the ball back with his left hand as he spun around, rapidly maneuvering beyond the three-point line, successfully evading the opponent's double team. Observing this, Donnell Harvey abandoned the double team, retreating to the paint to defend the basket, allowing Kaiwen and Hamilton, the two-point guards, to engage in a one-on-one confrontation near the arc. Kevin Yang pivoted to face the hoop, deftly switching the ball to his right hand through a between-the-legs dribble. With a slight feint of his right shoulder, Hamilton advanced a step, attempting to apply close defense. In the next moment, Yang sharply shifted to the left with the ball in his right hand, successfully eluding Hamilton. He executed a sudden stop for a jump shot from beyond the left 45-degree three-point line, and the basketball swished through the net. The score was now 13-6. Witnessing this spectacle, Coach Tom Donovan leapt to his feet in excitement, while even the ever-discontented Teddy watched in astonishment. Kevin Yang's performance today was nothing short of astonishing. His mastery in organization, breakthrough, passing, and shooting was so profound that one might mistake him for an NBA point guard on a guest appearance. Hamilton, who faced him on the court, was equally astounded, particularly when Yang executed the crossover, his proudest maneuver, at a critical moment. Legend has it that the origins of the crossover technique trace back to streetball icon Richard E. W. Kirkland, who first showcased this move during a street basketball game at Rucker Park. In the NBA arena, Oscar Robertson also displayed the crossover in matches during the 1960s. However, it was the so-called king of the crossover, Tim Hardaway, who truly popularized this technique. The crossover is not inherently complex. It essentially involves dribbling the ball between one's legs while transitioning into a forward direction and accelerating past the defender. Although many streetball players may appear to be masters of the crossover, the reality is that few can execute it with true finesse and effectiveness, as many merely scratch the surface in imitation. Like many shorter guards, Kevin Young has a penchant for dribbling past his opponents. The exhilaration of deceiving an adversary with a feint, then striding away with elegance to score, is simply unmatched. Through experience and practice, Young has now mastered the essence of numerous breakthrough techniques, seamlessly showcasing them during games. As the white team initiated their offense, Hamilton, having witnessed Yang's display, intended to respond with his own answer ball. Just as Hamilton prepared to execute his own crossover, Young anticipated the move with precise timing. Leveraging his impressive 200 centimeters wingspan to intercept the basketball, racing down the court to score with ease. The score stood at 15-6. Young Kaiwen has now become considerably more seasoned in defense, and what he fears the least is an opponent relying solely on technical skills. In the subsequent round, Hamilton approached with greater caution, leveraging a teammate's screen to force a layup, resulting in a foul for Young Kaiwen. Hamilton converted both free throws, narrowing the score to 15-8. During the blue team's offense, Young Kaiwen confidently dribbled the ball across half-court, gesturing for his teammates to create space. He had found his confidence and was prepared to engage Hamilton in another one-on-one confrontation at the center. This time, I shall not allow you to penetrate easily. Hamilton was entirely focused on observing Young Kaiwen's every move. In the previous round, Hamilton had underestimated Young Kaiwen and was deceived. So this time he lowered his center of gravity and deliberately maintained a certain distance from him. He noticed that his opponent seemed to be on fire today. Not only had his skills improved, but his speed was also noticeably quicker, making his breakthroughs exceptionally sharp. After observing his teammates' positioning, Young Kaiwen launched his attack. While Hamilton stood ready in defense, Young Kaiwen deftly dribbled the ball beneath his legs before transferring it to his right hand. Unexpectedly, he chose not to pivot to the left. Instead, he executed a right foot retreat step, creating a two-step distance from Hamilton. He then abruptly halted and launched a three-pointer, adding a touch of lean back for flair. Hamilton was momentarily deceived, but his jump was delayed, preventing him from making a timely block. The basketball traced a splendid arc through the air before swishing through the net, bringing the score to 18-8. The retreat step is an exceptionally practical technique in basketball, particularly advantageous for shorter players. The key lies in maintaining possession of the ball without letting it touch the ground after the dribble, simultaneously pulling it up while stepping back to create space from the defender. At this moment, the young lad with the surname James was still in elementary school, while Young Kaiwen astutely employed this maneuver, catching Hamilton off guard. Bravo! Coach Donovan on the sidelines applauded Young Kaiwen's remarkable performance. Kevin Young consistently scored points, igniting Hamilton's competitive spirit. In the subsequent round, Hamilton aggressively attacked, drawing a foul from Young and converting both free throws. This exhibition match rapidly transformed into a scoring duel between the two guards, with both sides exchanging blows for an intense 10 minutes. On the court, Young displayed a comprehensive skill set, adeptly combining dribbling, scoring, and shooting. He not only orchestrated the white team's offense but also racked up an impressive number of points. His previously criticized defensive abilities were notably commendable, as he may not have completely curtailed Hamilton's performance. Yet he compelled him to frequently rely on screens and utilize his physicality to seek scoring opportunities. As time progressed, this high-intensity offensive approach significantly diminished Hamilton's scoring efficiency. During a player substitution break, Coach Donovan praised Yang's performance effusively. Chapter 8. Customized tactics from Wan Go after the break. Young returned to the court and did not disappoint Donovan, maintaining his stellar performance. As the scrimmage concluded, discussions about Young reverberated both inside and outside the arena. Many were puzzled as to why his performance today was so strikingly different from what they had witnessed just 2 days prior. Although there were no concrete statistics, everyone understood that Young must have achieved a substantial double-double, clearly becoming the most vital asset of the white team. Despite the narrow defeat by 3 points, Young, as a freshman, led his team to an intense battle against the blue team, which boasted two players already earmarked for the NBA. His performance truly dazzled many observers. Assistant coach Donnie Jones couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Just a few days ago, this kid played like a total disaster, and today he outshone everyone." If he maintains this level of play, Florida State will surely see another NBA star emerge. After 2 days of resting an ankle sprain, one couldn't help but wonder if he had been abducted by aliens for enhancement. Coach Donovan pondered this with a shake of his head, equally perplexed as to why Young had not exhibited such remarkable basketball talent throughout the season. Thus, he summoned Young to his side and said with a smile, "Your performance today was outstanding, exactly what I hoped to see. If you can sustain this level of play, I will grant you more playing time in future matches. Seize this opportunity. Coach, I can maintain this standard for a lifetime." Kevin Young pounded his chest with assurance, emanating a resolute aura reminiscent of Captain America proclaiming, "I can do this all day." In the Marvel films, coaches invariably favor players who exhibit confidence and accountability. Donovan found himself increasingly impressed by Kevin Young and remarked with a smile, "If you can maintain this level of brilliance, I will devise a suitable strategy for your upcoming training and matches. After all, to make the horse run, one must first feed it hay." Such elementary wisdom is not lost on someone like Coach Wan, who is adept at guiding others. Young Kaiwen was overwhelmed with joy as he exclaimed, "Coach, what is the strategy? I can practice more and strive to implement it in the match the day after tomorrow." In truth, the strategy was not overly complex. Donovan elaborated on it in detail. In essence, Donovan desired for Young Kaiwen to engage in more off-ball movement, utilizing the screens set by his two interior teammates to seek opportunities for catch-and-shoot attempts beyond the three-point line, or to exploit mismatches by driving past the opposing team's towering big men, choosing between scoring himself or distributing the ball to his teammates. The short-nosed alligators predominantly employed a smaller lineup, and Donovan had long envisioned executing such a small ball strategy. However, this tactic demanded a high level of individual skill from its practitioners. One must be proficient in driving, passing, and shooting. Hamilton, lacking sufficient shooting range, was more suited for direct ball handling attacks rather than relying on screens, rendering him ill-suited for this scheme. Previously, while Young Kaiwen had met the shooting range criteria, his speed of initiation and ability to drive and distribute were inadequate, as he primarily depended on catch-and-shoot opportunities, with mismatches yielding minimal effect. As for the freckled Teddy Dupé, Coach Wan had never even considered him. Now, having observed Young Kaiwen's improvement and a significant enhancement in his performance, Coach Wan decided to reinstate this previously shelved small ball strategy. The two starting interior players for the short-nosed alligators, Danielle Harvey and Haslam, both lacked defensive versatility, and one held high hopes for this strategy, anticipating that Young Kaiwen could introduce greater dynamism to the team. After absorbing the explanation of the strategy, Young Kaiwen felt an exhilarating rush. It was as if, while fighting off sleep, someone had offered him a pillow. No matter how remarkable a player's individual abilities may be, without an appropriate strategy and ample freedom to shoot, it is challenging to shine in a game. Now, with the small ball strategy in place and the prospect of receiving a second wave of developmental attributes from the potion the following day, Young Kaiwen was confident that he would undoubtedly shine in the semifinals. Once Donovan had finished elucidating the strategy, he engaged in a brief conversation with Young Kaiwen before departing the gym alongside his assistant coach. Young Kaiwen chose to stay behind for additional training. On one hand, he sought to further refine his physique. On the other, the potency of the developmental agents required diligent training to fully harness their benefits. Joining him in this endeavor was Haslam, a player renowned for his remarkable self-discipline even in his 40s, maintaining a body fat percentage of just 6. Having just participated in an intense competitive match, both athletes focused their supplementary training on shooting. However, their approaches differed. Haslam concentrated on mid-range shots, while Young Kaiwen practiced three-point shots from various angles. Young Kaiwen has inherited a supple and agile wrist from his predecessors, and with the integration of experience cards, his shooting has undeniably ascended to NBA standards. From the 45-degree angles on both sides of the court, as well as the top of the arc, Young Kaiwen exhibits remarkable confidence in his long-range shots. His release is exceptionally swift. Often, even before his body reaches its peak elevation, the basketball has already left his hands. Young Kaiwen's pursuit of an exceptionally swift shooting technique, at first glance, resembles merely propelling the ball forward, a style that emulates the prodigious Stephen Curry of Golden State. As a reincarnated athlete, Young Kaiwen is acutely aware of the significance of a player's release speed. Curry himself has undergone specific tests, revealing that he requires a mere 0.3 seconds from receiving the ball to releasing it. What does 0.3 seconds signify? It is the approximate duration it takes for an average person to blink. In other words, in the fleeting moment you blink, Curry has already executed a shooting motion, a speed that is simply astonishing. According to ESN, the average shooting release time in the NBA is 0.54 seconds, indicating that Curry's release is nearly twice as fast as that of most players in the league, justifying his moniker as the Golden State Eagle. Currently, while young Kaiwen has yet to reach the prodigious level of the Heavenly Child, he stands out remarkably even within the NBA. At present, neither the NCAA nor the NBA places significant emphasis on three-point shooting. In this era where three-point specialists are scarce, players are even less inclined to pursue the ultimate release speed. The majority of coaches firmly believe in the adage that defense wins championships and that the closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage, thereby directing players to primarily focus on strong drives to the paint and mid-range shooting. Young Kaiwen adheres to the principle that in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. His strikes are delivered from a relatively low stance, relying solely on speed and precision to secure victory. Young Kaiwen's shooting arc is remarkably high, even exceeding 50 degrees, which significantly enhances the angle at which his shots enter the basket, facilitating a more effortless swish. In no time, he accomplished the daunting task of sinking 100 three-pointers from various positions. This fluid and efficient display of shooting left Haslem momentarily speechless. Kaiwen, when did your three-point shooting become this exceptional? If you had exhibited such prowess at the beginning of the season, the coach would undoubtedly have placed you in the starting lineup much earlier, Haslem remarked, his disbelief evident. Chapter 9, Objective, MOP. Practice makes perfect. Your mid-range accuracy is commendable. With more practice, you could certainly develop your three-point shooting. Young Kaiwen hinted at the future significance of the three-pointer in basketball. However, I play in the post position, so developing a three-point ability may not be particularly beneficial. Haslem scratched the back of his head. Well then, curse the limitations of this era. Young Kaiwen patiently elucidated. The rise of the three-point shot is undoubtedly a burgeoning trend. Firstly, from the perspective of basketball tactics, the three-point shot can significantly expand offensive space, thereby offering a multitude of strategic options on the offensive end. Secondly, from the viewpoint of the basketball market, the sport has always been dominated by giants. However, not everyone possesses the stature of a 2-meter behemoth. To captivate a broader audience and encourage the participation of shorter players, the rules will increasingly favor perimeter players, resulting in a higher proportion of three-point attempts. Lastly, as players' skills evolve, their arsenal of offensive weapons will also advance, making a player capable of long-range shooting in the paint exceedingly valuable in terms of tactics. Haslem gazed at young Kaiwen as if he were an extraterrestrial, his eyes wide with astonishment, remarking, "Kevin, you haven't truly been abducted by E.T. for transformation, have you? You seem like a completely different person." Young Kaiwen jested. There is a Chinese proverb that states, after 3 days apart, one should regard another with new eyes. You have only been absent for 2 days. Is it not merely 1 day that remains? As he spoke, Haslem, with a serious demeanor, counted on his fingers to illustrate his point to young Kaiwen. My brother, you must have excelled in mathematics during your childhood. Young Kaiwen found himself in a state of bemusement, resorting to a thumbs-up gesture to convey his respect. Indeed, both teachers and classmates have showered me with such praise. Haslem wore a proud expression. All right, Captain Has, you have triumphed. At that moment, a robust figure entered the basketball court, bellowing, Kevin, I heard you performed exceptionally well in today's scrimmage, leaving Teddy in utter disarray. And Coach Duomano has been singing your praises. The newcomer was none other than young Kaiwen's childhood friend and future manager, Henry. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I merely imparted some life lessons. Handling Teddy, the so-called calamai, was merely child's play for the current young Kaiwen. He teased, it seems you are quite the gossip. You should consider a career in FB. It would be a waste of talent otherwise. After all, I was once a sports star at Buddha University. I still have a bit of reputation. Henry chuckled heartily, wrapping an arm around young Kaiwen's shoulders. Being an FB doesn't compare to the earnings of a manager. So, my brother, you must strive diligently and aim for the NBA. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting for too long. I am entering the draft this year. Young Kaiwen deliberately avoided Haslem, as he and Henry had yet to formalize their contract. Given their friendship and familial ties, even if the league were to conduct an inquiry, they could easily navigate through it. Young Kaiwen highly approves of his childhood friend becoming his agent. On one hand, their relationship is exceptionally strong, built on a profound foundation of trust. On the other hand, Young Kaiwen is not a prominent star in the NCAA and thus does not attract high-profile agents. Henry possesses a charismatic personality and is adept in social situations. In a previous life, LeBron James's exclusive agent, Rich Paul, began as a mere seller of jerseys before joining the CAA agency, gradually ascending to become a powerful mogul representing 30 NBA players with a total salary nearing $400 million. He even married the British pop music sensation Adele, epitomizing the quintessential life of a winner. Young Kaiwen intends to forge a deep partnership with Henry, leveraging his foresight to unearth and sign potential rising stars among NBA players, nurturing Henry into a formidable NBA agent. In doing so, Young Kaiwen not only maximizes resources, but also wields significant influence off the court, facilitating his leadership among teammates and possibly disrupting others' ambitions to unite in their pursuit of success. It is indeed a strategy that allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvering. Kevin, do you genuinely plan to enter the draft this year? Haslam inquired, his eyes reflecting confusion and skepticism. He recognized that Young Kaiwen had improved significantly, exhibiting exceptional form. However, the latter's overall statistics for the season remained rather mediocre, making the prospect of entering the NBA draft seem rather tenuous. I am serious. I am not joking. Young Kaiwen nodded resolutely and stated earnestly, this year, our team has advanced to the top 4, and we even have the potential to clinch the NCAA championship. The attention from the outside world is immense. Mike and Donnie have both made it clear that they will enter the draft. And given our team's performance and their burgeoning fame, their entry into the NBA seems almost inevitable. Once they depart, our team's roster will inevitably weaken, and our performance is likely to decline. I recommend that you also consider entering the draft. Your physical attributes are exceptional, and your statistics surpass those of Donnie. This year is a relatively less competitive draft year, and with some strategic maneuvering, you are likely to be selected, rather than struggling in the NCAA next year. It would be wiser to enter the NBA sooner, achieve financial independence earlier, and the team will also benefit from your youth and potential, prioritizing your development. Young Kaiwen was aware that Haslam faced the disappointment of not being selected in the 2002 NBA draft, having married his girlfriend in 2001. He found himself responsible for supporting his wife and child, which led him to play for a French club to make ends meet. Fortunately, in 2003, Heat scout Chet Kammer took notice of Haslam, allowing him to join the Miami Heat through his diligent efforts in the preseason, thus embarking on a legendary career as the soul of the Heat. However, in this parallel timeline, the presence of Young Kaiwen, like a butterfly, suggests that the butterfly effect may alter Haslam's NBA journey, rendering it less fortuitous than it was in the previous reality. Kevin Young recollected that in the year 2000, the Miami Heat possessed 2 second-round draft picks. Should the Alligator team clinch the championship, Haslam might very well have the opportunity to contribute to the Heat. After all, this man adorned with a tattoo of the Florida map harbors the grand aspiration of playing for his hometown team. Henry interjected, asserting, I believe Kevin is absolutely right. NBA teams indeed place significant emphasis on a player's age during the draft. There exists a considerable disparity in treatment between those entering the draft at 18 and those at 22. Older rookies, unless they showcase exceptional performance from the outset, often struggle to secure the team's resources. Yet, how many can emerge at their peak like Tim Duncan or Admiral David Robinson? Haslam, upon hearing this, hesitated before responding. Regarding the draft, I need to discuss it with my family. Kevin, your statistics this season are not impressive. Do you truly have confidence in your chances of being selected? Of course, no problem. Young Kaiwen patted Haslam on the shoulder and earnestly stated, as long as you can provide me with ample screens and convert my passes into assists, I am exceedingly confident that I can secure the Most Valuable Player award in this year's NCAA Final Four. At that point, my previous underwhelming statistics will be of no concern. So, will you lend me a helping hand? Without a moment's hesitation, Haslam nodded in agreement. Absolutely. I'm here to assist you. Haslam is an exceptionally selfless player. In Young Kaiwen's previous life, he dedicated many years to performing the unsung task for the Miami Heat. When the team sought to assemble their big three, he even voluntarily took a pay cut, turning down a more lucrative contract and becoming one of the unsung heroes behind their union. What a noble spirit. Young Kaiwen gave a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Have you finished your extra practice? Let me treat you to a sumptuous meal, Henry enthusiastically proposed. Today, young Kaiwen's remarkable performance warranted celebration, and Henry also wished to seize the opportunity to connect further with Haslam, hoping to develop him into his second client. Chapter 10. Rising Strength. Henry graciously took young Kaiwen and Haslam to a nearby upscale restaurant, where they indulged in a lavish lunch. Around the table, the three engaged in spirited discussions about basketball while savoring the delectable cuisine. Young Kaiwen shared a plethora of insights regarding the evolution of the NBA. Armed with over 2 decades of knowledge, he eloquently discussed topics such as market development, tactical trends, and the evolution of player skills, captivating both Henry and Haslam, who listened in rapt admiration. Among the trio, young Kaiwen, the youngest, exuded an air of maturity that made him seem like the elder statesman. Both Henry and Haslam unanimously concurred that even if young Kaiwen does not become an NBA player, he would surely excel as a team manager. After lunch, young Kaiwen and Haslam returned to their dormitory for a brief respite. Meanwhile, Henry heeded young Kaiwen's advice and began to engage more actively with sports journalists and media outlets. Traditional print media still holds considerable sway, and if establishing relationships proves challenging, he could initially focus on emerging internet platforms to broaden his network and influence. Upon returning to the dormitory, young Kaiwen placed a call to Olivia, who was en route back to Oklahoma State University. In her senior year, although she had successfully completed her thesis, she now faced the pressures and choices of impending employment. Despite having shared intimate moments, young Kaiwen and Olivia remained in a state that was yet to fully blossom into a romantic relationship. The two conversed for over 10 minutes before concluding their call. In the United States, the prevalent dating paradigm progresses from initial acquaintance to the invitation for a face-to-face meeting, followed by formal dates, and potentially culminating in an exclusive relationship. At first glance, the dating process in America appears quite similar to that in our homeland, yet the primary distinction lies in the American perspective on relationships, where liking someone, dating, intimacy, and the labels of boyfriend or girlfriend do not adhere to a prescribed sequence or inherent correlation. After a brief nap in the dormitory, young Kaiwen and Haslam set off for the training facility in the afternoon. Unlike romantic relationships, the camaraderie between men can develop rapidly. Two strangers can share a meal or a drink and swiftly become close friends or even lifelong comrades. With a major competition approaching, the coaching staff opted not to schedule a training session that afternoon to ensure the players maintained their physical stamina, leaving young Kaiwen and Haslam to engage in self-directed practice. Their additional training mirrored the morning's focus, primarily centered on shooting and passing to one another. Influenced by young Kaiwen, Haslam also incorporated more three-point shooting drills. Although young Kaiwen advised him to begin with corner shots, the rationale being that corner three-point shots are closer than those from other areas. The distance from the corner to the hoop is 22 feet 6, 71 meters, a full 21 inches 53 meters, shorter than shots taken from the top of the arc. Under identical shooting conditions, the closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage naturally becomes. In a previous analysis of the 2013 NBA season statistics, the shooting percentage for corner three-pointers reached an impressive 38.7, while the top of the arc three-pointer languished at merely 34.6. Remarkably, some specialists in three-point shooting achieved accuracy rates from the corner exceeding 60, surpassing the free throw percentages of many players. Furthermore, corner three-pointers are intrinsically linked to a team's offensive efficiency. When a three-point shooter is stationed in the corner, they draw their defensive counterpart away from the paint, thereby creating additional offensive space for teammates and enriching the tactical repertoire of the team. With shooting percentages of 76 out of 100, 81 out of 100, and 78 out of 100, young Kevin has been practicing three-point shots from 5 different positions, with accuracy levels hovering around 75 to 80. While this percentage may seem impressive, it merely places him in the upper echelon of NBA players. For an NBA caliber shooter, the open three-point shooting percentage typically ranges between 70 to 80, with elite marksmen like Stephen Curry achieving over 90. Ultimately, the atmosphere, intensity of defense, and physical fatigue during regular training sessions and official games cannot be compared. After completing his shooting drills, young Kevin engaged in some fundamental ball handling exercises before concluding his additional practice for the day. Currently, his physical attributes stand at a mere 57, which, for the time being, limits his potential to become an obsessive training fanatic. In the early hours of 4 o'clock in Los Angeles, it is not as simple as merely wishing to observe. In reality, young Kevin finds himself in Florida, a straight-line distance of 3 500 kilometers from Los Angeles, rendering such aspirations impossible. The following day, young Kevin arrived at the gym early alongside Haslam. After 24 hours of the effects of medication absorption, the second round of attribute enhancements from the development potion had been realized. The physical attributes displayed on the system interface had transformed into a hexagon comprising strength, 60, speed, 85, jumping ability, 80, reaction, 81, physique, 62, and endurance, 75. With an elevation in physical prowess, young Kevin eagerly anticipated the opportunity to test his abilities. Even through mere practice, he could distinctly sense his newfound strength. The most apparent improvement was in his ball handling and penetration skills. The comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes allowed for swifter breakthroughs, with his technical maneuvers becoming increasingly fluid and incisive, akin to upgrading an engine from 2.0 to 3.0 liters, resulting in more robust power and smoother operation. Kevin, you're up so early. Kevin Young had barely begun his practice when Hamilton arrived early at the gym. In their contest yesterday, Hamilton found himself at a disadvantage, prompting him to come in earlier today to warm up and adjust his state, eager to reclaim his standing. To his surprise, however, his opponent arrived even earlier. Kevin, are you interested in a one-on-one challenge? Hamilton proposed. Come on, I've improved today. Be careful not to have your confidence shaken. Kevin Young was eager to find a sparring partner, and Hamilton readily accepted the challenge. Go ahead and boast. Just wait and see how I shall defeat you, he chuckled. 10 minutes later, indeed, someone was vanquished, Hamilton, whose confidence took a hit. With a speed attribute elevated to 85, Kevin Young had already become one of the NCAA's premier sprinters. Hamilton, a tank-like guard, managed decent straight-line acceleration but was utterly unable to match Yang's lateral speed. While it could not be said that Young completely dismantled Hamilton's defenses, the difference was negligible. Hamilton relied on his robust physique to overpower Young. Yet with a strength rating of 60, Young was already of average stature among shorter guards. Coupled with defensive skills gained through experience cards and subtle maneuvers, he effectively contained his opponent. Kevin, have you taken something today? You're even fiercer than yesterday. Initially intent on reclaiming his pride, Hamilton instead found himself on the receiving end of a harsh lesson, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, his disappointment soon dissipated. As teammates arrived and witnessed the one-on-one duel, many were inspired to challenge Young, only to be subdued on the ground, including two-star teammates, Mike and Donnell. Such is the nature of competitive sports. Victories and defeats often hinge on a razor-thin margin. Currently, Kevin Young's physical prowess placed him in the upper echelon of NBA guards. And with his shooting ability and game experience, besting teammates still grappling in the NCAA's lower tiers was a mere formality. The basketball court is a realm where prowess reigns supreme. Following a series of one-on-one matchups, Kevin Young's status within the team soared dramatically. Chapter 11. The starting lineup. During team training, Kevin Young once again showcased his remarkable prowess, becoming the center of attention. In a scrimmage, he relentlessly dominated Teddy Dupay. Right from the start, Young sank 5 consecutive shots, including 2 3-pointers, racking up 12 points while simultaneously stifling Teddy's performance, who failed to score on 3 attempts and committed 2 turnovers, one through a steal and the other by failing to cross half-court within 8 seconds. Teddy lasted a mere 3 minutes before the coaching staff benched him. Subsequently, Young faced off against Hamilton once more, who was unable to curtail Young's spectacular display. Young Kaiwen continued to excel by skillfully combining breakthrough maneuvers, passing, and shooting, collaborating with Hamilton to successfully suppress the blue team, led by several starting players. Regardless of who was assigned to guard him, Young Kaiwen consistently discovered opportunities to penetrate the defense or take a shot. When he attracted double teams from his opponents, he adeptly distributed the ball to his teammates, facilitating the team's scoring efforts. Young Kaiwen vaguely sensed that after his reaction attribute increased to 81, the efficiency of organizing passes had significantly improved, and during the match, his ability to discern passing routes had markedly accelerated. After 20 minutes of play, Coach Tom Donovan gathered the starting players together to assign Young Kaiwen the small ball tactics mentioned yesterday. Young Kaiwen primarily focuses on executing off-ball movements along the sidelines and baseline, utilizing the screens set by his teammates in the paint to receive the ball for a shot, or decisively driving to the basket when faced with a mismatch in defense. Kevin Young did not disappoint Donovan. In the subsequent scrimmage, he executed the strategy flawlessly. Whenever the perimeter defenders showed even the slightest hesitation in their pursuit, He seized the moment to take decisive shots, showcasing his NBA-caliber precision. Even under tight defensive pressure, Yang demonstrated his exceptional ball handling skills, creating scoring opportunities for himself or delivering exquisite passes to his teammates. By the end of the practice, he had amassed a staggering stat line of at least 35 points and 15 rebounds, proving utterly unstoppable. Even Juan, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Kevin, have you been possessed by a deity? I have seen players experience rapid improvement, but your dramatic transformation over 2 consecutive days is unprecedented. I find it impossible to reconcile the player you were with the player you are now. Your rate of progress is astonishing. Your style of play has completely evolved, and your physical prowess has evidently improved by at least 2 tiers. Coach, I was actually abducted by aliens a couple of days ago. They found me handsome and bestowed upon me a serum that supposedly would make me as strong as Captain America from Marvel." Kevin Yang jested earnestly. "What did you say?" Donovan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Seeing that the head coach was taking him seriously, Kevin could no longer maintain his composure and chuckled. "Ha ha ha, coach. I was just joking. April Fool's Day is approaching, so I thought I'd get a head start." "You rascal." Donovan couldn't help but laugh, giving Kevin a gentle pat on the shoulder. He was not a strict coach and welcomed light-hearted banter from his players. Subsequently, Coach Donovan gathered all the players and announced the tactical arrangements for the semifinal. "In the upcoming semifinal against North Carolina, I have decided to start Kevin. We will employ a dual guard strategy to penetrate the opponent's defense with a faster offensive tempo. North Carolina excels in zone defense, so we must complete our offense swiftly before their defensive alignment is fully established. Kevin, are you capable of undertaking this formidable task?" With unwavering confidence, young Kaiwen answered loudly. "Coach, I promise to complete the task. If I fail, I will do handstands while washing my hair for 3 months." The crowd, unaccustomed to the humor of the modern internet, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. In the afternoon, Yang Kaiwen packed his belongings and departed with the team for the Final Four, held in Indianapolis. The RCA Dome, a multifunctional arena and home to the NFL's Indianapolis Colts, boasts a capacity of 56,127 spectators. In 1999, the arena underwent renovations, enhancing luxury suites and adding club seating. After the coaching staff checked the team into their hotel, they instructed the players to rest and refrain from going out to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The next day, April 1st, April Fool's Day, at 9:30 a.m., the coach of the Gators led the players onto the bus en route to the RCA Dome for a pregame acclimatization session. Such training is typically relaxed. Coach Donovan merely organized a brief practice focusing on shooting techniques and rehearsed a few tactical plays before concluding the session. Transforming a football field into a basketball court requires numerous adjustments, such as elevating the playing surface, laying down hardwood flooring, and reconstructing some lower seating areas. However, in the United States, a well-established system allows for these modifications to be executed seamlessly, provided the funding is adequate. The renovations at the RCA Dome are notably professional, making it almost indistinguishable from a standard basketball court. The players merely need to familiarize themselves with the environment, as the success of the game hinges on their performance that evening. The first semifinal featured Michigan against Wisconsin, and as anticipated, Michigan triumphed with a score of 53-41, securing their place in the finals. The match was fiercely contested, with both teams exhibiting commendable shooting percentages. Ultimately, Michigan's superior rebounding led them to victory. The second semifinal, between Florida and North Carolina, was set to commence at 9 p.m. By 6 or 7 p.m., throngs of enthusiastic fans had gathered outside the arena, adorned in their respective university jerseys, cheering and celebrating with exuberance. Over the years, the NCAA has diligently worked to expand its influence while preserving the purity of collegiate athletics. It stands not only as the pinnacle of global collegiate sports but also as a unique vessel of American sporting culture. March Madness serves as a coveted stage for all college players to showcase their talents, drawing attention from scouts nationwide. The allure of the NCAA tournament lies in the significance of each game, where victory or defeat hinges on a singular moment. Perhaps the aftermath of the First World War is marked by regrets, or perhaps it has forged legends. This tension and exhilaration can only be paralleled by the exhilarating Game 7 of the NBA playoffs. A single game has the power to alter a player's destiny and can even leave a profound impact on the sport of basketball itself. As we approach the Final Four, the stage becomes increasingly grand. with countless NBA legends first emerging during the NCAA Final Four, embarking on their illustrious journeys. This is no exaggeration. The NCAA championship of 1982 serves as the finest exemplar. That year, freshman Michael Jordan clinched victory for North Carolina with a decisive jump shot against Georgetown, securing the championship title. This particular shot held immense significance for Jordan's basketball career, as the legendary player once remarked, "Ever since I made that shot, everything has gone smoothly for me. Had it not been for that game winner, I cannot fathom what my accomplishments would be today." Tonight, the University of Florida faces none other than Jordan's alma mater, North Carolina. Chapter 12. The entrance. The players from Florida and North Carolina arrived at the arena well before 7 o'clock, entering the locker room to prepare. During this time, players may choose to partake in light meals to replenish their energy. However, many find their appetites diminished due to the overwhelming tension, often resulting in restlessness. Kevin Young is not among them. He is savoring a slice of pear toast accompanied by a piece of smoked salmon. To maintain his physical condition, he strives to avoid fried foods. Otherwise, he would indulge in some crispy French fries. Kevin, are you truly unperturbed? Outside, the arena is filled with nearly 60,000 spectators and a throng of media reporters. Haslam himself is experiencing a bit of nervousness, frequently needing to relieve himself. And upon observing Kevin's relaxed demeanor, he instinctively engages in conversation to alleviate his own anxiety. When no one is watching the game, one's prowess diminishes by half. Isn't it better to have a larger audience? Ideally, a global broadcast would elevate one's reputation, and who knows? He might land a sneaker endorsement deal even before stepping onto an NBA court. Kevin Young stuffed the last piece of toast into his mouth, with so many spectators. Isn't this the perfect stage to showcase our prowess? What is there to be anxious about? Upon hearing this, Haslam shook his head in amazement. You have truly transformed remarkably. I recall during the Sweet 16, you were so nervous that you visited the restroom twice before the game. There is a saying in China, after parting for 3 days, one should see with new eyes. Well, no need to count on fingers. Yesterday was sufficient for 3 days. Indeed, today marks the 4th day. Donovan stood in the center of the locker room, fervently waving his arms to rally the team. Everyone, relax and don't be tense. North Carolina's lineup this year is not particularly formidable among their players. Only 1 or 2 are considered by the media as potential NBA prospects, and their draft positions are not as favorable as Mike and Donnell S. Their offensive capabilities are rather weak. In the Elite 8, they only scored 59 points. As long as we perform at our usual level, victory will surely be ours. Do you have confidence? Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonant and full of determination. Subsequently, Donovan privately conversed with the players to alleviate their anxieties. Starting with Kevin Young. Tonight marks Kevin's first time as a starter, and given the significance of the semifinal, he was concerned that nerves might hinder Kevin's performance. Kevin, the game is about to begin. How are you feeling right now? Do not fret. Just perform as you normally would, and no one can impede you. Donovan said with a smile, giving Kevin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Young Kaiwen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked with a light-hearted smile, Coach, my only concern at this moment is that the opposing team may concede too swiftly, leaving me with insufficient playing time. If possible, I wish to play the entire match, as I still possess a wealth of untapped energy during our training sessions. Ha, you rascal. I eagerly anticipate your splendid performance. Dua Wanyuo discerned an overwhelming exuberance and confidence in Yang Kaiwen's words, to the extent that he felt the player exhibited a steadiness surpassing his own as the head coach. Such fervent desire to showcase one's talent and win, manifested even before a significant competition, often heralds the emergence of the most luminescent stars on the field. Kevin Yang's unwavering confidence stems from his firm belief that his team is destined for victory. In his previous life, Florida achieved a resounding triumph over North Carolina, winning 89-76 and advancing to the finals. Now, with his formidable X-factor, Florida has every reason to excel. Should they falter, Kevin would not hesitate to depart for the glamorous world of Hollywood, seeking to amass a collection of starlets, including the likes of Black Widow, The King, and Jessica, before making a triumphant return to conquer the NCAA once more. However, it is no simple task to carve out a niche in Hollywood as a renowned diva. Consider the tale of the past when a certain fan clamored for a taste of Black Widow's bathwater. Yet, even after the passage of over a decade, that dream remains unfulfilled. In contrast, the legendary Dennis Rodman effortlessly captured the heart of Madonna. Of course, the illustrious P. Diddy. who has had his own dalliance with the material girl, also boasts a remarkable reputation, as the adage suggests that sometimes the second is greater than the first. The seasoned rogue quips, "I believe I am more deserving." To which Madonna retorts, "No, you are not." Coach Donovan subsequently engaged with other players, placing particular emphasis on motivating Donnell Harvey. He could sense that this former top high school player was feeling the pressure, a normal reaction for a freshman. The more Kevin interacted with Donnell, the more he perceived the latter's maturity, which was far beyond that of a typical 18-year-old. As game time approached, the players entered the court punctually. The RCA Dome resonated with the fervent cheers of 60,000 eager fans who offered their applause and support. The player introduction ceremony was grand and reminiscent of an NBA event. Prior to the game, the coaching staff provided the announcer with the roster and order of appearance. As the lights dimmed, spotlights illuminated the players rushing onto the court, while the announcer exuberantly called out their names, met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. Traditionally, the most renowned and skilled players are introduced last. However, Donovan, in a bid to confound the opposition, deliberately arranged for Kevin to make his entrance first. As the initial player to take the court, Kevin Young stepped forward. In the NBA, stars typically make their entrance last, but Tom Donovan opted for a different strategy, viewing Kevin as a secret weapon to bewilder their rivals. Last year, CBS acquired the exclusive rights to broadcast the NCAA March Madness from 2003 to 2013 for an astounding $6 billion, outbidding ESPN and Fox. The live commentary was provided by CBS's celebrated basketball duo, Mike Gorman and William Packer. With the cameras rolling, Gorman passionately introduced the entering players. First up, from the University of Florida, we have the Chinese-American player, Kevin Young. He will be playing as the point guard. It must be said that this athlete possesses an undeniably handsome visage, were it not for the number 30 jersey of the short-armed crocodile team he dons. One might easily mistake him for a star model gracing the runway. In the preceding Sweet 16 match, he suffered a concussion due to an elbow strike and was hospitalized. Yet he appears to have made a remarkable recovery, his charming countenance remaining unscathed. The applause that erupted from the audience was not particularly fervent, but upon closer inspection, it was predominantly composed of female admirers. Young Kaiwen remained unfazed, firmly believing that his performance would soon captivate everyone present. The meticulously devised tactics by Brother One granted him the privilege of engaging in one-on-one confrontations during fast breaks, thereby fully unleashing his offensive prowess. In set plays, his position was no longer fixed. He adeptly maneuvered, utilizing screens from the interior players, enjoying the liberty to catch and shoot at will. Today, he undoubtedly stood as the tactical nucleus of the Gators, with a strategic significance surpassing that of Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey. Following a brief warm-up, the starting players from both teams took to the court. Chapter 13. NCAA Semifinals. The starting lineup for the University of Florida Gators consisted of Young Kaiwen, Hamilton, Mike Miller, Donnell Harvey, and Haslam. In contrast, North Carolina's starting players were Ed Cota, height 188 centimeters, weight 88 kilograms, Joseph Forte, 193 centimeters, 84 kilograms, Max Owens, 196 centimeters, 90 kilograms, Jason Capel, 203 centimeters, 100 kilograms, and Brendan Haywood, 213 centimeters, 116 kilograms. The core players for North Carolina included the junior center Brendan Haywood and the freshman shooting guard Joseph Forte. A classic duo of a guard and a center. Both players were renowned basketball prodigies prior to their recruitment by North Carolina. Brendan Haywood was selected for the McDonald's All-American team in 1997, averaging 13.6 points and 7.5 rebounds that season. Joseph Forte was recognized as the Washington Post's Player of the Year, recording an impressive 16.7 points and 5.5 rebounds in his rookie season. However, Young Kaiwen was aware that their NBA careers were not particularly illustrious. Brendan Haywood was a robust blue-collar center with subpar low-post skills and a dismal free-throw percentage, even inferior to that of Shaquille O'Neal. He managed to sustain his career across multiple NBA teams, fortuitously securing a championship ring with the Mavericks. As for Joseph Forte, he entered the draft in 2001 but only played 2 seasons in the NBA, participating in a mere 25 games before hastily concluding his career, later seeking fortune in the Greek League. As the referee's whistle echoed, both teams commenced with the jump ball. Haywood, towering a full 10 centimeters above Haslam, utilized his height and long arms to deftly direct the ball to his teammate, marking the official start of the match. Florida's defensive strategy was predicated on a man-to-man approach. Given Donovan's decision to field a diminutive lineup of dual guards, they were incapable of executing a zone defense. With Kevin Yang's stature, it proved challenging for him to effectively guard forwards standing around 2 meters tall. Should the opponent possess the capacity for one-on-one plays or exhibit precise mid-range shooting, Yang could easily become a defensive liability within the zone framework, leaving him vulnerable to relentless attacks from the adversary. Nevertheless, Yang remained unconcerned. Believing that Juan was overthinking the situation, he had reviewed the player's statistics from North Carolina, noting that the starting small forward, Max Owens, averaged a mere 7 points and 1.3 rebounds, with a shooting percentage below 42, far from intimidating. In truth, NCAA collegiate players, as they are still not professional athletes, largely rely on physical prowess at this stage, with few having fully developed superior shooting abilities. Yang Kaiwen, with his extensive competition experience, possesses the confidence to defend against opponents, provided they do not possess explosive physical prowess as a swingman. Even if they tower over him by a considerable margin, he remains unfazed. However, North Carolina's point guard, Ed Cota, clearly harbors a different opinion. Having perused the player profiles compiled by the North Carolina coaching staff, he recognizes that Yang Kaiwen is merely a bench player with limited defensive capabilities, standing at 188 centimeters and weighing 86 kilograms. Cota is significantly more robust than the slender Yang Kaiwen, whom he perceives as a defensive liability. He gestures to his teammates to create space, intending to exploit his individual prowess for a drive down the middle. "Hey, rookie, welcome to the NCAA Final Four. Watch me obliterate you." Cota secretly revels in the thought of seizing the spotlight in this grand arena. Trash talking? Bring it on. Who is afraid? Every Chinese has at least 1 or 2 keyboard warriors at their disposal, one for work and another for leisure. Veteran, keep talking. You won't have a chance tomorrow night, but you can certainly watch my performance. With your current skills, the NBA is out of reach. Given your linguistic flair, perhaps you should consider learning more languages. It might serve you well if you pursue a career overseas after graduation. Realizing he is unable to outwit his opponent verbally, Cota resolves to let his basketball skills do the talking. Leveraging his physical advantage, he swiftly changes direction with the ball, aiming to break through from the left side. Yang Kaiwen exhibited an extraordinary calmness, accurately discerning Cota's intentions. He adeptly shadowed him with agile, light footwork, employing subtle movements to create distractions. As Cota dribbled and accelerated towards the basket, Yang Kaiwen remained closely aligned with him, like a shadow. In that fleeting moment, Cota felt an undeniable pressure, instinctively. He shielded the basketball with his body and leaned back forcefully against his opponent. Had he been matched against a player of similar stature, he would likely have opted to pass the ball. However, Yang Kaiwen's height of 185 centimeters, coupled with his somewhat slender build, proved to be disorienting. Thus, Cota resolved to attempt a direct assault. He leaned back into Yang Kaiwen, striving to create space for his offense while simultaneously pivoting to his left. Yet, the anticipated scene of his opponent being knocked back did not materialize. Yang Kaiwen effortlessly absorbed the impact, maintaining his close defensive stance. Cota swiftly turned, seeking to evade Yang Kaiwen's defense, but the latter's rapid reflexes allowed him to extend his right hand and deftly dislodge the ball from Cota's grasp. Without hesitation, Yang Kaiwen surged forward like a released arrow, easily surpassing Cota in just 2 strides as he sped towards the opponent's half of the court. Cota turned to pursue, but Yang Kaiwen's elite NCAA speed left him merely lamenting from afar. Yang Kaiwen, with deft control, surged into the penalty area, leaping gracefully to deposit the ball into the net. The score transformed to 2-0, eliciting a chorus of applause and cheers from the audience. On the court, the commentator Gorman exuberantly exclaimed, "Look, what incredible speed!" Number 30, Kaiwen Yang, snatched the ball and launched a swift counterattack, leaving North Carolina's point guard, Ed Cota, far behind. Unable to match his pace, his partner, William, added, "Kaiwen Yang, this dashing little point guard, is indeed quite remarkable. Though he possesses a slender physique reminiscent of a model, his strength is formidable. Just moments ago, even Ed Cota, who was built like a football player, could not budge him. Truly astonishing." Yang Kaiwen was capable of withstanding the formidable Hamilton, who weighs 94 kilograms. Thus, it is only natural that he can defend against Cota. The match proceeds as North Carolina serves from the baseline, and Cota advances the ball toward the forefront of the court. Yang Kaiwen suddenly surged forward from near the halfway line like a cheetah, engaging in close and aggressive defense. His movements were precise and fluid. As his body pressed against his opponent, he abruptly exerted force and collided with him. After intercepting the ball from Kota, who was contemplating a counterattack, the unexpected tight defense caught him off guard. Instinctively, Kota shielded the ball with his back, taking a step back and shifting to the right, hoping to exploit the width of the court to evade Yang Kaiwen's defense. However, just as he was about to change direction, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Kota anticipated that the referee would call a foul on Yang Kaiwen, but to his surprise, the referee ruled a backcourt violation instead. Applying pressure at midcourt is a common defensive tactic in basketball, and a momentary lapse in focus can easily lead to errors. Is this the level of North Carolina's starting point guard? Kevin Young gazed at Kota, gently shaking his head with a look of regret, exclaiming, "No wonder everyone says that North Carolina with Jordan and North Carolina without him are two teams of entirely different caliber." Upon hearing this, Kota's expression stiffened, clearly agitated by Yang's remark. Was this Kevin Young truly just a rookie freshman? His trash talk was infuriating. As North Carolina committed a violation, Florida gained possession of the ball. Mike Miller swiftly executed an inbounds pass to Hamilton. The Florida players quickly spread out, creating an opportunity for Hamilton to engage in a one-on-one play. Forgoing any screens, he opted to drive towards the right. The North Carolina defense reacted immediately, with two players collapsing towards the right side of the paint in an attempt to double-team Hamilton. However, Hamilton displayed remarkable agility, evading the double team and swiftly passing the ball to the center. Chapter 14, NCAA Semifinals, Part 2, North Carolina, a prestigious powerhouse in NCAA history, exhibited rapid defensive rotations. Haslam received the ball, yet found no opportunity to shoot against North Carolina's staunch defense. Consequently, he dribbled the ball outward, drawing his defender away, and seamlessly passed to Miller on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Miller too encountered North Carolina's defensive pressure. In response to Florida's smaller lineup, North Carolina employed a 2-1-2 zone defense. This formation positioned one player near the three-point line at the center, two players at the edges of the mid-range and the paint, while the remaining two stood ready on either side of the interior for rebounding. The advantage of this formation lay in its effectiveness in applying pressure to outside shooters and limiting their attempts through double-teaming. Should the opponent attempt to penetrate or cut inside, North Carolina's players could swiftly collapse, forming a barricade to safeguard the paint. Of course, this defensive strategy also bore weaknesses. Effective double-teaming was challenging to execute from the high post and corner positions. To secure victory in this match, North Carolina's head coach, Bill Guthridge, devoted considerable effort to devising defensive tactics. The NCAA allows for a single offensive possession lasting 35 seconds. The Florida players patiently passed the ball multiple times, failing to find a favorable shooting opportunity until Haslam eventually passed it to the perimeter. He had promised to assist young Kevin in winning the M0, prioritizing passing to him without compromising the team's interests. Young Kaiwen utilized Donnell Harvey's off-ball screen, maneuvering to the right wing at a 45-degree angle, where he confidently received the ball, raising it above his head in a poised three-point shooting stance. Kota attempted to circumvent the screen in pursuit, yet Yang Kaiwen had no intention of shooting. Instead, he took a significant step with his right foot, skillfully changing direction to break through to the right. Due to the momentum from his pursuit, Kota found himself unable to shift laterally and was swiftly outpaced by Yang Kaiwen. As Yang Kaiwen executed a sudden stop at the horn, this maneuver drew the attention of North Carolina's center, Haywood, who rushed to defend. In response, Yang swiftly delivered the ball to Haslam, positioned in the vicinity of the key, where an expansive gap awaited. With the insights of a seasoned point guard and an impressive reaction attribute of 81, Yang discerned the optimal passing lane in an instant. Haslam, upon receiving the pass, made a slight adjustment, aimed for the hoop, and decisively released the ball. It arced gracefully through the air before finding its mark, swishing through the net. The score now stood at 4-0, marking Yang's first assist of the game. As they retreated on defense, Yang and Haslam exchanged high fives, their burgeoning synergy evident as they sought to elevate each other's performance. Once again, it was Kevin Young. He reaffirmed to all that he possessed not only remarkable looks, but also extraordinary basketball prowess. Following a deft breakthrough, he expertly assisted Haslam, who confidently sank a mid-range shot. The collaboration between this freshman and his sophomore counterpart was nothing short of spectacular, leaving spectators in awe. Gorman's commentary resonated with fervor as North Carolina initiated their offensive play. with Kota advancing the ball into the front court, engaging in a pick-and-roll strategy with his teammates. Kevin Young swiftly maneuvered around the cover, persistently pursuing his opponent. Before Kota could make much headway, he found himself closely guarded once again. With a speed rating exceeding 85, coupled with his agile stature, Yang's defensive capabilities during screens allowed him to navigate through, around, or even squeeze past defenders with remarkable swiftness. Realizing his breakthrough attempt was thwarted, Kota quickly passed the ball out. In the realm of sports, there exists a profound adage. In major competitions, anonymity prevails. To enhance their probability of success and minimize errors, the North Carolina team deliberately slowed their offensive tempo, continuously sharing the ball to create scoring opportunities, opting for one-on-one plays only when absolutely necessary. Florida State's man-to-man defense was both tight and orderly, with each player diligently marking their respective opponent. As the offensive clock dwindled for North Carolina, guard Joseph Ford and center Haywood attempted a pick-and-roll. After cutting to the basket, Haywood received the pass, but, confronted by Haslam's defensive interference, his shot veered off the rim. It must be noted that basketball is indeed a skillful endeavor. In terms of physical presence, Haywood stands at an impressive 213 centimeters. With a wingspan of 229 centimeters and a vertical leap of 288 centimeters, making him a prime candidate for a quality center. However, in reality, this technically gifted individual, who entered the NBA as the 20th pick in the first round of 2001, had a free throw percentage that was quite disheartening, even lower than that of Shaquille O'Neal. His low-post offense was almost negligible, save for an occasional flick of a layup. He was also infamously known for sidelining another notable talent, Dwight Howard. Haslam, quick on his feet, leaped again to deflect the ball away from the paint before Haywood could secure it. Hamilton, seizing the opportunity, initiated a fast break, charging towards the basket. Although his layup did not succeed, he effectively drew a foul from a North Carolina player, earning 2 free throws. A touch nervous, Hamilton converted one of the 2 attempts, bringing the score to 5-0. North Carolina commenced their offensive strategy, positioning themselves effectively before engaging in a flurry of passing exchanges. Bill Guthridge, who began his tenure as an assistant coach at North Carolina in 1967, had molded a group of spirited, tenacious young players into a team that appeared solid yet lacked fervor. With only 30 seconds left on the shot clock, Joseph Ford, the scoring guard for North Carolina, found himself with little time remaining. He attempted to drive past Hamilton but, failing to do so, forced a jump shot. Hamilton extended his arm for the block. Ford's shot was overly strained, ricocheting off the backboard, while Doniel Harvey leaped high to secure the defensive rebound. The offensive tactics of Florida State stood in stark contrast to those of North Carolina, as Coach Donovan urged his players to capitalize on fast breaks. Leveraging the speed advantage of their dual guards, Doniel Harvey swiftly passed the ball to Kevin Young, launching a fast break that created a 3-on-2 situation in their favor. Upon receiving the ball, Kevin Young swiftly maneuvered past his defender, drawing attention before passing it to Haslam. With the ball in hand, Haslam drove toward the center. But upon noticing a North Carolina player closing in for a defensive play, he refrained from taking a contested shot. Instead, he decisively passed the ball to Kevin Young, who lay in wait at the right side 45-degree arc, ready for a three-pointer. During their practice sessions, Haslam was well aware of Yang's exceptional accuracy from beyond the arc. Young Kaiwen did not disappoint his teammates. He effortlessly took a three-pointer from a wide-open position, the ball tracing a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net with a crisp sound. The score advanced to 8-0, with Young Kaiwen personally contributing 5 points. Juan Gu, exhilarated, rose from his seat, applauding loudly, while the bench players waved their towels in fervent support. Only the curly-haired Teddy Dupe remained silent, his expression one of distress, for he understood that his chances of playing in the forthcoming match were exceedingly slim. Having fallen behind 8-0 to Florida, North Carolina's head coach, Gus Rich, refrained from calling a timeout. He deemed the unfavorable start a mere fluke, confident that their zone defense would eventually curtail the opponent's performance. North Carolina launched an offensive, with Kota attempting to exploit a pick-and-roll for opportunities. However, as he dribbled toward the three-point line, Young Kaiwen initiated his tenacious, sticky defense. Kota maneuvered left and right, yet he could not shake Young Kaiwen's relentless grip. Ultimately, he forced a turnaround shot, his body leaning awkwardly due to exertion. But the ball was swatted away, veering off course. Despite being somewhat undersized, Florida's 2 starting big men were ferocious rebounders. Haslam firmly boxed out Haywood, allowing Danielle Harvey to seize the defensive rebound and swiftly pass it to Kaiwen. Florida's counterattack was sudden, catching North Carolina's zone defense a moment too late. After a deft maneuver, Kevin Young executed a one-handed long pass, striking the perfect balance of power and angle, delivering the ball precisely into the hands of Mike Miller, who had made a seamless cut into the paint. With no defenders in sight, Miller leaped effortlessly, soaring into the air to dunk the ball with one hand, scoring effortlessly. The score instantly transformed to 10-0, marking Yang's second assist of the day. The relentless offensive surge from Florida Atlantic ignited the passion of the entire arena, as applause and cheers reverberated throughout. North Carolina's head coach, Guthrie, could no longer remain seated and promptly called for a timeout. Chapter 15. NCAA Semifinals, Part 3. The current situation had completely deviated from what Coach Guthrie had anticipated prior to the game. His meticulously crafted strategy focused on closely monitoring Florida Atlantic's point guard, Hamilton, for his incisive drives and Mike Miller's mid-range shooting. However, he never expected that the offensive nucleus of Florida Atlantic would be the former backup point guard, Kevin Young. With his sharp drives, clever passes, precise three-pointers, and seasoned defense, this young man was anything but an ordinary backup player. Today, he exhibited the prowess of a star guard from an NBA team, excelling in every facet of the game. On the other hand, Coach Donovan of Florida Atlantic did not even pick up the tactical board, instead vocally encouraging his players, "We must continue to fortify our defense, implementing man-to-man tactics to ensure we do not lose our positions. We will execute tight help defense around the paint while employing individual defense elsewhere." When on offense, once the opposing zone defense is set, the big men should focus on setting high screens for Kevin. Kevin, when you drive, be mindful of your teammates for any mismatches or open opportunities, and pass for assists promptly. After succinctly emphasizing the tactical points, Coach Donovan turned to Mike Miller and Danielle Harvey, stating earnestly, "Mike and Harvey, you are the core of our team, and everyone is aware of that. North Carolina excels in zone defense. We need to exploit quick passing and movement to dismantle their strategy. Kevin's ability to drive and distribute, as everyone has witnessed over the past couple of days, is crucial. We have established a significant lead. As long as we remain united, victory will be ours, and we shall advance to the finals." Miller and Harvey exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood, Coach." Both had already decided to enter the NBA draft this year, naturally hoping for more opportunities to showcase their skills. However, they were acutely aware that winning was paramount. They were not the kind of players blessed with extraordinary talent destined to shine alone. Their prospects in the draft largely hinged on the team's performance. Currently, Kaiwen undeniably stands as the most formidable offensive engine within the ranks of the Buddha University team, exhibiting a remarkably astute playing style. Although the loss of free throw privileges may seem detrimental, both players will ultimately reap the rewards should the team advance. On the opposing side, North Carolina's head coach, Guthrie, has strategically reconfigured the defensive tactics, opting for a hybrid defense, as a mere zone defense proves insufficient to contain the Buddha University's incisive fast breaks. Nonetheless, the most pressing dilemma for Coach Guthrie lies in devising a strategy to counter the unexpected emergence of Kaiwen, akin to a sudden and formidable adversary. Regrettably, despite his extensive contemplation, the elderly coach, whose hair has long since turned white, has yet to conceive a viable countermeasure. Although, truth be told, he has always possessed a head of white hair. In strict terms, Guthrie cannot be classified as an outstanding head coach. He served as an assistant coach at North Carolina for 3 decades, and it was not until 1997, following the abrupt departure of head coach Dean Smith, that this septuagenarian finally assumed the reins. His coaching style is characterized by a tendency to over-rely on his starters, having instituted a 6-player starting system, while his ability to adapt during games is rather mediocre. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. Haywood positions himself high to provide a screen for Koda, who seizes the opportunity to penetrate the defense. At the opportune moment, Koda, akin to a bolt of lightning, breaches the defensive line. However, Haslam swiftly adjusts his defense, forming an impenetrable wall that confines Koda outside the key. Upon witnessing the situation, Kaiwen swiftly closed in like a cheetah, and together they formed an impenetrable encirclement, their arms flailing to prevent Koda from finding any gaps to pass to his teammates in the paint. Confronted with this formidable defense akin to a solid fortress, Koda had no choice but to pass the ball to an outside teammate, attempting to reorganize and lob it into the interior for Haywood beneath the basket. Hassel was quick to return to his defensive position, denying North Carolina any opportunity to capitalize. After several exchanges, the ball eventually found its way back to Coda. Noticing that fewer than 5 seconds remained on the shot clock, Coda, under Kaiwen's intense pressure, took a contested shot, which ricocheted off the rim. This time Haywood, leveraging his height and long reach, secured the offensive rebound, forcefully displacing Hassel beneath the basket, and successfully converted the second-chance opportunity, aiding North Carolina in breaking their scoring drought. The score reached 10-2, and even the most casual observers could discern that North Carolina's offense was considerably lackluster. As Florida State initiated their offense, Coda once again showcased his tenacious defense, clinging closely to his opponent, entangling them with his body and arms, making it exceedingly difficult for them to receive the ball or pivot. North Carolina advanced to the Final Four, and his tenacious, adhesive-like defense proved effective against numerous formidable adversaries. Kaiwen remained composed, deftly navigating the court with agile off-ball movements to seek opportunities for receiving the ball, while simultaneously depleting Coda's stamina. His competitive experience far surpasses that of the average NCAA collegiate athlete, making it nearly impossible to deny a player of Coda's caliber the chance to receive the ball. Kaiwen feigned a retreat, accelerating swiftly to the left side beyond the three-point line, where he deftly received the ball passed by his teammate. Confronted by Coda's tenacious defense, Kaiwen skillfully dribbled between his legs, seamlessly transitioning the ball to his right hand. With a subtle shift of his right shoulder, he executed a rapid change of direction to the left, successfully eluding Coda's defense. Kaiwen's explosive power and agility are among the finest in the entire NCAA. In one-on-one encounters, he effortlessly outmaneuvered Hamilton. Coda instinctively attempted a lateral shift to keep pace with Kaiwen, yet his body's momentum caused him to lose balance, resulting in him collapsing onto the floor. Kaiwen cast a fleeting glance at Coda, who had been knocked to the ground, before executing a sudden jump shot from beyond the three-point line. As the ball soared through the air, paid it no heed. Instead, he bent down, extending his hand in a feigned gesture to assist Coda, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of taunts. "I didn't think much of your appearance, but I expected better from your skills. How disappointing to find you so lacking." At that moment, the basketball traced a graceful arc before confidently swishing through the net. The score stood at 13-2, marking Yang's 8th point of the match. Kaiwen's taunts instantly broke Coda's composure. "Am I not appealing? Well, I concede that I cannot compete with you in that regard, but what does my appearance have to do with my performance on the court?" Enraged and embarrassed, Coda swatted Kaiwen's hand away and grimly pulled himself up from the floor. Yang's dazzling three-point jump shot, executed after skillfully deceiving his opponent, was a spectacle of sheer brilliance, confidence, and flair. The RCA Dome, filled to its capacity of over 60,000 spectators, erupted in a thunderous cheer, resembling the roar of a raging torrent, nearly threatening to lift the dome itself. Commentator Gorman exclaimed in awe, "My goodness, it's Kaiwen again. We have just witnessed a moment of historic significance on the NCAA stage, a scene that is destined to be replayed time and again." After leaving his adversary off balance, launched a three-pointer without casting a glance at the basket, instead extending his hand to assist his opponent to his feet. Such confidence and poise were simply astonishing. What was he doing? After outmaneuvering his rival, he seemed unhurried, as if contemplating the very essence of his opponent's existence. "I declare, from this moment forth, I am his fan." His partner, William, chimed in, "Kaiwen's performance since the start has been nothing short of sensational. It is hard to fathom that he was once merely a substitute. This shot has undoubtedly etched a deep shadow in Ed Coda's mind. However, I must add, Ed, while you are indeed the victim here, dismissing Kaiwen's offer to help you up does lack a certain gentlemanly decorum. Damn it, you know I am the victim," Coda thought, feeling an onslaught of frustration at Williams' remarks. Yet, his trials were far from over. As Coda advanced the ball up the court, gracefully retreated 3 steps, standing tall while elegantly gesturing with his right hand. "Is your ankle all right? Care for an answer ball? I assure you, I won't defend." Chapter 16, NCAA Semifinals, End. Kaiwen's audacious provocation of his opponent stems from the insights gleaned from the coaching staff regarding the North Carolina players. He understands that Coda's playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Teddy Dupuy, characterized primarily by scoring drives rather than proficiency in three-point shooting. Averaging less than 1 three-point attempt per game this season, with a dismal success rate below 25. In a typical training session, given such an open opportunity. Kota might have successfully made the shot. Regrettably, moments ago, he was left embarrassed in front of 60,000 spectators. Having been faked out and reduced to a mere backdrop for his opponent's ostentatious three-pointer, which has left him in a state of considerable agitation. Provoked by young Kaiwen, Kota, in a moment of impulsiveness, rose to shoot from the top of the three-point arc. His shooting form was relatively standard, and the trajectory was indeed straight. However, due to his unbalanced mindset, he failed to control his strength, resulting in the ball ricocheting off the backboard and being effortlessly caught by Haslam. Young Kaiwen received a pass from his teammate, ready to initiate an offensive play from the backcourt. Kota failed to make the three-point shot, causing his composure to falter. In his impatience during defense, he resorted to a reckless gamble for a steal. Young Kaiwen's provocation of Kita is merely a strategic underestimation of his opponent, aimed at unsettling Kita's competitive mindset. On a tactical level, he holds his adversary in high regard. Upon witnessing Kita's aggressive advance, Young Kaiwen swiftly executed a seamless behind-the-back dribble with his left hand, transferring the ball to his right, successfully maneuvering past his opponent before accelerating with fervor towards the front court. Kita's gamble for a steal proved futile. He hastily halted his movement, attempting to impede Young Kaiwen's fast break through a foul. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yang's speed, his outstretched hand failing to grasp the latter's jersey. With a numerical advantage, Young Kaiwen surged past the halfway line, poised to make a three-step layup down the center, drawing the North Carolina player's defensive attention. He deftly passed the ball to the right corner. Mike Miller had already positioned himself in his most familiar spot and, upon receiving the pass, launched a wide-open three-pointer, executing it flawlessly to secure the points. Truly, he is a sharpshooter, boasting a remarkable three-point shooting percentage of 47 throughout his NBA career. His open shot was a sure thing. With this three-pointer, the score shifted to 16-2 as Florida State expanded their lead to 14 points. With Young Kaiwen successfully recording his third assist of the match, the commentator, William, could not help but remark, "I initially anticipated a closely contested semifinal between Florida State and North Carolina. However, the start has proven to be overwhelmingly one-sided. North Carolina's head coach must devise a strategy, or else the ticket to the finals will undoubtedly belong to their opponents." Meanwhile, Gorman analyzed, trailing by 14 points. The team known for their offensive prowess still has a significant chance for a comeback, yet North Carolina has always excelled in solid defense, making a reversal quite challenging. We can see North Carolina's coach, Guthrie, at the sidelines, appearing anxious. I suspect he is contemplating personnel adjustments specifically to counter Florida State's number 30, Young Kaiwen, who has already amassed 8 points and 3 assists. Nearly all of Florida State's scoring is tied to him. North Carolina's offense continued to engage in a relentless battle of attrition. After nearly 30 seconds of intricate passing, the basketball was finally delivered to the center, Haywood, towering over his two shorter counterparts from Florida by a significant margin. Haywood's physical advantage led the North Carolinians to believe he would be a formidable asset against Florida's offensive strategy. Unfortunately, the outcome proved contrary to expectations. Employing his rudimentary low-post skills, Haywood attempted to score over Haslam, but once again, the ball was rejected by the rim. Florida swiftly seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Kevin Young, utilizing a teammate's screen, penetrated the defense, drawing attention before passing to an open teammate on the right. Hamilton, just inside the three-point line, received the ball and took a shot, but the basketball rimmed out. North Carolina secured the defensive rebound and initiated another offensive possession. This time, rather than force the ball inside, their leading scorer, Joseph Ford, utilized a screen from his teammate to evade Hamilton's tight defense, executing a mid-range jump shot that successfully netted 2 points. The score now stood at 16-4, narrowing the gap to 12 points. Upon resuming play, Florida executed an inbounds pass, with Kevin Young exploiting the court's width and his personal speed to drive past Kota, penetrating the paint and drawing Haywood's help defense. He executed a behind-the-back pass to Haslam, who, upon receiving the ball, powered through for a shot, drawing a foul from North Carolina's power forward, Jason Capel. Haslam's free throw shooting was commendable, boasting a career hit rate of 75.5, surpassing even LeBron James by 2 percentage points, converting both attempts. Haslam extended the score to 18-4. North Carolina's head coach, Guthrie, could no longer remain passive and called for a timeout. He substituted the 183 centimeters tall backup point guard, Jonathan Holmes, for Ed Kota. Although Holmes's passing and shooting skills were modest, his explosive athleticism was intended to counteract Young's speed. Whether this adjustment would prove effective remained uncertain, yet it was apparent that North Carolina had already been significantly outmatched. As the game resumed, the newly adjusted North Carolina defense still struggled to withstand Florida's incisive offensive maneuvers. While Jonathan Holmes could match Yang's speed, his height and wingspan were somewhat lacking, and his experience paled in comparison. With his teammates providing ample cover, Kaiwen effortlessly evaded the defenders and took a jump shot, unperturbed by the threat of a block. Should Jonathan Holmes fervently pursue him, Yang would expertly employ rhythm changes and feints to penetrate the defense and distribute the ball, assisting his teammates in scoring. Under Kaiwen's orchestration, the offensive flow of the University of Florida was as smooth and unstoppable as mercury. The NCAA game is divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes. As the engine of the team, Kaiwen nearly played the entire half. And whether in terms of performance on the court or statistical output, he was undoubtedly the standout player of the match. Kaiwen played for 18 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 19 points, 6 assists, and 2 steals with a shooting accuracy of 7 out of 11, including 3 successful three-pointers from 6 attempts and 2 made free throws. He also fortuitously secured a rebound, effectively filling his personal statistics. Under Kaiwen's guidance, Haslam also shone in the first half, contributing 9 points and 6 rebounds, ranking second in team performance only to Kaiwen. With Kaiwen commanding the offense, Mike Miller had limited opportunities, attempting only 4 shots, 3 of which were three-pointers set up by Kaiwen, successfully making 2, totaling 6 points and 3 rebounds. Donnell Harvey focused primarily on defense and rebounding, yielding average statistics with only 4 points and 5 rebounds. At the end of the first half, Florida led North Carolina with a substantial score of 53-30, holding a commanding 23-point advantage, effectively securing victory in advance. Some North Carolina fans, unable to witness their team being thoroughly outplayed, left the arena in disappointment. In the second half, Coach Gusrich made tactical adjustments. To bridge the significant gap and turn the tide, he introduced several sharpshooters. Consequently, the team's offensive performance improved, albeit at the cost of defensive strength. In the midst of this chaotic contest, Kaiwen's scoring prowess was further unleashed. The initial 10 minutes of the second half became a showcase for Kaiwen, as he consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, 2 mid-range jump shots, and completed 3 layups, while skillfully assisting teammates through multiple drives. With his fiery form, he activated the system star item, JR, allowing him to score reliably even against defenders. By the 30-minute mark, Kaiwen had amassed explosive statistics of 38 points, 12 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals, nearly achieving a remarkable 40-10. At this point, the score differential had widened to 32 points, and despite 10 minutes remaining in the game, it had already entered garbage time. Unwilling to accept such a humiliating deficit, North Carolina players escalated their defensive actions. Sensing victory was assured, Coach Donovan prudently substituted all starting players to prevent injuries ahead of the finals. Following the entry of Florida's bench players, North Carolina capitalized on the opportunity to regain some points. However, the earlier deficit was insurmountable. Ultimately, the University of Florida triumphed over North Carolina with a score of 88-62, marking their inaugural advance to the NCAA Finals. Chapter 17. If we do not strive, we may end up in film production in the RCA Dome, amidst the fervent cheers and applause of over 60,000 spectators. Players from both Florida and North Carolina shook hands in mutual respect in the fiercely competitive realm of NCAA Division I basketball, emerging from 32 conferences and 346 teams to reach this stage. Both teams demonstrated remarkable prowess, undoubtedly deserving of admiration as worthy opponents. Kevin, well done. Donovan embraced Kevin Young, his face radiant with excitement. He was uncertain whether the team could have secured victory without Yang's sudden outburst, but he knew that the game would not have been as effortlessly dominated against North Carolina. The defeat was swift, leaving room for more statistics to be amassed. With a jest, Yang indulged in a moment of playful boasting. Following a resounding victory, Yang was exhilarated, although he did not play the entirety of the match. His performance stood out as the most remarkable, with a staggering lead in statistics. Commentator Gorman remarked, "Congratulations to the young men of the University of Florida. They have etched their names in the annals of the team's history by advancing to the finals. They have embraced this honor, and their performance tonight was exceptional." particularly that of number 30, Kevin Young. He is the linchpin of Florida's progression, scoring 39 points and providing 12 assists, delivering an extraordinary individual showcase in the NCAA semifinals. His partner, William, extolled Yang's performance, stating, "Kevin Yang's display in this game was unparalleled, utterly overshadowing those touted for the draft. I believe he is the true cornerstone of the University of Florida. Despite not possessing remarkable height, his defensive prowess is formidable. He fearlessly engages in physical confrontations with opponents and successfully curtails their advances. Offensively, he boasts a broad vision for passing, incisive drives, and precise shooting, showcasing a comprehensive and exceptional skill set. It is hard to fathom that he was once a nondescript bench player. I firmly believe he possesses the capability to play in the NBA." After a brief celebration, the Florida team and coaching staff returned to the locker room. Kevin Young did not rush to take a shower. Instead, he seized the opportunity to speak privately with Coach Donovan while his teammates were preoccupied. He aimed to secure more playing time and ball possession for the upcoming match, aspiring to achieve the coveted Most Outstanding Player (MOP) title in the Final Four. The pursuit of monetary gain and discussions of promotions and raises are the sagacious strategies of the working class. The NCAA championship, commencing in the frenzy of March, is a single elimination tournament. The MOP award is typically bestowed upon the player who excels the most in the finals, akin to the NBA Finals MVP. Although securing the MOP in the NCAA does not guarantee immediate favor from the NBA, history has seen numerous MOP recipients go undrafted. Nevertheless, winning the MOP significantly enhances visibility, a critical necessity for Kevin, who currently lacks attention from scouts. "Coach, for the final match in 2 days, I hope you can arrange for me to have more playing time and ball possession. I assure you I will perform even better than in this game and lead the team to victory." Kevin stated his request candidly. Donovan paused for a moment before responding in a lowered voice, "Kevin, I truly understand your eagerness. However, this season, the core of our team has been Mike and Harvey. They have played a pivotal role throughout our journey. Furthermore, they are both planning to enter the draft this summer, and their performance in the finals will significantly influence their draft prospects." Donovan's response was anticipated by Kevin, as both Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey had expressed their intention to enter this year's draft early on. As the head coach, Donovan felt compelled to honor their contributions to the team, inevitably providing them with special consideration to ensure a flawless conclusion to their collegiate careers. Kevin Young solemnly stated, "Coach, upon the conclusion of this season, I intend to participate in the NBA draft. To elevate my draft prospects, I must garner more accolades and attention. I am resolute in claiming victory in the semifinals. The cornerstone of Michigan is Martin Cleaves, and I am confident that I can outshine him and lead our team to triumph." This year, the senior Martin Cleaves is undoubtedly the linchpin of Michigan State University. Cleaves serves as the captain of the team and is the sole 3-time All-American, having been recognized twice among the top 10 players of the year. His statistics for assists and steals are commendable, placing him among the elite in NCAA history, making him a favored candidate in this year's draft. Donovan did not immediately dismiss the notion but inquired with curiosity, "Kevin, are you truly so confident in facing Michigan's Martin Cleaves? Many media outlets are predicting his success in the semifinals." "Coach, I have diligently studied Martin Cleaves. In terms of NCAA accolades, he has indeed amassed quite a collection, however. His skill level is merely commensurate with that of the NCAA, averaging 16.1 points and 6.9 assists per game with a shooting percentage of 45. May 4th seem impressive at first glance, yet upon closer examination, one would find his shooting ability to be rather erratic. Against a more competent defender, his shooting percentage plummets to below 40, and his three-point shooting hovers just above 30. Physically, he is not particularly robust, and his ability to drive and dish is fairly average, relying predominantly on his speed. In essence, he is merely adept at dominating weaker opponents. I can easily handle him." Young Kaiwen exuded confidence, for he recognized that his opponent was a quintessential NCAA player, whose true nature would be revealed upon entering the NBA. Averaging less than 5 points per game, with a field goal percentage of a mere 38.9, and a three-point shooting percentage that languished at just 26.7. Upon hearing this, Donovan fell into a brief contemplation. Young Kaiwen exhibits remarkable shooting accuracy and long-range capability, coupled with exceptional skills in both breaking through defenses and passing. His scoring methods are both versatile and dynamic, allowing him to excel in ball-handling situations as well as off-ball cooperation. From recent training sessions to today's game, The prowess displayed by young Kaiwen could be described as dominating the court, a sentiment shared by Donovan, who believes he has reached the caliber of an NBA-level guard. And indeed, a starting one at that. Michigan stands as the frontrunner for this year's NCAA championship, showcasing excellence on both offensive and defensive fronts. Utilizing young Kaiwen as the tactical linchpin is undoubtedly more fitting than relying on Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey, providing a greater assurance against Michigan. After a moment of contemplation, Donovan sighed, "Kaiwen, your overall statistics this year may not be impressive. Even if you receive an M0, your draft position may not be particularly high. Would you consider dedicating another year to the school? Next season, I can assure you a central role, perhaps even as our sole focal point. Coach, to be candid, I have pressing reasons to enter this year's draft." Young Kaiwen shook his head and, with a mixture of truth and pretense, explained, "Previously, I encountered a Hollywood scout who deemed my physical appearance remarkably outstanding. He persistently urged me to pursue a career in the film industry, even promising me a supporting role in a movie. I replied that making films could never compare to the thrill of playing basketball, thus declining his generous offer. However, the scout was undeterred and went so far as to approach my parents. They perceived basketball as a fleeting pursuit fraught with the risk of injury and encouraged me to explore opportunities in Hollywood. Reluctantly, I reached an agreement with them. If I fail to enter the NBA this year, I shall suspend my studies to develop my career in film, focusing my energies on acting. Coach, if I do not strive harder, I shall be compelled to venture into the realm of cinema." What? Coach Donovan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, he found the reasoning to be quite reasonable. Kevin Young possesses a striking appearance and physique that would stand out even in Hollywood, making it unsurprising that he caught the attention of a talent scout. As a Chinese-American athlete, he embodies the traditional values of filial piety, which Donovan is certainly aware of. In truth, Kevin Young's claims are not fabricated. He has indeed encountered individuals who profess to be talent scouts, offering him a pathway into the entertainment industry. Donovan placed a reassuring hand on Kevin's shoulder and said, "Kevin, I had no idea you faced such challenges. If you can maintain today's fiery performance in tomorrow's training, I will ensure you receive ample opportunities and playing time in the finals. I eagerly anticipate your performance the day after tomorrow. Keep pushing for your basketball dreams." Finally, it's all settled. Young Kaiwen patted his chest and declared, "Thank you, Coach. I assure you that tomorrow night, in the finals, I will overpower my opponent and lead the team to victory." Chapter 18, North Carolina. On behalf of Jordan, I extend my gratitude to you. During a brief moment while showering, young Kaiwen checked the system, but unfortunately, he did not receive any notification of rewards. Young Kaiwen speculates that the low level of the NCAA championship may be the reason why the team's performance in reaching the finals does not suffice to trigger the task rewards. He fears that only upon leading his team to clinch the NCAA championship trophy will he be able to receive the system's rewards. After finishing his shower in the locker room, Kevin Young donned a fresh outfit and attended the post-match press conference alongside the head coach. Coach Dwanwa exhibited fairness by bringing along the standout players of the match, Haslam, Mike Miller, and Donnell Harvey, suggesting a prelude to the finals akin to showcasing prized horses. Haslam achieved an impressive double-double with 18 points and 10 rebounds, surpassing Miller's 14 points and Harvey's 11. The latter two, needing exposure for their upcoming draft, were subjects of media speculation regarding potential draft prospects, given that it was the NCAA semifinals against a storied powerhouse like North Carolina. A plethora of journalists were present for interviews. As per tradition, the head coach spoke first, his spirits buoyed by the victory, showering compliments on both his players and the opponents. Once the coach concluded his remarks, it was the journalist's turn to pose questions. As the most surprising player of the match, Kevin Young became the focal point of eager interviews from the reporters. Kevin Young certainly would not let the opportunity for exposure slip away, responding to every inquiry. A reporter from ESN asked, "Kevin, you achieved an impressive tally of 38 points, 12 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals in this match. Are you satisfied with your performance today?" He replied, "It was just average. The main issue was that North Carolina lost too quickly, which hindered my performance. Otherwise, I could have excelled even further, scoring at least 40 points. Young Kaiwen displayed an audacious demeanor, as if he would not rest until he astonished his audience. Alas, his notoriety was insufficient, compelling him to resort to eccentric proclamations to garner attention. As soon as he concluded his statement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the reporters in attendance, followed by the incessant clicking of camera shutters from various media outlets. In a market-driven economy, the foremost professional ethic of journalists is to revel in spectacle. Should the event lack grandeur, they are determined to amplify it. A reporter from ESN promptly pressed on with a question. Are you suggesting that the North Carolina team is inferior? North Carolina, being the alma mater of Michael Jordan, tends to evoke an inherent bias due to the influence of the basketball legend. For an NCAA player to dare disparage North Carolina could easily result in accusations of disrespect towards Jordan, igniting fervent debate among fans. This was precisely the effect the journalist sought, and equally what young Kaiwen aimed to achieve. Thus, with an innocent shrug, he remarked, "Please do not misinterpret my words. I never claimed such a thing. I merely stated that I had not yet exerted my full effort when my opponent faltered. Isn't that essentially the same?" The reporters silently mused as they hurriedly took notes. A CBS journalist followed up with a question. In the finals, you will face Michigan, the top contender for the championship. Do you possess the confidence to maintain tonight's performance and achieve equally impressive statistics? I can only say I will give it my utmost effort. Just when the reporters assumed young Kaiwen had adopted a more modest tone, he continued, I shall endeavor to secure statistics that are no less impressive than tonight's. One must not show favoritism. North Carolina is Jordan's alma mater. Should my statistics in the finals be lacking, it might imply that North Carolina is inferior to Michigan, which would be somewhat disrespectful to Jordan. North Carolina, on behalf of Jordan, I thank you. Subsequently, a Sports Illustrated reporter inquired, Kaiwen, you were previously a bench player, and your season statistics were rather average. What has caused this sudden eruption of excellence tonight? Young Kaiwen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, if I do not strive harder, I may find myself venturing into the realm of filmmaking. A talent scout once told me that, rather than pursuing a career in the NBA, I am more suited for Hollywood. I am determined to demonstrate to him that he is mistaken. Do not underestimate my aspirations in the NBA due to my appearance. Though I possess good looks, it will not hinder my ability to excel in basketball. Young Kaiwen intentionally flaunted his appearance, seizing the opportunity to express his fervent desire for the NBA. Being quick-witted individuals, the journalists immediately probed further. Will you participate in this year's NBA draft? Absolutely. I have applied to enter this year's NBA draft and firmly believe in my capability to make it to the NBA, young Kaiwen proclaimed, voicing the sentiments he most wished to convey at the press conference. The event lingered for nearly 20 minutes before concluding, with the media departing in high spirits. In contrast to the mundane remarks of the head coach and other players, young Kaiwen's succinct responses ignited the topics the journalists yearned to explore. Many reporters expressed hope that young Kaiwen would indeed grace the NBA courts. With his presence in the games, they would be spared the arduous task of unearthing newsworthy material. Following the conclusion of the press conference, young Kaiwen returned to the hotel with his team to rest. As he collapsed onto his bed, his phone buzzed with a call from his parents. Since his rebirth, communication with them had been limited, as the original personality was rather introverted, and his parents had not perceived any issues. The NCAA's Family Member Attendance Benefit Program had only been established in 2015. Allowing family members of players who reached the Final Four to enjoy travel, accommodation, and meal expenses worth $3,000, should they advance to the finals. This amount would increase to $4,000. However, it was merely the year 2000, and such benefits were still far from reach. Young Kaiwen's parents could only watch his games through television broadcasts. The distance from San Francisco to Indianapolis exceeded 3,000 kilometers in the round-trip airfare, hotel, and meal expenses constituted a significant burden for an ordinary family running a small supermarket in Chinatown. Although young Kaiwen felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his parents, the warmth of familial bonds rooted in blood ties continued to envelop him. He conversed with his parents about various aspects of his games and informed them of his intention to participate in the NBA draft. Kevin Yang's parents are remarkably open-minded, granting him considerable freedom and expressing unwavering support for his decisions, with the sole expectation that he prioritizes his safety during competitions to avoid injury. After concluding his call with them, Kevin's phone rang anew. It was Olivia calling. She had also watched the match between Florida State and North Carolina and, bursting with excitement, exclaimed, Kevin, your performance in this game was simply extraordinary, as if divinely inspired. It stands in stark contrast to your previous game against Oklahoma State University. How did you achieve such a transformation in just a few days? Under your leadership, Florida State's offense has elevated by at least 2 tiers. Olivia possesses a keen understanding of the game. In Kevin's previous life, she had interned at FSN, Fox Sports Network, after graduating from university. Serving as a sideline reporter for college football and women's basketball. Unable to resist the playful banter in response to her effusive praise, Kevin quipped, "Is it as impressive as my prowess in bed?" Kevin Yang's words instantly flushed Olivia's face with a rosy hue. She playfully chided, "Oh dear, how can you be so irreverent? We are discussing your competition." With a laugh, she added, "I somewhat miss you. I can hardly contain my feelings." Kevin Yang, aware of the other party's sensitivity, smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, how is your internship search progressing? I have received offers from both NBC and FSN, but I have yet to decide which one to accept." Despite both NBC and FSN being titans of American media, Olivia's tone conveyed a sense of discontent. Olivia had always aspired to become an actress and had even pursued a minor in drama during her university studies. Kevin Yang was aware that in her previous life, Olivia had forsaken her position at FSN to pursue her dreams, moving to a new city to seek her fortune. "Olivia, I know you have always aspired to be an actress, just as I have longed to join the ranks of the NBA. I firmly believe that with unwavering dedication, I can become an NBA player. Similarly, I have faith that as long as you refuse to surrender, you will undoubtedly shine as a Hollywood star." At present, Kevin is merely a college player, content to offer comfort to Olivia, hoping that in the future, he might assist her in her endeavors. Feeling Kevin's concern and support, Olivia blew him a kiss through the phone. "Mwah. Thank you, Kevin." The two engaged in an enjoyable conversation for over 10 minutes before reluctantly ending the call. Chapter 19. Interview and documentary plans. The following day, major media outlets reported on the outcomes of the NCAA semifinals and eagerly speculated about the upcoming championship game. Essentially, all media outlets favored Michigan State University to triumph over the University of Florida, citing the former's superior season record and overall player strength. However, the focus of media and fan discussions was directed towards a particular backup player from the Florida team, number 30, Kevin Yang. Kevin Yang proclaimed, "If I do not strive harder, I may find myself in the film industry. Do not underestimate my NBA aspirations due to my looks." The Florida players boldly declared their intent to score high in the finals, determined to prove that North Carolina is not inferior to Michigan. Yang Kaiwen's bold proclamations at the press conference were published by major media outlets, instantly captivating a multitude of fans' attention and sparking fervent discussions. In the competition, Yang Kaiwen, after attempting a three-pointer, astonishingly did not gaze at the basket but instead reached out to assist his opponent. A moment that has graced the front pages of numerous sports publications. Various media outlets have emphasized Yang's performance and statistics during the semifinals, portraying him as an inspirational player who has risen from the ranks of a substitute. The United States, a nation that venerates individual heroism, revels in such tales of grassroots triumph. Conversely, some media have chosen to spotlight Yang's controversial remarks, for in every country, there exists a crowd eager to indulge in sensationalism. Notably, Yang's statement, "If my statistics are lacking tomorrow night, it may suggest that North Carolina is inferior to Michigan, which somewhat disrespects Jordan," has sparked considerable debate among fans. Some deem him impetuous and disrespectful, while others view him as a devoted admirer defending his idol's alma mater. Consequently, several journalists sought to interview the retired basketball legend, who has taken to golfing, Michael Jordan. Upon understanding the context, Jordan simply responded, "He should have entered the NBA 2 years earlier. I would personally teach him how to respect his predecessors." Yang Kaiwen remains unaware that he has inadvertently attracted attention akin to that of the legendary Michael Jordan, thereby significantly increasing his popularity. Last night, the team achieved a resounding victory, and no training session was scheduled for this morning. Upon rising in the morning, Yang Kaiwen sought out a nearby basketball court, engaging in some leisurely shooting practice to maintain his touch and rhythm. As noon approached, he received a call from Henry, who invited him to lunch and expressed his intent to introduce him to an internet media personality. After an invigorating game that left him drenched in sweat, Yang Kaiwen returned to his hotel room to freshen up and change his attire. Upon exiting the elevator and entering the hotel lobby, he spotted Henry accompanied by a middle-aged man. This Caucasian gentleman appeared to be in his 30s, of average height and slightly lean build, dressed in a formal suit that exuded an air of composure. "Kaiwen, this is my friend Charles, the editor-in-chief of Yahoo Sports," Henry introduced, having taken Yang Kaiwen's advice to engage with media figures in the internet realm. Charles extended his business card with a smile, stating, "Charles White, primarily responsible for news coverage in the basketball section of Yahoo Sports." Kevin Young accepted the business card, which featured a simple and elegant design. Apart from the striking Yahoo logo, it merely displayed his name and contact information. In the year 2000, Yahoo was at its zenith, basking in glory. With a closing stock price of $475 per share on January 3rd, marking it as the world's largest internet company with a market capitalization nearing $130 billion. Yahoo Sports, launched in 1997, was a segment dedicated to covering major sporting events and their surrounding narratives. Let's go. We can chat over dinner. I've heard about a splendid restaurant nearby. Henry warmly ushered everyone into an upscale Western dining establishment. At the table, Charles articulated his purpose. Since its inception, Yahoo Sports had aspired to expand its business footprint, aggressively recruiting talent to compete head-on with traditional sports print media. Charles had transitioned from ESPN to Yahoo Sports at the end of the previous year. Yet before he could fully showcase his potential, the internet economic bubble of 2000 struck. As a result of the bubble's collapse, Yahoo's market value plummeted from its peak in early January to just over $100 per share, a staggering loss of a quarter of its worth. In light of this backdrop, Yahoo Sports was compelled to implement cost-cutting measures and initiate layoffs in a bid to secure their positions. The editors and journalists across various sports segments were scrambling to achieve tangible results. Kevin, your remarkable performance in last night's game was truly breathtaking. I have high hopes that you will excel in the NBA. If possible, I would like to schedule an exclusive interview with you. And I am also requesting funding from the company to produce a documentary about you. I believe if you lead the team to victory over Michigan tonight, the funding will surely be approved. Charles conveyed his thoughts to Kevin Young. Being relatively new to Yahoo Sports, Charles found himself with fewer resources than his more established colleagues, especially amidst the looming threat of layoffs, where senior editors had already divided the company's resources amongst themselves. In the current NCAA championship, the frontrunner Michigan's coverage had been monopolized by a trusted confidant of the supervisor, leaving others prohibited from contributing. Now, with the University of Florida advancing to the finals, the 30th string player Kevin Young had made a name for himself, his flamboyant yet graceful demeanor catapulting him to stardom overnight. Charles swiftly reached out to the recently acquainted Henry for assistance. An exclusive interview is not an issue. As for tonight's game, rest assured, the championship belongs solely to the University of Florida. With such an enticing opportunity for exposure presented to him, Kevin Young was eager to accept. All right, thank you. Although he anticipated that the other party would likely agree, Charles couldn't help but sigh in relief upon hearing Kevin's affirmation. After all, this was crucial for his future. If he failed to carve out a unique path and deliver results, his supervisor would undoubtedly dismiss him in favor of his own loyalists, regardless of Charles's superior abilities. Cheers. The three individuals clinked their glasses together. Henry and Charles sipped red wine, while young Kevin opted for plain water. With the foundation of a collaborative intent established, the meal fostered a deeper connection among them, leading to a more relaxed exchange of conversation. As Charles indulged in his drink, he remarked, "Do you realize? This latest internet bubble is nothing short of an unprecedented catastrophe. We at Yahoo are relatively fortunate, according to recent survey data. A staggering 71 of internet companies are operating at a loss, with many lacking sufficient cash flow to sustain themselves for even 12 months. Even giants like Amazon can only manage their cash flow for 10 months. Presently, numerous investors in internet firms are eager to liquidate their stakes and exit the scene. Recently, DG attempted to sell us a 20 share in a Chinese internet company. Our investment department conducted an investigation into that company and discovered they merely replicated CQ's chat tool, and they have yet to turn a profit. Consequently, we promptly declined their offer. A colleague of mine at DG has been urging me to facilitate a meeting with our Yahoo investment department colleagues for a private discussion. DG? A chat tool mimicking CQ? Kaiwen immediately recalled a story from his previous life concerning the realm of internet investment. Chapter 20. Earning money is merely an interest. Basketball is my true love. In his past life, during the early 21st century when the internet was experiencing a downturn, South Africa's MH Group acquired a 45.5% stake in Tencent from PCCW, DG, and Ponyma, becoming Tencent's largest single shareholder and thereby crafting an investment legend. However, Kaiwen did not anticipate that DG had contemplated selling his 20% stake in Tencent so early on. This thought compelled Kaiwen to consider the possibility of preemptively seizing DG's shares. In a few years, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life. As this notion flickered through his mind, Kaiwen promptly inquired of Charles, "Charles, How close are you to that classmate of yours who works at DG? Without hesitation, Charles replied, Oh, he was my high school roommate. We share quite a good relationship. Why do you ask? Are you interested in that Chinese internet company? Kaiwen, I must caution you that investing in the internet sector at this time may not be the wisest decision. Yang Kaiwen shrugged and remarked, I am indeed interested. But one must possess capital to invest. He expressed his desire for assistance in monitoring the developments regarding the sale of shares by this Chinese internet company, DG. He continued, Should the internet market experience a resurgence in the future, and if I manage to deliver impressive statistics in the NBA and secure a multi-million endorsement deal, we may find ourselves with an opportunity to collaborate. Charles immediately responded, No problem, leave this matter to me. Yang Kaiwen recollected that in his previous life, Li Xiaoqiao sold 20 of Tencent's shares in 2001 to South Africa's MH Group for a sum of $12.6 million. Subsequently, MH Group acquired an additional 12.8% stake in Tencent from DG for $8 million. In other words, if Yang Kaiwen wished to intercept the Tencent shares held by DG, he would need to amass several million, if not tens of millions, of dollars within a year. The challenge is indeed formidable, yet not devoid of opportunity. After all, Yang Kaiwen possesses the distinct advantage of foresight that comes with his rebirth. However, the most pressing matter for him at present is to triumph in tonight's final and secure M0. Ultimately, while earning money is merely a pastime, basketball remains his true passion. In the afternoon, Coach Duanyuo organized a mock final match for the players. Yang Kaiwen once again demonstrated his dominance in the NCAA, with statistics and contributions distinctly surpassing those of his teammates. Manager Wang honored his commitment by designating Yang Kaiwen as the offensive cornerstone for the team's game tonight. Implementing corresponding strategies, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey recognized that their share of the ball would once again diminish, with the already inconsistent Harvey relegated to being the fourth offensive initiator among the starting players. Despite harboring some dissatisfaction, Miller and Harvey refrained from expressing dissent. The dynamic and efficient offensive play of Yang Kaiwen visibly elevated the team's performance, a fact most acutely felt by his fellow teammates who stood shoulder to shoulder with him on the court. Kevin, have you been using some cutting-edge serum to enhance your abilities? Your physical prowess has significantly improved. Your game-reading skills have risen at least 2 levels from before. And those pesky little defensive maneuvers of yours. After practice, Hamilton could not help but voice his thoughts. In the recent days of team training, Yang Kaiwen had thoroughly impressed him. Especially during their one-on-one drills, Hamilton found himself overwhelmed on both ends of the court. Struggling to keep up with the speed of Yang's attacks, unable to withstand his physicality, failing to make shots, and occasionally having his passes intercepted through keen predictions, he was nearly driven to despair. Yang Kaiwen has come to believe in his own strength, not due to the system, but because of his mindset. A thrilling match last night allowed him to fully unleash his competitive spirit. His confidence and relaxation on the court translated into fluid and instinctive play, elevating his performance to new heights. On April 3rd, after more than a month of intense competition featuring 66 matches, each a battle of win or go home, the NCAA finally reached its climactic showdown of the season. The University of Florida and Michigan State University would face off in the championship game, prompting the NBA to voluntarily suspend games for a day. That evening, the RCA Dome was filled to capacity, with fans from various backgrounds, skin colors, and ages gathering to revel in this annual sporting spectacle. The grandeur of the NCAA Finals attracted numerous media outlets for live coverage. As the players entered the arena, reporters approached the sidelines to capture their feelings and predictions regarding the game's outcome. Coaches and draft prospects became the focal points of eager interviews. Thanks to his remarkable performance in the previous match and his post-game comments, the microphone was extended towards Kaiwen, with a camera aimed directly at him. Kevin, you excelled in the last game. Do you feel confident in leading your team to victory tonight? I will guide my team to defeat Michigan and secure the championship. Michigan is the top contender, with many predicting their victory. What are your thoughts on this? I can only say that the truth is always seen by a select few. In a previous interview, Jordan mentioned that you should have entered the NBA 2 years earlier, stating he would personally teach you how to respect your elders. Do you have any response to that? Please convey to Mr. Jordan that I will be waiting for his return in the NBA. Yang Kaiwen addressed several inquiries before hastily joining his teammates on the court. For the media, regardless of the game's ultimate outcome, topics for discussion abound. Should Yang Kaiwen indeed lead the University of Florida to victory, he would be exalted by journalists, adorned with the narrative of an underdog triumphing through sheer confidence and audacity. Conversely, if the university faced defeat, the media would swiftly cast him into the mire, lambasting him as a brash fool whose words were mere hubris. After all, the craft of journalists lies in both adulation and condemnation. CBS, possessing exclusive rights to NCAA broadcasts, adeptly captured the moment upon seeing reporters interviewing Kaiwen at the sidelines. They promptly switched to live coverage of him. Consequently, viewers tuning into the match were treated to his forthright responses, allowing even those who had never encountered him before to remember the flamboyant and somewhat acerbic number 30 of the University of Florida. After Kevin Young entered the locker room, he donned his headphones, immersing himself in music as he closed his eyes to rejuvenate. This was his favored method of pre-game relaxation, a rather conventional approach among athletes. Where there exists a mainstream, there inevitably arises a counterculture. In the NBA, numerous eccentric pre-game rituals abound. Paul chooses to listen to the Bible before games. Truly embodying his namesake, Russell insists on inducing vomiting prior to competition. The Zen-like Klay Thompson has a penchant for perusing newspapers. And the whimsical Joel Embiid indulges in animated cartoons. Before long, Coach Donovan entered the locker room. He reiterated the tactical arrangements for the evening and delivered a succinct, yet powerful speech to bolster team morale. Having reached the finals, all essential words had been spoken. It was now up to the players to manifest their skills on the court. As the game time approached, the atmosphere in the locker room grew increasingly charged. Players began to congregate, engaging in discussions about screens, positioning, and the timing of their passes. Chapter 21, NCAA Finals, Part 1. At 9 p.m., the NCAA Finals commenced, pitting Florida against Michigan. The arena was packed to capacity, with many fans journeying from afar, taking flight solely to support their alma mater. Simultaneously, scouts from various NBA teams flocked to the event, seeking to unearth the next basketball prodigies. During the warm-up session, Kevin Young shot 5 attempts from each of the 5 three-point positions, achieving an impressive 20 out of 25, boasting an 80 accuracy rate on open three-pointers, indicating a promising rhythm. Kaiwen did not deliberately conceal his shooting prowess, as long as the coaching staff of Michigan is not blind. Anyone who has observed the previous half of the game against Florida State would recognize his range and precision. As for whether Michigan would devise specific defensive strategies, Kaiwen remained indifferent. When soldiers come, we meet them. When water flows, we cover it. A player, as long as they perform exceptionally well, cannot escape being targeted. The Jordan rules and hack-a-shack strategy are both challenges for players and marks of their glory. After the warm-up concluded, both teams gathered near the center circle, preparing to commence the jump ball. Florida State fielded the same starting lineup as the previous match: Kaiwen, Hamilton, Mike Miller, Donnell Harvey, and Haslam. Michigan's starting players were Martin Kreefs, 188 centimeters, 93 kilograms. Charlie Bell, 191 centimeters, 91 kilograms. Morris Peterson, 201 centimeters, 98 kilograms. Andre Hartson, 203 centimeters, 108 kilograms. And A.J. Granger, 206 centimeters, 104 kilograms. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the game officially commenced. Both teams featured shorter interior players, but Haslam's superior jumping ability allowed him to secure the ball for his teammates. Florida State launched their first attack in the finals, with Hamilton steadily controlling the middle. Kaiwen swiftly maneuvered to the right corner, while his teammates spread out. Donnell Harvey briefly paused at the right 45-degree low post, then suddenly moved outward to set an off-ball screen, successfully obstructing Kreefs. Seizing the opportunity, Kaiwen sprinted towards the top arc, breaking free from his defender. Noticing this, Michigan center A.J. Granger left the paint to assist defensively. Kaiwen seized the mismatch opportunity, effortlessly executing a silky in-and-out move to bypass his opponent, and executed a bank shot that found its mark. With a score of 2-0, Kaiwen scored the first points for Florida State. Commentator Gorman exclaimed with excitement, "What a remarkable drive." It is the fiery Kaiwen who once again opens the scoring for Florida State. This diminutive guard, wearing number 30, has showcased exceptional form since entering the semifinals. His partner, William, calmly noted, "Indeed, Kaiwen's offensive performance is noteworthy. However, the game has only just begun. Let us hope he can maintain this fiery state." After all, he is facing Martin Kreefs, who has been predicted by major media outlets as a potential lottery pick and an NBA-caliber player this year. Moreover, I believe Michigan's head coach will not be passive and will certainly attempt to devise defensive strategies targeting Kaiwen. During the baseline serve by Michigan, the University of Florida continued to employ the man-to-man defensive strategy from the previous round. Surprisingly, Kevin Young opted not to closely mark the 188 centimeters tall Martin Cleaves, but instead focused on the 191 centimeters shooting guard, Charlie Bell. Michigan's outside shooting prowess is ranked prominently on the ESN list, securing the third position. Martin Cleaves is responsible for ball handling and passing within the Michigan lineup, creating shooting opportunities for his teammates. Although he stands 3 centimeters shorter than Charlie Bell, he possesses greater weight and strength. Charlie Bell, on the other hand, excels in his remarkable off-ball movement, adept at evading defenders through constant motion to receive the ball for a shot. Prior to the match, Kevin Young had expressed his eagerness to defend against Martin Cleaves. Kevin Young is acutely aware that his height of 185 centimeters may draw scrutiny from scouts regarding his defensive capabilities. If he can successfully contain Martin Cleaves, he may alleviate such doubts to a considerable extent. With enhanced physical attributes and accumulated game experience, Kevin possesses a robust confidence in his ability to effectively neutralize his opponents on the defensive end. Ascending to prominence atop the remains of his adversaries is one of the primal laws of competitive sports. However, after careful deliberation, Coach Donovan ultimately rejected Kevin's proposal. This was not due to a lack of trust in Kevin's defensive skills. Rather, it stemmed from the high expectations Donovan has for him. He wishes for Kevin to channel more of his energy into offensive endeavors. Thus, Donovan assigned the physically formidable Hamilton to monitor Michigan's core player, Martin Cleaves. Given Charlie Bell's relatively weaker ball handling abilities, Kevin's speed advantage rendered him more suited to defend against Bell's off-ball movements. This strategic adjustment ensured greater stability on both ends of the court. Indeed, this proved to be the case. During Michigan's offensive play, Charlie Bell initially executed a baseline cut before swiftly darting to the perimeter. Despite navigating a considerable distance, he was unable to shake off Kevin, who was poised to receive the pass. Kaiwen, having integrated experience cards, effortlessly discerns the timing of his opponent's screens, allowing him to deftly navigate around them. Morris Peterson, Michigan's leading scorer, becomes the focal point of Danielle Harvey's defensive efforts. With his swift agility, Danielle poses a significant challenge to perimeter players, making it difficult for Peterson to receive the ball. After several attempts at passing, the offensive clock approaches the 30-second mark. Martin Cleaves and A.J. Granger execute a pick-and-roll strategy, aiming to channel the ball to the center. Under Haslam's interference, A.J. Granger attempts a contested mid-range shot, which veers off the rim. Danielle Harvey quickly positions himself to secure the defensive rebound. The Michigan players swiftly transition back on defense, having analyzed previous game footage to recognize Florida's proficiency in fast breaks. Hamilton advances the ball to the frontcourt, while Danielle Harvey sets a high screen against Martin Cleaves, and Kaiwen runs from the side to receive the pass. A.J. Granger switches to guard Kaiwen, who fakes with a deceptive motion, sidestepping his opponent and then driving towards the center. Martin Cleaves swiftly navigates around the screen to pursue, obstructing Kaiwen's path to the basket. As Kaiwen leapt high amidst his movement, confronting the defense of Martin Cleaves, he gracefully released the ball into the air in a floating shot. Although the ball lacked speed, its height and angle were impeccable. Danielle Harvey swiftly cut to the basket from the right side, soaring into the air to catch the ball with one hand, his body arching elegantly as he executed a powerful slam dunk into the hoop. An aerial connection. With this, the score was 4-0, marking Kaiwen's first assist of the match. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, particularly the fervent supporters of the Buddhist University, many of whom strained their voices to the point where the veins in their necks bulged. Chapter 22. NCAA Finals, Part 2. The commentator, William, exclaimed loudly, "Top 5 plays." Although the NBA was on a break today, fans were treated to a performance worthy of NBA caliber. Kevin Young's breakthrough pass was exceptional, and Danielle Harvey's dunk was truly magnificent. This alley-oop collaboration would undoubtedly make it to the day's top plays in the NBA, as Kevin Young's timing for the pass was perfectly executed. Gorman chimed in, "Let us not forget, Kevin is merely a freshman, and due to his early enrollment, he is still 2 months shy of turning 18. If he maintains this level of performance, I firmly believe he will enter the NBA in the future, and the prospects are promising." On the offensive end for Michigan, Charlie Bell, having failed to shake off Kaiwen in the previous play, resorted to his expertise in off-ball movement, Executing a sudden stop and reverse from beyond the arc typically, Charlie Bell would dash quickly beyond the three-point line, feigning for the ball, but his teammates rarely passed it to him unless he was wide open. Once he crossed the three-point line, Charlie Bell would abruptly halt and pivot, leveraging his agility and nimble footwork to swiftly turn, accelerating towards the basket. At this moment, his teammates would quickly pass him the ball, allowing him to leap and execute a layup, making him difficult to defend against. However, this time, Charlie Bell's strategy fell flat. As he turned at the three-point line, he noticed that young Kaiwen, who had been closely guarding him, had not fully kept pace. This was because young Kaiwen had studied previous game footage and was aware that Charlie Bell employed the outside stop and reverse tactic 4 or 5 times in nearly every game, prompting him to remain vigilant. Seeing Charlie Bell successfully create space, Martin Cleaves immediately passed the basketball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Charlie Bell found young Kaiwen maintaining a two-step distance, guarding against the drive but not the shot. Kevin Young recalled that Charlie Bell entered the NBA as an undrafted player. Although his career three-point shooting percentage stands at 36.1, he attempted relatively few shots, averaging merely 3.2 attempts per game. The crux of the matter lies in his inconsistency. During his tenure with the Milwaukee Bucks, he faced media scrutiny due to his low shooting percentage, which led to him setting a notorious record for the worst performance in NBA history. How poor was Charlie Bell's performance at that time? In 8 games, he played a total of 176 minutes, averaging 22 minutes on the court, with a shooting record of 5 out of 39, yielding a dismal shooting percentage of 12.8. From beyond the arc, he managed to hit only 1 out of 19 attempts, resulting in a staggering and alarming percentage of 5.3. This game was a nationally recognized spectacle, a pinnacle confrontation that NCAA players dream of. If Charlie Bell hesitated to shoot when left open, it would severely tarnish his prospects in the upcoming NBA draft. Taking a deep breath, Charlie Bell aimed for the basket and launched a three-point jump shot, while Kevin Young swiftly leaped to interfere. The basketball spun through the air for several rotations before clanging off the rim. Haslam deftly secured the defensive rebound and quickly passed the ball to Kevin Young. Young Kaiwen immediately launched a fast break, while Charlie Bell exerted himself to pursue defensively, engaging in a relentless press at the midcourt area. Faced with the intense pressure from Charlie Bell, young Kaiwen suddenly lowered his center of gravity, executing a clever behind-the-back dribble to transfer the ball to his left hand, simultaneously propelling himself with a powerful push-off from his right foot to break left. In the instant his right foot touched the ground, he swiftly adjusted his balance once more, performing a fluid change of direction, pushing off with his left foot to pivot and break to the right. Confronted with the aggressive defense, young Kaiwen unexpectedly sank his body, executing a behind-the-back dribble to transfer the ball to his left hand, while his right foot quickly propelled him to break left. As his right foot landed, his center of gravity descended to an exceptionally low position, seamlessly connecting into a change of direction, pushing off with his left foot to break to the right. This maneuver, reminiscent of the Windy City Rose, showcased young Kaiwen's breakthrough technique and speed in all its glory. Caught off guard, Charlie Bell could only watch in astonishment as young Kaiwen, like a gust of wind, swept past him with large strides towards the front court. As Kevin Young sped down the right flank, he abruptly halted just before the three-point line and unleashed a jump shot. From this position, his training statistics boasted an impressive accuracy rate exceeding 80%, instilling him with confidence. Even should he miss, his teammates would be poised to secure the offensive rebound. Florida State's diminutive lineup held a distinct advantage in fast breaks and long rebounds, with the likes of Danielle Harvey and Haslam being seasoned experts in such scenarios. In this pressure-free shooting environment, Yang's three-pointer sailed through the air, finding the net with a satisfying swish. The score now stood at 7-0, further widening the gap between the two teams as Young celebrated his 5th point. As Michigan launched their offense, Young suddenly advanced to double-team Martin Cliff, deflecting the ball out of bounds and resulting in a dead ball. Michigan's coach, Tom Izzo, was compelled to call a timeout less than 2 minutes into the game. Prior to the match, Izzo had stressed the importance of closely guarding Danielle Harvey and Mike Miller, believing that Young was merely an occasional standout off the bench, while the highly touted Miller and Harvey posed the greatest threat to his team's offense. Regrettably, his assumptions proved misguided. Kevin Young is not only the offensive linchpin for Florida, but Coach Donovan has also tailored strategies specifically for him. Few would believe that a bench player could suddenly transform into a pivotal force for the team in just a few days. Faced with this situation, Coach Tom Izzo was compelled to adjust his defensive tactics, deploying the 203 centimeters tall Andre Hudson to guard against Kevin Yang's side screens and to limit Donnell Harvey's high pick. However, this adjustment came with its drawbacks, as A.J. Granger had to directly contend with Haslam. While Haslam's ball handling skills are rather average, he possesses a remarkable mid-range shooting ability if he steps outside to shoot. A.J. Granger, whose foot speed is relatively sluggish without the assistance of Andre Hudson, would find himself in a precarious position. Yet, Coach Tom Izzo could no longer afford to be concerned with such nuances. Even if Haslam was granted some space to operate, he could not allow Yang's defense to wane. A foreboding sense filled Izzo's heart. The threat posed by Kevin Young had eclipsed that of Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey. On the other side of the court, Coach Donovan was in high spirits. He began by praising his starting players and then reiterated that the primary strategy would remain unchanged, continuing to center the offense around Kevin Young. Hamilton was tasked with bringing the ball over half court, prioritizing pick-and-roll tactics, and if necessary, reverting to isolation plays. As the whistle blew, both teams returned to the court and the game resumed. Michigan initiated their offense, with Martin Cleaves dribbling into the front court and passing the ball to the team's leading scorer, Morris Peterson. As Peterson dribbled toward the center, he keenly observed his teammates' movements. A.J. Granger quickly provided a side screen for Cleaves, creating an offensive opportunity, and Peterson swiftly returned the ball to Martin Cleaves. Cleaves, holding the ball with both hands, faked a shot to lure Haslam out of the paint. Seizing the moment, A.J. Granger swiftly cut back to the inside, receiving a pass from Cleaves in the key. He backed into Hamilton, leveraging his height and weight advantage to pivot and shoot, successfully sending the ball through the hoop. Michigan finally opened their scoring account, bringing the score to 7-2. Chapter 23, NCAA Finals, Part 3. A.J. Granger went undrafted in the 2000 NBA draft, subsequently wandering through European teams seeking financial gain. His omission in a year considered the weakest in draft history underscores his limited abilities. His position as Michigan's starting center is largely attributed to his towering height and 4 seasons of experience with the team. While Granger's shooting accuracy is decent, his athleticism is decidedly average, and his lateral mobility makes him vulnerable against quicker, more agile big men. Upon noticing A.J. Granger tasked with guarding Haslam, Kevin Young immediately resolved to exploit this mismatch. As Florida launched their offense, Kevin Young received the ball on the wing, closely followed by Martin Cleaves, who was intent on tight defense. With a sudden stop and quick change of direction, Kevin Young skillfully maneuvered past Martin Cleaves, advancing towards the center while drawing defenders, before swiftly shifting the ball to the left. Meanwhile, Haslam dashed from the paint to the left corner at a 60-degree angle. Upon receiving Kevin Young's pass, he decisively opted for a long 2-point jump shot. A.J. Granger, aware of his slower speed, hesitated to closely defend Haslam, fearing he might be outpaced, thus granting Haslam an untroubled opportunity to shoot. Haslam's remarkable leaping ability allowed him to release the ball from a high point, and despite Granger's desperate attempt to block, he was a fraction too late, unable to even reach the opponent's elbow. The basketball swished through the net. The score shifted to 9-2, marking Kevin Yang's second assist of the game. Michigan coach Tom Izzo grimaced at this turn of events, having initially planned to deploy Andre Hudson to counter Yang and Donnell Harvey's pick-and-roll tactics. However, he had not anticipated that the team's interior defense would be so swiftly exploited by Yang. On the court, an exceptional point guard operates like a coach, with each drive and pass intricately weaving together the offensive play of the entire team. Young Kaiwen is now an exceptional point guard, seamlessly blending experience and skill. He possesses an acute ability to discern the defensive vulnerabilities of his adversaries and adeptly adjust the tempo of the offense. During a Michigan offensive play, A.J. Granger provided an off-ball screen for Charlie Bell. Young Kaiwen, noticing that A.J. Granger had yet to stabilize his footing, decisively abandoned his route and charged straight ahead. With a resounding crash, the two figures of disparate sizes collided. Young Kaiwen let out a cry as the force of the impact sent him sprawling to the floor. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, ruling a foul for an illegal screen by Michigan. According to basketball regulations, a screen is deemed illegal if the screening player is still in motion upon contact with a defender. Players from Florida State quickly converged around him, but Young Kaiwen shook his head to indicate he was uninjured, grasped the hands of his teammates, and rose to his feet. Although Young Kaiwen appeared to have suffered a considerable impact, he had in fact initiated the collision himself and was unharmed. His loud exclamation was merely a ploy to elicit sympathy, as defenders who fall easily attract the referee's whistle, especially when they possess a slight physique that suggests vulnerability. As the ball was inbound from the sidelines by the Florida team, young Kaiwen utilized his teammate as a shield to evade his defender. Abruptly halting and darting towards the wing, Hamilton promptly delivered the ball to him, and young Kaiwen, receiving it just beyond the three-point line, launched a shot as Martin Cleves leapt to block. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net. The score escalated to 12-2, with young Kaiwen contributing a notable 8 points to the tally. As Michigan prepared to inbound from the baseline, Martin Cleves advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Charlie Bell. Bell attempted to penetrate young Kaiwen's defense but was thwarted, subsequently returning the ball to Cleves. Cleves executed a pick-and-roll with A.J. Granger at the center, drawing the Florida defense to shift and quickly distributing the ball. Upon receiving the pass, A.J. Granger sought to exploit his height and weight advantage against Hamilton in the low post, but Donnell Harvey swiftly arrived to assist in defense. A.J. Granger turned to shoot, but his jumper veered off course, missing the basket entirely. The rebound was seized by Haslam, who leaped to claim it and immediately passed the ball to Young Kaiwen upon landing. After receiving the ball, Kevin Young executed a 1.5 spin, misleading his defender with a shoulder fake to create space. With a powerful single-handed throw, reminiscent of a quarterback, he delivered the ball precisely to the front court. Hamilton sprinted forward with unwavering determination, evading the defenders from Michigan. Upon receiving the ball near the free-throw line, he took a couple of large strides and executed a thunderous dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The score swiftly transformed to 14-2, marking Kevin Young's third assist. The atmosphere in the arena ignited instantaneously, with the crowd erupting in deafening cheers. Commentator Gorman exclaimed, "This is undoubtedly another highlight worthy of the NBA top 10 plays. A flawless fast break. Kevin Young's long pass from the backcourt is simply exquisite." He hardly glanced at his teammate. Such remarkable court vision is hard to believe for a player in the NCAA. William could not help but marvel. Kevin has seamlessly orchestrated the offensive rhythm for the University of Florida since the beginning. Before the game, no one could have anticipated that the smallest and leanest player on the court would emerge as the brightest star in the finals. In a small supermarket on San Francisco's Chinatown, a medium-built, sprightly elder named Yang Dafu pointed at the television mounted on the wall, exclaiming loudly, "Did you see that? This is our Yang family's legacy. In the Korean War, I fought against American soldiers, and now my grandson is defeating them on the basketball court." Despite being in his 70s, Yang Dafu remained robust, his fiery spirit undiminished from his younger days on the battlefield. His wife, Li Guolian, gently tugged at his sleeve, reminding him, "Dear, lower your voice. Remember, we are in America now, not back home." Kevin Yang's grandmother possesses a warm and amiable countenance. Although the passage of time has etched numerous wrinkles upon her face, glimpses of her youthful beauty remain. "Alas, I had consistently opposed the idea of relocating to America. It was you who insisted, yearning for your children to achieve greatness, compelling us to make this journey." Yang Dafu may feign resilience, yet the tone of his voice has unmistakably softened. It turns out that Li Guolian's brother had studied in the United States in his youth and ultimately made it his home. Over 20 years ago, Yang Dafu's family immigrated to America through familial connections. Yang Jifeng interjected, seeking to console, "Father, I understand how much you long for your homeland. Once your grandson Kevin secures his place in the NBA draft, let us find a time to return together." Yang Jifeng has inherited the beauty of Li Guolian. Even in his 40s, his appearance remains remarkably resilient. Upon hearing this, Li Guolian couldn't help but express her concerns. Is Kevin really determined to enter the NBA draft? Playing basketball can be quite perilous. Not long ago, he suffered an elbow to the face and ended up in the hospital. She voiced her worries. Yang Dafu snorted and said, "What do you understand? Scars are the medals of a man. If one fears a little injury, how can he still be considered a true man?" Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Jifeng quickly reassured his mother, "Mother, please do not worry. Kevin's previous injury was indeed an unfortunate accident. He has assured us that he will exercise greater caution to protect himself during future competitions." At that moment, young Kevin's mother, Kelly Kruger, brought forth a platter of freshly washed fruits and remarked, "We have had a conversation with Kevin, and he has resolved to pursue a career as a professional basketball player. This is his aspiration. As his parents, both Phone and I will wholeheartedly support him. Furthermore, the financial rewards of playing in the NBA far surpass those of a mundane office job." Kelly Kruger is the most ardent supporter of young Kevin's basketball endeavors. During her youth, she was a member of her university's women's basketball team and fully understands that for a basketball player, reaching the NBA stage is the ultimate dream. Based on his outstanding performances in the last 2 games, she is confident that her son will indeed shine brightly on the NBA platform, as the commentators have suggested. In the subsequent matches, young Kevin did not disappoint the expectations of his family. The splendid performance of Kevin Young has just commenced, transforming this seemingly doomed final into an unequivocal slaughter. Under Yang's orchestrating prowess, the defense of Michigan crumbled, unable to withstand the onslaught, while their offense found itself at a standstill. Chapter 24, NCAA Finals, Part 4. In Michigan's half-court offense, as the shot clock dwindled, Morris Peterson replaced the struggling Donnell Harvey. He turned and attempted a jump shot, which veered off the rim. Haslam managed to deflect the ball out of the paint, allowing Hamilton to swiftly recover it. With his robust physique, he maneuvered past Charlie Bell, advancing the ball rapidly to create a favorable 3-on-2 situation. As Hamilton penetrated from the left, he drew the attention of Martin Cleaves and immediately passed the ball to the right, where Kevin Young awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Young deftly initiated a drive, prompting A.J. Granger to step up in defense. While advancing, Young glanced at Haslam, who was trailing in the middle, and with a deft motion of his right hand, he dribbled behind his back. Granger, misled by Yang's gaze, anticipated a behind-the-back pass. Instead, Yang executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning the ball to his left hand. With a slight change of direction, he propelled himself forward off his right foot, effortlessly bypassing Granger. Then, leaping with grace, he reached the apex of his jump and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the ball soaring through the net. Young Kaiwen's series of breakthrough layup movements flowed seamlessly, executed with grace and agility. A.J. Granger, left utterly bewildered, resembled a mere training dummy, unable to react in time, even for a jump block. The score shifted to 16-2, marking young Kaiwen's 10th point and elevating his total to double digits. The gap between the teams continued to widen. On the sidelines, Michigan's head coach Tom Izzo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, strategizing his response. Florida's morale soared, yet he had just called a timeout. Requesting another now would squander an invaluable opportunity for adjustment. Unlike the NBA, the NCAA allows for very few timeouts, with each team allotted only 6 throughout the game, making every single one exceptionally precious. On the court, the Michigan players spread out, and Morris Peterson once again took the ball to face off against Mike Miller. As the team's primary scorer, Peterson exhibited commendable offensive skills, first executing a triple threat fake to shift Miller's balance, then driving in for a sudden stop-and-pop mid-range jumper that found its mark, halting the bleeding and bringing the score to 16-4. Florida organized their offense, with Hamilton advancing the ball to the front court to pass to young Kaiwen. After receiving the pass, young Kaiwen did not rush to attack. Instead, he first signaled to his teammates to reposition themselves and create space. Haslam moved to the low post, successfully drawing the defensive attention of A.J. Granger. As Kevin Young meticulously observed his teammates' movements, he executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, feigning an impending drive. Suddenly, he retreated with his right foot, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle on the wing, and released a 3-point jump shot in the direction of Martin Cleaves. Aware of his inability to match Yang's speed, Cleaves refrained from pressing too closely, wary of Yang's potential for a breakthrough. Young Kaiwen keenly observed the defensive tendencies of Martin Cleaves, skillfully employing a step-back maneuver to create distance before launching a sudden shot. Cleaves, caught off guard, was unable to leap and block in time, left helplessly watching as the basketball swished through the net. The score shifted to 19-4, marking young Kaiwen's 13th point of the match, his shooting touch ablaze with fervor. The sensation of scoring with such ease was utterly exhilarating. In a moment of exuberance, young Kaiwen spread his arms wide in celebration, mimicking a referee's 3-point gesture, extending his thumb, index, and middle fingers, soaring across the court like a jet in low flight. The NBA boasts numerous iconic celebratory gestures, and Jason Terry's jet takeoff is undoubtedly among the classics. Whenever he sinks a crucial basket, he spreads his arms to mimic the gliding of a jet. Celebratory gestures are not patented. Anyone can adopt them, but those with prowess and renown etch their marks in the hearts of fans. Jason Terry, who entered the NBA just last year, is currently merely a rookie averaging just over 8 points per game, still far from becoming the league's best sixth man. However, should young Kaiwen's achievements eclipse those of Terry, even if their initials combined to form Jet, fans would first think of young Kaiwen when witnessing the Jet celebration. In the stands, fans from Florida State erupted in applause at young Kaiwen's charismatic celebration, while Michigan supporters wore grave expressions resembling defeated roosters. Michigan's core player, Martin Cliffs, spurred by young Kaiwen's performance, attempted to retaliate with a solo drive against Hamilton, executing a sudden stop for a three-point jump shot, seeking to deliver an answer ball. Unfortunately, the ball was repelled by the rim, veering off, and in the ensuing scramble, it was knocked out of bounds by a Florida State player. Observing this, Tom Izzo decisively called for a second timeout. Without tactical adjustments, Michigan's hope of reversing the game, let alone avoiding a collapse by halftime, was grim. Commentator Gorman lamented, "Who could have predicted such a one-sided affair in the finals? Florida State has completely dominated the court, while Michigan has been rendered powerless, whether by score or performance." The disparity in strength displayed by the two teams was glaringly evident. If categorized by boxing weight classes, Florida State would be a heavyweight, while Michigan's current performance barely qualifies as middleweight, not even approaching light heavyweight. William nodded in agreement, stating, "Kaiwen Young has already scored 13 points. His enthusiasm post-basket led him to perform the jet celebration on the court. He claimed before the game that he aimed to achieve M0. If his shooting remains this hot tonight, no one will be able to compete with him." Prior to the semifinals, he had been rather mediocre. Coach Donovan truly kept him under wraps. Coach Donovan did not anticipate such a seamless start to the game today. Kevin Yang's performance surpassed even that of the semifinals, as he dismantled his opponent within the first 5 minutes. The most astonished were undoubtedly Kevin's family, witnessing his jubilant jet glide celebration. His parents could scarcely believe their eyes. Not only had their son suddenly become a formidable player, but his personality had also transformed into one of flamboyance and defiance. In their recollections, Kevin was a rather introverted individual, starkly contrasting with his extroverted cousin Henry. On the court, he had always been the most reserved player, never indulging in exuberant celebrations, even after making crucial shots. If his family struggled to comprehend Kevin's metamorphosis, one can only imagine the shock of his opponents. Charlie Bell was rendered utterly frustrated, having not been afforded a single decent shooting opportunity thus far. Martin Cleaves, too, felt the weight of immense pressure, tasked with guarding Kevin. He had initially perceived it as a straightforward assignment, one that would allow him to focus more on offense, or so the coaching staff believed. However, the reality was quite the opposite, as Kevin seemed poised to dismantle him. If Kevin maintained this scorching form throughout the game, Martin feared he might find himself plummeting out of the lottery picks. Tom Izzo, armed with a tactical board, urged his players to expedite their defensive rotations and enhance their coverage. Before long, the referee's whistle echoed, prompting the Michigan players to take the court. Many of them were seasoned veterans, having battled through multiple seasons, and they could sense their head coach's growing exasperation. Chapter 25, NCAA Finals, Part 5, with the timeout over. The game resumed. Charlie Bell exerted every ounce of his energy to move without the ball, yet he struggled to shake off Kevin Young, who clung to him like an unshakable piece of gum, persistently shadowing his every move. Charlie had to confront a harsh reality. His opponent possessed far greater experience in off-ball movement, consistently anticipating and restricting his actions with precision. Kevin Young did not hesitate to exert his physical prowess. In the NCAA basketball matches, each game lasts a mere 40 minutes, much of which is consumed by the clock. With a stamina rating of 75, playing the entire game is hardly a daunting challenge for him. After all, compared to towering centers like Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal, a player of Yang's stature expends significantly less energy on the court. Michigan's journey to the finals, emerging as a favorite in the media, is undoubtedly attributed to their exceptional qualities. Through remarkable tactical acumen, Michigan employed a continuous interplay of movement and passing, compelling the Florida players into mismatches. Young found himself matched against Michigan's small forward, Morris Peterson. Receiving a pass from his teammate, Peterson, facing an opponent half a foot shorter than himself, decided to capitalize on his height and weight advantage to overpower Young. As Peterson backed down with the ball, Young leaned in, using his thigh to brace against Peterson's lower body, making it difficult for him to exert force, while simultaneously employing his impressive wingspan to disrupt Peterson's dribbling rhythm. When Peterson realized he could not bully Young, he attempted to break toward the baseline for a turnaround shot, seizing the opportunity while the referee was distracted. Young discreetly nudged Peterson with a subtle movement of his arm, then leapt to contest the shot. Disrupted in his balance, Peterson's shooting accuracy faltered, and the basketball rimmed out. As Kevin Young landed, he dashed forward, while Haslam secured the defensive rebound, and effortlessly flung the ball towards the opponent's half. The two teammates frequently executed such quarterback-like long passes during practice, fostering a remarkable synergy between them. Kevin Young took the lead with remarkable explosiveness, outpacing the Michigan players. After charging towards the three-point line at the arc, he turned to receive the basketball, taking 2 grand strides before leaping into the air, gliding for a moment before deftly flicking the ball into the hoop with one hand. The score stood at 21-4, with Young having already amassed 15 points. In a pregame interview, Young had expressed his intention to lead the team to victory over Michigan and secure the M0 title, which many spectators dismissed as mere bravado. However, they soon realized that he was not merely engaging in empty rhetoric, but articulating a perspective closely aligned with reality. Given Yang's current performance, the M0 title seems almost assured, leaving little room for competition from other players. As Michigan commenced their offensive, the basketball was passed several times before landing once again in the hands of Morris Peterson. A.J. Granger set a pick beyond the arc, allowing Peterson to exploit the opportunity for a strong drive and quick pull-up jumper. Mike Miller, momentarily lagging in his defense, committed a foul while attempting to block the shot. Morris Peterson converted both free throws, adjusting the score to 21-6. From the baseline, Florida initiated play with Hamilton delivering a pass to Haslam in the paint following a screen from the middle. Haslam, drawing the attention of A.J. Granger with a powerful move, subsequently distributed the ball to Young on the wing. Young Kaiwen feigned a shot to mislead the defending player, swiftly penetrating the paint and successfully breaching the Michigan team's defensive line. With an audacious no-look pass, he delivered the ball to the waiting Mike Miller stationed in the corner, who promptly executed a flawless three-pointer. The score swelled to 24-6, marking Young Kaiwen's 4th assist of the game. The gap between the teams widened once more as Michigan resorted to their previous strategies. Peterson, utilizing a teammate's screen, attempted a strong fadeaway jumper over Mike Miller, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. In a moment of anticipation, as A.J. Granger prepared to shoot, Young Kaiwen, like a bolt of lightning, vaulted into position from behind, leaping with all his might to execute a breathtaking block, thwarting Granger's attempt with precision. The ball flew far afield, and A.J. Granger seized the offensive rebound. He crouched low, raising the basketball high above his head, feigning a shot that deceived Haslam. Just as Granger was poised to jump for his shot, Young Kaiwen rapidly closed in from behind, launching himself to firmly pin the ball against the backboard, delivering a resounding rejection. Caught off guard by Young Kaiwen's stealthy approach, A.J. Granger had the ball cleanly swatted away, losing his balance and landing abruptly on the floor. Haslam quickly scooped up the basketball, cradling it tightly. The referee, having witnessed the entire sequence, kept the whistle in his mouth, signaling with gestures that it was indeed a clean block. The enormous screen above the arena replayed the remarkable block, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the jubilant crowd. As the shortest point guard on the court, Kevin Yang's feat of blocking the towering A.J. Granger is indeed remarkable. On the sidelines, Michigan's head coach Tom Izzo, visibly agitated, stood with hands on hips, vociferously expressing his frustration. Whether it was a complaint about the referee's failure to call a foul on the opponent or a venting of his dissatisfaction with his player's performance remained uncertain. Observing this scene, Gorman could not suppress a jest, although he could not hear what Tom Izzo was saying due to the distance. He wagered $1 that at that moment, the Michigan coach's foremost desire was to summon Kevin Young for a drug test. Curious as to how his opponent had suddenly gained such prowess, whether it was due to the heart-shaped herb brew from Wakanda or the super soldier serum, William interjected, stating, "I cannot ascertain whether Kevin Young has consumed any Marvel hero's concoction, but his physical prowess is undoubtedly more formidable than his slender frame would suggest." In the previous play, the 201 centimeters, 98 kilograms Morris Peterson attempted to back down Young, but found himself unable to displace the latter, which speaks volumes. Hamilton brought the ball up the court. This time, he opted against passing and chose to engage Charlie Bell in a one-on-one duel. With a significant lead, Hamilton sought to showcase his skills, and a missed shot was of little consequence. He executed a behind-the-back dribble at the left corner, feigning a drive before abruptly halting for a turnaround jumper. Charlie Bell leapt the contest, causing the ball to veer off the rim, and A.J. Granger seized the rebound. Upon witnessing the missed shot, the fans from Florida State let out a collective sigh. Their initial expectation was for the ball to reach Kevin Young for a scoring attempt. High-scoring plays are not only favored by players, but also delight the spectators. Michigan's offense resumed as Martin Cleaves and Andre Hudson executed a pick and roll, only for Hudson's drive to be thwarted by Donnell Harvey. Harvey's swift defensive switches exemplify the greatest advantage of shorter interior players. While they may struggle against assertive taller opponents in the post, their effectiveness in defending against pick-and-rolls remains formidable, unperturbed by mismatches. As last year's top high school prospect, Donnell Harvey's rebounding and physicality rivaled that of Haslam, and his agility surpassed Haslam's, making him equally adept at defending smaller guards. Cleaves, unable to penetrate. Pass to Peterson on the perimeter, but Peterson was closely guarded by Miller, leaving no opportunity for a shot. Noticing this, Charlie Bell repositioned himself to set a screen. A switch ensued. Miller was momentarily impeded, prompting a decisive switch with Kevin Young, as he had previously allowed Peterson to exploit a lapse in defense. With Michigan players stretching the floor, Peterson, in the elbow area, prepared to back down Kevin Young once more. Kaiwen pressed his thigh against his opponent's lower body, making it difficult for Peterson to exert force. After 2 attempts to push through, he was unable to break free and, leveraging his height advantage, executed a forced turnaround jump shot. Kaiwen anticipated his opponent's shooting rhythm, leaping at the opportune moment to block the shot. Peterson, disrupted by the defense, instinctively elevated the arc of his release, resulting in a short shot that ricocheted off the front edge of the rim, allowing Haslam to secure the defensive rebound. Chapter 26, NCAA Finals, Part 6. Michigan's coach, Tom Izzo, stood at the sidelines, his expression one of despair, teetering on the brink of despondency. With a height disparity of 203 centimeters facing 185 centimeters, such a mismatch seemingly promised an easy advantage, yet, Kaiwen steadfastly held his defensive position, once again thwarting Peterson's attempt. Florida's offense surged forward as players swiftly spread out to create space. Haslam moved to a high position to set a screen for Kaiwen, while Martin Cliff and Charlie Bell quickly converged, encircling Kaiwen in a tight perimeter defense. Kevin Yang's touch was exceptionally hot, prompting Tom Izzo to refrain from allowing him to operate in isolation, instead directing his players to double-team him. The double team is a prevalent defensive strategy employed primarily to restrict the performance of the opponent's scoring aces under the pressure of 2 defenders. Even the most skilled players see their scoring efficiency significantly diminished, while simultaneously disrupting the offensive rhythm of the opposing team. Typically, such defensive treatment is reserved for star players. Regardless of a superstar's individual prowess, even someone as formidable as Michael Jordan finds that the optimal strategy against a double team is to swiftly pass the ball. The strength of a single player cannot ultimately rival that of an entire team, and the efficiency of a 1-on-2 scenario can never surpass that of a wide-open shot. When an opponent implements a double team, it inherently suggests that at least one teammate is unguarded. By rapidly shifting the ball, the player being double-teamed can create an opportunity for a teammate to take an open shot. In response to the double team, Kevin Young calmly dribbled backward, creating space, while observing the movements of his opponents. He then utilized the width of the court to swiftly break through laterally, passing the ball to the wing, where Donnell Harvey awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Donnell made a decisive move towards the center, drawing A.J. Granger out of the paint, and subsequently transitioned the ball to Haslam in the key. Peterson quickly retreated to bolster the defense against Haslam. Although both players were of similar height and weight, Haslam possessed a strength advantage, yet he opted against a direct attack, instead passing the ball to the right corner where Mike Miller stood. The Michigan defense was in disarray, allowing Mike Miller to sink an open 3-pointer effortlessly. The score now stood at 27-6. Gorman remarked that Florida University's teamwork in this match was nothing short of perfect, with the lead extending to 21 points. Such a margin is exceedingly difficult to overturn, even in the NBA. The average number of offensive possessions in NCAA basketball hovers around 60. While in the NBA it exceeds 90, a substantial difference of 30 possessions. With a 21-point deficit, Michigan's chances of a comeback were virtually insurmountable. William continued the analysis, noting that Michigan found itself in dire straits primarily due to their inability to effectively contain Kevin Yang's performance. He not only exhibited remarkable scoring ability and shooting accuracy, but also showcased his capacity to drive the ball while remaining composed under pressure, quickly delivering passes to teammates in better positions. His performance today was nothing short of dominant, although even the commentators conceded that Michigan's prospects were grim. Head coach Tom Izzo refused to surrender. Seizing the opportunity presented by a dead ball, he made a personnel adjustment. Charlie Bell exited the game, making way for the 6 feet 6 inches, 218-pound freshman, number 23, Jason Richardson. Jason Richardson, a guard with explosive physical attributes, possessed strength that rivaled any small forward. Particularly fearsome was his leaping ability. With rapid elevation and impressive height, executing a rim-rattling dunk was merely a fundamental skill for him. Kevin Young recognized that among the members of the Michigan squad, the one destined for the highest achievements was Jason Richardson, who averaged 23 points during his peak NBA season and was one of the architects of the Warriors' miraculous We Believe playoff run. Jason Richardson's most celebrated attribute was his extraordinary dunking ability. The NBA is replete with prodigious talents and numerous dunkers. To merely participate in the slam dunk contest is commendable. Yet to secure back-to-back titles is a rarer feat. Richardson triumphed in the All-Star Dunk Contest for 2 consecutive years, coming tantalizingly close to a historic three-peat. However, at this moment, Jason Richardson was merely a freshman yet to enter the NBA, serving as a principal bench player for Michigan with a modest average of 5.1 points per game. His shining NCAA moments awaited him in his sophomore year. Upon witnessing Jason Richardson take the court, Kevin Young promptly altered his defensive strategy, opting to switch and guard Martin Cleaves, while Hamilton took on the responsibility of defending Richardson. Despite Kevin's significant physical improvements, he was still at a disadvantage compared to a talent like Jason Richardson, with a height difference of 13 centimeters and a weight disparity of 25 kilograms, rendering a direct matchup impractical. Nevertheless, guarding Martin Cleaves was no simple task, as Kevin had to contend with the opponent's frequent pick-and-roll strategies. The battle raged on as both teams exchanged blows. Michigan's offense initiated with A.J. Granger setting a high screen for Martin Cleaves. The quality of the screen was exceptional, completely obstructing Kevin Young. As Cleaves drove in and drew the defense, he passed the ball back to the center. A.J. Granger, swiftly cutting to the basket, received the pass and, leveraging his 108-kilogram frame, muscled his way past Kevin Young to execute a one-handed dunk. The score tightened to 27-8, with the gap narrowing to within 20 points, igniting a flicker of hope for Michigan. Following the basket, A.J. Granger hurried back on defense, and the 19-point deficit kept Michigan's players on high alert, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Florida executed a baseline inbounds play where Kevin Young received the ball and drove toward the center, drawing the defense's attention. With a backhand bounce pass, he sent the ball into the paint, where Haslam was cutting to the basket. He leapt to deliver a two-handed dunk in response. However, A.J. Granger jumped to contest, evidently pulling on Haslam, which severely disrupted the play. In midair, Haslam was forced to push the ball out, which, after bouncing twice on the rim, slipped away amidst a collective sigh from the audience. Fortunately, the referee had already blown the whistle, calling a foul on A.J. Granger for his hand contact, awarding Haslam 2 free throws. A.J. Granger's foot speed was evidently lagging behind Haslam's, prompting coach Tom Izzo to make another adjustment, substituting the underperforming Granger for junior blue-collar center Mike Chappell. While this change fortified the defense, it slightly weakened Michigan's offensive capabilities. Haslam demonstrated commendable accuracy at the charity stripe, making both attempts, which shifted the score to 29-8. The mixed defense continues. Coach Donovan shouted from the sidelines, directing the team to alter their defensive strategy. Michigan initiated a set play, while Florida swiftly transitioned to a hybrid defensive mode. Kaiwen primarily defends Martin Cleaves, while Hamilton takes charge of Jason Richardson. The remaining 3 players retreat with agility, meticulously sealing off the paint to thwart Michigan's penetrations and cuts to the basket. With A.J. Granger absent, Michigan's 2 interior players exhibit mediocre low-post offensive capabilities, both being blue-collar athletes. When necessary, the players from Florida can boldly double-team Michigan's perimeter shooters. The burden of Michigan's offense rests squarely on the shoulders of Martin Cleaves and Morris Peterson, as Jason Richardson has yet to mature, presenting a limited threat on the offensive end. Cleaves predominantly relies on driving to score, and with Kaiwen's defensive acumen combined with Florida's mixed defensive strategies, he can be effectively contained. Peterson possesses commendable shooting ability, yet expecting him to elevate the entire team through individual prowess is utterly implausible, especially with Cleaves, the team's offensive fulcrum, rendered ineffective. Michigan's multiple passes and movements fail to exploit any weaknesses in Florida's defense, and with less than 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the ball finds its way to Peterson. As Michigan's leading scorer, Peterson assumes the responsibility of breaking through, engaging Mike Miller in a one-on-one duel. He halts for a jump shot from the elbow, but the ball veers off the rim due to Miller's interference. Both players are highly regarded prospects in this draft, sharing a similar style as small forwards with a knack for three-point shooting. However, Miller's accuracy is notably sharper, leading to his greater acclaim. Danielle Harvey secures a defensive rebound and swiftly passes the ball to Kaiwen. Kaiwen swiftly advanced from the right side into the offensive zone, deftly pivoting to evade Peterson's interception. He surged towards the top of the arc and, without awaiting his teammates' support, abruptly took a shot, launching a three-pointer in the face of Cliff's defense. Cliff, who was primarily tasked with guarding Kaiwen's drive, lowered his center of gravity significantly, positioning himself slightly behind. Thus unable to contest the shot in time, Kaiwen propelled his team to a significant lead, earning the privilege to take audacious shots. Even a miss would bear little consequence. Today, his shooting touch was exceptionally fiery, as the system interface illuminated the neurotic knife icon of JR. The ball descended in an almost 60-degree parabolic arc, swishing through the net with a crisp sound. With a score of 32-8, Kaiwen notched his 18th point. Kevin Young excitedly spread his arms wide, once again performing his glider celebration as the thunderous cheers of the home crowd filled his ears. Chapter 27, NCAA Finals, Conclusion. Kevin Young's shooting touch today was exceptionally hot, making all 4 attempts from beyond the arc, rendering him virtually unstoppable. The score gap had widened to 24 points. Indeed, he exuded immense confidence in his shot just moments prior. He launched a three-pointer on a fast break without waiting for his teammates, clearly not a tactic orchestrated by the coach. He truly dares to shoot and possesses an impressive accuracy. His style of play mirrors the distinctive nature of his interviews. In half-court scenarios, he displays a methodical and sophisticated approach. However, during fast breaks, he transforms into a bold and audacious player. Gorman and his partner engaged in conversation at the commentary booth. At this point, the theory of Moneyball had yet to gain popularity, and actions like Kevin Young's quick three-point attempts during fast breaks were a rarity on the court. Following Young's audacious three-pointer, both the Michigan players and fans felt as though they had been struck in the heart. Their fighting spirit significantly diminished. Within the first 9 minutes, the one-sided nature of the game suggested that it had already entered garbage time prematurely. In the ensuing play, whenever Kevin Young held the ball, he was met with Michigan's double teams. Rather than forcing his way through, he adeptly maneuvered to create space, passing to teammates in better positions to score. Gorman remarked, "Michigan's predicament today reminds me of North Carolina's semifinal match against Florida State. They underestimated the starting Kevin Young, and by the time they realized their error, it was too late to recover." William added, "Simply relying on double teams to contain Kevin Young is insufficient. Both Mike Miller and Haslam possess exceptional shooting abilities, and neither can be left open." Danielle Harvey's physical prowess and impact under the basket are also formidable. Observing Michigan's resolute double-teaming of Kevin Young, Donovan promptly called for a timeout to reconfigure their strategy. He instructed Young to adopt an off-ball movement approach, with Haslam and Danielle Harvey alternating to set screens for him. If opportunities arose, they would take direct shots. Otherwise, if they attracted mismatches on the inside, they would drive and distribute to cutting teammates. This tactic had been practiced during training, and the Florida State players executed it flawlessly, whether in transition or half-court. Kevin Young consistently managed to evade defenders through his skilled off-ball movement, successfully navigating the screens set by his teammates. In the face of Young's off-ball movement, Martin Cleaves, tasked with guarding him, found himself utterly helpless. Kevin Young's speed surpasses that of Charlie Bell, and his movements exhibit a greater variability. Defense has never been a strong suit for Cleaves, and now it appears increasingly strained, as Young's off-ball movements repeatedly tear through the team's defensive line. The Michigan coach finds himself at a loss on the sidelines. By halftime, the University of Florida boasts a commanding lead of 57-23, holding a substantial advantage of 34 points. Kevin Young delivered an outstanding performance, playing the entire half and contributing 26 points, 1 rebound, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. His opponents, Charlie Bell and Martin Cliffs, fell short of their usual standards, both in scoring and assisting. Gorman, continuing his praises for Young, remarked on his impeccable offensive display, having scored 26 points in the half. Furthermore, his defensive prowess was equally surprising. Despite standing at only 185 centimeters, he exhibited remarkable toughness and resilience. He adeptly sought physical confrontations, demonstrating a keen sense of timing to draw fouls rather than engaging in futile physical battles against taller opponents. Apart from A.J. Granger's illegal screen foul, he also forced another offensive foul through a collision. These defensive contributions, however, were not directly reflected in the statistics. As the first half neared its conclusion, A.J. Granger and Peterson executed a pick-and-roll. After setting a screen, Granger rolled to receive the ball, but Young accurately anticipated the play, relinquishing his coverage of Martin Cliffs to establish himself defensively. He was subsequently knocked down by Granger, leading the referee to call an offensive foul against the Michigan team. Young Kaiwen increasingly found the experience card to be truly advantageous. On the NCAA stage, he possessed a distinct advantage due to his superior experience. As the second half commenced, Michigan unexpectedly altered their offensive strategy. Jason Richardson and Peterson frequently executed high pick-and-rolls, both being proficient three-point shooters. Mike Miller and Hamilton, unable to respond swiftly enough to the defensive switches, found themselves conceding jump shots. Miller's speed paled in comparison to Richardson's, who swiftly sank 2 three-pointers, allowing Michigan to narrow the deficit to just 28 points, fighting tenaciously for survival. However, under Young Kaiwen's orchestration, Florida quickly stabilized the situation, with the team displaying multifaceted scoring, once again extending their lead to over 30 points. Michigan still struggled to devise an effective defense against Young Kaiwen. Neither Martin Cliff nor Charlie Bell were able to deliver satisfactory defensive results, as both were outmatched by Young in terms of speed and experience. And the performance of the other backup point guards was even less promising. Today, Young Kaiwen refrained from indulging in trash talk, primarily because Michigan fell behind significantly right from the start, rendering the tactic of verbal provocation ineffective. His opposing players lacked the confidence to engage in banter, leaving little room for any attempts at taunting. Instead, he channeled his excitement for trash talking into his celebratory gestures. Every time he sank a three-pointer, he would spread his arms wide and extend 3 fingers, performing a graceful gliding celebration. The NCAA finals represent the pinnacle of his career thus far, as one of the most highly anticipated sporting events in the nation. Delivering an exceptional performance on such a grand stage undoubtedly brings him great joy. Often, one's happiness is intricately woven from the struggles of others. At this moment, Kevin Yang's spirits soared while the mood among the Michigan players was steeped in despondency. As the possibility of a comeback faded, their opponents celebrated unabashedly, and a sentiment began to fester within the Michigan players, a conviction that while they could endure defeat, they could no longer tolerate the arrogance of Florida State. This sentiment escalated into increasingly aggressive defensive maneuvers. 12 minutes into the second half, A.J. Granger, in a moment of desperation, violently brought down Haslam, who was poised for an alley-oop dunk, nearly igniting a confrontation between the two teams. Fortunately, the referees acted swiftly, blowing their whistles repeatedly to avert a brawl. However, A.J. Granger incurred his 5th personal foul, leading to his premature departure from the game. His foul was notably severe. Yet Haslam, robust and resilient, emerged unscathed. With just over 7 minutes remaining, Florida State held a commanding lead of nearly 40 points over Michigan. Sensing victory was assured, Coach Donovan opted to substitute Haslam, allowing him a much-needed respite. In the ensuing 2 to 3 minutes, key players such as Donnell Harvey and Mike Miller were also rotated out, leaving Kevin Young to battle on alongside a cadre of bench players. Kevin Yang's score has nearly approached the remarkable threshold of 40 points. Coach Donovan, wishing to facilitate his achievement, allows him to continue playing for a while longer in hopes of securing a higher score to bolster his prospects in the draft. In the remainder of the match, the key players from Michigan, facing a team of substitutes led by Kevin Young, were unable to gain the upper hand. Kevin Young, accompanied by the substitute players, engaged in a fervent offensive battle against Michigan. Through a series of pick-and-roll plays with his teammates, he consistently found the net. In a mere 4 to 5 minutes, he single-handedly scored 8 points and delivered 4 assists. Prior to the semifinals, Young had been part of the substitute team during practice sessions, allowing him to become well acquainted with his teammates' playing styles and strengths. On the court, he effortlessly connected the team, fostering a remarkable synergy. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Florida State triumphed over Michigan with a resounding score of 105-64, securing a 41-point victory and marking the team's inaugural advance to the finals, ultimately clinching the NCAA championship. Young Kaiwen played nearly the entire game, achieving an impressive 17 out of 26 shooting, with 8 out of 15 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line. He amassed a staggering total of 46 points, along with 3 rebounds, 16 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, culminating in an extraordinary performance with 45-15 statistics. Kevin Young exhibited exceptional form tonight, triggering JR's unpredictable flair, his shooting touch scorching, with an overall accuracy surpassing 65 and a remarkable three-point shooting percentage soaring to 53. Even amidst defensive players, his shots found their mark effortlessly. Chapter 28. MOP of the semifinals as the final buzzer echoed. The eager players from the University of Florida surged onto the court, erupting with exuberant cheers, their jubilant jumps and various celebratory antics creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The coaching staff, though slightly more composed, exchanged embraces and raised their arms in triumph, only to be soon engulfed by the jubilant players in a collective celebration. Congratulations to the University of Florida for etching their name in history as they reached the NCAA finals for the first time and emerged victorious, claiming the title of the nation's premier collegiate team. As the announcer passionately conveyed his congratulations, countless streamers cascaded from the RCA Dome, enveloping the Florida players and coaching staff in a vibrant celebration. In stark contrast, the Michigan players trudged off, their spirits visibly deflated. Heads hung low as they shook hands with their Florida counterparts before retreating to the locker room. All the pregame media had favored them, yet they faced a devastating defeat. An emotional disparity that was indeed hard to bear. The expansive RCA Dome had transformed into a jubilant celebration center for Florida. Some crafty players, armed with scissors mysteriously acquired, ascended ladders to snip off pieces of the net as keepsakes, prompting others to join in this newfound tradition. The game ball quickly became the most coveted memento, with Haslam joyfully cradling it in his arms. As the chief architect of Florida's championship triumph, Kevin Young found himself encircled by reporters, ready to share his thoughts. The CBS sideline reporter was the first to pose a question. The NCAA semifinal scoring record of 58 points was set by Bill Bradley of Princeton University against Wichita State in 1965. And for the following 35 years, no player exceeded 45 points in the semifinals. Today, you scored 46 points, establishing the third highest score in semifinal history. Could you share your feelings at this moment? Young Kaiwen exclaimed with excitement. I had no idea I was this remarkable until you mentioned it. I've accomplished something that even Jordan did not achieve. It feels absolutely fantastic. Despite his overwhelming enthusiasm, Young Kaiwen cleverly seized the opportunity to draw parallels with the legendary Michael Jordan, enhancing his own prominence in the conversation. A keen reporter from ESN seized the moment and inquired, Jordan's highest scoring record in the NCAA championship stands at 39 points, which is below your impressive 46 points tonight. Do you believe you surpassed Jordan? Kevin Young was unperturbed by the journalist's attempts to stir controversy, calmly stating, regarding the record for the highest score, I believe it is indeed accurate. However, I am aware that Old Joe would certainly disagree, but that is perfectly fine. If Old Joe feels aggrieved, he can always return to compete in the NCAA. Upon hearing this, the reporters were elated, as they relished the presence of a player who possessed a distinctive personality and the audacity to speak candidly. Yang's response was exceptionally suitable for further elaboration in reports. Whether characterized as self-assured or arrogant, it undoubtedly captured attention and drew interest. Had Young, like many players, chosen to sidestep the weighty questions and delivered a bland, conventional answer, such news would have been challenging to craft and lacking in appeal. Another journalist inquired, you mentioned before the match that you would lead your team to victory and secure the M0 title. Now that the championship is in hand, do you believe the M0 title will be yours? Young Kaiwen confidently stated, although winning awards is not my primary responsibility, playing basketball is. Nonetheless, I maintain my stance. While I may possess good looks, it does not hinder my ability to excel in basketball. I believe I am deserving of this honor tonight. A reporter subsequently inquired, prior to the semifinals, your performance statistics were rather unremarkable. How did you evolve from an ordinary role player to the cornerstone of the team in such a brief period? Could you share any training insights? Young Kaiwen pondered for a moment and replied, nothing particularly special. I merely practiced handling the ball with both hands under tight pressure. Young Kaiwen swore that he spoke the truth, yet the journalist regarded him with skepticism, believing he was merely jesting. The awards stage was swiftly erected, and Young Kaiwen, adorned with the champion's cap he had prepared in advance, joined his teammates in surrounding Coach Donovan as they ascended to receive their accolades. Before the championship trophy was bestowed, the host announced to the audience the results of the M0 selection for the Final Four. The recipient of the M0 award for the 2000 NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Final Four is Kevin Vung from the University of Florida Gators. The RCA Dome erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. This outcome was anticipated, Yang Kaiwen had scored 38 points with 12 assists in the semifinals and 46 points with 16 assists in the finals, averaging an astounding 42 points and 14 assists per game in the Final Four. Such staggering statistics rendered Yang Kaiwen's selection as M0 indisputable, earning the respect of his teammates. They all recognized that had it not been for Yang Kaiwen's extraordinary performance, the University of Florida's victory over Michigan would have been uncertain, let alone his M0 accolade. Yang Kaiwen took the M0 trophy and stepped forward to share his acceptance speech. With an extraordinary appearance, a confident and radiant smile, and the aura of a star athlete, he captivated the audience. First and foremost, I must express that whether it is our team's championship victory or my acquisition of the M0 award, it is a collective achievement. I merely stand here as a representative of the team to accept this accolade. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my coaches and teammates, as well as my family and friends. It is because of you that I have the privilege of standing on this stage, holding this trophy. Moreover, to those scouts who envy my looks, I apologize for disappointing you, but I am destined for the NBA. Lastly, if you will allow me a moment of pride, I wish to say to my teammates and opponents in the NCAA, keep striving, for the future belongs to you. Brothers, we shall meet on the NBA stage. As soon as Kevin Yang's witty and humorous speech concluded, the RCA Dome erupted with thunderous applause. The United States is a nation that venerates personal heroism, where boldness and confidence in players are readily embraced by the public. In the commentary booth, seasoned announcers Gorman and William were utterly delighted by Yang's humorous quips. A player who was merely 2 months shy of turning 18 boldly declared to his fellow NCAA athletes, "The future is yours." This scene exuded a remarkable theatricality. I dare say, should Kevin Yang enter the NBA, he stands a significant chance of becoming the league's foremost comedian. I wholeheartedly concur. His remarks may initially seem audacious, yet they do not evoke disdain. It must be acknowledged that the talent scout who envisions Kevin Yang as an actor possesses remarkable insight. With his charming visage and witty discourse, even if he were to forsake basketball for the silver screen, he would likely achieve considerable success. Following the completion of the M0 semifinals and the announcement of awards, it was time to present the championship trophy. Yang Kaiwen secured the M0 trophy. Yet he did not seize the opportunity to celebrate with his teammates, for many had fought tirelessly for the championship across multiple seasons. Most significantly, a majority of his teammates are destined never to grace the NBA courts. For them, this moment signifies the pinnacle of their lives. Numerous teammates cradled the championship trophy in their arms, indulging in its glory, while when it came to Yang Kaiwen's turn, he merely lifted the trophy symbolically for a photograph before passing it to the next player. Regrettably, the trophy was smeared with the saliva of his teammates, rendering it unpalatable. Chapter 29. Press Conference and Chinese Kung Fu. After the award ceremony, upon returning to the locker room, Yang Kaiwen received a plethora of congratulatory messages, including from acquaintances he had not been in touch with for so long that their names had nearly faded from his memory. Kevin Yang picked up the phone to share the joyous news with his family and Olivia. Subsequently, he expressed his gratitude to those friends with whom he had previously shared good rapport. As for those who had remained distant and now sought to forge connections upon witnessing his imminent success, Kevin chose to disregard their messages as if they had never been received. After a brief respite in the locker room, Michigan held the post-match press conference first. "Our players have given their utmost effort, and the reasons for our defeat largely rest on my shoulders," stated head coach Tom Izzo, candidly accepting responsibility. He frankly remarked, "We performed quite poorly tonight, and this is primarily due to my inadequate preparation before the game. I initially believed that the University of Florida would center their attack around Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey, significantly underestimating the prowess of Kevin Yang, who proved to be Florida's trump card. He possesses not only exceptional scoring ability, but also the capacity to orchestrate Florida's offense, and even demonstrated commendable performance on the defensive end." When a reporter inquired about Kevin Yang's current caliber as a player, Tom Izzo responded without hesitation. "He is already a top-tier player at the NBA level, capable of competing with star point guards." Following their championship aspirations thwarted, the Michigan players were in low spirits, largely silent. The questions from reporters predominantly revolved around their assessment of the opponents, with only Martin Cleaves and Morris Peterson addressing the topic of the draft. Both had publicly declared their intention to participate in this year's NBA draft, but after such a disheartening defeat, their enthusiasm had significantly waned. They merely indicated their intent to prepare diligently for the selection, hoping to be chosen by a team of their preference. In contrast, Florida's post-match press conference was far more grandiose, with Coach Donovan leading the team's four core players in attendance. In high spirits following their victory, Donovan succinctly summarized the match before lavishing praise upon his disciples, showering them with accolades aplenty. Young Kaiwen undoubtedly stood out as the most dazzling figure on the court tonight. His performance unmatched. The reporters first sought opinions from others regarding his exceptional display. Coach Donovan dramatically threw up his hands in exasperation, lamenting, "Many believe that I intentionally benched him before the semifinals to catch our opponents off guard, but that is far from the truth. I still cannot comprehend how he has suddenly transformed into such a formidable player. Just days before the semifinals, he twisted his ankle during practice, and upon his return, he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. At one point, I even suspected he might have been bitten by a radioactive spider like Spider-Man. It wasn't until I confirmed he was still quite human that I felt reassured. Otherwise, if SHIELD came looking for someone, I wouldn't know where to find a replacement of his caliber." The other three players nodded in agreement. Haslam even revealed, "We have privately discussed that since Kevin is of Chinese descent, he might have trained in Chinese martial arts. There exists a mysterious discipline known as Nigong in China, akin to the martial arts learned by the superhero Iron Fist in Kunlun. It seems Kevin has recently unlocked his meridians, resulting in a surge of inner strength." Kevin Young gazed incredulously at his teammates. "My brothers, I truly find myself in a predicament. I never anticipated your insatiable thirst for knowledge would lead to discussions of Chinese martial arts, internal energy, and the mysterious meridians. Chinese martial arts have gained considerable popularity in America, with numerous NBA stars being enthusiasts. It is well known that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a disciple of Bruce Lee, while Kobe Bryant was an ardent admirer of him. Shaquille O'Neal even made a special visit to the Shaolin Temple during his travels in China." The reporters, intrigued by this revelation, promptly sought confirmation from Kevin Young. Adhering to the principle of truthfulness, he clarified, "Although I hold a deep affection for Chinese culture and am indeed a martial arts aficionado, I must clarify that I am not a master of the martial arts, nor do I possess any internal strength. Otherwise, I fear that in future matchups, players may feign injury, claiming I harmed them with my internal energy, which could result in technical fouls against me." Regarding his sudden surge in strength, he could only attribute it to rigorous practice of his skills. "When conditions permit, I focus on mastering how to counter tight defensive strategies. When they do not, I dedicate more time to refining my ball handling techniques." Subsequently, Kevin Young and three other players were queried about their participation in the draft and their predictions for their draft prospects. With the NCAA championship title in hand, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey exhibited newfound confidence, each asserting that they would indeed be selected and not at a low position. Haslam's response, however, was somewhat ambiguous. While the team had clinched the championship, enhancing his resume for this year's draft, he harbored concerns about the inadequacy of his performance statistics this season and feared he might go undrafted. Young Kaiwen is among the most confident individuals, bolstered by a robust system. With unwavering assurance, he declared, "I am aware that even if I attain M0, there will be those who question my extraordinary performance, doubt my height, challenge my defensive capabilities, and question my ability to thrive in the NBA. However, it is of no consequence. Every formidable individual faces skepticism before their ascent. Even Michael Jordan once experienced being overlooked by his school team. Yet, the strong have never feared such doubts. I will shatter each and every one of these criticisms in the NBA." As the press conference concluded, Young Kaiwen departed the arena aboard the team bus. While various news outlets vied to publish their reports on the NCAA finals, Young Kai has become the focal point of media coverage due to his commanding performances and flamboyant remarks. His name frequently graces the pages of newspapers. While numerous fans have shared compilations of his basketball highlights online, his three-point celebration, reminiscent of a gliding aircraft, has also captured the admiration of many. Kevin Young's exposure among all participating athletes is unparalleled, except for a few envious naysayers. The majority of fans believe that his accolade of M0 is well-deserved and are optimistic about his prospects in the NBA. They regard Yak as a formidable offensive threat, excelling in various aspects such as speed and driving, playmaking, and shooting skills. His only significant drawback appears to be his relatively shorter stature, which can render him vulnerable defensively. However, in the semifinals, his defensive performance did not falter. Nonetheless, where there are supporters, there are also detractors. Some so-called basketball experts, seeing Yang's rising fame and brash demeanor, quickly emerged to cast doubt. They contend that Yang's impressive performance in the semifinals is largely a result of the lower physical intensity in NCAA games, particularly citing the insufficient defensive pressure from Michigan players. They enumerate numerous examples, asserting that Yang, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 75 kilograms, possesses a frail physique that cannot possibly withstand the average 2-meter height and physicality of NBA players. Chapter 30. NCAA Championship Rewards. In response to these negative remarks, Yang remains unfazed, recognizing that these basketball experts are not much more reliable than the so-called authorities in his homeland. Unfortunately, the current NBA draft training camp features relatively simple events, with a three-point shooting test not scheduled until 2014, which fails to fully reflect Yang's capabilities. Meanwhile, several high-profile draft prospects, concerned about their performance affecting their draft stock or wishing to maintain an air of mystery, outright refuse to participate in workouts, much like a future LeBron James. Regrettably, the NBA Draft Combine, which commenced in 1987, will not become mandatory until 2024. Those who decline to participate will forfeit their eligibility for the draft. Otherwise, a few genuine 5v5 scrimmages would clearly reveal the truth, allowing Yang to silence those basketball experts. Historically, there have been numerous instances where a rookie's draft position dramatically changed after the training camp, with many media outlets predicting shifts in player stocks based on workout performances once the combine begins. For instance, DeAndre Jordan, invited to the green room as a potential lottery pick due to his physical attributes comparable to Dwight Howard, performed poorly at the combine, leading him to be selected in the second round, thus becoming one of the most unfortunate green room occupants in history. In contrast, Jimmy Butler's outstanding performance at the combine ultimately led to his selection by the Chicago Bulls, despite earlier assessments suggesting he was merely a role player. However, the NBA Draft Combine is still some time away, as invitations are typically issued around May or June. Presently, Yang is primarily concerned with the rewards the system will bestow upon him for leading the University of Florida to victory. As the bus returns to the hotel, Yang eagerly hurries to his room to check the system notifications. To his satisfaction, he discovers a red dot on the bell icon in the upper right corner of the system interface. Yang Kaiwen opened the unread messages with his thoughts. Congratulations, player. You have won the NCAA championship. You have earned one chance to spin the platinum-level prize wheel. Congratulations, player, for leading your team to victory and creating history for the University of Florida basketball team. You have earned one chance to spin the bronze-level prize wheel. Congratulations, player, for reaching the NCAA Final Four. You have earned one chance to spin the gold-level prize wheel. 3 opportunities to spin the wheel. Yang Kaiwen was taken aback by the system's generosity. Initially, he believed that securing the championship and earning 2 rewards alongside M0 was quite commendable. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that making history with the Buddhist University team had also triggered a task reward, although it was merely a bronze-tier lottery opportunity. Even the smallest of gains holds value. Drawing from his previous experience with the lottery wheel, Yang Kaiwen approached this occasion with a calm demeanor. Adhering to the principle of saving the best for last, he opted to utilize the bronze-tier lottery chance first to test his luck for the evening. The bronze-tier wheel was replete with an array of enticing prizes, overwhelming to behold. Ultimately, Yang Kaiwen drew a shooting training card from among the hundreds of offerings. Basic shooting training card. Layup. The system provides guidance based on various dimensions, including the player's shooting motion, timing, and force during training. The card allows for a maximum of 500 shooting prompts, which do not apply in official matches. Fortune smiled upon him, bestowing a valuable item. Yang Kaiwen joyfully tucked away the junior shooting training card. The floater is an indispensable scoring skill for guards. When a guard penetrates near the paint, facing a defender towering over them, the floater serves as an excellent shooting option. Renowned NBA guards are all proficient in this technique. For instance, the Flash, Dwayne Wade, the Rose of Chicago, Derrick Rose, and the diminutive sensation from Golden State, among others. Notably, the French maestro, Tony Parker, is regarded as a master of the floater. After achieving an auspicious start, Yang Kaiwen continued to utilize his lottery opportunities, this time spinning the golden prize wheel. After more than 10 seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt, with the pointer landing on a special potion. Lead Singer Potion, advanced upon consumption. The player gains T1 level skills in pop rock vocal techniques, guitar playing, and related music theory knowledge. Observing the potion adorned with images of guitars and musical notes, Yang Kaiwen couldn't help but remark, well, it seems the basketball game system developed in this world, indeed encourages players to collect star cards. It's high time that items for side quests be unveiled. A man attracts a woman primarily with wealth, but for a woman of discerning taste, one must possess talent. With the acquisition of this elixir for band vocalists, young Kaiwen can effortlessly craft an image of a musical prodigy, transforming into a quintessential man with a microphone concealed at his waist. He can boldly pursue illustrious female stars or leisurely indulge in a vibrant entertainment life. In fact, the NBA boasts numerous hidden vocal talents, with some athletes having released a plethora of albums, the most renowned among them being the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Not only is O'Neal a formidable basketball player, but his musical career is equally remarkable, earning him the title of the NBA's most commercially successful voice. In 1993, shortly after joining the league, he released his debut album, Sha Diesel, which reportedly surpassed 1 million copies in sales, followed by the release of 5 additional albums, each achieving sales figures of at least 100 to 200,000 copies. Such accomplishments in album sales would leave many professional singers in awe. Furthermore, NBA's musical prince, Damian Lillard, has also made significant strides in the music industry, garnering praise for his singles upon release and successfully hosting a personal concert, marking a historic first for an NBA player. With young Kaiwen's emergence, the musical landscape of the NBA is destined for transformation. Previously, in an effort to generate buzz for his NBA draft prospects, young Kaiwen resorted to various antics to gain attention. Now, with the aid of the band vocalist elixir, he can easily replicate a few future classic songs to enhance his popularity. With this thought in mind, young Kaiwen mentally activated the elixir for band vocalists. As the 3D player model on the interface tilted its head to drink the potion, he felt a warm flow through his throat, and a wealth of musical knowledge flooded his mind. I have a little donkey that I never ride. We are the successors of communism. Forgive me for living a free and unrestrained life. We are the champions, my friends. After consuming the elixir, young Kaiwen attempted to sing several songs, discovering that his clear voice had become even more magnetic, with an enriched vocal texture. Young Kaiwen believes that with his current vocal prowess, he could effortlessly secure a 4-chair turn on The Voice in America. However, if it were The Voice in China, well, perhaps he should focus on basketball instead. It's time for the last one. Kevin Young, brimming with anticipation, spun the platinum prize wheel. The pointer glided over an array of enticing rewards, ultimately landing on a card adorned with the visage of a player. Chapter 31, the Tony Parker Experience Card. Upon its use, the player shall acquire the basketball acumen of the NBA Hall of Famer, Tony Parker. A stroke of fortune. The platinum wheel has bestowed upon him such a remarkable treasure. Who is Tony Parker? One of the illustrious stars enshrined in the NBA Hall of Fame, affectionately known as the French Ferrari, not the league's premier point guard. Yet he is the one who ensures the top playmaker finds his way home. As a distinguished member of the renowned Spurs Big Three, Parker's ability to penetrate defenses is akin to that of a presidential stature. His signature spin move and delicate floaters render him a master in the paint, arguably the king of the restricted area in the realm of basketball. Possessing the Tony Parker Experience Card is akin to acquiring an unparalleled martial arts manual for Kevin Young. With time and dedication, he could become a master of the craft. However, possessing Parker's playing experience does not guarantee that Kevin can fully replicate Parker's prowess. Individual playing styles, physical attributes, and basketball IQs vary greatly, and the extent to which one can assimilate such skills is entirely contingent upon personal aptitude. It is reminiscent of Wang Yuyin from Jin Yong's writings, who, despite possessing the world's martial arts tomes, remains a mere verbal champion. Well, she never practiced and merely wished to be a serene beauty. Had it been Shaquille O'Neal's experience card, Kevin's efforts to absorb it would likely be in vain, given the vast differences in their physiques and playing positions. Although they both inhabit the basketball court, they are not on the same playing field. Tony Parker's height and build are quite similar to Kevin's, and they share the same position, making Parker's insights particularly relevant for Kevin, especially his penetrating skills and floaters, which are of historical significance, sharp and practical. Parker's speed and penetration is remarkable, and while Kevin currently boasts a speed attribute of 85, he still falls short of the peak Parker's abilities. In 3 months, after fully absorbing the effects of the development potion, his speed attribute will likely see an improvement. And even if he doesn't match Parker, the gap will be minimal. As for the floater, Kevin has fortuitously drawn a floater training card that will come in handy. The NBA Summer League occurs in early July, and with over 3 months remaining, he can utilize this time for rigorous training. striving to absorb the effects of the development potion alongside Tony Parker's invaluable insights. By then, during the Summer League, Kevin can showcase his skills and lay the groundwork for securing a primary position within the team. With this thought in mind, Kevin focused his intent on the experience card bearing Parker's image, and the interface promptly displayed a message. Would you like to use the Tony Parker experience card? Yes. In the next moment, Kevin Yang's mind flashed like a projector, displaying countless basketball scenes from the perspective of Tony Parker. Many nuances of the game that Kevin believed he had comprehended now revealed themselves with newfound clarity, especially in the realms of drive techniques and floating shots in the paint, imparting a sense of enlightenment. Early the following morning, Kevin boarded a plane back to Florida State University with his team. The schedule for the championship parade had been announced. Set for Saturday, April 8th. The festivities would commence with a daytime parade, followed by a celebratory performance at the O'Connell Center in the evening. With the team's triumph marking a perfect conclusion to the season, both the coaching staff and players were granted a well-deserved break. However, Kevin was the exception. He devised a rigorous training regimen for himself, rising early each day to focus on ball handling, driving, mid-range shooting, and floaters. Additionally, he had an impromptu task to rehearse songs with alumni from the music department in the evenings. Indeed, upon learning of the school's championship celebration arrangements, Kevin eagerly volunteered to perform a song. Well, to be precise, to cover a song. The intention behind Kaiwen's actions is undoubtedly to enhance his presence. He cannot rely on merely riding the coattails of the legendary Michael Jordan each time, as the NCAA championship has drawn to a close. Numerous media outlets have eagerly begun to speculate on this year's NBA draft, and Kaiwen's popularity has consequently begun to wane. The player most favored to be the first overall pick is Kenyon Martin, the standout power forward from the University of Cincinnati. Kenyon Martin suffered a right leg fracture just 3 minutes into the first game of this year's March Madness, leading to his team's premature elimination. Nevertheless, he remains highly regarded by many experts and media as the most athletically gifted player in this year's draft, with the University of Florida clinching the NCAA championship. The draft prospects of Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey have surged. Mike Miller, the first player from South Dakota to be named to the McDonald's All-American team, boasts a selfless playing style, versatility, and an impeccable three-point shot. Experts believe he will certainly be selected within the top 5, with potential to breach the top 3. Following Michigan State's defeat in the finals, the draft prospects of Martin Cleaves and Morris Peterson have diminished. Media predictions suggest both players are unlikely to secure a top 10 position and are more likely to be chosen in the mid-first round. As for Kaiwen, experts are collectively pessimistic about his prospects. Even with the M0 trophy in hand, his highest potential selection is merely within the top 10 of the second round. This is still a result of basketball analysts acknowledging his impressive performance in the NCAA Finals, where he recorded a staggering 45 points and 15 rebounds, which provided him with some additional merit. Some discerning scouts even predict he may go undrafted. This stark contrast primarily stems from Kaiwen's Chinese heritage. To date, no Asian player has established a significant presence in the NBA. The first Asian player to enter the NBA, Wang Zhizhi, played only 3 games with the New York Knicks, scoring a mere 7 points before being released. When these so-called basketball experts see that Kaiwen is of mixed Asian descent, they inherently doubt his capability to succeed in the NBA. Naturally, these experts are not foolish enough to overtly present such a racially biased viewpoint. Instead, they express skepticism and criticism regarding Kaiwen's average physical attributes, claiming his height of 185 centimeters would be a significant disadvantage in the NBA, and that his strong performance in the semifinals was merely an anomaly, as his season averages are rather unimpressive and his consistency is questionable. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was April 8th. Florida State University held a grand celebration for their championship victory. During the day, Kaiwen paraded with his teammates on an open-top double-decker bus, proudly displaying the championship trophy and relishing the enthusiastic applause and cheers from fans along the route, akin to warriors returning in triumph. By 7 in the evening, the O'Connell Center was filled to capacity, and the celebration was broadcast live by Fox Sports. The university's cheerleaders and band performed in succession. The president honored the team, and then Coach Donovan and the players took turns to speak. Their remarks were largely similar, expressing gratitude to family, the team, and the fans, until Kaiwen made his highly anticipated appearance. Well, you hold the line. When every one of them is giving up or giving in, tell me in this house of mine. Natural, You're a natural. Kevin Young, microphone in hand, passionately performed Imagine Dragons Natural, igniting the fervor of over 10,000 spectators in the arena. Natural stands as one of the quintessential masterpieces of Imagine Dragons, having been released in 2017 as the theme song for that year's ESN College Football League, subsequently clinching the top spot on the Billboard Rock Songs chart and achieving the highest play count on iTunes in the United States. Having imbibed the elixir of the band's lead vocalist, Kevin Young possesses a T1 level of vocal prowess, rivaling that of Dan Reynolds, the frontman of Imagine Dragons. His athletic background endows him with superior breath control and explosive energy. The musicians accompanying him are all prodigies from esteemed music academies, with the University of Florida's music program ranking among the finest in the nation. Remarkably, after only a few days of rehearsal, they executed the performance with exceptional finesse. Notably, in addition to the Music Academy students, his teammates from the University of Florida's basketball team also joined in the vocal harmonies, reveling in the experience. Chapter 32. Online support in just a few minutes. Kevin Young's rendition of Natural captivated the entire audience. As his final notes faded, the O'Connell Center erupted in applause akin to a roaring tsunami. How did everyone find the song? Was it enjoyable? Indeed, absolutely magnificent. It appears that the audience possesses exquisite musical taste. When I someday release an album, make sure to purchase it. Today's performance was live-streamed, and your responses were heard by all. Kevin Vung, holding the microphone, engaged in humorous interactions on stage that elicited hearty laughter from the audience. He then commenced his formal address. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kevin Vung, known in Chinese as. Some of you may not be familiar with me, but that's perfectly all right. I encourage you to pay attention to the news surrounding this year's NBA draft, as I happen to be the individual currently under the most scrutiny. Hence, I chose to perform that song earlier to convey my determination. My conviction is far more robust than any doubts cast upon me. I firmly believe that what defines us is not the setbacks and criticisms we encounter, but rather the manner in which we confront those adversities and skepticism. Young Kaiwen's impassioned words garnered thunderous applause from all present. The audience at tonight's event, composed entirely of fervent fans of Buddha University, were well acquainted with Yang's journey, having witnessed his transformation from a grassroots substitute to an M.O. in the semifinals. Just as the crowd was swept away by the motivational fervor of Yang's speech, he deftly shifted gears, jesting, having spoken earnestly, let us now indulge in a touch of levity. In truth, my purpose for performing this song is to demonstrate that the story of talent scouts approaching me to become a Hollywood star is no mere boast. I genuinely possess that caliber. I yearn to lead a low-key life, yet my looks and abilities simply do not permit it. With a shrug, Yang displayed a comical expression of helplessness. The audience erupted in laughter, as they had yet to be thoroughly seasoned by the onslaught of internet humor, thus finding amusement in simpler jests. As the laughter subsided, Yang, with commanding presence, declared, "Lastly, let me address those who doubt me. Listen closely. Upon entering the NBA, not only will I prove you wrong with my prowess, but I will also compose songs to extend my best wishes to you." The following day, buoyed by the success of Natural, Buddha University's championship celebration became a sensational affair. If Yang's ascent in the NCAA semifinals marked his debut in the spotlight, last night's performance established his fame through melody. Many fans who watched the championship celebration on television took to the internet to discuss Yang's song Natural, lauding its brilliance. In the United States, a nation at the forefront of development, by the year 2000, internet penetration had reached 43, prompting even those who previously paid little attention to basketball to delve into Yang Kaiwen's story after viewing the Natural video. Kevin Yang's speech on stage ignited considerable attention, prompting numerous netizens to rally in his defense. Driven by a sense of loyalty, some enthusiastic fans meticulously edited video clips showcasing Yang's matchups against Martin Cliffs and others during the semifinals, accompanied by comparative analyses. Offensively, Yang displayed a commanding superiority over his opponents in terms of speed, breakthrough ability, playmaking, and shooting. Defensively, Cliffs and his counterparts failed to score more than 6 points against Yang, with shooting percentages falling below 30. The only statistics that showed improvement were turnovers and fouls. Following the release of these videos, netizens began to question the credibility of so-called basketball experts, suggesting that those who doubted Yang's physical prowess must surely be blind. Throughout the semifinals, no player matched his speed, and none could withstand his presence. Yang nearly overwhelmed Martin Cliffs, Yet predictions regarding his draft position remained inferior to that of his opponent. It was particularly amusing to hear claims that Young could not make it to the NBA. Such assertions seemed not only blind but also lacking in reason. The strong support from netizens drew even more attention, leading various television media to invite renowned players and coaches for discussions, thereby boosting viewership. Compared to those self-proclaimed basketball experts, these genuine professionals in the industry were deemed far more credible, with a consensus emerging that Young is undoubtedly worthy of a first-round pick. As for his ultimate draft position, that would depend on how much risk teams are willing to take. Despite predictions that he might fall short of being a lottery pick, his popularity soared to unprecedented heights, a phenomenon that had never been observed in past drafts. This peculiar situation even caught the attention of NBA Commissioner David Stern, who began to recognize this NBA prodigy. Still under 18. On April 10th, Charles White, editor of Yahoo's basketball section, seized the opportunity to conduct an exclusive interview with Young early in the morning. The questions primarily revolved around the NCAA championship, the draft, and the song Natural, to which Young responded thoughtfully. Charles inquired, after winning the NCAA championship, "Have you considered staying an additional year to defend your title?" Young Kaiwen, "I have never considered it. The NCAA serves as a springboard into the NBA, and I have already secured my ticket. Such opportunities should be reserved for a greater number of young players." Charles, if I am not mistaken, you still have 2 months until you turn 18, making you the youngest starting player among all collegiate teams. Do you not worry that others may misconstrue your words as self-aggrandizement? Young Kaiwen, "It's all good. People are either pretending to be something they are not or are on the path of aspiring to do so. The only distinction lies in whether they succeed in that pretense." Charles, "Which NBA team do you aspire to play for?" Young Kaiwen, "Possessing the strength to contend for the championship." Charles, "In this year's NBA draft, what do you predict your selection position will be?" Young Kaiwen, "I am uncertain about this year. However, a decade from now, in a reimagining of the 2000 draft, I am certain I will be the top pick." At the time of this statement, the concept of draft reevaluation had yet to emerge. Upon hearing his words, Charles felt a surge of delight, realizing that this interview had already produced a captivating moment. Charles then shifted the conversation to music. "Your performance of Natural during the victory celebration at Florida University received widespread acclaim. Many professionals believe you possess substantial musical talent and have even suggested that you pursue a career in the music industry. What are your thoughts on this?" Kevin Young, "I am profoundly grateful for the acknowledgement bestowed upon Natural by the public. However, I must express my sincere apologies, as music is merely a passion of mine, while basketball remains my true love. Nonetheless, I shall endeavor to seize opportunities to compose melodious songs to share with fans, particularly during significant moments such as the team's championship victory, which deserves a grand celebration." As someone who has navigated the intricacies of internet marketing, Kevin Young is well-versed in the art of scarcity marketing. In the ensuing interview, Charles inquired about Kevin Young's assessments of his teammates. Young Kaiwen generously expressed his admiration for his teammates, particularly for Haslam and Mike Miller, emphasizing that both are crucial pieces in the championship puzzle, whether in the NACC or the NBA. Udoni's tenacious playing style and Mike's three-point shooting play an indispensable role in the team's success. Young Kaiwen is not merely boasting. In their previous lives, the accomplishments of both in the NBA merit such commendation. By this point in the interview, Charles was already quite satisfied, but unexpectedly, when the discussion turned to the NBA playoffs, Young Kaiwen astonished him once more with a remarkable revelation. Young Kaiwen directly reveals this year's NBA champion in the upcoming finals. "I anticipate a clash between the Lakers and the Pacers. The Lakers have already secured the top position in the regular season, while the Pacers are likely to emerge as the leaders in the Eastern Conference. The two teams have faced each other twice during the regular season, each claiming a victory. Yet I believe the Lakers will effortlessly overcome the Pacers in the finals, potentially clinching the championship in no more than 6 games." Chapter 33. Exclusive interview impact. The Lakers, armed with the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, have consistently been regarded as the most talented and promising team in the league. Nearly 24 days after being swept by the Spurs in last year's playoffs, the Lakers swiftly appointed Phil Jackson as their head coach. The Zen master lived up to expectations, employing the triangle offense to fully unleash the terrifying prowess of the O'Neal-Bryant combination. The Lakers commenced the season with an impressive record of 33 wins and 7 losses, establishing the second-best record in the franchise's history for the first 40 games of the regular season. If all goes as anticipated, The Lakers will conclude this year with a record of 67 wins and 15 losses, equaling the achievements of the 1992 Chicago Bulls and the 1986 Boston Celtics, thereby securing the fifth-best record in NBA regular season history. Upon the airing of the interview, young Kaiwen's words once again ignited fervent discussions among countless spectators online. Some perceive him as unrestrained and confidently outspoken, while others regard him as arrogant and attention-seeking. Overall, the former sentiment dominates, with the latter primarily coming from Pacers fans, as young Kaiwen's predictions strike a sensitive chord with them. This reaction was anticipated by young Kaiwen. He remains indifferent to the sentiments of Pacers supporters. Even though just a week prior, he led the University of Florida to victory in Indianapolis, the home city of the Pacers. This is because the Pacers are not the team he aspires to join. The Indianapolis market is considered to be of mid-tier status within the NBA and critically. This year's achievement of the Eastern Conference Championship marks the pinnacle for the team since the merger of the American Basketball Association and the National Basketball Association in 1976. Thereafter, the Pacers have not been able to reach the finals, let alone secure a championship title. Kevin Young boldly predicts the Lakers will clinch the championship, a move that not only amplifies his visibility but also serves to curry favor with the team, should history remain unaltered. The Lakers are poised to embark on a dynasty of 3 consecutive championships beginning this season. This implies that, should Kevin Young join the Lakers, he could effortlessly secure 2 championship rings, surpassing even the likes of Botter in terms of ease, nay, sheer delight. At merely 20 years of age, he would find himself adorned with 2 championship rings, a feat unmatched in history. Moreover, the rewards bestowed by the championship system are significant, provided luck is on his side. He might uncover 1 or 2 extraordinary rewards, such as a developmental potion or a compatible superstar skill, while not claiming to stride through the NBA like LeBron. Ascending to the ranks of a formidable powerhouse would be well within reach. A recent interview with Yahoo has propelled Kevin Young's popularity to new heights, leaving the projected first overall pick, Kenyon Martin, trailing far behind. That evening, in an NBA match, the Lakers comfortably triumphed over the Supersonics. During the post-game interviews, the OK duo was queried about Young's championship prediction. The ever-animated Shaquille O'Neal, in high spirits, contributed a spot-on meme and jovially remarked, "Kevin Young, you truly possess insight. Once you enter the NBA, the big shark will watch over you." In contrast, Kobe's response was markedly subdued. He merely stated that the Lakers must continue to strive and not grow complacent, offering no commentary on Young. Such is the nature of the proud Kobe, whose respect is reserved solely for those who have proven their mettle on the court. On April 12th, Kevin Young officially signed a contract with his childhood friend, Henry Peters, who has now transitioned from aspiring agent to a fully fledged representative. Notably, Henry's commission within the contract is exceptionally low, with an annual salary of 1 and endorsements at 8, significantly below industry averages. Typically, agents in the NBA receive a commission of 24 from player salary contracts, with the league capping it at 4, and 10 to 20 from endorsement deals. During this period, as Young has been promoting himself for the draft, Henry has greatly benefited from his shrewd tactics, prompting him to request a reduction in commission rates, believing in the principle of earning one's keep and hoping to secure a firm hold on Young's promising career. The following day, Kevin Young formally submitted his application for the 2000 NBA draft. Players aspiring to enter the NBA draft have 2 pathways available. Firstly, they can automatically qualify by meeting specific conditions, which include playing 4 years of college basketball, being 4 years post-high school graduation in the U.S. without attending college, signing with a professional team outside the NBA and participating in games, or being an international player aged 22 or older. Meeting any of these criteria grants automatic eligibility for the draft. Secondly, if a player does not automatically qualify, they may choose to declare for the draft. There are 2 methods for submission. One is to compose a letter and mail it directly to the NBA headquarters. The other is to contact the NBA draft office via email, where dedicated personnel will be responsible for receiving and processing these communications. Once your application meets the NBA standards, they will respond with a draft form, which you simply need to complete and return. The NBA raised the draft age to 19 in 2006, and the record for the youngest draftee, as of the draft day, is held by Jermaine O'Neal at 17 years and 261 days, closely followed by Kobe Bryant at 17 years and 312 days. This record stood until 2005, when it was surpassed by Andrew Bynum at 17 years and 249 days. This year's NBA draft is scheduled to take place on June 28, 2000, at the Target Center in Minneapolis. If all proceeds smoothly, Kevin Young will become the third youngest rookie in NBA history at the age of 18 years and 18 days. Notably, Haslam, inspired by Young, has also registered for this year's NBA draft. Furthermore, Haslam has signed a contract with agent Henry Peter, becoming the second official player under his management. After witnessing Yang's remarkable performances, Haslam increasingly believes that aligning himself with Young will lead to a promising future. Haslam played a crucial role in Florida's championship victory, and with Yang's public commendation of him during an interview, Haslam's draft stock continues to rise, with many media outlets suggesting he is likely to secure a second-round pick. While Young and Haslam diligently hone their skills and await NBA approval, Henry brings news, one favorable and one unfavorable. The good news is that Universal Music has proactively approached them, expressing a desire to assist Young in releasing the single Natural. The marketing department at Universal is highly optimistic about Young, recognizing his exceptional vocal talent, striking appearance, vibrant personality, and potential as a rising star in athletics, all indicative of a promising hit. Naturally, Young seizes this opportunity. After brief negotiations, he decides to cover Coldplay's classics Yellow and The Scientist, creating a mini-album titled E, with Young handling the songwriting and composition single-handedly and ensuring high-quality tracks. Henry successfully negotiated a remarkable 22% royalty share with Universal. Such a percentage is typically reserved for established artists, as new singers often receive less than 10%. Consequently, Young immerses himself in a routine of practicing basketball during the day and recording music at night. The arrangements for Yellow and The Scientist are not overly complex, which is one of the reasons Young chose them. He anticipates completing the recordings within a week. Chapter 34. Declining the tryout on April 17th. Young and Haslam were approved by the NBA to enter the candidate rookie list. This signifies that both have secured the opportunity for individual tryouts with NBA teams. Thus, a dual assessment can occur between draft players and teams. NBA teams can evaluate the player's immediate capabilities and potential, while players can use the tryout experience to further gauge their draft prospects. If the tryout does not meet expectations, players have the option to withdraw from the draft and choose to return to the NCAA or participate in international leagues. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Player withdrawals happen annually, ranging from dozens to over 100. However, with NBA teams gearing up for the playoffs, the focus on tryouts and drafts has yet to commence. On April 22nd, the Heat faced the Pistons, marking the beginning of this year's playoff battles. As the schedule progresses, teams that miss the playoffs or exit in the first or second rounds begin to shift their focus toward draft preparations. The highly popular Young officially enters the sights of a team. A gentle breeze stirs the sheer curtains, and bright sunlight pours into the hotel room, where a couple rests beneath the covers on a grand bed. "Darling, I think you've grown taller." Olivia lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Kevin Yang's handsome visage. With her fingers gently caressing his toned chest, memories of last night's fervor flooded her mind, causing a blush to grace her cheeks. She playfully bit her crimson lip, a hint of bashfulness dancing across her smile. "You mentioned my dimensions have increased. Could you clarify in what regard?" Kaiwen jested that, thanks to the efficacy of the redevelopment serum, his barefoot height had surpassed 186 centimeters. Olivia shot him a playful glare, delicately pushing away his mischievous hand. "Stop fooling around. Get up quickly. Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Last night, the two had engaged in revelry that nearly lasted the entire night, and Olivia was truly feeling the strain. Pleading for respite before Kaiwen finally relented. Despite her regular commitment to fitness, she now felt as if her body was on the verge of breaking down, every muscle aching and weary. With the completion of Kaiwen's audio recording, it was now time to shoot the music video. Adhering to the principle of keeping resources within their circle, Kaiwen designated Olivia to star as the female lead, intending to bolster her acting credentials and popularity. After a tender moment together, Olivia shifted the conversation to more serious matters. "Darling, I heard that you received an invitation for a trial with the Clippers." Kaiwen nodded and said, "Indeed, however, I intend to decline the trial." Olivia exclaimed in astonishment, "You are not going to the trial?" Los Angeles is one of the largest basketball markets in the NBA. Olivia harbored a dream of becoming an actress, with Hollywood and Los Angeles serving as the stage for her aspirations. If possible, Olivia hoped that Kaiwen would play in Los Angeles, allowing her to pursue her career in Hollywood. so they could both reside in the same city. Kevin Young gently caressed Olivia's hair and explained, Los Angeles is a fine city, yet the Clippers are not a commendable team. It is a pit, and a rather deep one at that. I am not yet of retirement age. I aspire to join a team with championship potential, striving for the highest honor attainable by an NBA player. Just yesterday, Kevin Young received an invitation for a trial from the Los Angeles Clippers. This season, the Clippers once again finished at the bottom of the standings, having been eliminated from playoff contention early, making them the first team in the league to initiate their draft preparations, without a doubt. Elgin Baylor, after reviewing the profiles of this year's prospective rookies, curated a list of candidates for the team to extend trial invitations, and Kevin Young's name was prominently featured. To be candid, while Baylor was an exceptional player, he has proven to be far from a competent member of the team's management. His draft choices speak volumes. During the star-studded 1996 draft, the Clippers, despite holding the 7th overall pick, opted for Lorenzen Wright, glaringly disregarding the plethora of available superstars such as Kobe Bryant, Peja Stojakovic, Steve Nash, Shaquille O'Neal, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and Ben Wallace, while Wright merely averaged 9 points and 6 rebounds as a blue-collar player. Even more astonishing was the 1998 draft, where Baylor held the 1st overall pick, yet chose to overlook the talents of Vince Carter, Dirk Nowitzki, Paul Pierce, and Mike Bibby, instead selecting Michael Olowokandi, a notorious draft bust. Numerous instances have demonstrated that being a skilled player does not equate to possessing an eye for talent. Magic Johnson was ridiculed by fans for his inability to assess players, transforming from a passer to a drafter who overlooked talent. Michael Jordan's drafting acumen was equally dismal, and Isaiah Thomas faced widespread criticism for his decisions during his tenure with the Knicks. Long before these figures, Baylor had already set a precedent of textbook mistakes in NBA management. This time, however, Baylor's draft choices appeared to be somewhat more astute. Yet they were still met with Kevin Young's rejection. Kevin Young had contemplated the prospect of playing in Los Angeles, yet not for the Clippers. The team is notoriously abysmal, and the challenge of leading them to a championship feels akin to an insurmountable hell. In a previous life, Baylor officially joined the Clippers in 1986, serving as the executive vice president of basketball operations for a total of 22 years. During this tenure, the Clippers made the playoffs only 4 times, often languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference. Furthermore, the team was burdened by the presence of Donald Sterling, an owner widely recognized for his detestable demeanor and severe racial prejudice, who was ousted from the league only after the infamous recording scandal came to light. Dear reader, declining a tryout is no trivial matter. Once exposed by the media, fans may perceive you as arrogant, leading the team to regard you as a disruptive element. Olivia is not a mere ornament. On the contrary, she is a journalism major and a sideline reporter for NCAA, fully aware of the potential risks associated with rookie players declining tryouts. While there exist precedents in the NBA of players refusing tryouts, such instances are rare and typically reserved for highly sought-after draft prospects. In a past life, LeBron James, as the chosen one, attended a tryout solely with the Cavaliers, who held the 1st overall pick, while turning down invitations from all other teams. Simmons displayed even greater audacity, outright refusing all team tryouts prior to the draft, ultimately being selected 1st overall by the 76ers in 2016. Etienne, during his NBA draft journey, aimed to play in major cities and thus declined tryout invitations from smaller market teams, opting instead to audition only for franchises in larger urban locales such as Los Angeles and New York. Nevertheless, the Bucks ultimately selected him with the 6th pick. Regrettably, due to a series of unfortunate circumstances, Etienne was unable to carve out a successful career in the NBA. Therefore, while it is indeed permissible to decline a tryout, one must possess sufficient capital and confidence to do so. Chapter 35, Malice from Donald Sterling. Kevin Young's rise has been rather swift. His remarkable performances are limited to the NCAA Final Four, leaving his foundation somewhat unstable. Should he decline the tryout, the adverse public opinion could significantly impact his prospects in the upcoming draft. Young Kaiwen reassured, "Do not worry. This is simply an unavoidable circumstance. I aspire to compete with teams that possess championship potential rather than merely lingering with the Clippers. I have unwavering confidence in my abilities and will not be deterred by the possibility of being overlooked. I have already instructed Henry to reach out to other teams, while simultaneously planning to seek opportunities to showcase my skills in public arenas." Young Kaiwen once contemplated emulating LeVar Ball's strategy of promoting his son Lonzo by publicly declaring his intention to join the Los Angeles Lakers. This approach could generate considerable buzz while providing a plausible excuse to decline tryouts with less competitive teams. However, after weighing the potential risks, Young ultimately decided against it. Following the Lakers' championship victory this year, the team's primary objective in their construction efforts is undoubtedly stability, which may not afford him a position on the roster. If Kevin Young were to publicly declare his allegiance solely to the Lakers, he might inadvertently jeopardize his prospects, causing other teams to shy away. Upon learning that Kevin Young intended to decline a tryout, Henry expressed his disapproval. In Henry's view, while the Clippers may be struggling significantly, they are not devoid of potential. The absence of marquee players within the Clippers offers newcomers greater opportunities for expression. For a rookie, guaranteed playing time is of paramount importance. Although joining a powerhouse team presents a chance for championship contention, the fierce internal competition makes it challenging for a rookie to displace seasoned veterans and seize the spotlight. Rookie contracts typically last just 4 years, and Henry believes that Kevin Young could indeed establish impressive statistics with the Clippers, potentially emerging as a star within the team or even an all-star in the league. If the Clippers remain unsuccessful at that juncture, it would not be too late for him to seek other opportunities. After all, at such a young age, 4 years from now, he will merely be 22. Even Jordan had to wait until he was 28 to win his first championship. Young Kaiwen recognized the wisdom in Henry's words, yet his situation was unique. He required a championship to activate the system's rewards and enhance his capabilities. To neglect the advantages of a system would be an affront to reason. Thus, Young Kaiwen sought a team that not only possessed championship potential, but also offered ample opportunities for participation. After much persuasion proved futile, Henry reluctantly declined the Clippers' invitation for a trial based on Young Kaiwen's wishes. The following day, upon receiving Henry's response, the Clippers were incensed, specifically their owner Donald Sterling, who felt belittled and seethed with rage. Since acquiring the team in 1981 for $12.7 million, Sterling had regarded himself as the deity of the franchise. Although the Clippers had yet to deliver a championship, they bestowed upon him the unchecked authority to act as he pleased. He could arbitrarily withhold the prize money from fans who succeeded in their lucky shots. Even if it was merely $1,000, he could demand the head coach personally attend to players' injuries to cut costs. He could brazenly bring women into the locker room, audaciously proclaiming, "Look at these splendid black bodies," with the demeanor of a slave owner. Now, an NCAA rookie, barely projected to make it past the first round, had the audacity to decline a trial, and to add insult to injury, he was of mixed Asian descent. Who had given him such gall? In a fit of fury, Sterling called Baylor. Elgin leaked the news that this yellow-skinned clown rejected the Clippers' trial. Have the team's PR amplify this incident and tarnish his reputation. "I want this mother to understand how foolish it is to offend my team," Baylor cautioned. "Donald, I believe it unnecessary to escalate this matter. He is merely a young man, not yet 18, and participating in the draft is already a significant challenge. There is no need to target an ordinary player. It serves no benefit to the team." Sterling scoffed. "Precisely because he is an ordinary player, I am even more incensed. The team granted him a trial opportunity as a sign of respect. What right does he have to refuse? This boy is far too arrogant. Does he fancy himself a singer? I shall grant him that. I will transform him into a pariah. Let us see if any team will still desire him. If no team shows interest, he can gladly return to his singing career. Perhaps I might even show some mercy and purchase his album to support his musical endeavors." Baylor sighed softly, sensing that no one in the league could rival the arrogance of his team owner. In 1984, Sterling had unilaterally announced the relocation of the team to Los Angeles, provoking the NBA to issue a hefty $25 million fine. Sterling retaliated by suing the league for $100 million. He harbored a profound disdain for players, viewing them as impoverished individuals reliant on the sale of their labor. In the company of another individual also named Donald, they are akin to two peas in a pod, both embodying arrogance, lechery, shamelessness, and a loquaciousness that knows no bounds. Although Baylor does not condone Sterling's actions, as a member of the team, he must adhere to the directives issued by the owner. Consequently, Baylor reluctantly instructed the team's public relations department to disseminate the news regarding Kevin Young's refusal to attend the trial. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The media thrives on sensationalism and controversy, with Young's recent rise to prominence. The revelation of his alleged misconduct provided the media with an irresistible opportunity to stoke the flames. Thus, editors from various sports outlets, in their quest to fabricate sensational headlines and capture public attention, embellished their articles, portraying Yang as an arrogant narcissist, nearly concocting tales of him boasting about besting the likes of Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. The news quickly became a cacophony of outrage. The only outlet refraining from vilifying Yang was Yahoo Sports. Following a previous collaborative interview, editor Charles had cultivated a degree of friendship with Yang. Standing firm against the mounting pressure, Charles published an article in support of Yang, asserting that the trial was a consensual arrangement between both parties, with the team possessing the right to select candidates and players equally entitled to decline. In his article, Charles included Yang's original statement regarding his refusal to attend the trial. "I fundamentally disagree with Donald Sterling. Rather than auditioning for his team, I have more pressing matters to attend to. What could possibly be more significant for a rookie player than participating in a trial? How does the moral compass of the team owner relate to the act of trying out for the team?" At this juncture, the recording scandal had yet to surface, and Sterling had not yet faced any repercussions. Although fans harbored disdain for Sterling, it had not reached a level of collective outrage. The media swiftly condemned Yang as evasive and attention-seeking. Some bewildered fans, jumping on the bandwagon, took to the internet to criticize his apparent lack of professionalism. Upon witnessing the news frenzy, Henry immediately contacted Yang, expressing his concern. "Brother, have you seen the news about yourself online? The situation seems rather precarious." Yang Kaiwen calmly remarked, "Always think positively. Previously, I went to great lengths to boost my popularity, but now it seems that my visibility is increasing without cost. Perhaps there will be reporters seeking to interview me again." Henry, feeling embarrassed, responded, "The official website of the Clippers has published a statement accusing you of arrogance and rudeness, which could potentially tarnish your image as a player." Kevin Yang responded effortlessly, "In the NBA, prowess reigns supreme. Excellence in play is the true path to success. The Clippers do not suit my preferences. They are a team seemingly cursed, a predicament unlikely to be resolved in the next 2 or 3 decades. Selecting the right team is of paramount importance to me. As for my image as a player, I cannot control how others perceive me." Chapter 36. Why 17 in the sweep of the street court is a player's image truly of such significance in the NBA? The answer is both yes and no. Kyrie Irving serves as the quintessential example. His self-destructive antics are numerous. In 2017, after missing the championship, he developed a rebellious spirit, clashed with LeBron, and pressured the Cavaliers management for a trade to become the star of another team. Subsequently, he embarked on a series of bewildering behaviors, burning incense for exorcism, fasting during Ramadan, kneeling in prayer, proclaiming flat earth theories, and mysteriously vanishing, all of which established him as a recognized problematic player among teams and fans alike. However, when Irving joined the Mavericks and aided the team in returning to the finals, public opinion shifted, lauding him as a reformed man. In many respects, the NBA resembles a spotlighted arena of fame and fortune. While Hollywood prioritizes appearance and acting skills, the NBA values physicality and athletic prowess. In the NBA, as long as one possesses sufficient talent, not only can one's image be overlooked, but even a slight deficiency in character may be selectively ignored. Why is Michael Jordan often teased as an old rogue? Beyond his exceptional gameplay, he is known as a gambler and a notorious womanizer. And he has been known to physically intimidate his teammates. His teammate, the flamboyant Dennis Rodman, takes absurdity to new heights, a frequent visitor to police stations. With a criminal record a foot thick, publicly engaging in lewd acts, and even marrying himself while declaring his bisexuality. Yet, this eccentric figure managed to capture the affection of the pop icon Madonna. Moreover, figures like the ever-changing Zhang Liang, Kobe Bryant with the Eagle County incident, and Karl Malone, who fathered a child with a 13-year-old girl, are all illustrious stars within the league, some even included among the NBA's 75 greatest players. Henry remained unconvinced. Are you truly not the least bit concerned? If other teams fail to extend an invitation for tryouts, you may very well find yourself falling out of the first round. Yang Kaiwen confidently stated, "Do not say that not being selected in the first round signifies the end. Even as an undrafted player, I still have the opportunity to play for a team in the Summer League. I firmly believe that as long as I am granted the chance to step onto the court, there will undoubtedly be a team that recognizes my capabilities and is willing to offer me a short contract, betting on my future." Despite engaging in recording sessions and filming music videos during this period, his dedication to basketball training has not waned. Through the system panel, He can clearly observe notable advancements in his physical attributes, aside from the slight deceleration in the improvement of his speed, which has already surpassed a value of 85. The other 5 attributes have shown significant enhancement. With experience cards reminiscent of Parker, his skills in penetrating and executing floaters have also begun to flourish. This unwavering self-assurance is the foundation of Yang Kaiwen's calm demeanor. Amid the tumult surrounding Yang Kaiwen's refusal to participate in tryouts, it was not the owner of the Clippers, Sterling, who was most pleased, but rather Universal Music. The record label hastened the production of Yang Kaiwen's mini-album, aiming to capitalize on the current surge of his popularity. On May 5th, Yang Kaiwen's EV-17 was officially released for sale. Lacking inspiration for a title, he chose to emulate Adele's naming strategy. The 3 standout tracks, Natural, Velo, and The Scientist, debuted with great acclaim. The media, which had previously criticized Yang Kaiwen for prioritizing anything over tryouts, found themselves collectively bewildered. Indeed, for most players, nothing supersedes the importance of tryouts. Yet, Yang Kaiwen is an exception. He can sing and release albums. Fans who had initially accused him of being unprofessional began to reverse their stance, praising the quality of his songs and deeming his refusal to try out understandable, albeit not to be repeated. If the quality of the songs is assured, additional attempts may be warranted without hesitation. Some fans, who are not particularly invested in basketball, even urged Yang Kaiwen to transition from a part-time to a full-time music career, suggesting that music is far more enjoyable than basketball, offering freedom from injury and stress. Simultaneously, Yang Kaiwen launched an innovative promotional campaign for his album, holding events at Venice Beach Court in Los Angeles, Rucker Park in New York, and Dickman Park in New York. The process was straightforward. Yang Kaiwen's team challenged local streetball legends, and following the games, he performed 3 songs from V-17 for the fans. The album signing event transformed into a shooting challenge, where attendees could receive a personally signed album for successfully making shots. Furthermore, Yang Kaiwen publicly committed to establishing a charitable foundation, pledging a portion of the personal income from the V-17 album to provide nutrition, education, and social services for children. This idea stemmed from Yang Kaiwen's desire for a public platform to showcase his basketball prowess. Although the level of street basketball differs from that of professional leagues, observant viewers can still discern his skills in driving, passing, and shooting. As for the charitable foundation, it is merely a standard practice. Numerous celebrities and affluent individuals engage in such activities, not only to benefit from tax deductions, but also to cultivate their public personas and fortify their reputations. Universal Music expressed unwavering support for the concept proposed by Kevin Yang. This promotional endeavor boasts low operational costs and presents a novel and distinctive format, promising substantial potential. Without delving into the extent of album sales it may generate, one can be certain of a considerable audience and significant media attention. Consequently, in the following week, Kevin Yang, accompanied by Haslam, dominated the street basketball courts, an experience aptly described as a display of overwhelming superiority. There is a saying, do not use your hobbies to challenge others' means of livelihood. What is the disparity between streetball players and professional athletes? The case of Rafer Alston elucidates this. Acknowledged as the king of streetball, Alston entered the NBA in 1998, and despite 3 seasons passing, he remains a bench warmer for the Milwaukee Bucks, averaging fewer than 3 points per game. In reality, even during his stints with the Raptors and Rockets, marking his first career start, he still failed to rank among the league's prominent point guards. In a previous life, Durant, in 2011, played at the Rucker Park while still evolving from the young prodigy into the formidable Slim Reaper, astonishingly scoring 66 points and dominating the game. Similarly, in 2002, Kobe made a surprise appearance at Rucker Park, effortlessly amassing 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists in the first half. Alas, the second half was cut short due to inclement weather. Yang Kaiwen approached the game with the intention of showcasing his prowess, and his performance as a point guard was nothing short of merciless. With statistics of 50 points, 7 rebounds, and 18 assists, 59 points, 4 rebounds, and 10 assists, and 54 points, 5 rebounds, and 15 assists, he delivered astonishing figures across 3 prominent street basketball courts, displaying remarkable dominance. In these informal arenas where defense is often overlooked, Yang's offensive skills were allowed to flourish unabated. His repertoire included penetrating passes, layups, delicate floaters, abrupt jump shots, turnaround jumpers, and step-back three-pointers, each executed with effortless finesse, much to the delight of the spectators. Haslam's performance also deserves commendation, frequently delivering spectacular blocks and showcasing his precision with mid-range shots, contributing significantly to the team's scoring with an average nearing 30 points over the 3 games. Together, they accounted for nearly all of their team's points, overwhelming their opponents with relentless aggression. Ultimately, to prevent the game from descending into an excessive rout, they resorted to easing their defensive pressure, allowing the opposition open shots. Chapter 37, Rookie Physical Assessment. Young Kaiwen's dominant performance on the basketball court has prompted Charles to declare him the strongest college player in a post on Yahoo Sports. This title is quite flattering, as Young led his team to victory in the NCAA championship and reached the Final Four, and yet he has not yet entered the NBA, making such praise not excessive. Haslam also showcased the tattoo of the state of Florida on his back during an event, expressing his determination to play for his hometown team, the Miami Heat. This was a suggestion from Young Kaiwen. While the promotional tactics employed by LeVar Ball for Lonzo Ball may not suit Young, they are perfectly acceptable for Haslam. Kevin Young dominates the basketball courts, and his EV-17 album is experiencing a meteoric rise, achieving weekly sales of 220,000 copies, with all 3 singles charting on the Billboard Hot 100. Priced at $15, slightly lower than the standard album price, the first week sales generated an impressive 3 million. For a newcomer, especially one who is juggling multiple roles, this achievement has certainly captured the attention of the entire American music industry. Major media outlets have also taken notice, recognizing this rebellious young artist as possessing an enigmatic charm that enables him to consistently achieve remarkable feats, defying conventional expectations. The album's success has brought immense joy to Kevin's family and friends, who have showered him with congratulations. In contrast to his previous demeanor, Kevin appears notably composed. The album's success was anticipated, and following the promotional activities, he has returned to his immersive training routine. The release of V-17 is merely a means to enhance his popularity and earn some extra pocket money, with his ultimate aspiration remaining a career in the NBA. Indeed, V-17's explosive success, coupled with Kevin's commanding performances across America's streetball courts, has prompted scouts from various teams to reevaluate this young talent. On May 22nd, the NBA held its draft lottery, and in a stroke of fortune, the Brooklyn Nets secured the first overall pick with a mere 4 for chance. Meanwhile, the Memphis Grizzlies, located far away in Vancouver, claimed the 2nd pick, while the rival Los Angeles Clippers obtained the 3rd pick. Historically plagued by poor performance, the Clippers, burdened by their owner Sterling's questionable luck, have consistently struggled in the lottery. However, this year, securing the 3rd pick represents an extraordinary achievement. It is noteworthy that in 1987, the Clippers endured a dismal season with a record of 12 wins and 70 losses, marking the 2nd worst performance in league history at that time, all in hopes of landing the 1st overall pick to select Admiral David Robinson. Ultimately, the Spurs, with 28 wins, claimed the top pick, while the Suns with 36 wins secured the 2nd, and the Nets with 24 wins seized the 3rd, leaving the Clippers with only the 4th pick, a testament to their unfortunate luck. 3 days after the NBA draft lottery, the Rookie Combine took place, an event of considerable importance for all teams. Scouts and experts meticulously evaluate each rookie's performance, providing scores and corresponding player templates. Despite the sophisticated presentation of annual draft reports, which include various dimensions of analysis and reference templates, the essence of scouting boils down to 3 fundamental aspects. First, physical attributes. Second, historical performance data. And third, lineage. Physical attributes are the primary consideration for teams when selecting players, as talent determines potential, a principle as unyielding as Newton's first law in the realm of sports. Skills can be honed, and strength can be increased, but the prime period for developing speed and vertical leap is typically before the age of 20. Afterward, significant improvement becomes elusive, with players like Russell Westbrook representing a rare exception of post-entry evolution. As for physical characteristics such as height, wingspan, and hand size, alas, even divine beings could not impart these attributes through training. Historical data, on the other hand, is straightforward. It simply reflects past performance. The remarkable historical performance data signifies that it has withstood the rigorous test of actual competition. This is akin to asserting that a particular athlete is a superstar. The first thing presented would undoubtedly be historical accolades and statistics. One cannot simply designate a player averaging fewer than 10 points per game as a superstar, can one? What? You say his name is Dennis Rodman? Well, that changes things. Ultimately, the lineage of the player is of paramount importance. The educational background from which a player hails, and the basketball system they have been nurtured in, will directly influence their playing style. For instance, swingmen emerging from North Carolina typically exhibit a robust repertoire of post moves, while that individual named Zion serves as a cautionary example. Centers bred in Georgetown display a rugged style of play, embodying the quintessential tough guy. In contrast, the University of Connecticut is renowned for producing cold-blooded guards, whose shooting is lethal. As for lineage, it pertains to ethnicity. Within the predominantly African-American NBA, white players often face discrimination, let alone those of Asian descent. Anyone with a semblance of knowledge regarding the experiences of Yao Ming and Jeremy Lin understands the arduous path that individuals of Asian descent must traverse to earn respect. This is precisely why Kevin Young continuously strives to enhance his visibility, hoping that NBA teams and scouts will acknowledge his presence rather than overlook him. On May 24th, Kevin Young and Haslam journeyed together, arriving a day early at a hotel near the designated venue for the league's rookie physical assessments. After a night of rest, the following morning, the two rose early, had breakfast, and made their way to the testing facility. Young Kaiwen was filled with anticipation regarding this physical assessment. The effects of the third phase of the developmental agent have been absorbed for nearly 2 months now, with a continuous duration of 3 months. After a period of relentless effort, Young Kaiwen has made remarkable progress in various physical attributes: strength, 64, speed, 87, jump, 84, reaction, 85, constitution, 67, and endurance, 80. While the speed attribute surpassed 85, resulting in a diminished effect with only a 2-point increase, all other attributes have improved by more than 4 points, with the most significant gains observed in constitution and endurance. Young Kaiwen was eager to ascertain how his current physical attributes would reflect in his fitness test results. The fitness assessment for the year 2000 was not particularly complicated. However, there were numerous rookie players undergoing evaluation. Under the organization of the staff, Young Kaiwen dedicated half a day to finally complete the assessment. The first results to emerge were the static talent metrics. Young Kaiwen stands barefoot at a height of 186.5 centimeters and weighs 79 kilograms. When shod, his height reaches 189 centimeters, with a wingspan of 203 centimeters and a standing reach of 252 centimeters. The remarkable figures for his wingspan and standing reach are truly impressive, surpassing those of many guards who are just over 190 centimeters tall. Following this are the statistics reflecting his dynamic athleticism. Young Kaiwen has demonstrated exceptional speed, achieving a lane agility time of 10.58 seconds and completing 34 sprints, 22.86 meters, in 3.6 seconds, placing him among the top 3 in this physical assessment. His jumping ability is also commendable, with a standing vertical leap of 81 centimeters and a maximum vertical jump of 92 centimeters, which, while not elite, certainly places him in a favorable position. The only relatively mediocre statistic is his bench press of 185 pounds. Despite exerting considerable effort, he managed only 5 repetitions. Although this performance is somewhat lacking, it still surpasses that of Du Xiaoshui. After all, Du Xiaoshui's illustrious achievement of failing to complete even a single 185-pound bench press is prominently noted on the NBA's official rookie measurement introduction page, firmly establishing his place on the wall of physical testing shame. Kevin Young's exceptional physical fitness data, combined with his burgeoning fame, immediately captured the attention of numerous teams. Among them, one team exhibited a profound interest in Young, namely the Los Angeles Lakers, the very team he aspires to join. Chapter 38. The Lakers' olive branch this year marks Phil Jackson's inaugural season coaching the Lakers. Although they smoothly secured the top position in the regular season, the playoffs proved to be more challenging. In the first round, the Lakers faced the Kings, narrowly advancing with a 3-2 victory, nearly facing an unexpected defeat. After a straightforward triumph over the Suns in the second round, the Lakers encountered the formidable Trail Blazers, plunging once again into a fierce battle. The Lakers boast an exceptionally strong lineup, with the dynamic duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant often regarded as the most formidable pair in the league. The small forward, Glenn Rice, holds the record for the highest single-quarter scoring in All-Star history, while the power forward, the veteran AC Green, has been recognized for his defensive prowess. Conversely, The Lakers' weakest link is arguably their point guard position, which has contributed to their unexpected playoff losses. The starting point guard, the 36-year-old veteran Ron Harper, is a celebrated player from the Bulls championship trio who has followed Jackson to Los Angeles. Despite his wealth of experience and familiarity with the triangle offense, Harper's age has begun to hinder his performance on both ends of the court. In the regular season, Harper started 78 games, averaging 5 minutes per match, yet only managed to score 7 points per game with a shooting percentage of less than 40. His three-point shooting during the playoffs was particularly dismal, at a mere 23. 1. Shaquille O'Neal often labored in the low post to draw double teams, yet passing the ball to Harper seldom translated into points. The Lakers' backup point guard, Derek Fisher, has yet to mature into the seasoned player known as Old Fish. Fisher, a rookie from the golden generation of '96, shares a close bond with Kobe Bryant, having entered the league during the same period. Moreover, his shooting has been rather dismal. In his previous life, many fans believed that Fisher, at the peak of his career, possessed a remarkable prowess in both three-point and mid-range shooting, coupled with an unwavering composure in critical moments. However, prior to his evolution from little fish to big fish, he was indeed a quintessential blacksmith. Throughout this season, Fisher averaged 1 minutes per game, managing a mere 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, with a shooting accuracy that fell below 35, a meager 34.6. Reflecting on his entire 18-year professional career, his regular season shooting percentage stands at only 39.9. Far from precise, while his three-point shooting is somewhat better at 37.4, albeit with an average of only 2.6 attempts per game, resulting in just one successful shot, thus posing a limited threat. On the defensive front, Fisher, with his stature of 185 centimeters and a robust weight of 95 kilograms, is capable of guarding swingmen. However, his sluggish lateral movement makes him susceptible to quicker guards, a fact that cannot be disputed. If Harper and Fisher represent the more vulnerable links within the Lakers roster, then the third-string point guard, Tyronn Lue, is an undeniable liability. Lue was selected by the Denver Nuggets as the 23rd overall pick in the first round of the 1998 NBA draft, only to be traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. The coaching staff initially aimed to nurture this young talent, yet Lue's fragile constitution led to a series of injuries, culminating in a torn meniscus this year, which resulted in him being sidelined for the entire season. This predicament is the primary catalyst for the Lakers extending an olive branch to Kevin Young. Rather than squandering a valuable roster spot on an injury-prone player, it is far more prudent to select a promising talent. The Lakers' scouting acumen is undoubtedly among the elite in the league. Following the NCAA Final Four, scouts began to take notice of Kevin Young, especially after he confidently predicted the Lakers would clinch the championship, declined a tryout with the rival Clippers, and excelled in various street ball tournaments. The scouts compiled Young's physical assessment data and game footage, and after thorough discussions, the management extended a formal invitation for a tryout. However, given the Lakers' pursuit of the championship, the tryout will be scheduled after the conclusion of the playoffs. When Henry called with the good news, Young was overjoyed. The Lakers, a storied franchise in the NBA, are poised to establish a dynasty with a potential three-peat starting this year. Riding this wave of success is nothing short of exhilarating. In terms of internal competition, both Harper and Fisher exhibit notable shortcomings, while Young possesses absolute confidence in his ability to stand out. In Kevin Young's memory, the Los Angeles Lakers faced a tumultuous season in 2000 to 2001, plagued by injuries. Derek Fisher suffered a stress fracture in his right foot during the regular season, participating in only 20 games. The team found itself in an awkward predicament at the point guard position, with no available players to step in. Had circumstances been favorable, Kevin Young's rookie season with the Lakers would have afforded him ample opportunity to showcase his talents on the court. His sole responsibility would have been to seize the moment and prove his worth. After receiving an invitation for a tryout with the Lakers, Henry also garnered tryout offers from the Cavaliers, Magic, and Bucks. These teams, all of which struggled in the league, were keen to bolster their rosters, particularly in the perimeter, as this year's crop of rookie candidates lacked quality big men. However, with no championship aspirations and operating in smaller markets, Kevin Young advised Henry to politely decline their offers. NBA teams are not naive. Upon learning of Young's commitment to the Lakers tryout, they understood his steadfast desire to join a powerhouse team. As the saying goes, a forced fruit is not sweet. Thus, other struggling NBA teams that had shown interest in Yang prudently refrained from extending further invitations. After all, the previous year's incident involving Francis and his refusal to join the Grizzlies remained fresh in everyone's memory. Francis, the second overall pick in the 1999 draft, had publicly declared prior to the draft that he would not play for the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies management, believing he was merely throwing a tantrum, insisted on selecting him with their second pick. The following day, however, Francis openly rejected the team in the media, citing the lack of basic amenities in Vancouver, which incited a collective backlash from Grizzlies fans. In a desperate move, the Grizzlies management orchestrated a massive trade involving 11 players, sending Francis to the Houston Rockets. His audacity stemmed from an illustrious high school and college career, where he earned nominations for the Wooden Award and Naismith Award. In the eyes of NBA teams, Kevin Yang possessed even greater confidence. With V17 sales surpassing 500,000 copies, achieving platinum status, he had the leverage to walk away at any moment should he wish, forsaking the game entirely. As June approached, Haslam successfully received a tryout invitation from the Miami Heat. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals between the Lakers and the Trail Blazers unfolded as expected. The trajectory of the game mirrored Kevin Yang's previous life, as the Lakers fought valiantly from a daunting 15-point deficit, ultimately executing a thrilling comeback to secure their place in the finals. Young Kaiwen had an uncanny foresight regarding the outcome of the match. His primary focus was not on the victory or defeat, but rather on the performance of the Trail Blazers point guard, Damon Stoudemire, affectionately known as Little Flying Mouse. He earnestly hoped that Stoudemire would demonstrate his prowess, posing a significant threat to the Lakers, ideally overpowering both Hubble and Fisher. Such an outcome would compel the Lakers to seriously consider bolstering their position at point guard, thereby enhancing the likelihood of Young Kaiwen's own recruitment. Regrettably, the Lakers' backcourt featured the formidable Kobe Bryant, who adeptly switched defensive assignments. Under his vigilant scrutiny, Stoudemire's offensive capabilities were regrettably stifled. On the defensive end, standing at a mere 178 centimeters, Stoudemire became an evident liability. Whenever faced with a pick-and-roll mismatch, he was relentlessly exploited by the Lakers players, suffering considerable humiliation. Chapter 39. Prophecy fulfilled. The Lakers claimed the championship, such as the plight of shorter guards. Even the illustrious Allen Iverson had to resort to gambling-style steals to offset his defensive shortcomings. This has become one of the primary criticisms leveled at Young Kaiwen by external scouts. Although he now measures over 186 centimeters barefoot, his slender physique still renders him vulnerable in the eyes of certain experts. This explains why many players opt to exaggerate their height, sometimes secretly donning multiple pairs of thick socks during measurements. For instance, the heir apparent, Bronny, boasted an official height of 193 centimeters at the University of Southern California. Yet his rookie measurements plummeted to 186.7 centimeters, leading to playful jabs from netizens that he must play in high heels. On June 7th, the NBA Finals commenced in earnest. Kevin Young returned to San Francisco, accompanying his family to watch the game, alongside his childhood friend Henry, as Henry became Kevin's agent. The bond between their two families, already connected by kinship, grew even closer. In the first match of the finals, the Lakers triumphed over the Pacers with a commanding score of 104-87, opening the door to victory for the entire series. The match was not particularly thrilling, yet Henry watched with palpable tension. The Lakers possessed only one first-round draft pick this year, having traded away their second-round pick long ago. As long as the Lakers did not commit to selecting Kevin, Henry's heart was in turmoil. Thus, he hoped for the Lakers to falter in the finals, specifically wishing for a poor performance from their point guard, which would diminish their championship prospects. This, he believed, would significantly enhance Kevin's chances of being drafted. Perhaps due to Henry's fervent prayers, the Lakers' perimeter players collectively fell silent during the game. Kobe Bryant played for 38 minutes, scoring a mere 14 points, alongside 3 rebounds and 5 assists, while Derek Fisher contributed only 5 points. Only Hubble managed to perform adequately, scoring 12 points. The Pacers successfully contained the Lakers' outside shooting, yet their interior defense was utterly dismantled by a colossal force. Shaquille O'Neal, in his first match, played for 44 minutes, making 21 of 31 attempts and amassing 43 points, along with 19 rebounds, 6 of which were offensive, and providing 4 assists while blocking 3 shots from the opponents. This season, O'Neal had completely transformed from a young shark into a formidable beast, proving to be an indomitable force in the low post, effortlessly delivering dunks that left opponents helpless. In contrast, the Pacers star, Reggie Miller, struggled against Kobe, managing only a dismal 7 points. The standout for the Pacers was point guard Mark Jackson, a 35-year-old veteran who shot 6 of 8, including 2 of 3 from beyond the arc and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, racking up 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, boasting an astonishing true shooting percentage of 88.2. Against this backdrop, Lakers fans began to question the adequacy of their point guard position, recognizing a need for reinforcement. Following the game, major media outlets declared the Lakers destined for the championship, with numerous basketball experts boldly predicting a sweep for the Lakers. Consequently, amidst the media's overzealous predictions, an unexpected twist occurred. In the second game of the finals, with just over 3 minutes left in the first quarter, Kobe suffered an injury due to a deliberate trip by Jalen Rose upon landing from a mid-range jumper. Despite Kobe's absence, the Lakers, buoyed by O'Neal's divine performance, still secured victory. The Big Shark played for 46 minutes, making 11 of 18 shots, setting an NBA record with 39 free throw attempts in a single game, scoring 40 points, grabbing 24 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks. The Pacers' interior defense was utterly overwhelmed, with 2 players fouling out and 1 accumulating 5 fouls. Yet they could not prevent O'Neal's relentless dominance in the paint. Nonetheless, basketball is ultimately a team sport, and Kobe's injury significantly impacted the trajectory of the series. On June 11th, in the third game of the finals, coach Phil Jackson rejected Kobe's request to play despite his injury, resulting in a Lakers loss to the Pacers. Then, on June 14th, in the fourth game of the finals, Kobe once again insisted on playing, despite his foot injury. Concerned about the possibility of the Pacers equalizing the series, Coach Jackson acquiesced to Kobe's request. Ultimately, the dynamic duo of the 0K combination scored a combined 64 points, with Kobe single-handedly dragging the game into overtime and clinching victory for the Lakers after O'Neal fouled out, thereby securing a championship point for the team. In this match, O'Neal notched 36 points and 21 rebounds, while Kobe contributed 28 points and 5 assists. The two also created a classic NBA moment, with O'Neal carrying the injured Kobe off the court. In the following 2 finals games, Kobe continued to play through his injury, embodying the Mamba mentality with unwavering determination. Despite his foot ailment causing a decline in his performance, he still managed to contribute 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists in the 6th game on June 19th. Meanwhile, the unstoppable Big Shark, O'Neal, continued to dominate, scoring 35 points and 11 rebounds in Game 5, followed by 41 points and 12 rebounds in Game 6, asserting his supremacy throughout the series. Ultimately, the Lakers defeated the Pacers 4-2, lifting the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy on their home court. O'Neal averaged 38 points, 16, 7 rebounds, and 7 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 61.1, rightfully earning the Finals MVP title. In the grand tapestry of NBA history, O'Neal's terrifying performance in this series stands as a monumental achievement, second only to Michael Jordan's contributions of 41 points, 8, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists in the 1993 Finals. The Lakers' championship was well-deserved, and media outlets clamored to cover the event, showering the team with praise. Some enthusiastic fans unearthed an interview in which Kevin Young had predicted the Lakers' championship, humorously lamenting that they should have followed his advice and placed bets before the playoffs began, which would have yielded significant gains. Many Lakers fans began to view Kevin Young as a harbinger of good fortune, leaving comments on the team's official website urging them to select him in the draft, thus bolstering the point guard position. This sentiment aligned perfectly with the Lakers' management. The day after the Los Angeles Lakers secured their championship, General Manager Mitch Kupchak approached Coach Phil Jackson to discuss draft and tryout plans. The Lakers' championship parade was set to commence in 4 days, lasting 3 days, after which the NBA draft would approach, necessitating the timely organization of scouting efforts. When do you plan to arrange for that Chinese rookie named Kevin Young to come for a tryout? I have reviewed his match footage and physical assessment data, and I perceive a wealth of untapped potential. He is undoubtedly superior to Tyronn Lue. Mitch Kupchak has just assumed his position with the Lakers and is keen to make a significant impact. After this year's championship victory, the Lakers may refrain from making drastic changes. However, individuals like Tyronn Lue, who merely coast along, should be promptly dismissed. Lue's salary is modest at $810,000, which is negligible for the affluent Lakers, but his presence occupies a crucial roster spot. The NBA permits a maximum of 15 players under formal contract, and each position is vital for the Lakers' aspirations of defending their title next season. A tryout is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He is a promising prospect. Had he not declined to audition for a lesser team, coupled with his Asian heritage, his draft stock would likely be quite favorable. Our first-round pick, at the end of the order, will probably not suffice to secure him, Coach Jackson remarked with a chuckle. This year is a modest draft year, with few potential players. And Kevin Young is one of the select few who has captured Jackson's attention. Chapter 40. Lakers tryout. I have received word that the Spurs seem interested in having Young for a tryout. However, Greg, that old rascal, has yet to make a definitive decision, Kupchak noted. The Spurs? Jackson expressed surprise, but upon reflection, he recognized the considerable likelihood. It is well known that Spurs head coach Greg Popovich, with his military background, has a strong aversion to undisciplined players. A quintessential example of this is when Popovich traded the four-time rebounding champion Dennis Rodman to the Bulls for a pittance. Logically, Kevin Young, having rejected the Clippers tryout and been labeled a troublemaker by the media for his extracurricular musical endeavors and youthful exuberance, would not align with Popovich's preferences. The reason is that the Spurs' point guard position is indeed in a state of disarray, with a lack of viable options. The starting point guard, the young Avery Johnson, averages 2 points and 6 assists per game. He possesses both penetration and passing skills, but lacks shooting range, rarely attempting three-pointers, and his shooting percentage is alarmingly low. Moreover, Johnson is already 35 years old, and given his limited range and reliance on driving, his competitive performance will likely decline rapidly with age. The other 2-point guards in the Spurs rotation are a 37-year-old Terry Porter and another 35-year-old, Steve Kerr. If the Spurs do not inject new talent into the lineup next season, relying on these veterans will not bring them anywhere near a championship. Coach Jackson, having contemplated these intricacies, smiled calmly and remarked, the Spurs are not in a favorable position. They have already traded their first-round draft pick to the Bulls and hold only a second-round pick. Furthermore, I believe that unless there are no better options, Kevin Young would prefer not to play in San Antonio. Though young and impetuous, Young possesses a strong sense of self. He is undoubtedly aware that playing under Greg requires him to temper his personality, refrain from seeking the limelight, and adhere strictly to discipline. In contrast, the atmosphere within our Lakers is far more permissive. The allure of Los Angeles presents a challenge for young individuals to resist. Upon hearing this, Kupchak nodded in agreement. When compared to the Spurs, the Lakers have a distinct advantage in recruiting players, whether through the charm of the city, team composition, or management. The only concern Kupchak could foresee for the Lakers is the issue of salary cap. This season, the Lakers' total salary reached an impressive $55.02 million, ranking third in the league, a significant $34 million above the salary cap. With the impending salary increases for Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant next season, the team's total salary is projected to approach $60 million. As the general manager, Kupchak must exercise meticulous budgeting and acquisitions to demonstrate his capabilities. However, young Kevin, being merely a rookie, would not exert a substantial influence on the overall situation. Henry received the notice for young Kevin's tryout with the Lakers and brought him to Los Angeles a day in advance, where they stayed at a hotel near the training facility. The following morning, young Kevin rose promptly, engaging in some routine training at a nearby outdoor court to prepare himself. In the afternoon, young Kevin and Henry arrived at the Lakers training facility 10 minutes early, where they met with the coaching staff and trainers. It was evident that the Lakers held young Kevin in high regard. The coaching team, led by the Zen master Phil Jackson, bore a striking resemblance to the iconic Colonel Sanders. General Manager Kupchak also made an appearance, humorously mentioning that he had prepared a V17 album for young Kevin to sign upon completion of the tryout. After exchanging pleasantries, Phil Jackson promptly addressed the matter at hand. Young, we have thoroughly reviewed your previous game footage, and your performance was truly remarkable and left a lasting impression. Today is merely a straightforward evaluation. Relax and showcase your best self. Kevin Young confidently replied, Coach, rest assured. Since the conclusion of the NCAA, I have diligently continued my training, all in anticipation of showcasing my skills in the NBA. This morning, I even dedicated additional time to perfecting my shooting. Furthermore, I have analyzed game footage of the Lakers to study their strategies and playing style. Kevin Young is not merely engaging in idle chatter. In his previous life, He often watched NBA games and frequently visited basketball forums, gaining insight into the strategies employed by the Lakers. Coupled with the experience card, his comprehension of their tactics has deepened significantly. Excellent. Let us now witness your prowess. Jackson perceives that Kevin Young has come well prepared, which enhances his impression of him. No coach would disdain a diligent and ambitious player. If they do, it is likely because that player is not under their command, but rather on another team. As a coach who has mentored legends like Jordan and Kobe, Jackson is acutely aware of the effort they invested to ascend to greatness. Presently, he feels a sense of anticipation regarding the surprises this young player might unveil during the trial. The Lakers have meticulously arranged a series of physical tests, which Kevin Young completes one by one with the assistance of the staff. The first assessments involve fundamental static and dynamic physical evaluations. It is now late June, nearly a month since Kevin Young last participated in the league's rookie evaluations. The effects of the third phase of the development agent are about to be fully absorbed by his body. Young Kaiwen has made remarkable advancements in various physical attributes: strength 65, speed 87, 5, vertical leap 85, reaction time 85, 5, physique 68, and endurance 81. He now stands at a height of 187 centimeters barefoot, nearly reaching 190 centimeters when shod, with a wingspan approaching 204 centimeters and a standing reach of 253 centimeters. In the 3-second zone, he recorded impressive times of 10:49 seconds for the 4-point movement and 3:01 seconds for the 34-yard sprint. His jumping prowess is equally noteworthy, achieving a vertical jump of 83 centimeters and a maximum vertical leap of 95 centimeters, drawing ever closer to the elite level of spring-like athletes. In practical combat situations, Young Kaiwen can effortlessly execute one-handed gliding dunks or two-handed folded slams during fast breaks. However, with his physique attribute still below 70, he prioritizes a grounded playing style to mitigate the risk of injury. In the bench press test with 185 pounds, Young Kaiwen surpassed his previous performance by 1 repetition, completing 6, narrowly missing the 7th. Young Kaiwen's physical fitness data astonished Coach Jackson. Young Kaiwen's physical fitness assessment report is truly remarkable. A horizontal comparison with the rookie measurements of Rose from the Windy City in 2008 reveals this distinction. Young Kaiwen and Ross possess comparable height and wingspan, with the former slightly surpassing the latter. Young Kaiwen's performance in the 3-second zone, marked by 4-point movements and 34 sprints, surpassed Ross's times of 11:69 seconds and 3:5 seconds, albeit with slightly less impressive jumping and bench press results. Most notably, within less than a month, his dynamic and static testing exhibited remarkable improvement. Coach Jackson firmly believes that the newly turned 18-year-old Young Kaiwen possesses immense physical potential. However, the surprises he brings extend far beyond mere athletic prowess. During the subsequent shooting assessments, aided by his trainer, Young Kaiwen showcased his skills. He executed jump shots from various points beyond the 3-point line, as well as mid-range catch-and-shoot attempts with exceptional finesse. In Chapter 41, The Lakers' Commitment, Young Kaiwen impressively scored 85 out of 100 in the 3-point shooting test, demonstrating particular accuracy from the 45-degree angles on both sides, missing merely 2 or 3 attempts. Such a 3-point shooting percentage places him leagues ahead of the Lakers' backup point guards, Fisher and Tyronn Lue. Following the conclusion of the NCAA season, Young Kaiwen devoted himself to intensive practice of 3-point shooting, penetration, and floaters. He is acutely aware that the NBA is gradually transitioning into an era dominated by small ball strategies, where 3-point shooting will emerge as a primary scoring method, elevating its tactical significance. Young Kaiwen, while diligently practicing his 3-point shooting, not only focuses on enhancing his accuracy, but also deliberately seeks to improve his shooting speed. As for mid-range shots and post-up techniques, he does not engage in deliberate practice. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, he believes in the adage that one cannot chew too much at once, and secondly, his current physique and positional role are not conducive to such practices. However, should the system bestow upon him some miraculous potions to further elevate his stature, the matter would be quite different. After all, a beautifully executed mid-range fadeaway jumper is a sight that few can resist. If anyone does resist, it is merely because he has yet to attain the charm and precision required. Kevin Young's current playing style, characterized by breakthroughs and 3-point shooting, aligns seamlessly with the Los Angeles Lakers. Within the team, Shaquille O'Neal dominates the paint, while Kobe Bryant primarily scores through mid-range shots. The other perimeter players are tasked with shooting three-pointers to create ample offensive space for both O'Neal and Bryant. During a 3v3 scrimmage with trainers, Young exhibited remarkable ball-handling skills. His incisive drives, coupled with adept feints and step-backs, consistently afford him scoring opportunities. When faced with double-team defenses, he skillfully distributes the ball, assisting his teammates. Defensively, Yang's performance is somewhat average, yet remains competent. His agile footwork enables him to apply effective pressure, actively engaging in physical confrontations to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. However, he struggles against taller and more robust adversaries. Coach Jackson, indifferent to this defensive issue, acknowledges that the ineffectiveness of contesting shots is a common shortcoming among shorter players. Before the tryout concluded, Jackson discreetly stepped aside to call General Manager Kupchak. "Mitch, we've uncovered a gem. Young exceeds our expectations. We must secure him. He possesses the potential of a lottery pick. If only he were not under 6 feet 3 inches, 190 centimeters, and of Asian descent. I believe some teams would be willing to gamble on his potential with a top 5 pick. All right, I'll set aside my current tasks and come over now." After Kupchak hung up the phone, he took a deep breath, realizing that the original draft plan would require significant adjustments. The player had excelled during the tryouts, consequently elevating his draft stock. A higher selection inevitably translates to a more lucrative financial package. The disparity in salary between being chosen in the first round versus the second is substantial. No one would refuse a higher salary, with the sole exception being Mr. Ma, who publicly claims to be indifferent to money, although he does not play. Although Kevin Young did not participate in tryouts with other teams, this did not afford the Lakers the luxury of making arbitrary offers. This year's playoffs had exposed the Lakers' vulnerabilities at the point guard position. But the issues at power forward were even more pronounced in the finals. Veteran forward A.C. Green's tank was evidently empty. His performance across 6 finals games yielded scores of 4, 4, 4, 5, 7, and 6, not rebounds, but points. Averaging 5 points in the finals, it was clear that A.C. Green could not keep pace with the Lakers' aspirations to defend their title next season. The Lakers had set their sights on the tenacious Mark Madsen from Stanford University. Standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 111 kilograms, Madsen, despite his limited offensive repertoire, primarily relying on second-chance opportunities and putbacks, exhibited a gritty playing style and was willing to do the dirty work. Many teams believed he would prove to be a competent blue-collar player worthy of a first-round pick. This year, the Lakers possessed only one first-round draft pick. And how to leverage it was a pressing question. 10 minutes later, Kupchak returned to the training facility. At that moment, Kevin Yang's tryout was nearing its conclusion. Under the watchful defense of the trainer, he played with remarkable ease, scoring as if plucking fruit from a tree. After exchanging pleasantries with Henry and Kevin Young, Kupchak directly addressed them regarding the Lakers' current situation. "Your performance has been outstanding. But this summer we need to utilize our first-round pick to strengthen the weak point at power forward. This is our primary objective for this year's draft. And I hope you understand. Therefore, we will need to pursue a trade to acquire a draft pick to select you. At present, I cannot guarantee what kind of pick we can secure, but I assure you I will strive to obtain a high selection." Upon hearing this, Kevin Young furrowed his brow slightly. It was understandable that the Lakers prioritized reinforcing their most vulnerable position at power forward. However, having already won the championship this year, the OK combination would only grow stronger next season. Other teams would be reluctant to trade their draft picks to the Lakers, as it would essentially bolster a rival, thus presenting significant obstacles. Henry interjected, "When will the Lakers be able to confirm a trade for a draft pick? We previously declined tryout opportunities with other teams to join the Lakers. With the draft approaching, we must safeguard our interests." The implication of Henry's words was clear. If the Lakers could not secure a draft pick, Kevin Young would seek alternatives. At most, 3 days. Kupchak resolutely set a deadline. Then turned to Kevin Young and continued, "If we can only acquire a second-round pick through a trade, would you be amenable to that?" Kupchak was intent on placing Tyronn Lue on the trading block, aiming to exchange him for a second-round draft pick to select Kevin Young. This strategy would allow the Lakers to rid themselves of Lue, who had been plagued by injuries, while simultaneously securing a promising rookie and advantageous twofold outcome. Should Young decline the offer, Kupchak would need to devise alternative strategies. After all, the disparity in player salaries between first-round and second-round picks is substantial. With the former generally earning over $700,000 annually, while mid-second round selections command salaries just above $300,000. Henry was about to speak up to advocate for Yang's interests. Kaiwen was the first to speak up. I can accept the second-round pick, but I have one condition. Upon hearing Yang's agreement, Kupchak promptly inquired, "What is your condition?" "As long as it is a reasonable request, we will do our utmost to accommodate it. I aspire to win the Rookie of the Year award and hope the team can guarantee my playing time. In less critical games, I would appreciate a bit more ball possession. The opportunity to claim the Rookie of the Year title is rare, and Kaiwen yearned for the honor of a Grand Slam. To achieve this, he needed ample playing time and ball possession to bolster his statistics. Most importantly, Yang wished to trigger the system's rewards through winning the Rookie of the Year title. Kupchak exchanged a glance with Jackson, then nodded in agreement. "No problem. The team will do its best to support your pursuit of the Rookie of the Year award. Conditions such as playing time and a reasonable increase in ball possession are not excessive and can generally be negotiated. However, when it comes to being a starter, that is non-negotiable and must be earned through competition within the team." Subsequently, Kupchak presented his own request to prevent other teams from poaching you. "We will not publicly respond to your trial. However, privately, we may release misleading information, suggesting that your performance in the trial was mediocre. This will temporarily lower external evaluations of you. Can you accept this?" Kaiwen believed that the issue was minor and readily agreed, saying, "All right, no problem." Kupchak extended his hand and remarked, "Then it is settled, and we shall proceed with great pleasure." Kaiwen shook hands with the other party and said, "Indeed. We have reached an agreement." Chapter 42. A dramatic turn of events. After initially reaching an agreement, Kaiwen and Henry departed from the arena together. On their way back to the hotel, Kaiwen elucidated to Henry the reasons behind his willingness to swiftly agree to join the Los Angeles Lakers as a second-round draft pick. Firstly, the Lakers had secured the championship this year, and the primary objective in constructing the team's roster was undoubtedly to maintain stability. There were not many players available for trade. Furthermore, other teams were reluctant to bolster the Lakers, making it challenging for them to acquire high draft picks. Moreover, being a second-round pick is not without its merits. With a lower starting point, Kaiwen could easily showcase commendable performance, allowing the media to extol him as the most formidable second-round draft pick. The narrative of an underdog triumphing, though somewhat cliché, never loses its charm. Fans are invariably drawn to such tales. If the media's praise falls short, they can also take the opportunity to criticize certain teams' management for their lack of vision. A storyline that fans also relish. As the first Chinese player in the league, Kaiwen has become a focal point for media speculation, potentially igniting issues of racial discrimination. Much like the transformation of Jeremy Lin into Linsanity, the media sensationalized his experiences of exclusion with the Knicks, causing a stir throughout the American sports scene. Even after more than a decade, the tensions between him and Carmelo Anthony continue to be revisited. It is foreseeable that should Kaiwen excel in the NBA as a second-round pick, he might become a subject of media adulation, garnering heightened attention. With fame comes an influx of commercial endorsements. Ultimately, the NBA is a business. Henry's commission from player contracts is merely one, and a reduction of $1 or $2 million in Kaiwen's rookie contract will have little impact on him. However, commercial contracts are a different matter, often exceeding $10 million. With an 8 share, his path to wealth and prosperity could be imminent. Back at the hotel, Henry regained his composure, though a sense of unease lingered, with approximately a week until the draft. If the Lakers fail to acquire the draft rights or suddenly alter their plans in 3 days, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Should we consider trying out for other teams to secure a fallback option? In response, Kaiwen nodded thoughtfully, stating, "In that case, if any teams extend tryout invitations, we should hold off for now. If circumstances with the Lakers change, we will seek out the next opportunity. The Lakers are my primary choice, but they are not my only option." Kevin Young has emerged as the most popular rookie in this season's rankings, while the Lakers, having recently secured the championship, represent a prestigious franchise in the NBA. The intersection of these two phenomena has inevitably attracted considerable media attention. Many are keenly interested in the results of Yang's tryouts, including the Lakers' backup point guard, Derek Fisher. Among the Lakers, aside from the coaching staff and management, Fisher is the one most invested in Yang's performance. This marks Fisher's 4th year with the Lakers, and with the veteran starting point guard, Hubble, showing signs of fatigue. He initially believed he would seamlessly ascend to prominence next season. However, the unexpected emergence of Kevin Young has thrown a wrench in his plans. Fisher promptly sought to gather insights on Yang's tryout performance through his connections, only to find himself under immense pressure. Coach Jackson and Kupchak have spoken highly of Yang and are already maneuvering for draft picks. Fisher, neglecting the celebratory parade for the championship, discreetly approached Kobe to express his concerns. "Kobe, I may have to leave Los Angeles. The team intends to trade me and Tyronn Lue to acquire Yang, which means I might not be able to play alongside you anymore." Despite Fisher's outwardly robust demeanor, he is, in fact, a cunning and unscrupulous individual. In a previous life, while with the Jazz, he feigned a need to leave the court to care for his daughter with a visual impairment, and the management, being compassionate, granted him release. He then promptly announced his return to the Lakers. 5 years later, while with the Mavericks, he employed the same ruse to request a contract termination on the pretext of family obligations. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, respecting his decision, amicably released him, only for Fisher to swiftly sign with the Thunder. Beyond this, Fisher's dubious history includes entanglements with a teammate's wife, pursuing a disciple's girlfriend, and extorting loans from fellow NBA players. Yet, remarkably, such a scoundrel has managed to ascend to the role of head coach, demonstrating his cunning nature. Presently, he is acutely aware of his diminished influence within the team and has quickly turned to his friend Kobe for support. Kobe, being a key focus of the league's development efforts and the team's second-in-command, wields a certain degree of authority. Fisher vividly describes to Kobe how the management, in their quest for Yang, is not only willing to trade championship contributors for draft picks but has also promised numerous incentives, including playing time, tactical privileges, and assistance in securing the Rookie of the Year award. Ultimately, Fisher pretends to lament, "While I am certainly reluctant to leave the Lakers, what pains me more is that the management's actions could jeopardize our chances of defending the title next season. This Kevin Yang already comes with a plethora of demands, and I fear his behavior will only escalate. Such a disruptive player is bound to affect the distribution of team dynamics and undermine our chemistry." Fisher's rhetoric was notably pointed. He concealed his own demands while primarily exaggerating Kevin Yang's privileges and the potential harm to the team, thereby inciting Kobe's discontent. Despite Kobe's current prominence, during his rookie season with the Lakers, he was not utilized effectively and showcased a lackluster performance. Encouraged by Fisher, Kobe approached the management, asserting that the Lakers' perimeter players possessed both strength and potential, and he opposed the notion of trading away championship contributors for the sake of selecting a rookie. Coach Jackson and Kupchak, seasoned veterans, assumed Kobe was merely throwing a tantrum and believed a little reassurance would suffice. To their surprise, Jim Buss also emerged to vehemently oppose the trade. Jim Buss, the younger son of the Lakers owner, Jerry Buss, along with his sister Jeannie, entered the Lakers management in 1998 and 1999. Since then, the power struggle between the Buss siblings has been brewing. Jim, favored by Jerry, and Jeannie, known for her exceptional business acumen, were evenly matched in influence. However, with Jeannie's romantic involvement with Phil Jackson and Jackson's subsequent leadership of the Lakers to a championship, the balance of power within the Buss family was disrupted. Selecting Kevin Yang for the Lakers would increase Phil Jackson's favorite players. By halting the trade, Jim Buss not only aimed to curtail Jeannie's faction's growing influence, but also sought to secure Kobe's support. The Lakers' upper management, divided into two factions, remained at an impasse, causing the progress of the draft pick trade to stagnate. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, General Manager Kupchak had no choice but to consult the venerable Jerry Buss. Jerry Buss was a master of balance, a fact evident in his later asset distribution. He placed his 66% ownership of the Lakers into a family trust, with each of his 6 children holding an 11% stake. Jerry had long recognized the rivalry for control between his younger son Jim and his eldest daughter Jeannie. Following the resignation of the esteemed President Jerry West, Jerry Buss divided the management of the Lakers. Jim was tasked with basketball operations, focusing on the team's performance, while Jeannie oversaw business operations, responsible for the team's financial success. Upon grasping the intricacies surrounding Kevin Yang's situation, Jerry Buss deliberated and chose to support his son Jim, issuing a directive to retain key players, citing the need for stability within the championship roster. Jerry's reluctance to have the more capable Jeannie succeed him was largely to prevent the ambitious Phil Jackson from encroaching upon the Buss family affairs. Jerry Buss's order effectively served to negate Kevin Yang's potential joining of the Lakers. The following day, Kupchak personally called Kevin Yang to apologize and subtly informed him of the circumstances surrounding the situation. Hearing the news, Kaiwen felt as though a familiar background melody began to resonate within him. I was careless at that moment, caught off guard. A right whip kick followed by a left straight kick, and then a series of 5 consecutive whips. Indeed, Kaiwen recognized his oversight, having overlooked the power struggle within the Lakers. Frustrated, he found himself wishing to deliver a swift series of 5 lightning quick whips to Fisher. Just as he and Henry were strategizing, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Greg Popovich." Chapter 43. An offer from the Spurs. Kevin Young never anticipated receiving an invitation for a tryout with the San Antonio Spurs. The rationale is quite straightforward. Young does not seem to align with Coach Popovich's preferences. Popovich favors obedient players and harbors disdain for those who crave the limelight or exhibit problematic behavior. He is a coach deeply committed to discipline and systematic play, famously articulating his basketball philosophy with the classic remark, "I do not wish for anyone to overshadow the team. Hence we will substitute them out. Why strive for 30 points? That is a selfish act. It is merely a game, children. It is just a game." This encapsulates the essence of the Spurs, explaining why, under Popovich's stewardship, the team has never produced a scoring champion in the league. In a previous era, the NBA's most acknowledged power forward, Tim Duncan, amassed a total of 26 for 196 points throughout his career, placing him 14th in the annals of history, with only 9 instances of scoring over 40 points in a single game. In stark contrast, fellow legendary power forward Dirk Nowitzki recorded 27 such performances, tripling Duncan's tally. Even more astonishingly, to underscore his commitment to discipline, Popovich conducts a tutorial for all incoming rookies upon their arrival at the Spurs. The lesson's theme revolves around observing how Duncan is reprimanded. Popovich meticulously critiques Duncan's minor missteps, vociferously chastising him, thereby instilling a sense of obedience in the team's newcomers. Consequently, when Young received a call from Popovich, he initially suspected it was a scam. After all, Yang's attributes seem quite disconnected from Popovich's selection criteria. According to Popovich's basketball ideology, Yang's heroic performances in the NCAA Final Four, scoring consecutively over 40 points, would have long been met with censure, perhaps even requiring a public apology. After Kevin Yang scored a goal on the court, he celebrated with a gliding motion, while off the court, he ventured into producing a music album and playing street basketball. If Popovich were to indulge in Hong Kong cinema, he might find himself embodying the spirit of the character portrayed by Anthony Wong, exclaiming, "You are simply lawless." If there exists a similarity between Kevin Young and Popovich, it would be their shared penchant for humor during media interviews. Gaining Popovich's favor is undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Kevin Young. The Spurs are among the few teams in the league capable of rivaling the Lakers. This year, the Spurs have struggled, primarily due to the injury of their cornerstone, Duncan, who suffered a torn meniscus, resulting in his season-ending absence. According to historical patterns, upon his return next season, Duncan will likely lead the Spurs to surpass the Lakers, securing the top position in the regular season. Although the Spurs were swept by the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, it is worth noting that if their second leading scorer, Derek Anderson, had not dislocated his shoulder and missed 2 games, and subsequently played through injury, the Lakers would not have triumphed so effortlessly. Indeed, in their 4 regular season encounters, the two teams split victories evenly. In 2001 and 2002, the Spurs fell short against the Lakers in the playoffs. One of the pivotal reasons being their inferior outside shooting compared to the Lakers. Should Kevin Young join the Spurs, the team's deficiencies in perimeter shooting would be mitigated, significantly narrowing the gap in hard power between them and the Lakers. If Kevin Young's skills develop rapidly upon entering the NBA, coupled with a stroke of luck, he might very well turn the tables on the Lakers. In fact, purely from the perspective of roster composition, Kevin Young's compatibility with the Spurs appears to be greater, offering him ample opportunities to shine, provided that Popovich, the venerable coach, recognizes and embraces Kevin Young's rebellious spirit. Upon receiving an invitation for a tryout with the Spurs, Kevin Young hastened to San Antonio without delay. The tryout program of the Spurs bore a striking resemblance to that of the Lakers, and as always, Young delivered an outstanding performance. Much like the beloved Colonel Sanders of the Lakers, Coach Popovich was equally impressed by Young's audition. "Kevin, your performance was exceptional. To be frank, aside from a somewhat mediocre display on the defensive end, I find no other faults." Following the conclusion of the tryout, Popovich promptly approached Kevin Young for a discussion. "Our perimeter players are experiencing significant aging, and we are in dire need of fresh talent like yours. I wish to harness your gifts for the Spurs, but I would first like to hear your thoughts." Kaiwen solemnly remarked, Coach Greg. I trust you are aware of my circumstances. My refusal to attend tryouts with certain teams is not an act of arrogance. Rather, it is my aspiration to join a formidable contender. My goal in entering the NBA is to secure a championship, not to merely collect a lucrative salary and languish in mediocrity. In response, Popovich calmly nodded, then continued, I have heard that during your tryout with the Lakers, you made several requests to the management. Kaiwen did not conceal his ambitions, stating, I aspire to secure the Rookie of the Year award and hope the team can ensure my playing time. In less critical matches, I would appreciate being granted a greater share of the ball. Kevin Young was acutely aware of Coach Popovich's concerns regarding his reputation as a player who may disregard rules and the collective interests of the team. He earnestly expressed his stance while gazing at the elderly gentleman with graying hair. I recognize that some of my actions and words may lead others to perceive me as a player seeking attention for the wrong reasons. I do not deny my penchant for the spotlight and my desire to pursue accolades as a player. Who among us, engaged in this sport, does not yearn for the admiration of fans or aspire to earn recognition? However, I am unequivocally aware that basketball is a team endeavor. Individual glory is most meaningful when it is built upon the foundation of collective achievement. Popovich discerned the sincerity in Yang's words, easing his previous apprehensions. Although the Asian player had yet to prove himself in the NBA, he was known for his compliance and rare propensity for causing discord. Having made up his mind, Popovich extended his hand to Yang, formally presenting an offer. Yang, you surpass my expectations. The Spurs warmly welcome your addition. Kaiwen extended his hand to the elder and expressed his eagerness to bring his talents to the Spurs. Thus, an informal agreement was reached between Kaiwen and Popovich. However, for Kaiwen to officially join the team, he must await the conclusion of the draft. Last year, the Spurs acquired Steve Kerr from the Bulls, giving up Chuck Person and a first-round pick for the year 2000. Currently, the Spurs possess only 2 second-round picks, their own, the 54th, and another acquired from the Mavericks. The 41st, Popovich intends to trade the 54th pick with some additional assets in hopes of securing a mid-first-round selection. He believes that relying on a second-round pick to draft Kaiwen is precarious. Should other teams swoop in, it would leave them at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he feels it is essential to take precautions against the Lakers. Kevin Yang's immediate prowess and potential are evidently remarkable. It is not out of the question that his long-standing adversary, Phil Jackson, may persuade the Lakers management to secure him with the final pick of the first round, while simultaneously bolstering the power forward position through other trades. As the media delves deeper, the details of Yang's audition with the Lakers have been extensively uncovered. To prevent the team from facing accusations of inconsistency, General Manager Kupchak had no choice but to assert that the Lakers are still evaluating their draft strategy and that nothing has been finalized. However, rumors soon surfaced suggesting that Yang's audition did not meet the Lakers' expectations. Following the championship parade, Lakers stars were queried by journalists regarding the matter. The ever-charismatic Shaquille O'Neal responded with a grin, stating, Yang, I know him. This young man is quite intriguing. I look forward to making music with him. As for basketball, it depends on the management's decisions. Kobe Bryant's response was notably candid. Our team is exceptionally strong. Our perimeter players are young and full of potential. Next season, we will only improve. Bringing in a rookie who demands ball dominance would merely disrupt the team's chemistry. As one of the league's premier shooting guards, Kobe's words carry significant weight. The ever-sensationalist media quickly sensationalized Kobe's remarks, portraying Yang as a player who, despite not yet joining the NBA, harbors ambitions of commandeering ball control. And they predicted a bleak future for his NBA career. Witnessing the media's propensity for sensationalism and fabrication, Yang once again felt the bias and hostility of mainstream American sports media. He resolved that he must one day establish a media company to retaliate against those who defame him. On the evening of June 28th, the 2000 NBA draft convened as scheduled in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The eagerly awaited event, anticipated by fans for months, was finally a reality. Chapter 44, the 2000 Draft. As an NCAA M0 player, Kevin Young did not make an appearance in the draft's green room, although the NBA had extended an invitation to him. Given his exceptional physical measurements and popularity among this year's rookies, he graciously declined. Coach Greg Popovich had already communicated with Young, indicating that, should everything proceed smoothly, he would be selected in the mid-first round. Waiting in the green room for an extended period was not deemed a dignified endeavor. Consequently, Young returned to San Francisco a day early to watch the draft live with his family. Among the three other players from the University of Florida, only Mike Miller received an official invitation to attend the draft, while Haslam and Donnell Harvey awaited the results at home. Haslam had performed admirably during his tryout with the Heat, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to join the Miami franchise. Kenyon Martin remained the frontrunner for the first overall pick, with scouts expressing high regard for his athleticism and potential. His resume was impressive, having been named to the All-American First Team, recognized as the National Player of the Year, and awarded the Best Defensive Player title 3 consecutive times. Surprisingly, Morris Peterson, who had been honored as the MVP of the Big Ten Conference this season, was also absent from the green room. Unlike Young, Peterson possessed average physical attributes, and experts were not optimistic about his draft prospects, resulting in no invitation being extended. Although Kaiwen did not make an appearance at the green room, he remains a focal point for the media. His circumstances are rather unique. He dominated the competition among his contemporaries in the semifinals, showcasing remarkable physical measurements. However, the results of his team trials remain shrouded in mystery, compounded by the brevity of his ascendance. When examining his collegiate career averages, they are decidedly unimpressive. At present, it is known that he auditioned for two teams, the Los Angeles Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs, both formidable contenders in the Western Conference. Subsequently, there has been no further development, only a flurry of speculative gossip, predominantly of a negative nature. With his draft prospects uncertain, many are poised to witness the unfolding drama surrounding Kaiwen, including Donald Sterling of the Clippers, journalists who have previously been dismissive basketball analysts, and a certain clownfish associated with the Lakers. The television camera panned over the green room, capturing a gathering of basketball elites. The year 2000 is often regarded as the worst draft class in NBA history, yet it is now difficult to discern, as it resembles a constellation of rising stars. After surveying the scene, I cannot help but think that none possess even a fraction of my beloved son's charm. Kevin Yang's mother, Kelly Kruger, pointed at the television with an air of authority. To the uninitiated, one might assume they were witnessing a model selection competition. There are at least a tenth of them. Kevin Yang jested. The NBA's aesthetic appeal has always been a complex matter. Genuinely handsome players are indeed few and far between. Unlike football teams, where World Cup heartthrobs abound. His father, Yang Jifeng, chimed in, speaking of which, these players are truly towering figures. The parents sitting beside them appear almost childlike. As soon as Father Yang finished speaking, Grandfather Yang Dafu snorted and declared loudly, "What use is it to be tall and imposing? In our time, American soldiers towered over us. Yet we sent them fleeing in terror. What does it mean to be formidable and majestic? This is it." Kaiwen gestured a thumbs up to the elder, admiring the resilience of the older generation who had once subdued their foes on the battlefield. In contrast, he reflected on his own self, realizing that his prowess was limited to the basketball court, where he could only flaunt his skills and capture attention. A sense of shame washed over him. As the television camera shifted, NBA Commissioner David Stern took to the stage, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the audience. This tradition of jeering the commissioner had evolved from the labor disputes that led to the NBA's stoppage in 1998, becoming a peculiar hallmark of the draft experience. Stern maintained his composure and smiled, announcing the official commencement of the 2000 draft. The New Jersey Nets, holding the coveted first pick, chose the formidable power forward Kenyon Martin from the University of Cincinnati. Under the dazzling lights, Martin donned the Nets cap and shook hands with Stern. Despite suffering an injury that sidelined him during the NCAA championship, Martin's exceptional physical attributes secured his position as the #1 pick, garnering unanimous praise from experts. With the second pick, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Stromile Swift from Louisiana State University. Although his team exited early in the Sweet 16, Swift's impressive athleticism captivated the Grizzlies. Standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms, he possessed remarkable leaping ability, showcasing spectacular highlights, though his basketball IQ was somewhat lacking in practical scenarios. The Los Angeles Clippers, consistent with their previous choices, selected Darius Miles with the third pick. At 206 centimeters and 107 kilograms, Miles entered the NBA draft directly after high school. In his senior year, he averaged 22.1 points, 12. For rebounds, 3. For assists, 2. For steals, and 4. 2 blocks per game. He was among the first to be dubbed the next KG, setting a precedent for future players who would struggle to fulfill such lofty expectations. Despite his impressive physical condition, Miles was not known for his work ethic, lacking Kevin Garnett's tenacity and possessing only average shooting skills. Nevertheless, Darius Miles became a figure of intrigue. In a previous life, he found himself stealing exams alongside Black Widow and Captain America in a film, unable to escape the role, ultimately landing in a scandal involving a $4 million fraud within the NBA's health and welfare program, which led to his arrest. The Chicago Bulls selected the tattooed sensation Marcus Fizer with the 4th pick. Fizer, with over 30 tattoos adorning his body, surpassed even Allen Iverson, who had only around 20. The Orlando Magic followed suit with the 5th pick, opting for Mike Miller, the first of the Florida Gators to be chosen. Miller distinguished himself as the finest three-point shooter of the draft, showcasing unselfish play, high basketball IQ, and notable passing ability, along with remarkable readiness to contribute immediately. In an exclusive interview, Kaiwen extolled him as the missing piece of the championship puzzle, a sentiment echoed by both the team and the media. The Hawks selected DeMar Johnson with the 6th overall pick. This 206 centimeters tall, 91 kilograms swingman draws comparisons in scouting reports to the once promising talent, P.E. Jr., whose career was tragically marred by injuries. Should he avoid a fate similar to that of his predecessor and achieve remarkable success in the NBA? The future may hold great promise for him. Kevin Young found himself participating in this year's NBA draft, which seemingly did not create a significant ripple effect. The preceding draft trends mirrored those of previous years, with no unforeseen changes. Soon, it was time for the 17th pick, and the Seattle Supersonics selected Desmond Mason. The commentators for the draft broadcast began to jest, pondering where our NCAA star and idol, Kevin Young, would be chosen in the lineup. Just as the commentator finished his sentence, the camera panned to NBA Commissioner David Stern, holding a sheet of paper. He stepped onto the stage and proclaimed loudly, with the 18th pick in the first round of the 2000 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers select Kevin Young from the University of Florida. The Clippers had indeed chosen Kevin Young. Fans watching the live broadcast were collectively taken aback. Chapter 45, Settling with the Spurs. Oh my God. The Clippers selected Kevin Young with the 18th pick. Our NBA commissioner signaled with a knowing glance that the Clippers had indeed made the selection of Young. This was undoubtedly the most unexpected and dramatic moment of the day. The sudden turn of events left the commentators at the scene in a state of confusion. Kevin Young declined a tryout with the Clippers, an incident that stirred considerable public attention and remains fresh in everyone's memory. So, does the Clippers now seek to abduct Young, holding out for the right price? Or have both parties reconciled and decided to collaborate? Alternatively, could it be that the Clippers have merely orchestrated a smokescreen, with both sides having been in agreement all along? Amidst the swirling confusion and myriad speculations, a trade announcement surfaced. The Spurs acquired Young from the Clippers in exchange for a second-round pick, the 54th overall, along with cash considerations. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon the public. The mastermind behind this maneuver was none other than Popovich. One must commend the Spurs' exceptional discretion. Even Young was merely informed by the Spurs that he would be selected in the middle of the first round, without any clarity on the operational details. Kevin Young was taken aback by the revelation that the trade orchestrated by Popovich would involve the Clippers. As media reporters caught wind of Young's transfer to the Spurs, they immediately sensed the potential for a sensational story. The Spurs hold Kevin Young in high regard, yet reports from the Lakers suggest that his trial did not meet expectations. The juxtaposition of these two narratives is indeed intriguing. The dust has settled on Kaiwen's draft, and his family exhaled a sigh of relief and sheer excitement. Particularly, his grandmother, Lee Guellian, who harbored concerns about her grandson's past grievances with the Clippers, feared that remaining with the team might subject him to undue hardship. At this moment, Coach Popovich reached out to Kaiwen, cheerfully stating, "Young, as promised, I have selected you for the Spurs. I eagerly anticipate your showcasing of talent in San Antonio." The inclusion of Kaiwen into the roster also brought a sense of relief to Popovich, as the Spurs' perimeter game had been exceedingly frail. The team was comprised of aging, sluggish, and diminutive semi-retired players, including the 36-year-old veterans Avery Johnson, Steve Kerr, and Terry Porter, with the slightly younger Sean Elliott, age 32, having recently undergone kidney surgery, resulting in a significant decline in performance. This predicament elucidates why, during the 2001 season's Western Conference Finals, following Derek Anderson's injury, the Spurs' perimeter defense was utterly dismantled by Kobe Bryant, with even Derek Fisher scoring an impressive 28 points in Game 4. Should Kaiwen flourish in the upcoming season, it would substantially alleviate the Spurs' pressing need for perimeter strength. Kevin Young exclaimed, "Thank you, Coach. I can hardly contain my excitement to head to San Antonio and practice with my teammates, striving to integrate into the team as soon as possible. Popovich replied, "Rest assured, you shall not have to wait long. By July 6th, you are required to arrive in San Antonio to convene with the team and participate in the Salt Lake City Summer League. We anticipate that you will showcase your abilities, demonstrating both your talent and potential. I will ensure that the coaching staff provides you with the specific schedule in advance." Young Kaiwen declared in a resonant voice, "I understand. And I shall compete as scheduled, giving my utmost effort." The draft event was far from over, and after a brief exchange, the two concluded their call. Noticing the family's gaze fixed upon him, Young Kaiwen explained, "Coach Popovich called to inform me that I will be participating in the Summer League. If all goes according to plan, upon the conclusion of the Summer League, I will sign a contract with the Spurs. Once I arrive in San Antonio, I will seek a suitable residence. Spending a bit more for safety is of paramount importance. I won't rush to send money back home after receiving my salary. Being new to the area, I plan to purchase some gifts for the team to foster goodwill." Ligualian thoughtfully advised, "The V-17 has surpassed 1 million sales, bringing you nearly $2 million in after-tax income. Initially, I intended to send $50,000 back home, with the remainder allocated for daily expenses and investments. However, the family repeatedly declined, claiming they could manage their own needs. Ultimately, they could not resist Young Kaiwen's insistence and agreed to accept it. Work hard with the Spurs and bring honor to our Chinese community. Should anyone seek trouble, do not hesitate to confront them directly. We do not instigate conflict, yet we shall not shy away from it. If trouble arises, do not hesitate to call. Grandpa is always ready to assist." Young Dafu heard about the tradition in the NBA of bullying rookies and worried that his grandson might suffer. Ligualian shot him a glare and scolded, "Pa, look at your ill-omened words. What could possibly happen to your grandson? One must remain calm in the face of adversity, avoid seeking the spotlight, and prioritize safety." Young Dafu retorted with indignation, "This is merely a preemptive strike to avoid a flurry of blows. Rest assured, I am heading to play basketball, not to engage in battle. I shall perform splendidly, aspire to become an NBA superstar, secure a contract, and bring glory to my family." Young Kaiwen cheerfully interrupted the bickering of the elderly couple and continued to watch the talent selection event with his family. The New York Knicks, utilizing the 22nd pick, selected Donnell Harvey, a starting forward from the University of Florida, from whom 3 players had already been taken. The Utah Jazz opted for the high school prodigy Deshaun Stevenson, whose playing style closely resembles that of the legendary Michael Jordan. Standing at 196 centimeters and weighing 99 kilograms, Stevenson concluded his senior year with impressive averages of 34 points, 9, 7 rebounds, and 6.2 assists per game. However, what truly captured attention was his scandal involving cheating on the SAT, which compelled him to forego college in favor of entering the draft. His high school assignments were often completed by his girlfriend, demonstrating the profound and mysterious power of love. The Los Angeles Lakers selected blue-collar power forward Mark Madsen with the 29th pick in the first round. This choice had been predetermined by the Lakers as part of their strategy to bolster bench depth at the power forward position. Despite his nickname Mad Dog, Madsen's physical attributes are rather ordinary, and his scoring ability is quite limited, relegating him to primarily capitalize on opportunities near the basket. Nevertheless, Madsen is astute. Aware of his statistical shortcomings, he compensates by being one of the league's finest towel wavers, destined to become a vibrant presence on the Lakers bench with his exuberant antics. Haslam was selected by the Miami Heat with the 37th pick in the second round, altering his fate compared to 2002, when he went undrafted and sought fortune in France. With Florida's NCAA championship victory and the support of Young Kaiwen, Haslam's draft position exceeded expectations. The San Antonio Spurs, using the 41st pick, chose Chris Carrawell, a versatile guard forward from the prestigious Duke University. At 198 centimeters tall and possessing a robust physique, Carrawell averaged 9 points, 6.1 rebounds, and 3.2 assists in his senior year, earning accolades as the ACC Player of the Year and a spot on the All-American First Team. Coach Popovich's selection aimed to enhance the depth of the Spurs' perimeter players. The Milwaukee Bucks seized Michael Redd with the 43rd pick, a player often regarded as the most significant oversight of the 2000 NBA draft. In his earlier years, Redd was a physically gifted talent with an exceptional three-point shooting percentage of 38. His explosive first step and finishing ability hinted at all-star potential. In retrospective analyses of the 2000 draft, Redd frequently ascended to the top, embodying the classic narrative of a second-round pick's triumphant rise. Chapter 46. Salt Lake City Summer League. As the draft concluded, major media outlets eagerly rushed to report, vying for the spotlight of breaking news. Kevin Young, selected as the 18th pick in the draft, has eclipsed the first overall pick, Kenyon Martin, capturing the attention of both fans and media alike. The prevailing discussions revolve around whether Young is indeed worth the 18th pick, as well as the intricate entanglements and rivalries among the Spurs, Clippers, and Lakers. Basketball experts largely opine that Yang's ranking at 18 is inflated, predicting that Coach Popovich is poised to take a gamble that may lead to disappointment. In an interview, Clippers owner Donald Sterling dismissively remarked that the Spurs' selection of Kevin Young is primarily due to his Chinese heritage and singing career, which could potentially attract a segment of Chinese fans. It is well known that NBA Commissioner David Stern has long aspired to penetrate the Chinese market. Given San Antonio's modest fan base, this presents an opportune moment to broaden their overseas audience. When pressed by reporters about the Clippers' earlier attempt to invite Young for a trial, Sterling, whose interests lie predominantly in profit and leisure, insinuated that had Young not declined the invitation, he would hardly have taken notice of the draft proceedings, particularly concerning a newcomer with no established reputation in the NBA. Nonetheless, this did not deter Sterling from making audacious claims, as it seems that those named Donald often possess a propensity for brash commentary. Maintaining his arrogant demeanor, Sterling asserted, "Indeed, we are attracted to his identity. Otherwise, with his limited skill set, how would he even have the opportunity for a trial? His most suitable role in the NBA would be as a mascot, merely standing up to wave a towel and garner fan attention." In addition to seeking comments from Sterling, reporters aimed to approach the Lakers for further insights into the narrative. However, the Lakers' management evaded questions regarding Young, while their stars busied themselves with leisure activities during the offseason, showing little inclination to engage with the media. Ultimately, some opportunistic journalists managed to track down the Pacers' star player, Reggie Miller, for a statement. Kevin Young, due to his prophetic interview predicting the Lakers' triumph over the Pacers, has inadvertently irked both the star players and fans of the Pacers. Reggie Miller, notorious for his outspoken nature in the NBA and his unfortunate halitosis, is always a source of controversy whenever he grants an interview. True to form, when confronted by reporters, Miller unleashed his scathing sarcasm. With his slight frame, had he played in my era, he wouldn't even make it past the first or second round. While I harbor skepticism about his ability to establish himself in the NBA, I eagerly anticipate his performance against the Spurs next season, where I shall personally obliterate him. Miller's remarks, published by the media, garnered the backing of Pacers fans. Some more zealous supporters contend that the Pacers' failure to secure the championship was a result of being cursed by Yang's prophetic words. Such a unique approach to accountability is truly astonishing. Unlike the dismissive attitudes of Sterling and Miller, rookie players exhibit caution when addressing inquiries about Kevin Young. Particularly those who have faced him in competition are hesitant to speak freely. Martin Cliff, the 14th pick from Michigan this year and a vanquished opponent of Young, found himself reflecting on the psychological scars inflicted during the NCAA finals when asked by reporters about his higher draft position compared to Young. Cliff responded with composure, "I believe Kevin Young is underestimated. Though he may be somewhat diminutive, his offensive prowess is astonishing, far beyond that of a typical college player. I anticipate he will dispel these doubts even before the new season begins, during the Summer League." Many Chinese fans online have rallied in support of Young Kaiwen. They believe that the skepticism surrounding him stems from racial discrimination. Had he been a black or white player, given his physical metrics and performance in the semifinals, he would undoubtedly have been regarded as a top 5 draft pick, with teams eager to gamble on his latent talent. However, due to his Asian heritage, even after achieving an impressive average of 42 points and 14 assists per game in the semifinals, he is often dismissed as merely fortunate. This perception is, regrettably, a reflection of the pervasive racial bias within the American sports arena, which, despite some progress since 2010, remains largely unchanged. In a previous era, Jeremy Lin participated in the rookie combine, where his physical measurements were comparable to those of Russell Westbrook, yet no team believed he could succeed. Even after entering the NBA as an undrafted player, coaches remained reluctant to utilize him. It was only through a fortuitous turn of events that he unleashed his extraordinary potential, compelling the world to recognize his talent. Media outlets and experts, who had previously been dismissive, began to extol his virtues, citing various statistics to validate his prowess. Among the most notable comparisons were his speed metrics. Lin's average speed of 26.81 km/h surpassed that of Derrick Rose, 26.72 km/h, John Wall, 26.52 km/h, and Kyrie Irving, 25.22 km/h. In terms of acceleration, Lin's speed of 22.42 km/h outpaced Wall, 21.32 km/h, and Irving, 20.34 km/h. Only in peak speed did Lin, 30.34 km/h, fall short of Wall, 31.7 km/h, although he still exceeded Irving, 30.17 km/h. Those unaware might assume Lin had suddenly transformed, but the truth is that he has always possessed such remarkable speed. His explosiveness ranks among the elite in the NBA. Yet, due to his black hair and eyes, coupled with his non-black skin, teams have maintained a skeptical stance, unwilling to grant him the opportunities he so richly deserves. Young Kaiwen observed the news, dismissing the voices of dissent. As long as he performs well in the competition, these petty critics will inevitably fall silent. Indeed, there are always individuals in the world who cannot bear to see others thrive. When you succeed, they slander you. When you falter, they mock you. Kevin Young cannot engage in confrontations with each individual, but he can focus on elevating his own success. He deliberately requested Henry to cancel all media interviews, in anticipation of showcasing a stellar performance in the Summer League to profoundly silence his critics. On the afternoon of July 5th, Kevin Young arrived in San Antonio to join his team and took the time to complete a series of onboarding procedures. On the morning of July 7th, he traveled with the team to Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, the capital and most populous city of Utah, boasts a rich history with the Summer League dating back to 1984, at its peak featuring 16 competing teams, including the international squad, Berg Roma. Last year, the Summer League was suspended due to the NBA stoppage, but this year the competition has reignited, with 6 teams participating: the Utah Jazz, the Boston Celtics, the Philadelphia 76ers, the San Antonio Spurs, the Phoenix Suns, and the Sacramento Kings. Matches are held at the venues of Westminster College, East High School, and Salt Lake Community College. Chapter 47. The Summer League commences. The Spurs had pre-arranged accommodations in Salt Lake City. Young Kaiwen will reside and dine with his coaching staff and temporary teammates until the completion of 5 matches, after which they will return to their camp. In this Summer League, the team is led by Mike Budenholzer, a distinguished graduate of Pomona College who became an assistant coach for the Spurs in 1996. Budenholzer, a protege of Greg Popovich, later took the helm at the Hawks, where he was honored with the Coach of the Year award. However, Budenholzer still has several years before he embarks on his next venture. He leads a squad of 3 NBA players in the Summer League, with their overall strength positioned in the middle tier among the 6 competing teams. The Spurs players participating in this Summer League are Samaki Walker, Derek Tyrell, and Felton Spencer, all of whom actively sought to compete. Samaki Walker, a notable figure from the illustrious 1996 NBA draft, was selected 9th overall, even surpassing Kobe Bryant in the draft order. Standing at 206 centimeters, he is renowned for his rebounding prowess. Many fans recall the incident where Walker, having failed to settle a $100 gambling debt with Kobe, was famously punched by the latter, with the altercation only being diffused by Shaquille O'Neal's bodyguard. In the summer of 1999, Walker chose to forego a contract renewal with the Mavericks in favor of signing a 2-year deal with the Spurs to play under the guidance of the legendary David Robinson. Last season, he played 71 games off the bench, averaging 13.8 minutes per game, with a scoring average of 5.1 points and 3.8 rebounds, a quintessential blue-collar player. With his contract expiring next year, Walker is eager to showcase his abilities to secure more playing time and a subsequent contract. Derek Tyrell, a backup shooting guard for the Spurs and a second-round pick in 1998, participated in only 8 games off the bench last season. Should he fail to showcase his talents during the Summer League, there exists a significant possibility that he will be unceremoniously released by the Spurs. Felton Spencer, a seasoned veteran at the age of 32, stands at an imposing height of 213 centimeters and weighs 132 kilograms as a center. Last year, Spencer entered into a 1-year short-term contract with the Spurs, appearing as a substitute in 26 regular season games, averaging a mere 6 minutes on the court. With a modest tally of 9 points and 5 rebounds per game. Currently, his contract with the Spurs has lapsed, compelling him to strive earnestly in the Summer League for the opportunity to secure a new minimum salary contract. Aside from the aforementioned three NBA players, the remainder of the Spurs roster consists of newcomers and undrafted talents this year. Among them, two players have particularly captured Kevin Yang's attention. One is Chris Kaiwen, a versatile swingman chosen by the Spurs with the 41st pick. Kaiwen stands at 198 centimeters and weighs 100 kilograms. He ranks 27th on Duke University's all-time scoring list with 455 points, and he is also notable for averaging 0.8 blocks per game, placing him 14th in the block rankings, showcasing his prowess on both ends of the court. The other is undrafted forward Corey Hightower, who measures 203 centimeters and weighs 102 kilograms. Hightower was honored as the MVP of the NCAA championship during his freshman year and earned a spot on the NCAA All-American first team in his sophomore year. Had it not been for Kevin Yang, the Spurs would have utilized their 54th pick on him this year. Upon his arrival at the team, Kevin Yang proactively engaged his teammates in conversation, fostering mutual understanding to enhance their synergy during forthcoming matches. However, not all players shared this level of awareness. Undrafted player Corey Hightower not only regarded Yang with disdain, but also made disparaging remarks, suggesting that Yang should not presume superiority simply because he was a first-round pick. The NBA is a realm governed by talent, not merely by the ability to sing a few songs. In response to such provocation, Yang remained extraordinarily composed, refraining from futile verbal altercations, and chose to walk away. It was evident that Corey Hightower harbored resentment over his own draft rejection and was projecting his frustrations onto Yang. This line of reasoning resonates with some Americans who lament that Chinese individuals have taken their jobs. Engaging in discourse with such unreasonable individuals is futile. The most effective response is to let actions speak resoundingly against their provocations. Spurs assistant coach Mike Budenholzer had already briefed Yang in advance. During the Salt Lake City Summer League, the Spurs planned to center their offensive strategies around him, ensuring he was well prepared. It was audacious for Corey Hightower, an undrafted small forward, to provoke Yang. Was this not a clear invitation to his own downfall? Acknowledging this, Yang resolved to oblige him. During the game, he would deliberately refrain from passing the ball to Hightower. In contrast, the three NBA players participating from the Spurs were considerably more astute. They had established connections within the team and understood that the coaching staff held Yang in high regard, aspiring to cultivate a collaborative relationship. As a result, Yang seamlessly integrated with his temporary teammates. The night before the team departed for Salt Lake City, Yang specifically sought out an upscale restaurant, inviting three NBA teammates along with fellow rookie Chris Kaiwen for a dinner gathering. During the meal, Yang proactively inquired about his teammates' strengths, engaged in tactical discussions, and assured them that he would provide timely passes whenever opportunities arose. Given that the Summer League teams were assembled on a temporary basis, players often lacked sufficient chemistry, compelling coaches to implement basic strategies initially. The effectiveness of the team's cohesion during games frequently hinged on the point guard's ability to orchestrate plays. Everyone was eager to extend Yang the courtesy of cooperation, readily affirming their commitment to adhere to the tactical plan and avoid reckless play. Assistant coach Budenholzer was somewhat astonished to see this quintet come together, as they were precisely the focal players the Spurs intended to evaluate during the league, all listed on his predetermined starting roster. Kevin Yang, the youngest member of this hastily assembled Spurs team, exhibits a remarkable maturity that belies his age, blending shrewdness with an undeniable vigor. Assistant coach Budenholzer, having observed Kevin's ability to unite his teammates in such a short span, grows increasingly optimistic about his on-court performance. On the morning of July 8th, the Spurs engaged in a brief pregame practice, preparing for their evening showdown against the Utah Jazz. As the clock struck 8 p.m., the Westminster College basketball arena swelled with spectators, with even the aisles packed to capacity. Since the conclusion of the draft, Kevin's visibility has remained notably high, bolstered by his dual identity as both a singer and an athlete, alongside his striking looks and undeniable talent, attracting a throng of fans eager to witness the game. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the players to take the court. The matchup between the Spurs and the Jazz marked Kevin Yang's inaugural game with the Spurs, officially commencing the event. The Spurs starting lineup featured Kevin Yang, Derek Teal, Chris Kaiwen, Samaki Walker, and Felton Spencer, while the Jazz countered with Jacques Vaughn, Deshaun Stevenson, Quincy Lewis, Kaniel Dickens, and Greg Osterdig. The Jazz roster, too, consisted of this year's NBA rookies, undrafted players, and seldom-used fringe athletes. This composition reflects the typical assembly model for Summer League teams. Their prowess pales in comparison to the NBA preseason set to commence in October. However, the intensity of competition remains fiercely palpable, often surpassing that of the regular NBA season, as the stakes are unrelentingly high. Nearly every player confronts the pressing issue of survival, necessitating relentless effort to secure a minimum salary contract. Those who capture the attention of NBA teams are often the few standout performers who emerge from the summer league. A rare breed indeed. With a sharp whistle, the referee elevated the basketball high into the air. Greg Ostertag, the 18-meter-tall center for the Jazz, swiftly tapped the ball to a teammate, initiating the Jazz's offense. Chapter 48, The Summer League Debut, Part 1. Point guard Jacques Vaughn dribbled past the half-court line as his teammates quickly spread out to position themselves. After feigning a drive from the wing, Vaughn lofted the ball to the low post where Greg Ostertag awaited. Nicknamed the Big White Bear, Ostertag stands at an imposing 18 meters and weighs over 127 kilograms. Selected by the Utah Jazz as the 28th pick in the first round of the 1995 draft, Ostertag epitomized the concept of a high-salary, low-production player, with a peak annual salary nearing $9 million, yet averaging only 6 points and 5 rebounds throughout his career. His skills were rudimentary, lacking in range, and he relied solely on close-range opportunities for scoring, while his defensive presence was surprisingly soft, failing to instill the intimidation one might expect from his formidable physique. Ostertag's lucrative salary was significantly influenced by the presence of Shaquille O'Neal. To mitigate the dominance of the Big Diesel in their paint, teams in this era heavily invested in hefty, blue-collar centers specifically to counter O'Neal's prowess. Despite Ostertag's towering stature, he lacked explosive athleticism. After receiving the ball in the low post, he attempted to back down Felton Spencer. At 13 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, Spencer proved to be a formidable opponent, and Ostertag awkwardly realized he could not displace him, opting instead to pass to a teammate on the perimeter. Swingman Quincy Lewis received the ball and, noticing the dwindling shot clock, decided to take on Chris Carrawell in a one-on-one situation. A first-round 19th overall pick in 1999, Lewis had participated in 74 regular season games last season, averaging 12 minutes of play time with 8 points and 5 rebounds at a shooting percentage of merely 37.2. After a season of refinement, Lewis believed he could easily handle the Spurs' 41 SD pick, Carrawell. He executed a behind-the-back dribble, feigning a strong drive before attempting a jump shot, which, influenced by Carrawell's defense, veered off the mark. Samaki Walker secured the rebound. The Spurs initiated their offense, with Kevin Young advancing the ball to the front court while Jacques Vaughn applied tight pressure in defense. Vaughn, selected 27th overall in the first round of the 1997 NBA draft by the Utah Jazz, stands at 185 meters and weighs 86 kilograms. Despite participating in over 100 games in the past 3 seasons, his average playing time remained below 8 minutes, yielding only 3 points and 4 assists. He had conducted thorough research prior to the game and identified Young, among the 5 other point guards in the Salt Lake City Summer League, as the most challenging opponent due to his speed, sharp drives, and shooting range. Vaughn closely monitored Yang's dribbling, lowering his center of gravity in anticipation of his opponent's penetrating moves. Young Kaiwen, with the ball at the center, surveyed the positioning of his teammates. Noticing Samaki Walker stepping forward to block Vaughn, he promptly executed a reverse breakthrough, charging towards the heart of the penalty area. Ostertag opted not to advance for a defensive intervention, instead choosing to remain stationed near the penalty area, safeguarding the goal. Upon witnessing this, Young Kaiwen refrained from recklessly charging towards the basket. Instead, he executed a sudden halt just inside the arc of the key, gracefully leaping for a jump shot. The orange ball spun elegantly through the air, tracing a high, arcing parabola, before finally settling securely into the hoop. The score instantaneously transformed to 2-0. Kevin Young does not possess a penchant for long-range jump shots. However, when presented with an opportune moment, he does not hesitate to take a shot. When faced with a stationary large interior player, the guard often finds himself with ample space for a mid-range jumper following a pick-and-roll. During the Jazz's offensive play, Vaughn advanced the ball into the front court. He attempted to utilize a step-back crossover dribble to penetrate, yet Young remained unfazed by the feint, leveraging his speed and wingspan to effectively entangle Vaughn. Drawing on the experience akin to that of Parker, Young has developed a considerable immunity to common fakes. Unable to shake off Young, Vaughn passed the ball to a teammate on the wing. After several exchanges, the ball was once again lobbed to the low post for Ostertag. The Jazz players firmly believed that the 27-year-old Ostertag had both height and age advantages over the 32-year-old Felton Spencer. Bam! Bam! Ostertag executed a series of explosive moves, backing down with considerable force, then pivoted sharply to drive along the baseline, using his height and bulk to prevent Spencer from leaping to block the shot. Alas, his shooting range proved insufficient as the ball ricocheted off the rim multiple times before ultimately falling away. The rebounding savant, Samaki Walker, leaped to seize the defensive rebound, pivoting to hand the ball to Young to initiate the offensive play. In an NCAA setting, Young would have unhesitatingly shifted into high gear, leading his teammates on a fast break. However, the Spurs are renowned for their preference for a more deliberate style of play, favoring a methodical approach to gradually wear down their opponents. Consequently, assistant coach Budenholzer did not prescribe any fast break tactics. Young Kaiwen had no choice but to exercise patience, meticulously dribbling the ball past half-court to orchestrate a systematic offensive for his team. Spencer once again suggested a high pick-and-roll with Young, leveraging his speed. Young effortlessly evaded Vaughn, slicing into the Jazz's paint with precision akin to that of a scalpel. This time, Ostertag dared not retreat into the paint. Hastily advancing to provide defensive support, Young Kaiwen lowered his center of gravity, momentarily pausing his body before accelerating with fervor. He spun sharply to the right, resembling a top, effortlessly gliding past Ostertag and penetrating the paint with ease. With a powerful leap, he cradled the basketball in one hand, soaring through the air for a brief moment before delicately flicking his fingers to send the ball into the hoop. The score ascended to 4-0, marking Young Kaiwen's fourth point. After 3 months of rigorous practice, he had made notable strides in Parker's breakthrough technique. In his debut performance of the signature move, the spinning maneuver, he left his opponent rooted to the spot, akin to a mere wooden post. Kevin Yang's extraordinary performance, reminiscent of the finest plays, instantaneously ignited the fervor of the entire arena as the resounding applause and cheers of the fans filled the air. It is aptly said, every creature has its nemesis. For a nimble and incisive guard like Kevin Young, the towering, stationary centers become vulnerable once mismatches occur, akin to his natural adversaries. Even the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, when confronted with a pick-and-roll that forces him to switch on to Allen Iverson, finds himself at a loss. In the forthcoming NBA landscape, those heavy-set centers lacking agility will gradually find themselves marginalized or even cast aside, unless they possess exceptional offensive prowess. In the next possession, the Jazz attempted the pick-and-roll strategy as well, yet the results were far from effective. Young Kaiwen possesses remarkable explosive power, and with his slender physique, he adeptly maneuvers through or around defenders, promptly obstructing Jacques Vaughn's path. In a moment of necessity, Vaughn resorts to shielding the ball with his back and passes it to Quincy Lewis. Upon receiving the ball, Lewis backs into Callowell, creating a slight opening in the defense before executing a turnaround jump shot. This time, the ball struck the rim's neck, ricocheting and precariously bouncing on the rim several times before ultimately falling outside the hoop. Both Ostertag and Spencer leaped simultaneously, yet it was the 206-centimeter tall Samaki Walker who, with his keen anticipation and exceptional leaping ability, was the first to secure the rebound with one hand. Kevin Young received a pass from Samaki Walker and swiftly advanced into the front court, with a deft behind-the-back dribble followed by a sudden halt. He misled Vaughn with a mere glance, successfully breaching his defense. As he drew the attention of the Jazz players for support, he launched the basketball directly towards the hoop. Unmarked, Callowell made a cut into the paint, leapt into the air, grasped the ball with both hands, and emphatically dunked it into the basket. An alley-oop slam. The score now stood at 6-0, marking Kevin Yang's first assist of the game. Chapter 49, Summer League Opening Match Part 2. Having started with a 6-0 deficit, the Jazz players felt the pressure and quickly adjusted their strategy. Vaughn brought the ball across half-court, attempting to exploit the width of the court to shake off his defender, yet Kevin Yang's tight defense shadowed him relentlessly. Unable to escape easily, Vaughn passed the ball to shooting guard Deshaun Stevens. Deshaun Stevens, a staunch critic of LeBron James during the Wizards' Big Three era, harbored a profound disdain for him, famously labeling him a crybaby. He was undeterred by James, having once snatched a championship from the Heat's triumvirate while playing for the Dallas Mavericks. With a physique reminiscent of Michael Jordan, Stevens was selected by the Jazz, embodying impressive athleticism. Upon receiving the pass, he utilized his teammate's screen to drive towards the paint, leveraging his 99-kilogram frame to overpower the 83-kilogram Derek Tyre with a forceful layup, the ball cascading through the hoop. The score adjusted to 6-2. As the Jazz reclaimed 2 points. From the baseline, the Spurs initiated play, and Kevin Young brought the ball into the front court, executing a pick and roll. He maneuvered laterally to shred through the opponent's defensive formation, attracting the Jazz's interior defenders to switch on the right side at a 45-degree angle. As Jacques Vaughn closed in to double-team him, Kevin Young executed a discreet bounce pass, returning the ball to the center. Derek Tyre, receiving the pass in an open position, launched a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. The score transformed to 8-2, marking Kevin Young's second assist. In defense, Tyre exuberantly celebrated with a high five with Kevin Young. In the previous play, Tyre had been aggressively challenged by the opponent, but in this instance, Kevin Young aided him in retaliating against the Jazz. Such thoughtful and harmonious teamwork is undeniably appealing. As the Jazz mounted their offense, Vaughn brought the ball past half court and initiated a set play. After several ball movements, it found its way to Kaniel Dickens. The Jazz's 50th overall pick this year, Dickens stands at 203 centimeters and weighs 98 kilograms, averaging 9.3 points and 5.7 rebounds in college, statistics that are rather unremarkable if he fails to leave a lasting impression during the summer league. His upcoming basketball career may lead him to earn a living in European leagues. Eager to prove himself, Dickens utilized his somewhat unrefined low-post footwork to back down Samaki Walker, attempting a forced turnaround jumper. The ball, heavily influenced by Walker's defense, veered off the rim. Spencer secured positioning and grabbed the defensive rebound, turning to pass it to Kevin Young. As Kevin Young dribbled into the front court, he awaited his teammates to create space before executing a pick-and-roll strategy. Spencer moved to the high post, and Young made a leftward drive, glancing toward the center. The Jazz players anticipated he would pass to Spencer, who was cutting in, instinctively positioning themselves to defend. Little did they realize that this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Young, who deftly delivered the ball to the right corner. Meanwhile, Samaki Walker positioned himself near the baseline, effectively blocking the pursuing defender for Derek Teal, who successfully navigated the baseline from the left to receive the pass on the right. With a swift motion, Teal released a mid-range jumper, effortlessly securing another 2 points. Such opportunities, akin to practice shots, pose little challenge for a guard competing in the NBA. The score shifted to 10-2, marking Yang's third assist. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a timeout requested by the Jazz. Having been dominated from the outset, the Jazz's assistant coach wore a grim expression. Just as players strive for success, so too do assistants seek to enhance their credentials. They must seize every opportunity to showcase their coaching prowess, lest their path to permanency remain indefinitely distant. Your recent performance was akin to a pile of nonsense. Not a single fan purchases an NBA ticket to witness such disarray, he admonished. If you wish to remain in the NBA, you must exert every ounce of effort. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Spurs was remarkably relaxed. Assistant coach Budenholzer lavished praise upon all players who had taken the court, particularly commending Young with generous accolades. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Jazz demonstrated improvements on both offense and defense, yet the on-court dynamics continued to heavily favor the Spurs. Under the guidance of Kevin Young, the Spurs executed a pick-and-roll strategy, focusing their efforts on exploiting the Jazz's center, Ostertag. When Ostertag switched to defend outside the paint, Young seized the opportunity to penetrate, drawing the defensive attention of the Jazz players, before swiftly passing the ball to the cutting Felton Spencer. Conversely, if Ostertag opted to remain stationed in the paint, the task became even simpler. Young would deftly maneuver around the screen, advancing just beyond the three-point line to execute an abrupt jump shot. Ostertag's sluggish footwork rendered him ineffective, creating a conspicuous defensive liability against a guard like Young, who excelled in pick-and-roll situations and possessed a reliable shooting touch. Witnessing Ostertag being toyed with repeatedly by Young, the Jazz assistant coach could no longer remain passive and made a substitution decision by the 6th minute of the game. The 218 centimeters tall center had managed a mere 1 out of 4 shooting, contributing only 2 points, with his most notable achievement being the collection of 2 defensive rebounds. The Jazz replaced him with an obscure, undersized undrafted center, but instead of alleviating their interior woes, the situation worsened. Power forward Kaniel Dickens also struggled, eager to make an impression but failing miserably with a dismal 0 for 3 in shooting, ending up scoreless. Reluctantly, Ostertag was reinstated to the court. The Spurs capitalized on this opportunity by tightening their defensive formation, compelling the Jazz players to attempt shots from distances far from the basket. By the 9th minute, the score stood at 28-13, with the Spurs leading by 15 points. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Yang brought the ball up the court, gesturing for his teammates to spread out, indicating a departure from the pick-and-roll strategy. With a substantial lead in hand, Yang chose to showcase his individual scoring prowess. Positioned just outside the three-point line, he commenced his attack, first executing a step-back dribble to transition the ball to his right hand, followed by a slight dip of his right shoulder as he artfully shifted the ball to the left, completing a swift directional change. Jacques Vaughn reacted promptly, shifting his body to contest the drive. Yet aware of his own lack of speed compared to Yang, he maintained a cautious distance, wary of being easily outmaneuvered. Upon witnessing this, Yang Kaiwen refrained from relying solely on his speed to overpower his opponent. Instead, he took a step forward with the ball, only to abruptly change his approach. With a deft retreat of his right foot, he executed a pullback dribble and unleashed a three-point jump shot. Yang Kai skillfully created a two-step distance from his defender with a retreating dribble, his shooting motion slightly leaning back. Such a release is challenging to contest, even for a forward standing over 2 meters tall, let alone for the 185 centimeters tall Jacques Vaughn. Jacques Vaughn hurriedly advanced a step and leaped to block the shot, but despite his utmost effort to extend his arm, he could not even reach Yang Kai's elbow. Over the past 3 months, aside from honing his driving and floater techniques, Yang Kai dedicated the remainder of his time to refining his three-point shooting skills. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a high arc before swishing through the net, 31-13, marking Yang Kai's 12th point of the game and securing his position in double digits. As he returned on defense, Yang Kai exuberantly spread his arms in a soaring celebration, resonating with the thunderous cheers of the fans. The Jazz players felt a tinge of frustration, although Salt Lake City was ostensibly their home court. The crowd now seemed to have collectively turned in favor of the opposing team. Chapter 50, the Summer League Opener, Part 3. Yang Kaiwen's exceptional performance imposed significant pressure on the Jazz players. Vaughn, unwilling to allow his opponent to bask in glory, resolved to deliver a counter with an answer ball. As Vaughn dribbled past the half-court line, he initiated his attack from the top of the arc, engaging in a one-on-one duel with Yang Kaiwen. With a swift behind-the-back dribble followed by a sudden stop, he feigned to the left, deftly misleading his opponent, before decisively breaking to the right. Yang Kaiwen exuded confidence in his speed, deliberately leaving a step of defensive space as a buffer, swiftly shifting his center of gravity to closely pursue. Vaughn, realizing he could not shake off Yang Kaiwen, attempted to leverage his weight advantage of 86 kilograms, using brute force to push past his opponent and force a breakthrough. At present, Kevin Young weighs merely 80 kilograms, with a disparity of over 10 pounds between the two. Vaughn, making a slight adjustment to create space, swiftly pivoted and launched a jump shot. However, Vaughn underestimated his opponent's reflexes and wingspan. Kevin Young leapt in time to contest the shot, his fingertips grazing the ball and altering its trajectory, causing it to miss the hoop entirely. The Spurs successfully secured the rebound and promptly initiated a counterattack. Kevin Young advanced swiftly with the ball, once more engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Vaughn at the center. With the ball in his right hand, he feigned a breakthrough, advancing to the left, only to swiftly retract the basketball to the right. Simultaneously, he exerted force with his left foot, propelling his body quickly towards the right. Vaughn, momentarily deceived, hurriedly shifted his weight and lateral movement to keep pace. Yet, Young unexpectedly executed a behind-the-back dribble with his right hand, changing direction once more and accelerating at full speed, effortlessly surpassing Jacques Vaughn in a single stride. Yang Kaiwen possesses an impressive speed attribute of 87.5, establishing him as a veritable swift steed within the ranks of the NBA, equipped to leverage his velocity to outmaneuver opponents. After integrating the experience card of Parker, his penetration now exhibits the finesse reminiscent of the French speedster, showcasing a blend of practicality and efficiency in his technical maneuvers, with an exceptional command over tempo and rhythm. Yang Kaiwen swiftly penetrated the penalty area. Faced with the defensive efforts of Kaniel Dickens, he feigned a pass to the left side Samaki Walker. After a deceptive maneuver, he executed a delicate one-handed layup, successfully guiding the ball into the net. With a score of 33-13, Yang Kaiwen secured his 14th point of the match, widening the gap between the two teams to 20 points. Within just 10 minutes of the game, even the casual spectators could discern the stark disparity in skill between the two teams' point guards. The assistant coach of the Jazz was compelled to make personnel adjustments, substituting in a backup point guard. Although the substitute stood at 190 centimeters and possessed slightly superior agility and defensive capabilities, his offensive skills were lacking. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs led the Jazz by a remarkable 21 points, with a score of 36-15. Under Kaiwen's orchestrations, the Spurs displayed a multifaceted offensive approach, overwhelming the Jazz with their firepower. Kaiwen played the entire first quarter, successfully making 7 out of 10 field goal attempts, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc. He also converted 1 free throw, amassing a total of 17 points, while contributing 7 assists. Kaiwen achieved an impressive tally of 17 points and 7 rebounds in a single quarter, leading both the coaching staff and players of the Jazz to feel misled by certain prior media reports. What utter folly it is for those misguided individuals to claim that Kaiwen was drafted too high and lacks the ability to establish himself in the NBA, relegating him merely to the role of a team mascot. Have you ever witnessed an NBA mascot capable of achieving 17 points and 7 rebounds in a single quarter while also drawing defensive attention? While it is true that the intensity of the Summer League does not match that of the regular NBA season, who among the starting point guards would dare to assert that they could replicate such a performance? As Kaiwen departed from the court, his teammates approached him with smiles, celebrating their camaraderie with fist bumps. In particular, the starting players who had dined with him reveled in the impressive statistics they achieved, thanks to Kaiwen's exceptional performance. Meanwhile, Corey Hayter, who had previously spoken ill of Kaiwen, now sat in silence, retreating to the sidelines with a visibly sour expression. During the first quarter, Corey Hayter had been substituted in for 3 minutes. Throughout that time, Kaiwen either executed a solo play or assisted his teammates in the paint, never once passing the ball to him. Even someone as obtuse as Corey Hayter could discern that Kaiwen was deliberately targeting him. Yet, what could he do about it? Kaiwen is not only a point guard, but also the linchpin of the team, exhibiting a commanding presence on the court. If at this moment Hayter were to voice criticism, assistant coach Budenholzer would undoubtedly silence him at once, leaving him with little chance of stepping onto the court again. In the second quarter, seeking to evaluate a broader array of players, assistant coach Budenholzer deployed all substitutes. Corey Hayter believed the moment to showcase his skills had arrived, deciding to minimize passing and increase his shooting attempts to demonstrate his offensive prowess. However, aspirations often clash with reality. Hayter overestimated his abilities while underestimating the caliber of his opponents. It is essential to note that players participating in the Summer League have already been filtered through the rigorous assessments of various NBA teams, showcasing talents that far exceed those found in the NCAA. Hayter, being merely an elite NCAA player, possesses decent driving capabilities, yet his shooting has always been a significant weakness. As the physicality of the game intensified, his shots began to clang off the rim. Hayter's frequent attempts, however, resulted in repeated misses, leaving the substitute players to watch helplessly as he squandered opportunity after opportunity. Given the limited chances to perform, the substitutes' frustration was palpable, particularly as they found themselves paired with a lone wolf. In under 5 minutes of play in the second quarter, Hayter was benched by assistant coach Budenholzer. Had he remained on the court any longer, the Spurs players might have descended into discord. In that brief span, Hayter attempted 7 shots but managed to convert only 1, while his contributions in rebounds and assists were non-existent. Such a performance would befit a role in a spy thriller, a true undercover agent in the making. Hayter's covert operations inadvertently aided the Jazz in executing a 14-4 scoring surge, narrowing the gap to 11 points. When Hayter exited the game, not a single teammate approached him for a high five, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Some less than courteous Spurs fans even directed boos at him. As the second quarter reached the 6th minute, the starting players for the Spurs returned to the game, immediately stifling the Jazz's offensive momentum. On the court, Kaiwen poses a formidable threat to his opponents, whether executing screen and roll plays with his teammates or engaging in one-on-one confrontations. His impactful presence has propelled the Spurs to a remarkable performance, leaving the Jazz in disarray, except for the 32-year-old Spencer, whose physical stamina and footwork and defense were somewhat lacking. The defensive efforts of Kaiwen and the other 4 starters were commendable. The Jazz struggled to establish any cohesive teamwork, resorting instead to simplistic passing and cutting, failing to capitalize on opportunities and resorting to individual plays. By the end of the second quarter, the Spurs had extended their lead over the Jazz to more than 20 points, with a score of 58-35. In the second quarter, Kaiwen played for 6 minutes, successfully making 4 out of 6 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, accumulating 9 points alongside 4 assists. When combined with his first quarter performance, Kaiwen's halftime tally reached an impressive 26 points and 11 assists, establishing him as the most dazzling star on the court. Chapter 51, the Summer League Opener. In the second half, the Jazz refrained from allowing their first-round rookie, Deshaun Stevenson, to take the court. The team sees great potential in Stevenson and plans to sign him to a rookie contract once the Summer League concludes. The assistant coach expressed concern that continuing to keep Stevenson on the floor could undermine his confidence, particularly against the Spurs. The NBA is rife with players who experience a meteoric rise followed by a precipitous decline, with some suffering greatly and ultimately losing their competitive edge. A case in point is Christian Leitner, who, despite having ousted Shaquille O'Neal from the Dream Team, saw a swift downturn in his performance after his rookie season. Analysts attribute this decline not only to limitations in his physical gifts, but also to the relentless onslaught from formidable centers like Alonzo Mourning, which shattered his confidence and led him to abandon his aspirations. Similarly, Kwame Brown, a former #1 overall pick, failed to realize his potential, hindered not only by his own limitations but also by the harsh criticisms from Michael Jordan, which severely damaged his self-esteem. While the Jazz assistant coach aims to protect the novice Stevenson, players like Jacques Vaughn, now in his third year in the NBA, do not enjoy such leniency. Vaughn has been continuously matched up against young Kaiwen and, even before the game concluded, was nearly stripped of his spirit by the relentless competition. The lack of support from teammates on the court reflected a common mentality among Summer League participants, each eager to showcase their own talents and statistics, unwilling to expend energy on the less glamorous aspects of teamwork. The Summer League serves not only as a gateway to the NBA but also as a report card for players aspiring to join overseas leagues. As the pinnacle of basketball leagues, the NBA sees only a few ascend to its apex each year. While the majority of elite players face the prospect of transitioning to international leagues to seek their fortunes, European teams closely monitor player performances during the Summer League. And without the support of teammates, Vaughn found himself ill-equipped to contend with young Kaiwen. Despite Kevin Yang's seemingly slender physique at 80 kilograms, his strength and physical attributes hover around 65, allowing him to hold his own in physical confrontations. His synergy with the ball is remarkable, exhibiting astonishing speed in his breakthroughs, complemented by a superb shooting ability. When Vaughn attempts to defend closely, he often finds himself easily outmaneuvered by Yang's powerful drives. Conversely, should Vaughn maintain distance, Young adeptly retreats for a jump shot. Even when teammates arrive to assist in double teaming, it proves ineffective, as Young skillfully attracts defenders before delivering timely passes, avoiding reckless shots amidst pressure. Vaughn firmly believes that Young is the most formidable rookie guard of the new year, asserting that lottery pick guards will likely be overwhelmed when pitted against him. Those who claim Yang's draft position is inflated are simply mistaken. He is undoubtedly a strong contender for the top pick, with a guaranteed placement within the top 3. In stark contrast to Vaughn's frustration, Young is in high spirits. Following the conclusion of the NCAA season, aside from dominating in the 3 major basketball parks, he has not participated in any high-level official games. After diligently honing his skills for over 3 months, Young eagerly anticipates the opportunity to showcase his training in the Summer League. Young Kaiwen's enthusiasm escalated with each play, as he flawlessly embraced the role of the team's offensive linchpin. His breakthroughs were swifter than 3 months prior, executed with an effortless rhythm. Occasionally, he would dazzle with a mesmerizing spin move followed by a one-handed floater. However, it was his three-point shooting that left a lasting impression on the fans. When faced with an opponent shorter than himself, Young Kaiwen seized the opportunity to showcase his height and wingspan to dominate. In an era where the three-point shot is not the predominant scoring method, his propensity to launch three-pointers whenever possible ironically positioned him as a nonconformist. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Young Kaiwen's step-back three-pointer swished through the net, pushing his total points for the game to an impressive 42. Observing that the Spurs had established a lead exceeding 35 points, assistant coach Budenholzer waved his hand decisively, substituting all the starters for the bench players. Vaughn, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly joined the Jazz's starting players to make the most of the remaining 5 minutes of garbage time, striving to salvage some dignity. As the final buzzer echoed, the scoreboard settled at 108-79. Thanks to the substantial lead established by Young Kaiwen and the starting players, the Spurs triumphed over the Jazz by 28 points, marking a resounding victory in the Summer League opener. Young Kaiwen played a total of 35 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 16 successful shots out of 26 attempts. including 6 three-pointers from 13 attempts and 4 successful free throws from 5. He scored a remarkable 42 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 16 assists, and 2 steals, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage exceeding 60, with a three-point shooting rate reaching 46. The only blemish on his performance was the 3 turnovers, 2 of which resulted from his exuberance as he attempted to execute an alley-oop with his teammate, which unfortunately did not materialize. Despite the failed alley-oop, the fans were thoroughly entertained and responded with applause. The 4 starting players who partnered with Kaiwen all scored in double digits. Walker with 16 points and 11 rebounds, Spencer with 12 points and 8 rebounds, Carawell with 11 points and 4 rebounds, and Derek Teal with 14 points and 2 assists. As the game concluded, several starting players approached Kaiwen to celebrate with embraces, marking their first official collaboration on the court, showcasing remarkable synergy and enjoyment in their performance. In contrast, Corey Aitor sat dejectedly on the sidelines, having played only 8 minutes in the second half and scoring a mere 2 points. The Jazz players also appeared lackluster, as their disappointing debut led many young players to begin worrying about their futures. Media reporters conducted sideline interviews with the players following the conclusion of the match. As the rookie sensation and the standout player of the match, Kaiwen was soon surrounded by a circle of journalists. In response to their inquiries, his answers were composed and measured, expressing not only his joy at the victory in his debut but also praising his teammates. Kaiwen has successfully amassed a considerable following, possessing a certain reserved capital that renders him unencumbered by the need to utter sensational remarks to attract attention. Moreover, adopting a modest demeanor can shield him from the media's perilous adulation. Those who frequently boast are not marked by uniqueness, but rather by a peculiar affliction. When journalists fail to extract any sensational tidbits from Kaiwen, they promptly turn to interview other players. When asked to evaluate the responses from both teams were remarkably consistent. They unanimously regarded Kaiwen as underrated, asserting that he would be a formidable contender for the title of Rookie of the Year in the upcoming season. In particular, Jazz point guard Jacques Vaughn candidly remarked that many, upon seeing Kevin Yang's dapper and refined appearance, mistakenly assume he lacks physical resilience. In truth, they have all been deceived. Among NBA guards of similar height and weight, none possess greater strength than he, nor do any match his speed. Conversely, those who outrun him lack his exceptional ability to withstand contact. To those who believe Yang's draft position is unjustifiably high, I can only suggest they consult an ophthalmologist. Vaughn was aware that his comments might offend some, but felt compelled to speak the truth. Without such candor, others might erroneously believe they had been bested by an ordinary rookie, rendering their prospects in the NBA bleak. As the sideline interviews concluded, assistant coach Budenholzer succinctly summarized the match in the locker room before leading the team back to the hotel, granting the players some leisure time. Upon returning to their accommodations, Budenholzer immediately called Popovich to relay the jubilant news of their first game. "Mike, you're disturbing my rest at this late hour. If this isn't good news, you owe me a bottle of red wine." At 10 p.m., Popovich, who was preparing for slumber, received the assistant's call. "Greg, from the sound of your voice, you must have indulged a bit. Forget about the wine. For tonight, we decisively triumphed over the Jazz." Budenholzer teased the elder before excitedly reporting the results. Yang's performance tonight was nothing short of extraordinary, once again surpassing my expectations. You won't believe the statistics he recorded in his debut with the Spurs. It's truly remarkable. We struck gold with our 18th pick in the draft. What kind of numbers did he put up? Popovich inquired with curiosity. Budenholzer recounted the details of the game. I only allowed him to play for 35 minutes. Yet he scored 42 points and delivered 16 assists. Every offensive play he orchestrated inflicted significant damage upon our opponents, whether through his own scoring or by assisting teammates. Moreover, I believe this is not even Yang's ceiling. Had he played the full game, his statistics would have been even more impressive. We could have won by at least 35 points against the Jazz. Upon hearing this, Popovich paused, clearly taken aback by Kaiwen's outstanding performance, and chuckled. "It seems we owe our gratitude to the Clippers and the Lakers. Without their assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to acquire Yang with the 18th pick." Budenholzer chuckled, stating, "I am certain that the Zen master of the Lakers, upon witnessing our game report, must be regretting his lack of assertiveness in persuading the late Jerry Buss. In terms of this match, if one were to find an NBA player template for Yang, which guard in the league do you think he resembles?" Popovich inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Budenholzer replied, "If I had to choose, I would say Tim Hardaway. Hardaway possesses superior physical attributes, a quicker drive, and a more flamboyant style. Young excels in shooting, particularly from beyond the arc, both in volume and accuracy. Tim Hardaway, known as the Bug, was the engine behind Coach Don Nelson's early run and gun system in the early 90s, often mentioned alongside Richmond and Mullen as part of Run TMC. Earning the moniker father of the killer crossover. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was remarkably fast, with an exquisite ability to break through defenses. His signature move being the under-the-leg dribble into a change of direction, famously known as the killer crossover, complemented by his exceptional three-point shooting. Popovich was taken aback by the high praise his assistant had for young Kevin. It is noteworthy that during his prime, Tim Hardaway averaged over 20 points and 10 assists per game, ranking among the top three-point guards in the league, and was named to the All-NBA first team in the 1996-97 season. Should young Kevin develop into the next Bug, even in a diminished capacity, it would be of immense benefit to the Spurs. The following day, the developments of the Summer League were extensively reported by various media outlets. After the conclusion of the draft, young Kevin, having remained relatively low-key for a while, once again became the focal point of media attention. His debut performance, boasting an impressive 42 points and 16 rebounds, overshadowed all other players in that day's matches. Those who previously derided young Kevin for his inflated draft position swiftly changed their tune, now heralding him as a burgeoning star with core potential, asserting that he had taken the reins of the team's offense. On the same day, the Clippers, with whom young Kevin had a history of grievances, suffered a significant defeat against the Heat in the Las Vegas Summer League. The Clippers' first-round rookie, Darius Miles, delivered a rather lackluster performance, scoring merely 8 points and grabbing 4 rebounds in 29 minutes of play. Observers quickly discerned that Miles, the 4th overall pick, was the truly overrated player. However, Clippers owner Sterling remained obstinate during his interview with reporters, stubbornly insisting, "Some individuals are merely lucky. They just happened to score a few baskets in the last game. After a few more games, their true nature will be revealed." Consequently, Sterling soon found himself facing harsh reality. The next day, the Spurs faced their second opponent in the Summer League, the 76ers, and once again showcased a dominant victory by over 20 points. The 76ers had prepared extensively, tightening their defensive scheme to prevent young Kevin's long-range shooting. Young Kaiwen adjusted his strategy, diminishing his reliance on outside shooting in favor of incisive drives. Ultimately, he amassed an impressive stat line of 25 points, 4 rebounds, 15 assists, and 2 steals, achieving a formidable double-double. In this match, young Kaiwen played for a mere 31 minutes, shooting 10 of 17 from the field, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line, resulting in an overall shooting percentage nearing 60, showcasing his remarkable efficiency. His opponent, the versatile guard Aaron McKie, who boasts 4 years of NBA experience, faced a daunting challenge in their direct confrontations, with young Kaiwen maintaining a clear advantage and deftly outmaneuvering his rival. Under the stringent defense of young Kaiwen, Aaron McKie managed to score only 14 points with 5 of 14 shooting, failing to make any of his 2 three-point attempts, and converting 4 of 6 from the charity stripe, alongside 4 assists. Although he reached double digits in scoring, his efficiency was subpar, with a shooting percentage of merely 35.7. Last season, McKie averaged 23.8 minutes per game with the 76ers, contributing 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 2.9 assists, marking him as a competent bench player. His participation in the Summer League aimed to demonstrate his capabilities to the team and secure additional playing time for the forthcoming season. However, he found himself overshadowed by the towering presence of Allen Iverson at the shooting guard position, rendering him incapable of surpassing this obstacle, compelling him to seek a starting role at point guard instead. Regrettably, fate did not favor him, as McKie faced relentless suppression from young Kaiwen throughout the contest. Notably, Aaron McKie is not an unknown entity. In a previous season, he elevated his average playing time to 31.5 minutes per game, contributing 11.6 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 5 assists, aiding the 76ers in clinching the top seed in the Eastern Conference, and consequently earning the NBA's 6th Man of the Year accolade. Prior to the game, young Kaiwen felt a twinge of apprehension, concerned about his performance. However, upon facing McKie, he realized that this future candidate for 6th Man of the Year was not as formidable as he had anticipated. McKie possesses a diverse skill set on the perimeter, yet lacks specialization, resembling a diminished version of Jalen Williams, with an ungraceful shooting form and inconsistent accuracy. Against young Kaiwen, his primary advantage lay in his height and weight, which allowed him to draw several fouls against Young. Trained under the tutelage of Larry Brown, McKee's defensive prowess supersedes his offensive capabilities, excelling in a tenacious, sticky defense that seeks constant contact. Nevertheless, young Kaiwen refrained from engaging in a physical contest, opting instead to execute pick-and-roll plays with his teammates. When McKee encountered screens and was slightly delayed in his response, he found himself unable to contain young Kaiwen's offensive prowess. In a matchup against the Philadelphia 76ers, Kevin Young faced an interior composed of marginal players and undrafted talents, encountering no pressure whatsoever. Parker's spinning moves and delicate floaters served as effective scoring tools. Should the timing be unfavorable, he could always opt for a pass to assist his teammates. Occasionally, when tactical plays faltered, Kevin Young would engage in one-on-one confrontations with Aaron McKee, exploiting his speed advantage and executing step-back jump shots to create scoring opportunities. The onlookers could easily discern the superiority of one over the other. Chapter 53. The vision of the open-air bleachers in the game between the Spurs and the 76ers. Kevin Young orchestrated a fluid offensive performance, leading his team to a substantial lead throughout the match. The 76ers, under Aaron McKee's leadership, found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed with a score of 101-78. As the game concluded and Kevin Young prepared to head to the locker room, he was intercepted by a familiar face. "Hey, Young, I'm here to scoop some big news and I need to borrow you for 10 minutes. Charles, the editor of Yahoo Sports, approached, accompanied by a striking blonde reporter with a voluptuous figure and a cameraman. "Hello, Young. I'm Sophia. It's a pleasure to meet you." The reporter, without waiting for Charles to introduce her, stepped forward to extend her hand. "Greetings, Sophia." In a display of gentlemanly decorum, Kevin Young politely shook her hand. At the moment their hands met, he felt a subtle scratch in his palm, while Sophia flashed a teasing smile. What on earth is happening? Realizing he was the target of her flirtation, Kevin Young quickly understood the implications of her exaggeratedly curvaceous form. "Dear lady, you've misidentified your quarry. If you're seeking someone suited to your ample physique, you might want to look for that player named James." "Oh, the one with the prominent beard." Kevin Young furrowed his brow slightly, internally lamenting while retracting his hand. As his fame escalated, the number of women deliberately approaching him, eager to curry favor, also increased. Nevertheless, he consistently maintained a clear mind. In his previous life, numerous NBA stars had faced turmoil due to entanglements with women, resulting in scandal and disgrace. With the rise of female boxers, the present society is no longer an era where men solely flaunt their conquests over women. Women now proudly showcase their achievements as well. They refuse to be subservient to men, actively seeking their own interests. Particularly, those women who ascend through the ranks by associating with stars demand love, financial support, and career advancement. If one is unwilling to provide any of these, they may very well turn hostile, leaving one to deal with the aftermath, a court summons, or the scorn of society, ensuring that one does not escape unscathed. Observing Kevin Young's displeasure, Charles interjected. "Sophia is a trusted aide of our supervisor, and she has come specifically to meet you. From now on, she will primarily handle your interviews with Yahoo Sports." Upon hearing this, Kevin immediately understood. It turned out that the stout female reporter before him was a confidant of Charles's superior, possibly even more intimately involved. It was likely that Sophia had employed certain tactics to wrest the interview rights with Kevin away from Charles. After all, Kevin was the standout rookie of the year, also possessing a singer's identity, making interviews with him potentially newsworthy and advantageous for career advancement. Noticing Kevin's indifference to the subtle signals she had been emitting, Sophia moderated her expression and asked, "Shall we commence the interview recording now?" "Very well." Kevin nodded in agreement. Sophia leaned in closer, aiming to create a sense of intimacy in the frame, and inquired, "Kevin, you have achieved double-doubles in consecutive games during the Summer League, averaging over 33 points and an impressive 15 assists per game, making you the most outstanding player thus far. Do you believe your draft position has been underestimated as a result?" Young Kaiwen replied calmly, "Indeed. I have previously stated that a decade from now, in a reevaluation of the 2000 draft, I will undoubtedly be the top pick." Sophia continued to inquire. However, prior to the game, we heard some dissenting opinions. For instance, Clippers owner Donald Sterling remarked that your success is merely a stroke of luck, as you happen to score a few fortunate shots on the court. What are your thoughts on this? Young Kaiwen shrugged and, with a solemn expression, candidly remarked, "My teammates informed me of this matter prior to the match. Hence, I deliberately reduced my attempts today, fearing that I might miss and let my teammates down. Nonetheless, I still managed to score 25 points, which can only be attributed to my extraordinary luck so remarkable that it might incite envy in some. However, the owner of the Clippers does not strike me as a person prone to jealousy. I surmise he is merely offering a gentle reminder for me to remain humble and modest, avoiding any semblance of arrogance. After all, his character is widely acknowledged and respected. Kevin Yang's words nearly caused Sophia to burst into laughter. Any NBA enthusiast would understand that Yang was speaking ironically, mocking Sterling. Sterling embodies greed, lechery, and miserliness. Despite his net worth exceeding $1 billion, he even refused to pay a mere $1,000 as a lucky shot bonus to a fan. What sort of character can one expect from such a person? Realizing the potential for deeper exploration of this topic, Sophia pressed on. However, Donald Sterling remarked after the draft that the Spurs selected you due to your Chinese heritage, intending to tap into the Chinese market. He also claimed that your abilities could not sustain a position in the NBA, relegating you to the role of a team mascot. What do you have to say about this? Yang Kaiwen pretended to be oblivious, exclaiming, I see now. I take back what I just said. Donald Sterling's character is indeed lacking. Those who frequently reference race and skin color are often individuals harboring deep-seated racial prejudices. Kevin Young was acutely aware that Sterling would be expelled from the NBA due to his involvement in the infamous phone scandal, which was steeped in racial discrimination. He boldly unveiled his predictions well in advance. Over a decade later, as the scandal erupted, fans would discover yet another of Kevin Yang's prophetic insights. Upon hearing Kevin's mockery of Sterling's alleged racism, Sophia's eyes lit up, and she inwardly mused that her intimate encounters with that corpulent supervisor had not been in vain. Indeed, Kevin had a knack for stirring sensational headlines. The interview concluded swiftly, with Sophia departing, content and armed with the news materials, accompanied by her cameraman. Before leaving, she discreetly slipped Kevin a business card, advising him to reach out should he require anything. Clearly, she had not relinquished her ambitions and sought to charm the young, dashing NBA star. As for Charles, Kevin retained him under the guise of reminiscing, inviting him to dine together. Upon settling into a restaurant, Charles immediately began to vent about his predicament at Yahoo Sports. He ordered a glass of whiskey, took a sip, and lamented, the repercussions of the internet economic bubble persist, and the HR department is drafting a new round of layoff lists. Previously, I felt relatively secure due to your influence. However, that treacherous Sophia has seduced the supervisor and usurped your interview assignment at Yahoo Sports. I considered seeking your assistance, but given the likelihood of encountering similar predicaments in the future, I thought it best to refrain. Instead, I'll wait for the layoff list to be released, secure my severance, and transition to a new company. In response, Kevin nodded thoughtfully and then spoke candidly. Charles, I have recently profited from the release of my V17 album. I wish to invest a portion of my earnings into establishing an internet company dedicated to sports media. I hold a firm belief in the potential of the internet. And as a seasoned sports journalist, I would like to propose a partnership. I shall provide the funding while you oversee the operations. I have even conceived a name for the company, Bleacher Report. Chapter 54, a triumphant victory in the year 2005 on a particular Sunday. For alumni from Menlo School in California convened to engage in a spirited discussion about sports. They soon realized that the burgeoning realm of internet social media offered scant platforms for sports enthusiasts to exchange ideas. Consequently, they resolved to establish a sports website, aiming to foster greater participation in the discourse surrounding athletics. This initiative culminated in the creation of what would later become the renowned Bleacher Report. In 2012, Bleacher Report was acquired by TBS Group for approximately $200 million, subsequently evolving into a formidable sports media powerhouse, capable of rivaling ESPN, which boasted a staggering valuation of $50 billion. The remarkable success of Bleacher Report can be attributed primarily to two key strategies: user-generated content and sensationalist headlines. The advantage of user-generated content lies in its abundance, cost-effectiveness, and high user engagement, mirroring the tactics employed by future giants such as Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. Sensationalist headlines, on the other hand, are a more straightforward tactic. Anyone with access to the internet is well aware of this cunning method designed to attract traffic. Yang Kaiwen shared his vision and operational strategies for the website with Charles, articulating that user-generated content and sensational headlines would facilitate the rapid acquisition of a substantial user base in the initial stages. However, over time, The disparity in article quality and the homogenization of content would severely compromise user experience. Consequently, it would be imperative to establish a dedicated project team responsible for reviewing and refining the articles submitted by content creators. Charles, giving a thumbs up to Kaiwen, expressed his newfound admiration, stating, "Yang, I initially perceived you as merely a basketball prodigy, but now I realize I was mistaken. In truth, you are a prophet of the internet." Kaiwen is a person who has undergone the transformative evolution of the future internet. The marketing strategies that are now commonplace would have been revolutionary 2 decades ago. I intend to invest $1 million, granting you a 10% equity stake. Naturally, these shares will not be awarded all at once. They will be contingent upon your achievement of specific performance targets, which will be fulfilled incrementally. Additionally, I will allocate another 10% of shares as incentives for the core team members. In essence, those who contribute significantly will reap greater rewards. What I require from you is to establish the team and excel as a proficient operator. As for the issue of website profitability, you need not concern yourself with that for the time being. Once we have user traffic, monetization channels will not be a worry. Kevin Young possesses great confidence in Bleacher Report, attributing it to the relatively low technical barriers to entry. With the crux lying in operational strategy, a domain in which he boasts over 20 years of pioneering experience. He holds Charles in considerable regard through their recent interactions. He has found Charles to be a person of integrity, diligent in his work, and remarkably capable. His lack of success at Yahoo Sports can be attributed solely to misfortune. Having encountered a supervisor who favored nepotism, coupled with the unfortunate timing of significant layoffs upon his entry into the company. There is a saying in the online community, if an individual is highly skilled yet struggles in their career, it is often indicative of their commendable character. In Kevin Yang's view, Charles epitomizes such a person. From now on, you shall be my boss. Upon hearing Kevin Yang's vision for Bleacher Report, Charles was invigorated by its potential and promptly agreed to the collaboration. Currently, he finds himself at a pivotal juncture in his career, and the chance to align with a benefactor like Kevin is too fortuitous to dismiss. Conversely, even if Bleacher Report does not flourish, securing a partnership with Kevin Yang, a promising asset, would yield nothing but advantages. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Cheers. Kevin Yang raised his cup, substituting tea for wine, and clinked glasses with Charles. The establishment of the Bleacher Report website was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for Yang. The media's repeated unfriendly coverage had made him acutely aware of the mainstream sports media's bias and hostility towards him. With the advent of Bleacher Report, anyone who dared to slander him would face a fierce rebuttal. If it was inconvenient for him to respond personally, he could instruct his associates to retaliate on his behalf. It was simply too advantageous. After reaching a cooperative intent, Yang and Charles continued to discuss the specifics of the Bleacher Report project. During this exchange, Charles also took the initiative to bring up the matter of DG selling its shares in Tencent. I have learned from classmates that DG has been seeking several buyers lately, but there has been no substantial progress. The uncertain outlook for internet companies has made everyone cautious, and additionally, DG's asking price is quite steep, $16 million for a 20 stake. Kaiwen nodded and jested. It seems I must diligently hone my skills on the court and secure a lucrative endorsement deal for high-priced sneakers if I wish to acquire shares from DG. In a previous life, the South African MN Group procured shares of Tencent from Inca Digital and DG in June 2001. Kaiwen still has nearly a year to amass wealth and seize this extraordinary fortune. NBA guards are particularly favored by sports brands. For instance, the rookie shoe contracts of Kobe, Iverson, and Carter were all approximately $50 million. Although Kevin Yang began his journey from a lower starting point, his striking appearance and identity as a singer provided him with a distinct advantage, accompanied by the potential for a lucrative sneaker endorsement deal. The following day, Yahoo Sports published an interview with Yang in which he sarcastically criticized Donald Sterling, highlighting his racial discrimination and garnering substantial support from netizens. Sterling, already unpopular, faced a backlash fueled by the public's animosity towards wealth, making the situation quite predictable. Enraged by the news, Sterling felt as if he could choke on his anger. Yet he found himself incapable of venting his frustrations on Yang, resorting instead to wishing for poor performances in Yang's upcoming games, hoping to capitalize on any missteps. On the night of July 12th, the Spurs faced off against the Kings for their third game, filling the arena to capacity once more. Major media outlets dispatched reporters to the venue, eager to witness whether Yang could maintain his impressive form and deliver yet another standout performance. Opposing him was Bobby Jackson, a point guard with 3 years of NBA experience. Jackson, selected 23rd overall by the Seattle Supersonics in the first round of the 1997 draft, was subsequently traded to the Denver Nuggets, where he spent a season before moving to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Last season, Jackson had a modest showing in Minnesota, averaging 14.2 minutes per game with 5.1 points, 2.1 rebounds, and 2.4 assists. Now a free agent after concluding his 3-year rookie contract, he was invited by the Kings to participate in the Summer League, where a stellar performance could earn him a new contract. Determined to prove himself, Jackson prepared thoroughly for the game, hoping to defeat Yang. However, the outcome was far from what he envisioned. He was nearly overwhelmed by Yang's prowess. In a previous life, Jackson had reached the pinnacle of his career during the 2002 to 2003 season, averaging 15.2 points, 3.7 rebounds, and 3.1 assists, earning the title of the league's best sixth man. The gap between Jackson's current abilities and his former peak was significant, rendering him unable to compete effectively against Yang in one-on-one situations. Under Yang's relentless defense, the 185 centimeters tall Jackson struggled throughout the game, shooting just 4 of 13 from the field, missing all 3 of his three-point attempts, and scoring only 10 points with 3 assists, resulting in a mere 30 shooting efficiency. Conversely, Yang excelled on the offensive end. He played for 33 minutes, achieving 14 of 22 shooting, hitting 4 of 9 from beyond the arc and converting all 4 of his free throws, amassing 36 points, 2 rebounds, and 12 assists, with a shooting percentage exceeding 60. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the Kings with a score of 98-81, completing a flawless summer league thus far. Notably, in this game, Yang not only delivered an impressive stat line of 35-10, but also showcased 2 highlight reel plays. One involved him driving to the top of the arc, misleading defenders with his gaze before executing a one-handed long pass to Callaway, who completed a far-reaching alley-oop dunk. The other saw him just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, launching an unexpected long-range shot that left many fans gasping in astonishment. In an era where reckless shooting had yet to take hold, this remarkable long-distance three-pointer was particularly refreshing. Chapter 55, The Landlord's Daughter. In the 4th game, as the game concluded, a throng of reporters flocked to Kevin Yang, eager for interviews. In the eyes of the media, Yang had already begun to embody the essence of a superstar, akin to a formidable alligator that had infiltrated a fish pond, nearly dominating the game. Many NBA legends had previously honed their skills during the Summer League in their rookie years, achieving remarkable feats. For instance, Kobe Bryant averaged 24.5 points and 5.3 rebounds in the Summer League of 1996. Allen Iverson was even sharper, averaging 27 points, 6.4 assists, and 2.2 steals. His statistics were extraordinary. In a previous life, scoring maestro Kevin Durant also shone in the Summer League, averaging 24 points and 2 rebounds, showcasing his lethal nature. Comparatively, LeBron James's performance was somewhat subdued, averaging 15.8 points, 7.3 rebounds, and 4.3 assists, emphasizing his all-around game. At present, young Kaiwen has demonstrated an impressive average of 34 points and 13 rebounds across his first 3 matches, surpassing the remarkable beginnings of 2 prominent guards in the league. Of course, young Kaiwen's stellar performance is significantly bolstered by the context of his contemporaries. This year's rookie class is historically lacking in overall talent, rendering young Kaiwen's scoring feats somewhat less challenging than those of his predecessors. Currently, he stands out among all participants in the Summer League, as few others are able to achieve an average of even 15 points. Prior to the draft, experts presented various illustrious star prototypes for the rookies, all of which have proven ineffective. The sole exception is the first overall pick, Kenyon Martin, who, due to an unhealed foot injury, did not participate in the Summer League at all. In the face of an onslaught of probing questions from reporters, young Kaiwen refrained from engaging in any braggadocio, opting instead to commend his coach and teammates. A tree that stands out will inevitably face the wind. Many of the reporters' inquiries contain subtle pitfalls. Maintaining a modicum of humility is not detrimental to building one's reputation. Upon returning to his hotel, young Kaiwen received a call from Henry. "Young, I found you a splendid apartment. The landlord's family is involved in music, and there's even a recording studio. When inspiration strikes amid your basketball practice, you can record your own songs." Currently, Henry is managing just 2 players, young Kaiwen and Haslam, both in their developmental stages. acting as both agent and assistant while assisting young Kaiwen in finding accommodation in San Antonio. As the conversation continued, Henry lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, "I've heard from the neighbors that the landlord has a stunning daughter, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, and alluring, who is both an actress and a singer. Who knows, after your NBA games, you might just find yourself in a friendly match at home. Heh." Following this, Henry unleashed a knowing laugh. Kevin Young, with one hand pressed against his forehead, lamented, "All right, quickly stow away your lewd laughter. The renowned beauty of San Antonio, known as Joan Crawford, graced the world for 73 years. I certainly do not wish to dream of her visage at night. I have 2 matches left to play, after which I shall return, and we can go house hunting together." Although Henry has extolled the landlord's daughter as exceptionally beautiful, Kevin's inner expectations remain rather modest. In a past life, Hollywood's goddesses, Black Widow, the Queen of the Sea, Jessica, and others, were all far removed from the charming confines of San Antonio, Texas. The only celestial diva known to young Kaiwen hailing from Texas is Bianca. However, Bianca's hometown is Houston, which lies over 300 kilometers away from San Antonio. Securing a goddess-like star in San Antonio proves to be a challenge no less formidable than aiding the Spurs in clinching a championship title. On the evening of July 13th, the Spurs were set to face the Suns in Game 4. Prior to the commencement of the match, Spurs owner Peter Holt personally reached out to assistant coach Mike Budenholzer, instructing him to allocate more playing time for young Kaiwen. Although Peter Holt is the CEO of Holtcat, the largest dealer of track tractors in the United States, his wealth is relatively modest at merely $200 million, consistently ranking him at the bottom among NBA team owners, even overshadowed by some NBA superstars. In 1993, Peter Holt, along with 22 investors, acquired the Spurs for $75 million. Over the past 7 years, the Spurs have thrived, culminating in their first championship last year. To ensure the team's presence in San Antonio, this year the Spurs invested heavily in constructing the new T Center. The financial pressures have compelled Peter Holt to focus on young Kaiwen and the immense commercial potential he represents. Young Kaiwen has emerged as the most popular rookie of this year, despite having yet to participate in a single NBA regular season game. His appeal rivals that of renowned stars within the league. Peter Holt aspires to further amplify young Kaiwen's commercial value, aiming for a mutually beneficial outcome. Should young Kaiwen continue to deliver impressive performances in the Summer League, coupled with the team's promotional efforts during the off-season, the San Antonio Spurs are bound to enjoy heightened popularity in the upcoming season. Consequently, the attendance rates, viewership, and advertising revenue will undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Young Kaiwen has been explicitly designated by the coach to receive increased playing time, making it increasingly challenging for the other point guards on the team to make their mark. Previously, Corey Hightower, who had foolishly provoked young Kaiwen, averaged a mere 10 minutes on the court and is now on the verge of despair. He is contemplating leaving the Spurs to seek new opportunities. At 8 p.m., the Spurs' fourth game commenced punctually. In this match, the Spurs players exhibited a sluggish start, and young Kaiwen's well-prepared plays were regrettably squandered. Observing his teammates' lackluster performance, young Kaiwen promptly took the initiative, intensifying his efforts to spearhead the offense in the first quarter. The starting point guard for the Suns is their versatile backup, Randy Livingston, who stands at 193 centimeters and weighs 95 kilograms. Young Kaiwen has now acquired considerable expertise in dealing with such formidable defenders, primarily through the execution of pick-and-roll plays. Randy Livingston, a second-round draft pick from 1996, averaged a modest 8 points and 2 assists last season with the Suns, embodying the essence of an average substitute. While he possesses ample strength, his speed is rather unremarkable. When faced with the Spurs screens, Livingston found himself hindered and struggled to keep pace with young Kaiwen, resorting instead to rough tactics such as pulling and pushing to thwart Yang's offensive maneuvers. Consequently, before the first quarter had concluded, Livingston had accumulated 3 fouls and was compelled to exit the game prematurely. The Suns' backup point guard, who entered the fray, is an undrafted player with little renown, participating in the Summer League in hopes of securing an NBA contract. As young Kaiwen observed his opponent standing just over 180 centimeters tall, he decisively activated his reckless shooting mode, launching a flurry of 3-point attempts from beyond the arc. In the second quarter alone, he unleashed 8 3-pointers, successfully sinking 4 of them. By the conclusion of the first half, the Spurs held a commanding lead over the Suns, 57-41, with a 16-point advantage. Young Kaiwen scored an impressive 28 points and provided 3 assists. Had his teammates not faltered in their performance, his assist tally would have undoubtedly been higher. Sensing the precarious situation, the Suns coach opted to reinstate Livingston in the second half, intent on staunchly guarding against Yang's long-range shooting. Nevertheless, Yang remained an unstoppable force. His shooting touch was exceptionally fervent today, igniting the long-dormant instincts of the unpredictable JR as he confidently launched shots in the face of defenders. Perhaps influenced by JR's erratic prowess, Yang grew increasingly emboldened. From 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he executed a swift crossover dribble and a sudden stop, creating space to release his shot. After enduring multiple humiliating scores, Livingston, filled with indignation, resorted to a brutish foul, violently knocking Yang to the ground with just a minute remaining in the third quarter, nearly sparking a conflict between the two teams. Spurs assistant coach Budenholzer promptly substituted Yang to allow him to rest, observing the fourth quarter from the sidelines. Although the owner hoped for increased playing time for the players, safeguarding their well-being was evidently of greater significance. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the Suns with a resounding score of 110-86, securing a 24-point victory. Yang Kaiwen, having exited the game early, played for merely 32 minutes, during which he executed 18 successful shots out of 29 attempts, including 8 out of 17 from beyond the arc, and converted 4 out of 5 free throws, culminating in an impressive total of 48 points, along with 3 rebounds and 6 assists. The only slight disappointment was his failure to achieve the coveted milestone of scoring over 50 points in a single game. Chapter 56, the most remarkable Summer League showcase. On the evening of July 14th, the Spurs faced off against the Celtics in their final Summer League match. Budenholzer granted Yang Kaiwen unfettered freedom to shoot and devise strategies to create opportunities for him, allowing him to play with abandon. Such an arrangement is exceedingly rare for the Spurs, a team renowned for its discipline and collective ethos. Kevin Young enjoys such privileges due to the significant attention bestowed upon him by Peter Holt, the owner of the Spurs. Yang Kaiwen lived up to expectations, decisively overpowering the Celtics' backup point guard, Wayne Turner, alongside this year's first-round rookie, Jerome Moiso. Wayne Turner, an undrafted player signed by the Celtics last year, stands at a height of 188 centimeters and weighs 86 kilograms. Last season, he averaged a mere 13.7 minutes on the court, contributing only 3 points and 1.7 assists per game, categorically a bench warmer. Due to his lackluster performance, the Celtics opted not to negotiate a contract extension with Turner upon the expiration of his current deal. The Summer League represented Turner's last chance for redemption to secure a place on the team. However, reality often proves to be unforgiving. A player like Turner, possessing average physical gifts and modest technical skills, posed no threat to Yang Kaiwen whatsoever, regardless of whether he employed pick-and-roll strategies or relied on sheer speed. Kevin Young effortlessly eluded Turner, scoring with remarkable ease akin to slicing through vegetables. In stark contrast, Turner, under the defensive pressure exerted by Young, played nearly 30 minutes, yet managed a mere paltry total of 5 points and 4 assists. It is foreseeable that unless Turner is the favored son of the Celtics owner, the team will certainly refrain from extending his contract. Sharing a similar plight is Jerome Moiso, an international player selected by the Celtics with the 11th pick in the first round, who was expected to bring great promise. Moiso possesses commendable static physical attributes and decent rebounding skills, yet his lateral quickness is inadequate, rendering him a sieve in defending against pick-and-rolls, as Young exploited him mercilessly during the game. On the offensive end, Moiso's performance fell short of the team's expectations, as he played 36 minutes and accumulated only 9 points and 6 rebounds, with a shooting percentage below 40. In comparison, Yang's statistics from this match were exceptionally superior. In this rout, Young once again ignited JR's erratic tendencies. He played for 40 minutes, shooting 21 of 34 from the field, including 5 of 12 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing an astounding 51 points, along with 2 rebounds and 7 assists. In the final quarter, the Celtics intensified their defensive efforts to thwart Yang's scoring spree. Budenholzer, recognizing that Young had surpassed the 50-point mark, opted to substitute him out to prevent any potential injury, allowing him to observe from the sidelines. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 108-92, concluding their Summer League journey with an impressive undefeated record. Throughout the Salt Lake City Summer League, Young averaged 34.6 minutes per game, racking up 44 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists and 7 steals, with a shooting accuracy of 61, a three-point shooting rate of 44, and a free throw percentage of 91. He not only shattered the Summer League single-game scoring record with 51 points, but also established a new benchmark for average points per game exceeding 40. The sheer magnitude of these statistics is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to having a system advantage. Kaiwen was undoubtedly elected as the MVP of the Salt Lake City Summer League, leading the all-tournament team. Journalists covering the Spurs events were astounded upon receiving Kaiwen's game statistics, questioning whether there had been an error in the data. It is noteworthy that the league's rising star, Allen Iverson, also failed to achieve an average of over 30 points per game in the Summer League. Yet, Kaiwen not only accomplished this feat, but elevated his average to over 40 points. Just a week prior, media representatives were rife with skepticism regarding whether his first-round pick at 18th overall was overly generous. A week later, Kaiwen rendered their doubts utterly foolish, leaving them with bruised egos. Of course, this did not deter the adept media from shifting narratives. Some outlets began to draw comparisons between Kaiwen and NBA superstars, extolling his potential for greatness. The reasons behind Kaiwen's remarkable statistics are manifold. Firstly, his prowess in the Summer League, akin to a fish in a small pond, was indeed exceptional. Secondly, he enjoyed unrestricted shooting privileges, with an exceptionally high usage rate, demonstrating seamless synergy with his teammates, aided by tactical guidance from the coaching staff. Thirdly, this year's Salt Lake City League lacked formidable competitors, resulting in a lower overall level of play compared to previous years. Lastly, Kaiwen possessed a remarkable knack for exploiting weaknesses, effectively utilizing his skills to amass impressive statistics. Regardless of the reasons, it is an undeniable fact that Kaiwen has set a new scoring record in the Summer League. This achievement not only established him as a dominant force among this year's rookies, but also catapulted him into the realm of NBA superstardom. Following the game, Kaiwen declined all interview requests from journalists, including those from Yahoo Sports, opting instead to share only brief reflections on the match. He undertook this approach to avoid the pitfalls of media glorification. The difficulty level of the Summer League pales in comparison to that of the NBA regular season. In previous iterations, some rookies who scored over 40 points in the Summer League found it challenging to average even 10 points in the NBA regular season. Kevin Young is uncertain about the performance he will deliver in his rookie season, especially given that Coach Popovich is notoriously averse to players who score excessively. Managing fan expectations is indeed a nuanced skill. Therefore, Kevin has chosen to temper the enthusiasm surrounding him. If anyone wishes to interview me, I suggest waiting for my official press conference upon joining the Spurs. At that time, I assure you I will respond thoughtfully to each question. As for exclusive interviews, I kindly ask that you make arrangements through my agent. Bleacher Report is already preparing for this, as Kevin intends to grant his first exclusive interview after joining the Spurs to their website, directing traffic towards Bleacher Report. The following day, mainstream American media outlets eagerly reported on Kevin Young's news. Yahoo Sports remained the premier supporter, featuring him prominently on their homepage with an article titled "The Most Exceptional Summer League Showcase in History," lauding his astonishing comeback achieved in just 5 games. Online, fans engaged in fervent discussions. Some believed Kevin possessed extraordinary potential and would undoubtedly become a league superstar given time. Others argued that the Summer League's significance was limited, cautioning against premature conclusions, while a small faction derisively claimed Kevin was merely a stat padder against inferior competition. The Clippers and their owner, Sterling, were once again subjected to ridicule, with fans mocking their poor judgment for missing out on Admiral David Robinson in '87 and now Kevin Young. Ironically, both players are now part of the Spurs, creating a black humor reminiscent of a film plot. The Clippers management was understandably frustrated, as Sterling's past pettiness and caustic remarks could lead the team to miss another major talent in the draft, leaving them to bear the shame once more. In contrast, the Spurs management has already begun addressing the details of Kevin Young's contract. Chapter 57, The Muse of David Lynch. The brilliance of Young's performance in the Summer League is evident from the statistics, which I shall not elaborate on further. Fortunately, he was selected with a first-round pick, allowing the team to offer him a 4-year rookie contract. Had he been drafted in the second round, given his current performance, I surmise his agent would likely only agree to a 1-2-year deal. In the Spurs office, assistant coach Budenholzer meticulously reported the details of the Summer League to Coach Popovich. Since 1994, the NBA has implemented strict salary standards for first-round rookie contracts. as prior to this, first-round draftees often refused to sign with teams in pursuit of lucrative contracts. Furthermore, veteran players, witnessing inexperienced rookies entering the league with lucrative contracts, sometimes exceeding their own, often harbored resentment. It is needless to say, no player would complain about a high salary. Except for the team owner. Popovich confidently remarked, then quipped, although Young appears youthful, he is indeed quite opinionated and ambitious. Compared to the vibrant allure of Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago, San Antonio remains a rather modest city. His words were not solely directed at Kevin Young, but were more significantly influenced by Duncan. Duncan had just concluded a 4-year rookie contract with the Spurs, emerging as the most coveted free agent in the NBA this summer. Despite undergoing surgery for a meniscus injury, the 24-year-old Duncan remained the target of fervent pursuits from various teams. Popovich found himself troubled by this predicament. As Duncan's original team, the Spurs were desperately seeking to retain their cornerstone player. However, they faced the pressing issue of aging players and a lack of suitable successors. Aside from David Robinson, few could offer Duncan genuine support, raising concerns about the team's future. Moreover, Robinson, now 35, also faced contract renewal issues. If the Spurs were to offer substantial salaries to both towering players, they would forfeit the financial flexibility needed for reinforcements, thus diminishing their competitiveness against the Lakers. What exacerbated Popovich's troubles were the exorbitant offers other teams were extending to Duncan, which bordered on madness. The Nets proposed a max contract along with a max renewal for Kidd. The Knicks offered a max deal, a job for Duncan's wife, and a stake in the team upon his retirement. The Magic presented a max contract, the addition of Grant Hill, and enlisted Tiger Woods as a recruiter, while the Bulls declared that any condition would be acceptable if Duncan joined. The Spurs simply could not match such extravagant proposals. Greg, I understand your concerns regarding Tim Duncan's re-signing. However, Tim differs from Young. He has devoted for years to this city and holds deep affection for the team. Furthermore, Yang's arrival would significantly bolster the team's perimeter strength, which would be a delightful surprise for Tim, Budenholzer reassured. Popovich nodded in agreement, stating, "The matter of Tim's renewal cannot be rushed. Let us first address Yang's contract, proceeding through the usual channels to offer him a standard 4-year rookie contract with a 2-2 option. What are your thoughts on the other players participating in the Summer League?" he inquired. Budenholzer had already formulated his response, saying Samaki Walker and Derek Teague performed admirably, diligently contributing on both ends of the floor. I believe they should be retained for the upcoming season. As for Felton Spencer, while his attitude towards the game is commendable, at 32 years old, he struggles to keep pace with the game's rhythm. His pick-and-roll plays with Young often lack the necessary speed, resulting in squandered scoring opportunities. Regarding Chris Carrawell, his best performance was in the opening game, with the subsequent 4 being rather ordinary. Had it not been for Young drawing defensive attention and providing numerous assists, his statistics would have appeared even more lackluster. I perceive that his potential is rather limited and warrants careful consideration. Budenholzer did not mention Corey Hightower due to the latter's dismal performance, which disqualified him from even being discussed. After a moment of contemplation, Popovich articulated his decision. Neither Samaki Walker nor Derek Teague will be traded, as they shall remain with the team. As for Felton Spencer, I will inform him that the team will not be renewing his contract. Currently, the team is in discussions with Derek Anderson, who primarily plays as a shooting guard but is versatile enough to cover both the point guard and small forward positions. Should the team secure his signing, we will part ways with Chris Carrawell, who occupies the small forward role, while the Spurs are managing player contracts. Kevin Young is also occupied with securing an apartment. Upon returning to San Antonio after the Summer League, he was taken by Henry to view prospective residences. It must be said that Henry is indeed quite reliable in his endeavors. The apartment he helped find is truly commendable. Situated in a serene, affluent neighborhood in downtown San Antonio, boasting splendid views, the location is remarkably convenient, within a mere 15-minute drive to the Spurs training facility in the Alamo Dome. At that point, Kevin Young would only need to procure a vehicle for transportation. The apartment is tastefully furnished and equipped with all essential appliances, allowing Kevin to move in with just his belongings. If one were to nitpick, it might be deemed slightly small, featuring only 2 bedrooms and a living room. However, this suffices for Kevin, who prefers inviting friends out for entertainment rather than hosting them at home. There are abundant venues for dining and leisure outside, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves and return to their own abodes without the need for tidying up afterwards. The monthly rent for the apartment is $1,500. a reasonable price for a high-end residence in such a desirable area. In the year 2000, the American real estate market remains in a state of price stagnation. Were it not for limited capital, Kevin would have even contemplated making an investment, confident that he could reap substantial returns before the onset of the subprime mortgage crisis. The landlord resides in a grand 3-story villa directly across from the apartment. The impressive exterior design of the villa indicates the landlord's considerable wealth. During the signing process, Kevin, accompanied by Henry, visited the villa to meet the landlords, Mr. and Mrs. Bell. Mr. Bell was dressed impeccably, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, while Mrs. Bell exuded elegance and retained her charm. The beautiful daughter of the landlords, mentioned by Henry, was notably absent. However, Kevin surmised that, provided she inherits her parents' admirable genes, her beauty would undoubtedly be remarkable. Mr. and Mrs. Bell, good day, Kevin Young greeted politely. Mr. Bell widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "You are Kevin Young, the new rookie player for the Spurs. I saw your news this morning. What a pleasure to meet you." In consideration of Kevin Young's privacy, Henry refrained from disclosing the identities of the tenants beforehand. Mr. Bell, brimming with excitement, approached Kevin Young and extended his hand, exclaiming, "Our entire family are ardent fans of the Spurs. Your performances in the Summer League were truly exceptional. Moreover, your album V17 is simply magnificent. I manage a recording studio, which happens to be the largest in San Antonio. Should you ever wish to record a song, feel free to reach out to me. My services will be entirely complimentary." As he spoke, Mr. Bell guided Kevin to the other side of the living room, pointing at a large family portrait adorning the wall, and warmly introduced, "My daughter, Krista Bell, is your devoted fan. She is also a singer, the lead vocalist of a local band. She had booked a flight to attend your album promotion event at the 3 major basketball parks, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to obtain your signed album. Unfortunately, due to her band's performance, she was unable to attend. Now, however, she finally has the chance to request your autograph. Krista Bell." Young Kaiwen gazed at the photograph, where a fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful woman with long legs stood beside the Bell couple. It was she, Krista Bell, the muse of David Lynch. Chapter 58, Press Conference for the Signing. Objectively speaking, Krista Bell is not particularly renowned. Her fame is quite limited, both in the United States and China. This is largely due to her avant-garde and niche musical works. However, many Chinese audiences are familiar with her film role in The Legend of the West, featuring Jet Li. Indeed, it is the film where Jet Li's character encounters amnesia after a mishap and finds himself among a Native American tribe, where he fights against Western cowboys and bandits. It is also regarded as one of the most fantastical and poorly rated among Jet Li's numerous Once Upon a Time in China films. In this film, Krista Bell portrays the indigenous girl who harbors admiration for Jet Li's character. Like many others, Young Kaiwen, in his previous life, did not retain a strong impression of the somewhat disheveled indigenous girl portrayed in the film. Young Kaiwen's acquaintance with Krista Bell stems from a former colleague, a devoted admirer of David Lynch, who recommended to him the live version of the Twin Peaks theme by Angelo Badalamenti. After watching, Young Kaiwen was utterly captivated, and the performer was none other than Krista Bell. Many have remarked that the women favored by David Lynch are either ethereal beings or enchanting seductresses. Krista embodies this allure, possessing top-tier beauty and physique, an exceptionally striking demeanor, and a voice that is notably richer than that of the average Caucasian woman, with a solid high register. Regrettably, during his visit, Young Kaiwen did not encounter the illustrious Krista in person. However, he signed a 2-year apartment lease with the Bell couple, ensuring that he would reside just across the hall, thus presenting ample opportunities for future encounters. Following the signing, the Bell couple graciously hosted Young Kaiwen and Henry, treating them to a sumptuous lunch, during which lively conversations unfolded around the table. Young Kaiwen also discovered that Mr. Bell, in addition to being a businessman, is a composer and producer, while Mrs. Bell is a renowned local singer. Krista, raised in such a rich atmosphere of musical artistry, no wonder her musical style in her previous life was so avant-garde and niche. After lunch, Young Kaiwen and his companion took their leave. With the assistance of Henry, Young Kaiwen returned to the hotel to pack his belongings and purchase some daily necessities before moving into his newly rented apartment. Once settled, Henry informed Young Kaiwen that merchants had recently begun to approach him, expressing interest in inviting him to be their brand ambassador. Among them was a lingerie brand, whose owner even flew to Salt Lake City to witness Young Kaiwen's performance during the Summer League. With years of industry experience, He quickly discerned that Kaiwen was a man of stature, perfectly suited to represent their brand. Without a moment's hesitation, Henry declined the offer. It wasn't that he was opposed to Kaiwen endorsing lingerie advertisements. Rather, the compensation offered was insufficient. Remarkably, this owner had an eye for talent. Kaiwen truly aspires to learn from the distinguished orators of West Rainbow City. He remarks to the boss from a distance, "Your discernment is truly remarkable. My dear brother, your commercial value is currently experiencing a meteoric rise. There is no need to rush into endorsements. As someone with a long-term vision, I certainly will not allow you to suffer any losses," Henry said with a smug smile. Kaiwen expressed his trust in Henry's handling of matters and inquired, "Thank you. How's the progress regarding the team's contract?" Henry replied earnestly, "The Spurs have offered a 2-2 contract, adhering to the first-round rookie contract standards, amounting to 4 years and $5.2 million, with full guarantees for the first 2 years and team options for the latter 2. Very well, let us proceed accordingly," came the response. Kaiwen nodded and remarked that rookie contracts are strictly governed by league regulations, leaving no room for negotiation. Henry made an okay gesture and continued, "All right. I will discuss the timing of the press conference with the Spurs management. By the way, players will showcase their new jerseys at the event. Which number would you like to choose? Typically, as long as a number has not been officially retired by the team and is not already claimed by another player, one is free to select a number based on personal preference. Currently, the Spurs have only 2 retired jersey numbers, Johnny Moore's number 00 and George Gervin's number 44. Kaiwen had contemplated this issue previously and stated directly, "I choose the 18th. Kaiwen was selected as the 18th pick in the draft, a number that is particularly cherished as a symbol of good fortune in Chinese culture. Henry, of Chinese descent and having grown up in Chinatown, instantly comprehended the significance. "Why not schedule the press conference for July 18th? Henry proposed. "Brother, you understand me," Kaiwen exclaimed as he fist-bumped Henry. Conversing with a kindred spirit is always a relief. With everything meticulously planned, Henry then contacted the Spurs management, who readily acquiesced without hesitation. Kaiwen also took a moment to call his family, sharing the news of securing an apartment and signing with the team, engaging in conversation for nearly an hour. Upon receiving the delightful news, the entire family was filled with joy. They had been closely following Kaiwen's developments, particularly his grandmother, who meticulously clipped and organized every article about him from the newspapers into a collection. As for his strong-willed grandfather, one of his recent habits has been to carry an English newspaper in his pocket, proudly displaying it to old acquaintances, exclaiming, "My grandson is excelling in basketball. He is featured in the papers again today." Although he cannot comprehend a single word of the English text, nor discern whether the news is favorable or unfavorable, his primary sentiment is one of unwavering confidence. On July 18th, the San Antonio Spurs held a grand press conference to celebrate the official signing of Kevin Young. Nearly 100 media reporters flocked to the somewhat cramped venue, nearly overwhelming it, as an array of cameras flashed incessantly, underscoring the media's significant interest in Young. Sophia, a reporter from Yahoo Sports, was present but was taken aback by the sheer number of her peers attending. The scene before her was unexpectedly vibrant, and she realized that as Yang's fame continued to grow, securing an exclusive interview with him would become increasingly challenging. Frustratingly, despite having handed him her business card and hinted at her interest, he had yet to reach out. Sophia felt compelled to take more initiative, otherwise, she risked losing the opportunity entirely. In addition to numerous mainstream American media outlets such as Fox News and ESPN, the presence of seldom-seen international media representatives from Europe and Asia at the Spurs press event was particularly noteworthy. The grandeur of the occasion reminded Kevin of the fervor associated with the Linsanity phenomenon from his previous life. However, before Jeremy Lin's rise to prominence, Yao Ming had already carved out a significant place for Chinese representation in the NBA. Currently, Kevin Young stands as the sole Chinese and Asian player in the league, representing, to some extent, the yellow race. Moreover, while Lin's peak was remarkably brief, lacking even an all-star selection, Young had just begun his career by shattering summer league scoring records, heralding a limitless future. The media has long been adept at both elevating and dismantling athletes' reputations. During a player's ascent, journalists readily extol their virtues, showering them with accolades. Yet, should these athletes experience misfortune and fall from grace, the media will not hesitate to shift their narrative, collectively diminishing their status. The fate of the players is inconsequential. What matters is the creation of sensational news. During the press conference, Reporters eagerly posed questions to Yang. Some inquired about his draft position, while others asked about his feelings regarding breaking records in the Summer League, and there were certainly some probing inquiries among them. However, these questions did not faze Yang, who upheld his previous promise by responding thoughtfully and thoroughly to each one. Finally, it was the turn of a Chinese media reporter to ask, Yang, records indicate that you possess half Chinese heritage. Do you speak Chinese, and how well do you understand China? Wow. After a long wait, the anticipated question had finally arrived. I may not have grown up in China, but I have a profound understanding and deep affection for it. Yang Kaiwen switched to fluent Mandarin and replied, I believe the most delectable cuisine in the world is Chinese food, spicy hot pot, Cantonese roasted meats, Peking duck. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I can also recite numerous Tang poems and song lyrics, and I could engage in a discussion about China's 5,000 years of history. In fact, I can still recite the three-character classic, though it has been so long that I have forgotten much of it. If time permitted, I would love to recite a few ancient poems on the spot to showcase my understanding of China, a testament to my 9 years of compulsory education in my past life. This question is one that Yang Kaiwen must answer thoughtfully, whether out of a sense of identity or to maintain his image as an athlete. A slight misstep could turn this seemingly easy question into a perilous one. As a seasoned netizen from the Celestial Empire in my previous life, Yang Kaiwen has first-hand experience of the formidable prowess of Chinese internet trolls. If unleashed, they could drown adversaries in a torrent of scorn, wielding their keyboards with lethal precision. If there were any flaws in his response, those trolls would not hesitate to label him a banana person, a term that would stick for a lifetime. Chinese reporters were taken aback by Yang Kaiwen's profound knowledge of China and his fluent Mandarin, and one excitedly inquired, Your Mandarin is so proficient. Who did you learn from? My entire family speaks Mandarin, including my mother, though her Mandarin is not as fluent or standard, he replied. Given your understanding of China, do you plan to return and visit? My grandfather has always wanted to return to his hometown, and the family is already making arrangements. However, as I have just entered the league and have yet to establish myself in the NBA, I want to be joining them this time. I plan to return to China during the off-season next year. Seeing the impatience of many non-Chinese-speaking reporters, a Chinese journalist quickly asked another question. Would you be willing to accept an exclusive interview with Chinese media at your convenience? Of course, it would be my honor. You can contact my agent, Henry, Yang Kaiwen readily responded. Through an exclusive interview with Chinese media, he would gain recognition among the vast community of Chinese fans. An opportunity he would not decline. As the sports industry in China continues to flourish, the NBA's influence will undoubtedly grow, and the number of Chinese fans will significantly increase. In my previous life, Yao Ming was the NBA All-Star vote leader for 2 consecutive years in 2005 and 2006, largely due to the support of Chinese fans. At this moment, a Korean reporter posed a question. Yang, do you speak Korean? How familiar are you with Korea? Yang thought to himself, what on earth? Why should I learn the language of stick wielders? There is a legitimate version available. Why resort to a pirated, censored one? Furthermore, does this not echo the question posed by the Chinese reporter? Yang Kaiwen stated with a serious tone, I do not speak Korean, and my knowledge of Korea is limited to kimchi. Moreover, I must clarify that my ancestors are all Chinese. Yang Kaiwen recalled that after Jeremy Lin's meteoric rise to fame in his past life, South Korean media circulated reports claiming that Lin had Korean ancestry, stirring up a considerable uproar. Even more absurdly, prior to this, Yao Ming had also been subjected to a similar transformation, with a Korean scholar attempting to assert that Yao was a descendant of Koreans. The appropriation of ancestral heritage by South Korea has a long-standing history. Figures like Confucius, Li Bai, and Li Shizhen have all been rebranded as Korean nationals, leaving one both speechless and incensed. Yang Kaiwen's remarks are indeed a precautionary measure. Were it not for the basic social etiquette, he would have been tempted to add, I am not well versed in Korean culture. However, my grandfather possesses considerable knowledge. He was a volunteer soldier during the Korean War and resided for a time in your nation's capital, Seoul, which you have since renamed. Thus, he has had the opportunity to experience a glimpse of your customs and traditions. Nevertheless, Yang Kaiwen underestimated the audacity of the South Korean media. A reporter hastily misconstrued his statement about his limited understanding of Korea, interpreting it as an admission of his fondness for kimchi, and submitted it to their editorial team for publication back home. Yang, may I inquire about your specific goals for the new season? How high do you envision yourself ascending within the NBA? A striking FSN female reporter, Olivia, rose to pose the question. just as in her previous life. After obtaining her degree, she chose to work for FSN, Fox Sports Network. Although she had played the lead role in the music video for Yang Kaiwen's V17 album, it was not enough to catapult her into Hollywood. After all, the competition among aspiring actresses for a place on that illustrious stage is fierce, and Olivia's current qualifications and resources are still insufficient. Unlike her previous life, FSN recognized the close relationship between Olivia and Yang Kaiwen, thereby assigning her the role of an NBA reporter. It is worth noting that typical interns usually begin their careers in college leagues before gradually making their way up to the NBA, NFL, and other major leagues. Regarding questions about his romantic interests, Yang Kaiwen was far from dismissive. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "My goal for the new season is to become the league's Rookie of the Year. In the next 3 years, I aspire to be selected for the All-Star team and help the Spurs reclaim the championship." Upon hearing Yang Kaiwen's bold aspirations, the reporters present felt their attendance was worthwhile. Having uncovered a significant story, it is rare for players who reach the NBA not to harbor lofty ambitions. Yet it is even more uncommon for them to express such aspirations so candidly, especially with a clear timeline in mind. Yang Kaiwen's audacious statements are not mere bravado. Rather, they are underscored by a profound confidence. In his previous life, the performance of the rookies in the year 2000 was far from remarkable. The all-rookie team struggled to assemble even 5 players averaging double-digit points, with 2 positions occupied by players barely surpassing 9 points per game. The coveted Rookie of the Year title was awarded to Mike Miller, a teammate of Yang Kaiwen at Florida, who averaged 11.9 points, 4 rebounds, and 1.7 assists, ranking second to last in historical averages for this accolade. The unfortunate last place was held by Jason Kidd, who averaged 11.5 points in his rookie season, however. Kidd's assists soared to 7 per game, placing him among the league's top 10. The San Antonio Spurs inherently lack firepower from the perimeter, making it improbable for Yang Kaiwen to be deprived of ball control. Although Coach Popovich may not favor players scoring excessively, he would undoubtedly encourage his perimeter players to take more shots to alleviate the offensive pressure in the paint, provided they are not abysmal shooters, given sufficient freedom to shoot. Yang Kaiwen's scoring average during his rookie season is certain to be commendable. Regarding assists, the presence of an offensive powerhouse like Duncan ensures that he will not struggle to accumulate those numbers. Thus, this year's Rookie of the Year award is already perceived by Yang Kaiwen as a foregone conclusion. As for aiding the Spurs in clinching a championship within 3 years, that appears to be a feasible prospect. Based on historical trajectories, the Spurs were able to secure a championship in the 2003 season. With the addition of Yang Kaiwen, the current team is undoubtedly stronger than its predecessor. The most significant suspense lies in whether Yang Kaiwen can assist the Spurs in dethroning the Lakers and seizing the championship trophy within the first 2 years of his career. Achieving an All-Star selection presents no challenge for Yang Kaiwen, as he possesses 2 distinct advantages over typical players: his identity as a singer and his heritage as an Asian American. These dual identities provide a substantial boost to his popularity, eclipsing that of many stars. Today's press conference serves as a testament to this. Olivia continued her inquiries. According to reports, prior to the NCAA Final Four, you were merely a bench player on your college team. Now, you are not only the most outstanding player of the NCAA Final Four, but also the MVP of the Salt Lake City Summer League, where you set a scoring record. Your inspiring story has motivated many. Could you share any secrets to your improvement? How I became stronger? Aren't you the best witness? Just keep the ball in both hands and break through the pressure. Yang Kaiwen secretly chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he advised. Players of shorter stature must adeptly leverage their physical advantages. It is essential to master the art of utilizing speed and finesse to outmaneuver opponents. Regular practice of dribbling and breakthrough techniques is crucial. For instance, honing the skill of handling the ball with both hands against tight defense. Once you manage to surpass your opponent, you have taken the first step towards success. And what is the subsequent second step? Olivia inquired. The second step is to ensure the ball finds its way into the basket. Yang Kaiwen patiently elucidated that maintaining possession under intense pressure is merely a process. The ultimate goal is to facilitate shooting. As the future of basketball unfolds, the demands for players' shooting techniques will escalate, particularly for shorter players, for whom a lack of range makes achieving significant accomplishments exceedingly challenging. Yang Kaiwen drove too swiftly, momentarily losing focus and inadvertently revealing the trends of the small ball era. Did you choose jersey number 18 because of your draft position? Another journalist inquired. Indeed, I believe it holds significant sentimental value. It marks the beginning of my journey into the league. Moreover, the number 18 carries a positive connotation in China, he responded. Has playing in the NBA been a dream of yours since childhood? The journalist asked. Yang Kaiwen calmly remarked, No, the NBA feels exceedingly distant to me. In my childhood, I scarcely comprehended the concept of dreams. However, a wise man with the surname Huang later enlightened me, asserting that one must possess dreams. Without dreams, one finds themselves compelled to toil by those who do possess them. Yet, if one harbors dreams, at least they can console themselves by believing they are striving towards their aspirations. As Kevin Yang uttered his words, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Those who have endured the trials of society understand that dreams often serve as a form of spiritual luxury. Subsequently, reporters inquired about various off-court topics, such as Kevin's musical inclinations and hobbies. He endeavored to satisfy their curiosity, responding to each question in turn. Half an hour later, amidst a round of applause, the press conference announcing Kevin's joining the San Antonio Spurs concluded successfully. Chapter 60, System Reward. Exclusive gift in the early morning. Olivia awoke to the gentle caress of a breeze. She delicately drew back the curtains and opened the window, allowing a refreshing, subtle yet fragrant aroma of earth to flood the room. Dressed in a black lace camisole nightgown, her cheeks aglow, she squinted slightly against the rising sun and languidly stretched, her figure embodying an exquisite S-curve, a vision of temptation. Her gaze shifted to the slumbering Kevin Yang beside her, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. She bent down to collect the scattered shirts and undergarments strewn across the carpet, then donned the robe at the foot of the bed and stepped into the hallway. With each elegant stride, her long legs were revealed, exuding sensuality and allure. As the sunlight intensified, Kevin felt a discomfort from its brightness. He groggily opened his eyes, reaching out to the space beside him, only to find it empty. The previous day marked the conclusion of the press conference. After enjoying dinner together, Kevin Yang and Olivia made their way to Kevin's apartment. Subsequently, the couple, having been apart for a short time, engaged in a series of vigorous and spirited exercises to test the quality of the apartment's grand bed. Indeed, the luxury apartment lived up to its reputation, as the furnishings proved remarkably resilient. Their fervent escapades continued well into the night, with Kevin triumphantly entering and exiting, while Olivia, on her knees, pleaded for mercy. Yet the bed remained steadfast. Just as Kevin was savoring the memories of their passionate victory from the previous night, he suddenly felt the covers being lifted, and a figure descended upon him. Darling, it's time to rise and shower. Breakfast is ready. Olivia looked down at Kevin with a playful and mischievous smile. This kind of awakening is even more vigorous than last night. Yang Kaiwen embraced the woman with a domineering grip, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. You reek. Get up quickly, or I shall crush you, he declared. Olivia extricated herself from Yang Kaiwen's bear-like hug, wiping the saliva from her face, casting a playful glare at the entirely slick man before she gracefully rolled out of bed and exited the bedroom. Yang Kaiwen rose from his bed, gazing at the woman's graceful silhouette. A rush of warmth surged within him, accompanied by a touch of emotion. A woman who has endured your whims throughout the night, rising early to prepare a thoughtful breakfast, and then gently urging you to wake. Such treatment, in a realm where enchanting maidens abound, is not entirely absent, but can only be deemed rarer than winning the lottery. Indeed, in this world, there exists neither unprovoked hatred nor unfounded affection. Olivia's meticulous care stems not only from her kind and empathetic nature as an alluring woman, but also from the pressure she feels. After the conclusion of the press conference yesterday, Sophia, a reporter from Yahoo Sports, had boldly approached Yang Kaiwen with flirtatious intent, an encounter that Olivia happened to witness. As anticipated, Yang Kaiwen dismissed Sophia with an icy demeanor and a few curt words, showing no interest in her. However, this incident only intensified Olivia's sense of insecurity. Yang Kaiwen's rapid ascent is undeniable, and it is certain that an increasing number of women will willingly offer themselves to him. Their motivations may range from a mere fascination with wealth, an appreciation for his physical allure, or an admiration for his talents. Olivia, a sports journalist, is acutely aware of the chaotic personal lives of NBA players. It is an open secret that many stars maintain romantic liaisons in various cities. She also recognizes that as the disparity in their social standings grows, capturing the elusive Yang Kaiwen, who remains beyond her full grasp, will demand greater effort on her part, perhaps even necessitating a willingness to compromise. There is a certain strength in mature women. When faced with challenges, they seek solutions rather than indulge in petty tantrums. Young Kaiwen is perceptive enough to sense the nuances of a woman's thoughts. In the realm of adulthood, the fundamental etiquette dictates that one may understand without voicing every truth. As Young Kaiwen rose from his slumber and entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower, he noted a remarkable refinement in his muscular physique compared to several months ago. Although his weight rendered his muscles somewhat modest in size, their definition was undeniably impressive. Last night, he had been preoccupied with romantic endeavors alongside Olivia, neglecting to check the system notifications. Previously, after being selected at the draft conference and shattering records to claim the MVP title during the Summer League, the system had failed to dispense any rewards, prompting him to voice his grievances regarding its parsimonious nature. Young Kaiwen's thoughts stirred, and the familiar system interface materialized before his eyes, with a red indicating unread messages adorning the bell icon in the upper right corner. The long-awaited system rewards had finally made their appearance. Young Kaiwen eagerly activated the unread messages with his thoughts. Congratulations, player, you have officially joined the NBA, and you are awarded a special rookie gift. Congratulations, player, you have officially joined the Spurs, and you are awarded a Spurs-exclusive gift. Congratulations, player. You are the first Chinese player to join the NBA, and you are granted one opportunity to spin the golden prize wheel. Wow, to achieve all three at once. In one fleeting moment, Young Kaiwen was lamenting the system's stinginess, but in the very next instant, he swiftly reversed his stance, fervently praising the system's generosity. Young Kaiwen was the first to unveil an exclusive gift that had never been seen before, the Rookie Exclusive Height Development Potion, one and only. This remarkable potion is designed to enhance a player's height growth. Upon consumption, the player's skeletal structure will undergo a gradual development, potentially increasing their height by 5 to 15 centimeters over 3 years, while basic physical attributes may also see a slight improvement, contingent upon the player's age and physical potential. It is important to note that if a player's height exceeds 200 centimeters, the potion's efficacy is halved. If it surpasses 210 centimeters, the effectiveness is reduced to 30%. And if it exceeds 215 centimeters, the effectiveness is diminished to 10%. Astonishingly rare and valuable, this exceptional item is highly sought after. Critics who have long doubted Young Kaiwen have often lamented his height. Shorter guards are vulnerable during defensive switches, easily becoming targets and creating defensive gaps. This is not a deficiency that can be rectified solely through effort, defensive experience, or minor tactical maneuvers. Young Kaiwen, having just turned 18, stands as the third youngest rookie in NBA history, boasting considerable potential for growth in height, even if he does not achieve a full 15 centimeters. An increase of over 10 centimeters seems quite feasible. 3 years hence, with a stature approaching 2 meters, Young Kaiwen not only aspires to become a true two-way superstar, but also envisions soaring through the air with remarkable dunks that defy gravity. The thought alone is exhilarating. With this in mind, Young Kaiwen, without pausing to explore another exclusive gift, mentally ingests a height-enhancing potion. As the three-dimensional player model on the interface tilts its head to drink the potion, Young Kaiwen feels a warm, soothing flow spread from his lower abdomen to his limbs, providing immense comfort. Moments later, the warmth dissipates. Young Kaiwen immediately checked the player's information, noting that there had been no change in height, which suggested that the effects of the medication indeed required a gradual absorption. Subsequently, he opened another exclusive gift, the Spurs exclusive anti-hair loss serum, one and only. This serum was a unique concoction, forged from the lingering resentment of a Spurs legend. Upon consumption, it promised to fortify the hairline, rendering one immune to the hair loss magic unleashed by Duncan's infamous head pat. Is this real? Truly, the Spurs exclusive gifts are unparalleled. Just how formidable is Duncan's head-patting prowess? Renowned far and wide in the realm, he transformed the long-haired Argentine speedster into a bald-headed demon. As Manu aged, he seemed to become even more formidable. Perhaps the effects of Duncan's head pats possess an enchanting quality. After all, there are numerous inspiring tales in the NBA of players who thrived despite their baldness, such as the infamous old rogue named Jordan. Yet, Young Kaiwen resolutely chose not to indulge in rumors or spread them. Without further ado, he applied the anti-hair loss serum he had received. Is it more important to play sharply or to play with style? The answer is that excelling in both elegance and sharpness is paramount. Chapter 61. Once perhaps the exclusive gift was simply too potent. Kaiwen subsequently utilized the golden grade roulette for a chance to win. The system presented him with a solitary card, the advanced actor's self-cultivation card. Upon its use, the player would acquire the acting prowess and insights of a T1 level Hollywood actor. Undoubtedly, this is a prop for a side quest, aiding players in their pursuit of the silver screen and the collection of renowned actresses. Regrettably, it was not a director's card. Otherwise, he could have embarked on the creation of a low-budget film. Kaiwen lamented softly. It is now the latter part of July, and the preseason will not commence until October, leaving him with over 2 months of waiting. Kevin Young initially intended to practice basketball while simultaneously launching an album after the NCAA season concluded. This dual endeavor promised both additional income and the opportunity to hone his skills. However, an unexpected turn of events led him to draw a card for self-cultivation as an actor, stirring his curiosity about filmmaking. Yet, the realm of cinema demands significantly greater investments of manpower, resources, and time compared to producing an album. Moreover, the hierarchical structure of the film industry is far more intricate than that of the music sector. Even with a remarkable finished product in hand, navigating the complexities of securing a distribution company, negotiating with theaters, and arranging overseas releases can be exceedingly cumbersome. In the film industry, lacking connections makes it exceedingly challenging to succeed. Of course, producing a small, personal film of a serious nature might present a different scenario. Nevertheless, expending tremendous effort to create a film that does not reach theaters for public viewing, merely to showcase it privately at home, begs the question of its significance. At the very least, Kevin Young does not possess such leisurely indulgences. Perhaps the solution lies in harmonizing his pursuits. Why not create a musical film that intertwines both music and cinema? In a sudden flash, Kevin Young recalled a beloved indie film, Once. Regarded as one of the finest musical films in history, perhaps even the finest, it is an Irish production that was completed in a mere 17 days at a modest budget of €180,000, featuring no notable stars. Yet, upon its release, Once garnered widespread acclaim, effortlessly amassing a box office of $10 million despite its limited screenings, and winning the Academy Award for Best Original Song at the 80th Oscars, later making its way to Broadway. The film's plot is strikingly simple, revolving around the serendipitous encounter between a flower seller and a street musician. Its greatest allure lies in its music. Many cinephiles have humorously remarked that it resembles an extended music video. Thus, the essence of this film is its songs, a facet that resonates deeply with Kevin Young, as it aligns perfectly with his expertise. The primary challenge, however, lies in the execution. He requires a film crew, or more specifically, a producer capable of supporting such a team. With this in mind, he immediately thought of Mr. Bell, his landlord across the street, who happens to be a producer. In a previous life, Krista was a relatively obscure actress and singer, and it is likely that her father, Mr. Bell, exerted considerable influence to help her connect with the renowned David Lynch, suggesting he possesses a certain degree of clout within the film industry. The more Kevin Young pondered, the more he felt that making a film was a promising endeavor. The thought of an NBA player gracing the silver screen and clinching an Oscar was exhilarating. In a previous life, Kobe had indeed won the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film at the 90th Oscars for his heartfelt piece, Dear Basketball. I intend to produce a small-scale musical film, and I wish for you to portray the female lead. Of course, this is merely an idea at present. The budget, team, and schedule remain undetermined. While having breakfast, Kevin shared his thoughts with Olivia. My dear, is it true? Olivia exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, and bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. She then inquired, for the musical film, does the female lead need to sing or play an instrument? Kevin recalled, the lead will have 2 songs, 1 solo and 1 duet. Additionally, there will be a scene requiring piano accompaniment. Olivia hesitated, but singing and playing the piano are not my strong suits. Despite her confidence in interviewing, hosting, and acting, she felt her musical talent was rather mediocre. Having seen Kevin perform on stage, she had often fantasized about accompanying him or singing alongside him. It's all right. We can try it out first. If it doesn't work, we can always lip sync and have someone else provide the voice in post-production. Kevin Young had anticipated this issue beforehand. The solution lay in enlisting the landlord's daughter, Krista, the muse of David Lynch, to sing, thereby maximizing resource utilization. Optimistically speaking, Olivia, due to her lack of proficiency in singing and playing the piano, was not the first choice for the lead role in the film. Nevertheless, Kevin Young still prioritized her for the part. Since ancient times, heroes have found it difficult to overcome the allure of beautiful women. Young Kaiwen is not a paragon of virtue. The dazzling world of America is rife with temptations. And the system has even provided him with a compelling justification for indulging in romantic escapades, his dream of basketball. All Young Kaiwen could do was to endeavor to compensate his woman in other aspects, even though their relationship remained unspoken. Upon hearing Young Kaiwen's proposal, Olivia felt a sense of relief wash over her, and then, with a mischievous smile, she inquired, "Who is the leading man? Surely it cannot be you?" Young Kaiwen chuckled. "Indeed, I shall invest in a film, with you as the leading lady, and the only possible leading man is myself. My dear, I possess an unwavering confidence in your singing abilities, 1,000-fold, yet when it comes to acting, well, during the filming of the V17 music video, you had your fair share of bloopers." "Ha." Olivia teased him lightly before covering her mouth with one hand and erupting into laughter. Young Kaiwen's face flushed with embarrassment. During the filming of V17 MV, his lack of experience indeed led to a series of amusing blunders. However, times have changed. With the self-cultivation of an actor as his foundation, Young Kaiwen confidently pounded his chest and declared, "That was my first time. I was inexperienced. But now, my acting skills have soared. Be prepared, for you may not be able to keep up with my performance." With a charming smile, Olivia playfully beckoned him with her finger. As Kevin Yang's fingers twitched with anticipation, he swiftly tackled the woman, igniting a fervent battle of offense and defense. The following day, clad in sunglasses, a loose-fitting hooded sweatshirt, and a pair of distressed, fitted jeans, Kevin approached the Grand Villa and rang the doorbell, concealing a personally signed album, V17, within his pocket. With a creak, the opulent door swung open, revealing a young Caucasian woman, her height estimated to exceed 175 centimeters. She donned a dark, ankle-length dress adorned with intricate floral embroidery and embellished with black lace accents. Her long hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her exquisitely sculpted features resembled those of a classical beauty. "Mr. Young, you have arrived," she exclaimed with delight. "I am Christabel, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I am both your fan and a supporter of your endeavors." With enthusiasm, Krista invited Kevin into the living room. "You may call me Young," he replied amicably. Young Kaiwen settled onto the sofa and presented a signed album he had prepared in advance to Krista, courteously stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Unsure of what gift to bring, I recalled Mr. Bell mentioning your desire for a signed V17 album, so I brought one along." "Young, thank you. This gift is absolutely delightful," Krista exclaimed, her hands cradling the album tightly against her chest, instantly transforming into an ardent fan. The quality of the 3 songs from V17 is undeniably exceptional, each having ascended to the top 10 of the Billboard Singles Chart. Young Kaiwen is not only an exceptional singer but also an NBA player, blessed with striking good looks, which has garnered him a considerable following among young women. Mr. Bell cast a fond glance at his daughter before addressing Young Kaiwen. "Young, I found your mention of the musical film during our phone conversation yesterday quite intriguing. I would like to take on the role of producer for this film. Once, in addition to the profit sharing from the film's earnings, I can also arrange a role for Krista." Thus, Mr. Bell became the producer of Once. After discussions between the two, the budget for Once was ultimately set at $500,000. In the previous iteration, Once faced financial constraints, and many scenes were reportedly filmed with a DV camera, resulting in subpar visuals that received considerable criticism. Young Kaiwen has increased the budget in hopes of remedying this regret. However, the sum of $500,000 is already the maximum that Young Kaiwen can bear. Any more would necessitate severe sacrifices. The Bleacher Report project received an investment of $1 million, and the sales revenue from the latest installment of V17 has yet to be received, leaving Young Kaiwen with little surplus. Mr. Bell is remarkably efficient in his work and swiftly procured a young director named Dustin Lance Black. Black is an outstanding graduate of the School of Theater, Film, and Television at the University of California, Los Angeles, and in June, he released his self-written and directed debut short film, Near Heaven. In his previous life, Young Kaiwen had never heard of such a figure. With a mere budget of $500,000 for the film, it was inconceivable to attract a renowned director. Kevin Yang's initial impression of director Blake was that of a quintessential handsome Caucasian. His second impression, however, was that Blake possessed a somewhat effeminate demeanor. It became evident that not only do women possess a sixth sense, but men's intuition can also prove remarkably accurate at times. After a conversation, Blake candidly revealed that he identifies as a gay man and plans to direct a documentary about the American LGBTQ community next year. This aligns with the artistic principle that the highest form of art embodies a synthesis of both masculine and feminine qualities. Young Kaiwen ultimately secured the services of this American individual for a fee of $50,000 along with a 3% share of the box office revenue. The primary reason for this arrangement was the limited budget and tight schedule, leaving no room for extensive selection. Young Kaiwen was unaware that this Blake was not a mere novice. In a previous life, he had garnered numerous prestigious film awards, including the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay at the 81st Oscars. Once the producers and director were assembled, the film project was officially set in motion. However, Young Kaiwen soon realized that he had underestimated the complexity and intricacies of film production. The first challenge lay in refining the screenplay. The original story took place in Ireland, but for the sake of budgetary constraints and to enhance the relatability for American audiences, a change was imperative. In order to save both money and effort, Kevin Young has opted to set the story in San Antonio, necessitating a slight adjustment to the characters' backgrounds. Furthermore, it is essential to assign a role to Krista. Young Kaiwen and Blake deliberated together and ultimately designed Krista to be the male protagonist's ex-girlfriend, appearing in fragments of memories. Young Kaiwen initially believed that such a simple script could be completed in a day or two. However, after numerous discussions and revisions, it took an unexpected 5 days. Next came the selection of the soul-stirring songs for the film Once. The original Once featured over a dozen songs, but Young Kaiwen could only recall the Oscar-winning Falling Slowly and If You Want Me. The rest he had to sift through from his memories of the musical repertoire. While there are many beloved classic songs that will resonate with audiences in the future, selecting those that align with the film's essence posed a challenge for him. Ultimately, after extensive deliberation, he selected several timeless tracks, such as You're Beautiful, Apologize, Take Me to Church, and Shots. You're Beautiful was chosen to accompany the protagonist's encounter with the female lead, enticing her to pause and listen to his street performance. The other songs served to express the protagonist's solitude and frustrations. Additionally, he specifically chose Burning for Krista to serve as a poignant interlude in a flashback sequence. In a previous iteration, Burning had achieved remarkable popularity as part of a Valentine's Day special for a football program. After all, Krista, being the producer's daughter and a stunning beauty, deserved special attention. Upon reviewing his selections, Young Kaiwen realized he had curated a collection of powerhouse songs, making it seem as though he was aiming for the Grammy Awards rather than the Oscars. Many of these compositions featured intricate arrangements, and achieving a high-quality rendition would require a considerable amount of time. What was initially planned to be completed within a month would now likely need an extension of at least another month. Young Kaiwen communicated this issue with Blake. Apart from a few essential songs that necessitate complete arrangements, all other pieces merely require you to strum and sing along with your guitar, or even to perform a cappella. In the film, you are depicted as an unsuccessful wandering musician, lacking a plethora of fully developed works. Furthermore, the caliber of your songs is exceedingly high. I am genuinely concerned that if they are all included in the film, the audience may become disengaged. Each song you casually sing possesses the potential to ascend to the Billboard charts. What sort of street performer is this? A street musician of such remarkable talent surely would not struggle. It is evident that he is a star disguised as a street singer. Blake had Young Kaiwen sing each song in a straightforward manner, and he could not help but offer a few playful remarks. Those around him praised Blake as a cinematic genius destined to become a great director, a sentiment he himself shared. However, upon witnessing Young Kaiwen effortlessly produce a series of extraordinary singles, he found himself grappling with a moment of self-doubt. Once the preparatory work was complete, filming encountered yet another issue. Yet, this time, the problem did not lie with Young Kaiwen. On the contrary, he proved to be the most reliable element throughout the filming process. Young Kaiwen showcased his remarkable acting skills before the camera, delivering flawless performances in his solo scenes that eclipsed the talents of numerous young Hollywood actors, leaving the entire crew astounded. Director Blake found himself once again engulfed in self-doubt, this time for an extended period. The shooting complications arose concerning Olivia. Her role in Once was projected to require more than 10 days of filming. However, as she had just joined FSN, the company was reluctant to grant such an extended leave. Kevin Young sought assistance in pleading on his behalf, yet Olivia's superior, whether out of trepidation regarding the potential threat to her position or for other reasons, remained obstinately unyielding. Infuriated, Kevin promptly requested Olivia's departure from FSN, promising that upon the completion of once, she could opt to join Bleacher Report along with a 10% equity stake, almost echoing the sentiment of "I will take care of you." However, fortune seldom favors the bold. Upon Olivia's entry into the production, her initial foray into filming proved to be fraught with challenges. The underlying issues stemmed from her lack of proficiency in piano and singing, coupled with her limited acting experience, which fell short of director Blake's expectations. Blake suggested a role reversal between Olivia and Krista, a proposal that Kevin promptly dismissed. He had brought Olivia on board as the lead and had facilitated her departure from her previous position, unwilling to renege on his word. Just as the production found itself at an impasse, Olivia proactively proposed a role swap with Krista, suggesting she portray the male lead's ex-girlfriend, reasoning that an actor must be accountable to both the work and the audience. Kaiwen understood that Olivia was a woman of strong pride and firm opinions. Acknowledging her resolute determination, he nodded in agreement. In order to compensate Olivia, Kaiwen and Blake harmoniously decided to augment her role in the production. Kaiwen decided to replace the originally assigned song Burning for the male lead's ex-girlfriend with a relatively easier piece titled Communication. This song has a Chinese cover called Words Fail to Convey, initially performed by Lin Ilian and later popularized by the distinctive voice of Chen Chuxing. Communication is rather straightforward, with a limited vocal range, allowing Olivia to refine her performance in the recording studio. If it proves too challenging, its removal will not significantly impact the overall production. Once Olivia freed herself from roles that did not suit her talents, she quickly regained her composure and delivered a remarkable performance, surprising those in the crew who initially regarded her as merely a decorative presence. Krista, unexpectedly elevated to the lead role, already possessed a background in acting and, being a singer, delivered an entirely authentic portrayal, excelling in her performance. The subsequent filming proceeded with unexpected smoothness. What was initially scheduled to take 20 days was completed in just 15 days. Due to the expedited shooting schedule, Kaiwen even found time to incorporate a bit of personal flair. In a scene where the male lead performs on the street, he directly emulated Hozier's original performance of Take Me to Church, but set it in a subway station, clapping to the rhythm while passionately singing. In his previous life, Kaiwen had always believed that the quintessential live performance of Hozier's Take Me to Church took place in that desolate, dilapidated subway station, rather than amidst the glamorous Victoria's Secret fashion show. After all, the cameras primarily focused on the stunning supermodels. Who could possibly be inclined to seek solace in a church under such circumstances? It was simply contrary to human nature. Once, driven by a moment of inspiration, Kaiwen immersed himself in the art of filmmaking for nearly a month. With the preliminary work finally reaching a conclusion, the subsequent tasks were entrusted to director Blake, who would take his time in the editing process. During this period, the NBA, amidst its summer hiatus, occasionally witnessed significant upheavals. Foremost among these was the sensational news of Duncan's decision to remain with the Spurs. The fans of the San Antonio Spurs erupted in jubilant celebration, rivaling the fervor of their 1999 championship parade. The most disheartened, however, were the fans of the Orlando Magic and the team's owner. The Magic's owner exerted considerable effort to persuade Duncan, going to great lengths to entice him. He personally flew in his private jet to escort Duncan to Orlando for leisure, even adorning the Disney parks with giant posters of Duncan. Moreover, he enlisted the help of Duncan's idol, Tiger Woods, to act as a mediator. Ultimately, the situation soured when Magic head coach Rivers denied Duncan's request to bring his family aboard the team's plane, effectively derailing their efforts. The outcome of this incident would significantly influence the future landscape of the NBA. Consequently, a curious tale circulated in the annals of the internet. The Magic, eager to recruit Duncan for their grand ambitions, cautioned him against bringing his wife along, fearing it might jeopardize their aspirations. They bluntly advised him, "You are a man of great renown. Your wife, with her alluring beauty, is not a fitting companion for you. You ought to part ways." Enraged, Duncan departed in a huff, resolutely choosing to remain with the Spurs. This decision led to his eventual triumph, securing 3 championships in 5 years. Yet also resulted in personal turmoil, as his marriage crumbled and financial disputes ensued. The truth is, in this world, the honest often find themselves at a disadvantage. As a well-meaning teammate, one could only hope for a shift in Duncan's fate, yet advising someone to part with their spouse is far beyond the pale. All that remains is to witness how fate unfolds for everyone involved. Chapter 63, the launch of Bleacher Report in the Drew League after successfully re-signing Duncan. The Spurs went on to recruit 4 new players, all free agents within the league. On August 4th, the Spurs secured 26-year-old guard Derek Anderson. The arrival of Anderson signified the abandonment of Chris Carrawell, whom the Spurs had chosen in the second round. It must be said, the wheels of history indeed turn with great force. In a previous life, both Carrawell and Corey Hightower, second-round picks for the Spurs, failed to remain with the team. And this life mirrored that fate. On August 6th, the Spurs welcomed 34-year-old veteran power forward Danny Ferry, who had previously played for the Cavaliers, averaging 7.3 points and 3.8 rebounds last season, and possessing a reliable three-point shot, thus proving to be a competent backup. The following day, the Spurs added two more players, swingman Ira Newble and center Sean Elliott Scott. Young Kaiwen had never heard of these two in his previous life, indicating their limited prowess. Among the four new teammates, young Kaiwen held the highest hopes for Derek Anderson. In a past life, Anderson had joined the Spurs and swiftly emerged as the team's second scoring option in the new season. In the playoffs, had it not been for Anderson's unfortunate injury, the Lakers would have undoubtedly found it easier to secure victory against the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. At the time of the arrival of these new teammates, Kevin Young was engrossed in filming the movie once and was unable to attend their press conference. To express his welcome and best wishes to the four new teammates, he conducted an exclusive interview with Bleacher Report. Indeed, the Bleacher Report website officially launched on August 8th, a date steeped in Chinese auspiciousness. The very first piece of news published on the site was the interview regarding Kevin Yang's film Once. Prior to this, numerous media outlets had hinted at Kevin Yang's involvement in filmmaking during the off-season. However, as Once was merely a small production and the crew maintained a commendable level of confidentiality, the news had not been substantiated and thus garnered little attention. Yet, with the release of the Bleacher Report interview, which included photographs from the film set featuring Kevin Young, a flurry of spectators was immediately drawn in. Within just a few days, the number of registered users on the Bleacher Report website exceeded 100,000. This figure should not be underestimated. Considering the relatively small population base in the United States, the proportion of internet users and their online activity in the year 2000 cannot compare to that of future China. In its previous incarnation, Bleacher Report operated for nearly 4 years before reaching 6 million users in December 2009. This is why Facebook, launched in 2004, attracted 1 million users within just 9 months and subsequently drew the attention of numerous investment firms eager to invest. The sudden rise of a sports website prompted mainstream American sports media to take heed, particularly those like Yahoo Sports, which swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate the competition. Through persistent inquiries, they discovered that the mastermind behind Bleacher Report was Charles, who had departed from Yahoo Sports the previous month. Charles is widely recognized as the foremost advocate for Young, and this revelation clarified why Bleacher Report was able to obtain photographs from Kevin Yang's film set. After all, their relationship was one that blossomed from humble beginnings, marked by a revolutionary camaraderie. However, what remained unknown to many was that the true owner behind Bleacher Report was none other than Kevin Young himself. While insiders discerned the intricacies, outsiders merely reveled in the spectacle. Kevin Young has been firmly criticized for his foray into filmmaking, with several basketball experts voicing their disapproval and expressing concerns regarding his professional career with the Spurs and in the NBA. Before Young could respond, his fans surged online to counter the basketball analysts, accusing them of seeking attention, particularly on the open-air Bleachers website. The initial wave of users flocking to the platform were primarily his supporters, who vehemently denounced the experts. The public sentiment became quite fervent. Some basketball commentators, initially inclined to follow the trend, observed the backlash against their predecessors who criticized Young for being unfocused and narrowly avoided becoming targets themselves, opting instead to remain silent observers. As a result of this uproar, the news of Yang's film, Once, gained significant visibility. With the rising interest came lucrative opportunities. The guitar brand RS, an American company founded in 1985 and currently experiencing rapid growth, sought to become a sponsor for the film. Upon learning that Once is a musical film featuring Young as a street musician and guitarist, the marketing team recognized a unique branding opportunity. With sponsorship money offered willingly, Young naturally accepted. Following a brief yet effective negotiation, he res-hot a few scenes and effortlessly secured a sponsorship fee of $200,000 from RS, along with a complimentary electric guitar valued at several $1,000s. It is no wonder that Jeremy Lin, when reflecting on his own meteoric rise, remarked that everything suddenly seemed to come for free, a few photographs could lead to driving home a BMW. Young Kaiwen has now personally experienced the kind of treatment akin to picking up banknotes. Shortly thereafter, Universal Music approached him, setting their sights on the film soundtrack of Once. The success of V17 had brought considerable profits to Universal Music, instilling a strong confidence in Young Kaiwen's musical marketability. In an effort to persuade him, Universal Music promised to support the promotional activities surrounding the release of Once and proactively proposed to increase Young Kaiwen's record share to 30. With such sincerity and an established foundation for collaboration, Young Kaiwen readily agreed. Thus, shortly after leaving the film set, he immersed himself once more in the recording studio, diligently working on the film's soundtrack. Of course, while he pursued this side venture, he did not neglect his primary profession. Despite the demands of filming or recording, he always made time for fitness and practice. However, having not played in a match for nearly a month, Young Kaiwen felt a sense of restlessness. Perhaps he should join the Drew League for a bit of excitement? Kevin Young set his sights on the Drew League, which is currently in its regular season. The Drew League is a professional amateur mixed basketball league held annually in Los Angeles, established by Earvin Magic Johnson in June 1973. With the intention of creating a pure basketball competition, gangsters and notorious streetball players, no matter how exceptional their skills, are barred from participation. The regular season of the Drew League typically commences in June each year, followed by the playoffs in early September and the finals in mid-September. There exists a participation rule. Players wishing to compete in the playoffs must first complete a requisite number of regular season games. In a previous life, Paul George was denied entry to the Drew League due to this rule. The league truly gained prominence during the summer of 2011, amidst the NBA lockout, when numerous star players, including Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, showcased their talents there. Presently, the Drew League's fame does not compare to that of later years, with few NBA players opting to participate. Should Kevin Young decide to compete now, he would likely make it in time for the playoffs in September, not only to gather a wave of enthusiastic fans, but also to seize the opportunity to claim a Drew League championship title. Chapter 64, Jessica Alba. Young Kaiwen conceived the idea of participating in the Drew League to dominate the competition and immediately reached out to gather companions for the journey. Basketball is a game that requires a team of 5, and having a few more brothers by one's side provides a sense of security, whether on the court or in a brawl. It is no jest, although the Drew League ostensibly prohibits gangsters and players with dubious backgrounds. The volatile tempers of certain athletes often lead to conflicts and altercations. When some players lose control, they do not spare even their teammates, unleashing punches without hesitation, transforming the basketball court into an octagonal cage in an instant. Kevin Young is striving for victory, bringing along more companions to avert any potential pitfalls. Greetings, my friend. With 2 months remaining until the preseason, would you be interested in forming a team to play basketball together? Young Kaiwen was the first to reach out to Haslam. Sounds good. Where to? Are we searching for a venue? Haslam, situated in Miami, readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. I intend to participate in the Drew League in Los Angeles and bring home a championship. Young Kaiwen candidly shared his plans. Excellent idea. Should we consider recruiting more individuals? Haslam inquired. Certainly. Let us see if Miller and Harvey are interested in joining. I believe 3 or 4 participants would suffice. Kevin Young's initial thoughts turned to his 2 college teammates. Most of the Spurs players have families and are spending the offseason with them, so he chose not to intrude. However, upon hearing the news, Mike Miller and Donnell Harvey expressed their excitement and eagerness to participate. Teaming up with Kevin Young in the Drew League not only offers the chance to enhance their popularity, but also allows NBA coaches to witness their dedication, an opportunity too good to be missed. After a 4-month hiatus, the formidable quartet from Florida State reunited to take on the Los Angeles stage. The news of Kevin Young leading his team in the Drew League was promptly announced by the Outdoor Bleachers Network. Many enthusiastic fans expressed their intentions to support the team live in Los Angeles, even petitioning for Kevin Young to perform on-site. Reminiscent of his shows at the 3 major basketball parks, one might mistakenly think they were attending a concert. Just as the Drew League organizers were questioning the authenticity of the news, on Friday, August 25th, Kevin Young and his trio made their appearance at Charles Drew Middle School in Los Angeles to register for the event. The NBA street ball team led by Kevin Young had arrived. The registration staff, taken aback by the turnout, quickly contacted League President Dino Smiley. Smiley promptly set aside his current tasks to personally welcome the group. The player roster for the Drew League is remarkably flexible. At the start of the season, Each team submits a list of registered players, but before each game, newcomers can be recommended to join the team, provided they pass the league's evaluation. Before setting off, young Kaiwen had already made arrangements with a team known as the Public Enemy, which included a player named Jefferson, a close friend of Henry. At times, young Kaiwen could not help but acknowledge that Henry was indeed a social butterfly, effortlessly making friends wherever he went. Kevin Young and his team, known as the Public Enemy, are set to compete in the final 2 rounds of the regular season as well as the playoffs in September. The Drew League is divided into 2 divisions, the Hank Salvatore Division and the Marty Walzer Division, with games held every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The format closely resembles that of the NBA, with the top 8 teams from each division advancing to the playoffs, where they will engage in fierce battles until the champions of both divisions face off to determine the ultimate victor. However, unlike the NBA, the playoffs in the Drew League are single elimination, with the losing team immediately eliminated from contention. This year, a total of 20 teams are participating, 10 from each division. The Public Enemy team currently ranks 9th in the Hank Salvatore Division, and only by winning both of their last 2 regular season games on Saturday and Sunday can they secure a spot in the playoffs. This challenge is precisely why Kevin Young chose to join the Public Enemy. Leading the team to a dramatic comeback and championship victory would make the competition all the more exhilarating. Upon learning that the formidable Florida State University team, led by Kevin Young, would be participating, numerous streetball aficionados flocked to Los Angeles, eager to face off against Kevin and his teammates. Previously, Kevin had dominated local streetball courts, leaving many players humiliated. Now they are intent on reclaiming their pride. Their objective is clear. If they can win just one of the remaining 2 regular season games, they will eliminate Kevin Young and his 3 NBA compatriots from the tournament. Such an achievement would undoubtedly elevate their status in the streetball community and etch their names into history. The media in Los Angeles quickly seized upon this story, resulting in extensive coverage that captured the attention of many. Rumor has it that some Hollywood celebrities may also be drawn to witness the event. Meanwhile, basketball commentators, with time on their hands during the off-season, have begun to speculate on the outcomes of the Public Enemy's matches, generally favoring Kevin Young's team for the championship. The following day, the Charles Drew High School gymnasium was packed to capacity. Eager media photographers, having arrived early, scanned the audience for glimpses of any notable celebrities. Click. One photographer captured a stunning visage that resembled that of an angel. Jessica Alba, noticing the camera aimed in her direction, graciously smiled, her expression radiating warmth akin to the brilliant sunshine of spring. At just 19 years of age, Jessica, with her unparalleled beauty and impressive body of work, has become one of Hollywood's rising stars. Having recently wrapped filming on Post-Apocalyptic Angel, she found herself with free time and decided to attend the event. Intrigued by the local media's coverage of NBA players teaming up for the Drew League, the film's director, Cameron, is known for his strict demands on set, ensuring high standards for both actors and crew. In her unwavering dedication to fully embody her character, Jessica has immersed herself in an almost cocooned state, shielding herself from external influences over the past few months. She harbors a keen curiosity about the athlete Kevin Young, frequently highlighted in the media, wondering if his prowess on the court is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. With merely 10 minutes remaining before the match commences, led by young Kaiwen, the formidable quartet from the University of Buddhism donned their notorious blue jerseys and took to the court for warm-up. Opposing them were the elite players of the Black Pearl. Clad in striking black attire, currently ranked 3rd in the league, the Black Pearl elite presented a formidable challenge. Observers familiar with the team noted the presence of numerous new faces among their ranks, clearly brought in to counter the prowess of streetball experts like young Kaiwen. As warm-ups concluded, both teams introduced their starting lineups. The Black Pearl elite consisted of Knight, Lyon, Morris, Daniel, and Anderson, while the notorious ensemble featured young Kaiwen, Jefferson, Miller, Harvey, and Haslam. Jefferson, a friend of Henry, was positioned as the shooting guard. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game commenced. Haslam effortlessly won the jump ball, signaling the initiation of the first offensive play for the notorious team. Young Kaiwen advanced the ball into the attacking zone, gesturing for his teammates to spread out. With a sweeping dribble to the right, he executed a swift low dribble to his left hand, seamlessly maneuvering to break through on the left side, leaving the defending player completely bewildered. Young Kaiwen deftly maneuvered past his defender and penetrated the paint, confronted by the towering center attempting to provide help defense. He executed a graceful spin move followed by a soaring one-handed layup, effortlessly guiding the ball through the hoop. The score stood at 2-0. As Kaiwen secured the first points for his team, Kaiwen executed a series of spectacular layup maneuvers, his movements graceful and fluid. Coupled with his handsome visage, the female fans on the sidelines erupted in cheers. Chapter 65, When God Closes a Door. The Black Pearl initiated a baseline inbounds pass, while point guard Knight dribbled past the half-court line. At the arc's pinnacle, he showcased an array of flashy dribbling moves, aiming to deliver an answer ball and reclaim his ground. Such ostentatious breakthroughs may easily deceive an ordinary receiver, but attempting to unsettle Kaiwen's balance is virtually impossible. Kaiwen, undeterred, advanced forward to engage in physical confrontation. His strength and ability to withstand pressure are not particularly outstanding, yet they suffice when matched against the ordinary street ball player, as he aligns himself with the robust archetype of an NBA point guard. Nate found himself struggling to dribble under Kaiwen's relentless pressure, nearly losing possession in the process, prompting him to hurriedly pass the ball to a teammate. The teammate lofted the ball to the low post, where center Anderson was positioned. Anderson attempted to assert his presence against Haslam, but despite his efforts, he was unable to create space. With time running out on the shot clock, he forced a turnaround jump shot that veered off the rim. Harvey secured the rebound and made a long pass, with Kaiwen reacting swiftly, racing ahead to receive the ball as he crossed half-court. Kaiwen charged from the arc into the unguarded paint, taking a bold step forward. With one hand, he grasped the ball, leaping into the air. Gliding momentarily, he executed a thunderous dunk, sending the ball crashing into the hoop with a resounding thud. The score stood at 4-0. Upon landing, Kaiwen erupted in exhilaration, performing a glider celebration. This marked his inaugural official game dunk. Since fully absorbing the effects of the growth serum, Kaiwen's vertical leap had approached the meter mark. Coupled with his remarkable wingspan, he could effortlessly execute one-handed gliding dunks or two-handed slams in the absence of defenders. However, to avoid injury, he prioritized a grounded style of play, seldom attempting dunks. Yet, prior to today's game, a teammate informed him of a Hollywood actress in the stands. To his astonishment, it was none other than Jessica, the future queen of the NBA. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to showcase a dunk. The crowd erupted as they witnessed Kaiwen, known for his grounded play, deliver a high-quality gliding dunk, igniting a wave of astonished cheers. Jessica, seated courtside, applauded with a radiant smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. She had not anticipated that this player, whose looks rivaled Hollywood's finest, would possess such remarkable skills on the court. After conceding 2 quick baskets, the players of the Black Pearl team grew anxious. Lion, the shooting guard, received the ball and faced off against Jefferson, making a drive just inside the three-point line for a contested shot. He narrowly evaded the block, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Jefferson was the weakest link of the all-public enemy team. While Lion's choice was sound, his abilities did not quite match up. The long-range shot sent the basketball soaring far beyond the rim. Kaiwen skillfully maneuvered around Knight to seize the rebound. With a swift turn, he launched the ball forward with a single hand. At that moment, Harvey had already evaded his defenders and surged past the midcourt line, showcasing the impeccable teamwork of the 4 Tigers of Fuda. The ball soared across the half-court, and Haas caught it with poise, charging into the paint to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. The score stood at 6-0, marking Kaiwen's first assist of the match. The Black Pearls initiated a set play. Guard Lion utilized a screen from his teammate to penetrate, while Jefferson narrowly evaded his defender, taking a mid-range jump shot that finally found its mark. The score now read 6-2, as the Black Pearls reclaimed 2 points. In response, the public enemy offense unfolded as Kaiwen dribbled into the front court, passing to Miller on the right side. He then utilized Harvey's off-ball screen to cut to the right corner, forming a triangle with Haslam in the paint. Miller delivered the ball to the right corner, where Kaiwen feigned a three-point attempt, drawing the Black Pearls' interior defenders to him. Seizing the opportunity, he lofted the ball to Haslam beneath the basket, who, upon receiving it, forcefully scored against Anderson with a bank shot. The score now favored Fuda at 8-2. With 3 players already contributing to the scoreboard, the Black Pearls resumed their attack as Lion received the ball in the front court, continuing to execute a pick-and-roll at the top of the key. This time, Jefferson was quick to pursue, disrupting Lion's mid-range jumper, which ricocheted off the rim. Hamler secured the rebound, igniting a counterattack. After receiving the ball, Kevin Young utilized his exceptional speed to outmaneuver his opponent, breaking through midcourt to draw the defense's attention before executing a one-handed pass to Miller on the wing. Upon receiving the ball, Miller attempted a three-point shot, but unfortunately, his touch was not quite right. The ball ricocheted off the rim and flew out of the key. Morris, the small forward for the Black Pearl team, seized the rebound and immediately launched a fast break, charging forward with determination. Kevin Young, renowned for his unparalleled speed, pursued Morris, closely guarding him to disrupt his path. Standing over 195 centimeters tall, Morris, noticing Yang's defense, considered scoring over him, leveraging his weight advantage to force his way through. However, he underestimated Yang's ability to contend. After a few aggressive steps, he awkwardly realized he could not shake off his opponent. He came to a sudden halt just inside the three-point line and leapt to shoot. Under Yang's interference, Morris's shot veered off course, missing the rim and being collected by Haslam. As the teams exchanged roles, Yang dribbled past half-court. In the center, he executed a drag step followed by a crossover, creating space to evade his defender. He then abruptly halted and leaped, adding a touch of elegance with a slight delay in his jump, leaning back slightly as he wrist-flicked the ball. The sphere spun gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. The score stood at 11-2, marking Kevin Yang's 7th point. Yang Kaiwen's remarkable performance on both ends of the court allowed the spectators to tangibly appreciate the formidable prowess of the newly crowned MVP of the Summer League. Within less than 3 minutes of the game, the third-ranked Black Pearl elite team was almost overwhelmed by Yang Kaiwen and his teammates. The street players of Black Pearl were vastly inferior to Yang and his companions in terms of physicality, skills, and experience. What may be perceived as talent by ordinary fans might not even suffice to cross the threshold of the NBA. Many streetball enthusiasts fantasized before the match that their favorite streetball virtuosos could hold their own against the formidable starting quartet of the team, even praying for a victory. However, fate closed that door and opened another, allowing them to witness firsthand how California's streetball elite were decisively outmatched. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Yang executed a dazzling behind-the-back move, utilizing his speed to leave his opponent in the dust before delivering an accurate pass to Haslam, who effortlessly scored with a bank shot. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, after receiving the ball on the perimeter, Yang employed a drag step and a deceptive fake, evading the defender to sink a mid-range jumper. At 2 minutes and 55 seconds, following a mismatch, he showcased his dribbling prowess with a series of behind-the-back changes, successfully penetrating the paint and executed a stylish spin move to bypass center Anderson, scoring off the backboard. With 1 minute and 38 seconds remaining, Yang made a decisive drive, halting abruptly to shed his defender with a behind-the-back maneuver, then delivered a bounce pass to Jefferson, who converted from mid-range. With 55 seconds on the clock, Yang utilized a screen from a teammate, dishing the ball to a cutting Haslam, who muscled past the defender Knight to complete a one-handed slam. In the final offensive play of the quarter, the Public Enemy team launched a fast break, and once again, Yang's speed overwhelmed the opponent. Drawing the defense, he executed a behind-the-back pass to Miller on the wing, who decisively sank a three-pointer as the buzzer sounded. The Public Enemy team led the Black Pearl by 16 points, with a score of 28-12. The Drew League's regular season quarter lasts only 8 minutes, a duration that would not be changed to 10 minutes until 2022. In the first quarter, Kevin Young played the full 8 minutes, amassing an impressive 11 points and 6 assists, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Chapter 66, entering the Drew League Finals. In merely 1/4 of 8 minutes, the spectators could intuitively grasp the insurmountable chasm separating professional players from amateurs, or rather, the adage that one gets what one pays for. In the year 2000, the average salary of an NBA player was $3.1 million, while streetball players received no remuneration, purely playing for the love of the game. The streetballers of the Black Pearl team felt the oppressive dominance exerted by the NBA players. They found it impossible to penetrate the perimeter or establish themselves inside. Fast breaks posed no threat, and in half-court play, once the formidable four from Florida State secured their defensive positions, finding a scoring opportunity became a daunting task. If it weren't for the presence of Jefferson, a streetball player among the universally disliked, it would have been questionable whether they could even reach double digits in the first quarter. In the second quarter, both teams adjusted their lineups. The Black Pearl's point guard was replaced by a more physically adept streetball player, aiming to bolster their defense against Kevin Young, their formidable asset. With the universally disliked team enjoying a significant lead, Haslam, Harvey, and Jefferson were benched, allowing 3 other streetball players to take the court. After all, this was not their team. They could not let the Florida F4 dominate indefinitely and needed to provide playing opportunities for other players. With 2 NBA players sidelined, the Black Pearl team ignited a glimmer of hope for a comeback. However, mere minutes later, that hope was brutally extinguished by Kevin Young. His speed, ability to drive, and shooting skills represented a distinct level of superiority within the Drew League. During the Summer League, no NBA team had managed to curb Yang's offensive prowess. And neither could the Black Pearl, even with their enhanced defensive efforts, including double-teaming, with a graceful ease reminiscent of slicing through vegetables. Kevin Yang scored with a series of moves, spinning to break through for a layup, executing a sudden stop jump shot, and stepping back for a three-pointer. By halftime, he had tallied 26 points, 8 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. The universally disliked team led by 24 points at 56-32, effectively securing their victory by the close of the half. For the Black Pearl, the only consolation lay in the fact that Haslam and Harvey did not play in the second quarter. They managed to accumulate over 20 points through the rookie skirmishes among their interior players, which made their halftime score appear less dismal. In the second half, Kevin Young played for only 5 minutes. For the remainder of the time, he observed from the sidelines or engaged in signing autographs for fans. Some crafty spectators came prepared, bringing their own pins and V17 albums, seizing the opportunity to sneak over for Yang's signature. Not far away, Jessica, witnessing this, realized that this dashing player also had a singer's identity and seemed to be quite popular. Young Kaiwen observed the increasing crowd surrounding him and grew concerned that it might obstruct the view of other spectators. Consequently, he urged his fans to pause, assuring them that he would remain after the match to sign autographs or take photos with them. With a sharp whistle signaling the end of the game, the team, deemed the public enemy, triumphed over their opponents with a resounding score of 98-67, securing a victory by 31 points. Yang Kaiwen achieved an impressive tally of 33 points, 10 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals, efficiently securing a remarkable double-double of 30-10. After the match, adhering to his promise, he stayed behind to sign autographs and take photographs with fans. During this time, an enthusiastic fan suddenly called for Yang Kaiwen to serenade them, handing him a guitar. This suggestion was instantly met with fervent agreement from other fans, and even those who were initially preparing to leave joined in the chorus of encouragement. The Charles Drew High School Gymnasium transformed into an impromptu concert venue. Yang Kaiwen quickly realized that the fans must have orchestrated this plan beforehand. Before he could utter a word, the staff on-site perceptively handed him a microphone, signaling that he should focus on his performance while they would handle the logistics. Frankly, I now suspect that you are all in cahoots and had conspired long before this moment. Yang Kaiwen approached the microphone, his opening line playfully teasing the staff. The audience erupted in laughter at that moment. The fans cheered, and the seamless handover of the microphone from the staff felt almost choreographed in advance. He mentioned that they had agreed beforehand to perform just one song. Given the limited conditions and the impromptu nature of the stage, he urged the audience not to feel disheartened if the performance fell short, assuring them that purchasing his album would guarantee their satisfaction. Yang Kaiwen humorously uttered a few words to set the mood before he began to strum the strings and perform live. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you and everything you do. Yes, they were all yellow. Kevin Young chose the Velo from the V17 series, which is most suitable for guitar performances. Despite the mediocre quality of the live sound equipment, Yang's T1 level vocal prowess shone through brilliantly. The gentle guitar melodies, combined with his magnetic voice, captivated the audience, leaving them entranced. Among the crowd, Jessica fixed her gaze upon Kevin, enchanted by his alluring timbre and heartfelt rendition. She had never imagined that a basketball player could possess such remarkable musical talent, which ignited a profound curiosity and interest in him. Moments later, amidst the fervent applause and cheers of the fans, Kevin concluded his performance. Following this, he graciously signed autographs and posed for photographs with his remaining admirers. Just as he finished signing and prepared to depart with his teammates, a melodious voice called out to him. "Hi, Yang. Your performances today were truly spectacular. That last song was especially wonderful." A tall, strikingly beautiful woman approached, extending her hand with a warm smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jessica Alba." Yang Kaiwen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his impromptu performance tonight would attract the attention of the future NBA's most enchanting beauty. Initially, he had considered approaching her for a conversation after the game, But in the flurry of attending to his fans, he completely forgot. To his surprise, she took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Amidst the teasing smirks of his teammates, Kaiwen shook hands with Jessica and courteously expressed, "Thank you for your support. I am a fan of yours, and your work in film is exceptional." In truth, Kaiwen could hardly be considered a genuine admirer of Jessica, having only seen her in the rather mediocre Fantastic Four. Apart from her stunning beauty, the only thing that lingered in his memory was Captain America's fiery transformation, reminiscent of Ghost Rider and the portrayal of the rubbery character from One Piece. Of course, it is also plausible that Luffy, the character from the manga, preceded the cosplay. Nevertheless, in pursuit of securing a connection with the future NBA's most alluring beauty, Kaiwen felt compelled to utter a few benevolent fabrications. After all, in matters of love and attraction, a woman's forte is in her charm, while a man's talent lies in his art of deception, a tradition that is difficult for men to abandon. Ultimately, it was evident that despite his extraordinary abilities, Kaiwen was not particularly adept at flirting. After a brief conversation of a few minutes, Jessica bid farewell and departed, leaving no sparks of romantic intrigue in their wake. Kaiwen's greatest gain was acquiring the other party's phone number. In order for Kevin Young to rise once more, he faces a formidable journey ahead. However, the local media in Los Angeles hold a different perspective. In pursuit of newspaper sales, they not only report on Kevin Young leading his team to victory, but also sensationalize his initial encounter with Jessica, portraying them as rumored lovers. This tendency is characteristic of the media in Los Angeles, where gossip surrounding NBA players frequently abounds. As onlookers eagerly await the unfolding narrative the following day, Jessica did not make an appearance at the Charles Drew High School gymnasium. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Kevin Young's performance. Kaiwen played a full 3 quarters, scoring 36 points, providing 11 assists, securing 1 rebound, and making 2 steals, leading his team to victory in the final game of the regular season. The Public Enemy team ultimately ranked 8th in their division, successfully advancing to the playoffs of the Drew League. In the playoffs held in early to mid-September, the Public Enemy team gained momentum. They first effortlessly accomplished the miraculous 8th-seed victory, toppling the division's regular season champions, MH. Subsequently, the Public Enemy team surged forward, claiming the division championship and setting the stage for a showdown against LUNFD in the finals. Chapter 67, Jessica's Sweet Kiss. On September 10th, the Drew League Finals proceeded as scheduled. The Charles Drew High School gymnasium, which had a maximum capacity of 1,300, was overwhelmed by fans eager to witness the FDU-F4 led by Kaiwen, resulting in a staggering crowd of over 2,000 people. Throughout this period, not only did Kaiwen gain a multitude of new fans, but players like Haslam also garnered their own dedicated supporters. Kaiwen unexpectedly garnered a nickname from a streetball enthusiast, Tornado. Renowned streetball players often possess their own monikers, such as Goat, Professor, and Ladder. In his prime, Alston was known as the Leaping Soul, a title replete with artistic flair. The moniker Tornado was bestowed upon Kaiwen due to his signature spin move, the gyroscope, which metaphorically suggests that he wreaks havoc on the court like a tornado, powerful and unstoppable. Tornadoes are among the most common and fearsome natural disasters in the United States, inflicting hundreds of billions of dollars in economic damage annually, thus solidifying their formidable reputation. Kaiwen expressed satisfaction with this nickname, while it may seem somewhat rustic. It is certainly preferable to less flattering titles like Hot Sauce or Bone Collector. The inclusion of the character for Dragon in the Chinese translation adds to its appeal. Thanks to Kaiwen's involvement, the Drew League has seen a significant surge in popularity. Today's grand final not only attracted numerous media reporters but also a host of celebrities from Los Angeles, including the previously elusive Jessica Alba. Jessica discreetly occupied a seat in the audience, donning a jersey emblazoned with the number 18, clearly there to support Kaiwen. Although they met for the first time and she initiated a conversation, their subsequent interactions remained infrequent, existing within the realm of ordinary friendship. In a previous life, Jessica Alba founded a mother and baby company valued at $1.7 billion, amassing a fortune of $340 million. Such an astute woman is unlikely to be swayed by fleeting infatuations. Following the players' warm-up, the final match commenced between the Public Enemies and LUNFD. The Public Enemies featured Kaiwen, Jefferson, Miller, Harvey, and Haslam, while LUNFD comprised Sam, Brandon, Harland, Bell, and Johnson. Haslam effortlessly won the jump ball, allowing Kaiwen to dribble past half-court and initiate the first attack. Aware of Jessica's presence, His teammates tactfully spread out, granting Yang Kaiwen the space to showcase his individual prowess. Yang Kaiwen, possessing the ball in the center, feigned observation of his teammates' positioning before suddenly executing an under-the-leg dribble to break through on the right, enticing his opponent to shift in pursuit. He immediately followed up with an in-and-out maneuver, effortlessly surpassing his adversary, and upon entering the paint, he delivered a soft floater that found its mark. The score stood at 2-0. In this play, Yang Kaiwen relied not on sheer speed to overcome his opponent, but purely on his technical prowess, skillfully outmaneuvering him. As LUNFD initiated their offense, point guard Sam engaged in a pick-and-roll with a teammate, with Yang Kaiwen skillfully navigating around the trailing defender. Unable to shake off his defender, Sam opted for a lateral pass to a teammate on the wing. Branton received the ball and challenged Jefferson in a one-on-one, executing a turnaround jumper that ricocheted off the front rim. Harvey secured the rebound and passed it to Yang Kaiwen. Yang Kaiwen resembled a sports car with its accelerator fully pressed, racing forward with fervor. He deftly executed a behind-the-back dribble to evade Sam's interception, surging towards the arc's apex. Confronted by a defensive player, he performed a graceful spin to maneuver past his opponent, penetrating into the unguarded paint. With two powerful strides, he leaped into the air, delivering a one-handed soaring slam dunk. The score was 4-0, as Yang Kaiwen's speed overwhelmed all adversaries, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. In the ensuing offensive from LAUNFD, Sam attempted to break through Yang Kaiwen, nearly losing possession, before shifting the ball to a teammate in the corner. The small forward, Holland, faced with Miller's defense, faked a shot upon receiving the ball, but his three-point attempt clanged off the rim, with the rebound securely gathered by Harvey. The public enemy player once again created space, allowing Yang Kaiwen to go for a one-on-one. Yang Kaiwen executed a deft dribble through his legs at the center, surging powerfully to the left. Upon noticing Sam's lateral movement to intercept, he swiftly performed a pronounced change of direction. The opponent hastily adjusted his balance to keep pace, only to be deceived by Yang Kaiwen's feigned maneuver, as he skillfully shifted direction once more to break through on the left side. Sam instinctively shifted his body to the opposite side in an attempt to intercept, but the inertia of his movement caused him to lose balance, resulting in him tumbling onto the floor. After effortlessly deceiving his opponent, Yang Kaiwen calmly executed a three-point jump shot, then bent down to extend a hand and help his adversary rise. Simultaneously, the basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. Kevin Young executed a mesmerizing crossover that left his opponent bewildered, and after launching a three-point shot without even glancing at the basket, he bent down to pull up his rival in a scene reminiscent of his iconic moments, flawlessly replicated in the Drew League. The arena, filled with over 2,000 spectators, erupted in thunderous applause. Jessica, seated courtside, leapt to her feet, clapping enthusiastically. With a score of 7-0 and the goddess in attendance, Kevin Young was in exceptional form, scoring 7 consecutive points. In less than 2 minutes from the start, he delivered a performance of sheer dominance, both exhilarating and dazzling. This set the tone for the remainder of the match, which transformed into a showcase of Kevin Yang's individual brilliance. Yang Kaiwen played nearly the entire 32 minutes, achieving an explosive performance with 47 points, 14 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals, narrowly missing a 50-point, 15-assist milestone. His teammates intentionally set aside their own shooting opportunities to facilitate his assists. Yang Kaiwen's remarkable assists and various alley-oops dazzled his teammates. Ultimately, the public enemy triumphed over LAUNFD with an impressive score of 105-72, securing victory in the finals. With the support of Yang Kaiwen and the FDUF4, the public enemy staged a stunning comeback, successfully claiming the championship title of the Drew League. Yang Kaiwen undoubtedly emerged as the most valuable player of this year's Drew League. Ultimately, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans and the encouragement of the organizers, Yang Kaiwen and his teammates serenaded the audience with a rendition of Natural, bringing a splendid conclusion to the event. Following the match, Yang Kaiwen seized the opportunity to invite Jessica to partake in the team's championship celebration. Jefferson selected a well-known nightclub in Los Angeles, where the players, accompanied by their female companions, indulged in a lively gathering. Nightclub culture is exceedingly popular in the United States, particularly among NBA players, with a plethora of so-called nightclub princes such as Guagu, Harden, and Griffin. Jefferson, well aware of Jessica's presence, chose a reputable nightclub, where the players engaged in drinking and dancing, reveling in the exuberance of youth. Yang Kai sought to exploit the ambiguous ambience of the nightclub, hoping to incite some indescribable encounter with Jessica. However, he underestimated her rationality and reserve. Upon taking a seat, she opted not for alcohol, but rather chose a glass of juice. Young Kaiwen also underestimated his own fame. He intended to invite Jessica to dance. But as soon as he stood up and approached the dance floor, he was surrounded by a myriad of women of various complexions. Meanwhile, Jessica remained at the booth, wearing a sly smile as she watched the spectacle unfold, showing no intention of intervening. Ultimately, young Kaiwen returned to the booth, dejected after his encounter, and engaged in a conversation with Jessica about life's aspirations. With a shift in mindset, their dialogue became more genuine and harmonious, devoid of any pretentiousness. Kevin Young engaged in a myriad of discussions, offering insights on the future development of the NBA and predictions regarding internet trends, even sharing amusing anecdotes from his filming of Zero NCAA. Although Kevin did not intentionally seek to impress, his perspective, honed over more than 2 decades, presented many novel and unique viewpoints that captivated Jessica. Aware of her own allure, Jessica recognized that many approached her with ulterior motives, seeking her company for less than innocent intentions. However, witnessing Kevin's unhurried demeanor in pursuing her endeared him to her even further. Perhaps caught up in the moment, Kevin unexpectedly delivered a playful line reminiscent of a romantic film. On the night of September 10th, 2000, you and I shall be together. Because of you, I will remember this evening. From this moment, we are friends of that night. This is a fact you cannot alter, for it is now part of the past. Jessica, I shall return to Los Angeles to see you. This poetic and flirtatious remark unexpectedly earned Kevin a sweet kiss from Jessica. Chapter 68. Capturing David Lynch's muse. The following day, photographs of Kevin Young and Jessica exiting a nightclub were captured by a swarm of paparazzi and subsequently made headlines. Following the Drew League Championship victory, Kevin and Jessica celebrated exuberantly at the nightclub. The revelation of Kevin Young's romantic involvement highlighted Jessica's affection for a burgeoning star of the NBA. The media, which has consistently underestimated Kevin Young, has now collectively placed their hopes in him. Unfortunately, this time he has been overestimated. Last night's nightclub escapade lacked a second act, and there were no scandalous tales to recount. During his trip to Los Angeles, Kevin Young garnered a Drew League championship, earned an off-court nickname, and received a sweet kiss from Jessica. While he may not have achieved a significant breakthrough, it was not an entirely fruitless journey, as netizens fervently debated their rumored romance. Kevin had already returned to San Antonio. However, he underestimated the impact of the gossip. First, his family called to express concern, subtly reminding him to be cautious, given his youth and the potential consequences of such notoriety. Secondly, Olivia decided to join the outdoor platform, primarily tasked with exclusive interviews of sports celebrities. Once the filming concluded, Olivia sought out audition opportunities, yet she had yet to find a suitable role. Jessica's emergence added considerable pressure on her. The latter was younger, more beautiful, and already one of Hollywood's rising stars. After much contemplation, Olivia relinquished her ambition to venture alone into Los Angeles and accepted Kevin's proposal to join the outdoor platform. The office is located in Silicon Valley, meaning that she would only have the chance to be with Kevin during holidays or when visiting San Antonio for interviews. On the eve of her departure from San Antonio, Olivia passionately sought Kevin's affection. Had it not been for his exceptional talent, she might have found herself utterly exhausted. In a moment of reflection, Olivia nestled in Kevin's embrace and said, "Silicon Valley is only 50 miles from San Francisco. The next time you visit Chinatown, take me along. I wish to see the place where you grew up." "Sure," Kevin replied, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Throughout their time together, Olivia refrained from inquiring about his rumors with Jessica. After Olivia's move to Silicon Valley, Kevin returned to his single life once more. With the Sydney Olympics approaching this year, the training camps for NBA teams will commence later than usual. As young Kaiwen revisits the Olympic events, he diligently trains to maintain his form. On September 17th, with the commencement of the basketball competitions at the Sydney Olympics, media coverage across the United States predominantly focuses on the Dream Team 4. However, the discussions are not centered around whether the Dream Team will secure victory, but rather by what margin they will triumph. From Dream Team I to Dream Team 3. The supremacy of the American men's basketball team remains more unassailable than the American dollar itself. There is a prevailing belief that Dream Team 4 will continue this illustrious tradition. Yet, young Kaiwen is acutely aware that this iteration of the Dream Team marks a pivotal juncture in the history of American basketball, a transition from glory to decline. The team is in a state of transformation, with only Gary Payton among the veterans holding steadfast, while the core comprises the likes of Vince Carter, Kevin Garnett, Jason Kidd, and Alonzo Mourning, these newly minted NBA All-Stars. Although they successfully defended their title, the journey was fraught with peril. In a gripping semifinal against Lithuania, Dream Team 4 narrowly secured victory with a mere 2-point lead of 85-83. Had Lithuania's last-second three-pointer found the basket, the dream would have shattered in Sydney, relegating them to a battle for a bronze medal and averted a dismal return home. From that moment onward, the American Dream Team seemed to suffer a shattering of its spirit, losing its once unmatched dominance and sinking into a trough, only to revive its glory at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Kevin Yang's primary focus is on the Chinese national basketball team. The team, embarking on their journey to the Sydney Olympics, boasts a formidable lineup comprising 3 towering centers alongside the illustrious Golden Generation. The interior is anchored by the formidable trio of Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Bader, creating a veritable Great Wall of mobile giants. While the perimeter is bolstered by the esteemed talents of Hu Weidong, Liu Yudong, and the likes of Li Nan, forming a powerful front line. On September 19th and September 25th, the Chinese team triumphed over their fierce rivals, New Zealand, and the European champions, Italy, regrettably, in their match against France. Despite leading by 13 points in the fourth quarter, French player Richard suddenly channeled the spirit of Curry, sinking 6 three-pointers in a mere 3 minutes, turning the tide of the game. Ultimately, the Chinese team fell short of advancing to the quarterfinals. Like Yang, NBA Commissioner David Stern is also closely monitoring the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team. The internationalization of the NBA has always been Stern's ambitious goal, a vision he has effectively realized in the past. From the China Games to international competitions, the NBA's influence has extended far beyond the United States to Europe, Asia, and indeed, the entire globe. Presently, Stern is focused on penetrating the Chinese market. Thus, upon witnessing the stellar performances of Chinese players, he is eager to bring several of these promising talents to the NBA stage. However, this endeavor is not without its challenges and requires time to navigate the complexities involved. Fortunately, this year's NBA draft has introduced Kevin Yang, a highly regarded Chinese-American player whose heritage and potential make him ideally suited for the mission of expanding into the Chinese market. Yang Kaiwen was unaware that he had quietly been placed on the list of favored players for the upcoming NBA season by the league's president. On October 1st, during the Olympic men's basketball finals, the United States team was set to face off against France. With just a few minutes remaining before the game commenced, the doorbell of his apartment chimed. Yang Kaiwen rose to open the door, revealing Krista standing outside. She was adorned in a sleek black pleated dress, her long legs encased in black, complemented by a pair of striking red high heels that accentuated her alluringly tall figure. "Hi, the match has tea commenced yet, has it?" Krista entered the room with confidence, a bottle of red wine and a gift box in her hands. "It's still early. What inspired you to come over and watch the game with me?" Yang Kaiwen presented an assortment of snacks alongside an avocado salad. "Having an NBA player like you commentating for free is undoubtedly more entertaining than watching at home." Krista, without inquiring whether Yang Kaiwen desired a drink, uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. She raised her glass to clink with the one set before Yang Kaiwen, smiling as she said, "This is a bottle of CH Latour from my father's wine cellar. Do give it a try. Cheers." With that, she tilted her head back and took a sip. Yang Kaiwen seldom indulged in alcohol, yet unable to resist the warm hospitality, he lifted his glass and took a sip. Truly, it was a distinguished wine, its flavor remarkably unique. Before long, the men's basketball finals commenced. The two engaged in conversation and savored their drinks while watching the match. In his previous life, the finals saw the American team narrowly triumph over France with a score of 85-75. As Carter delivered an epic dunk that transcended the ordinary, a moment of sheer brilliance. Kevin Yang, having foreseen the outcome of the match, was devoid of interest. Krista, too, appeared distracted, frequently raising her glass to drink. By halftime, a bottle of CH Latour was nearly empty, with Krista having consumed a considerable portion, her cheeks flushed. "You previously gifted me a signed V17 album, and you even composed a song for me when filming once." She handed Kevin a gift box that had been resting beside her, stating, "This is a Shure microphone, custom-made to suit your vocal timbre. It just arrived today. I hope you cherish it." Yang Kaiwen opened the gift box to reveal a black microphone, adorned with a pure gold letter emblem. "Thank you. This gift is exquisite." and I absolutely adore it. Young Kaiwen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, noting that the Shure microphone is the choice of many prominent Western artists, with Justin Timberlake's set costing a staggering $80,000. Krista, her face flushed with intoxication, gazed intently at Young Kaiwen and remarked, in situations akin to the Drew League, "You may utilize this microphone. Its performance will be significantly enhanced. If possible, I hope you keep this microphone close to you from now on." At that moment, if Young Kaiwen feigned ignorance, he would be deemed inferior even to a beast. He wrapped his arms around Krista's waist and pressed his lips against hers. Krista entwined her arms around his neck, and the two of them tumbled onto the living room sofa. The television was broadcasting an intense match between the American basketball team and France, and on the sofa before the screen, an equally fervent contest was unfolding. That night, whether due to fan admiration, romantic feelings arising from their performance, the lingering effects of Jessica's scandal, or a desire to seize an opportunity, Krista chose to stay overnight in the apartment just a few dozen meters away. That evening, the American basketball team clinched the Olympic gold medal, and Young Kaiwen secured the muse of David Lynch. Chapter 69. One-handed ball handling gloves after a night of passionate engagement. The two awoke to the sun already high in the sky. Following a moment of tenderness with Young Kaiwen in bed, Krista hurriedly departed, as she had a band performance scheduled for the afternoon. Having captured the muse of David Lynch, Young Kaiwen accessed the system to check for any triggered rewards. The result brought him immense joy. "Congratulations, player. You have collected the special Golden Star card, Christabel." The reward was a star-exclusive item, the one-handed ball handling gloves. One-handed ball handling gloves. Gold as long as your palm is sufficiently large, you can handle the ball with one hand. Wearing these gloves will significantly enhance a player's grasping ability on the basketball. Gold Rondo's large hand effect. Platinum Leonard's large hand effect. Diamond Dr. J's large hand effect. Note: the one-handed ball handling gloves are a growth-type special item, with the item level corresponding to the star card level. The level of the star card and item can be increased by enhancing the fame of the corresponding star, Christabel. The system has introduced a star-exclusive item for the first time, and it is an incredibly practical growth-type item, which greatly delighted Young Kaiwen. A pair of hands capable of easily handling the ball with one hand is undeniably a remarkable boon for a player with larger hands. The control over the ball is vastly improved, facilitating technical maneuvers, especially under intense physical confrontation. In his past life, Phil Jackson once criticized the disappointing first pick Kwame Brown, saying, "I would not let Kwame Brown hold my child, due to his small hands that could not grasp the basketball." Phil Jackson had also noted that the most significant difference between Kobe and Jordan was the size of their palms during discussions about Joakim. Young Kaiwen's hand proportions fall within the realm of the average person, not resembling that of a large-handed anomaly. The single-handed glove will serve him well throughout his life. Presently, the single-handed glove is of a golden standard, comparable to the large hand of Coach Long. Despite his shorter stature, it is rumored that Coach Long possesses a hand width of 25 centimeters, making him a notable figure in the league for his unusually large hands. According to the system's prompt, Krista's fame is on the rise, and her star card and items will correspondingly upgrade. As long as Young Kaiwen continues to compose songs for her, the future holds promise for single-handed play. With the Dream Team 4 returning to the United States, the vast machinery of the NBA begins to operate at high speed. The NBA welcomes its annual Media Day, heralding the commencement of a new season. Players acquired through trades and contracts over the summer will make their official appearances, participate in photo shoots, and undergo interviews alongside their coaches. Kevin Young arrived at the team's reporting location 20 minutes early and discovered that several teammates had also arrived ahead of schedule, primarily substitutes and newcomers. He approached each of them to exchange greetings, and then engaged in conversation with the teammates he had fought alongside during the summer league. The San Antonio Spurs emphasize discipline and player management, yet the internal atmosphere remains congenial. It is evident that the locker room is not characterized by factionalism or petty squabbles. Soon, the team's key players began to arrive in succession. Kevin Young proactively greeted Avery Johnson, while the San Antonio Spurs boasted stars like Duncan and David Robinson. The true leader of the locker room was this man, standing at less than 1.8 meters tall. Johnson entered the league alongside Robinson, and the two shared a profound camaraderie, frequently dining and conversing together, united by their common faith as devout Christians. In fact, the moniker Little General stemmed from the Admiral himself, a testament to their close relationship and Johnson's innate commanding presence. Johnson is a forthright individual. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stated plainly, if you wish to assimilate into the team swiftly, you must refrain from the carefree antics of the off-season and cease all secondary pursuits. The coach's demands are stringent. He requires your undivided attention on the game. Your driving and shooting are commendable, and the coach will undoubtedly provide you with opportunities, but you must adhere to his mandates, lest you face dire consequences. Additionally, make frequent visits to the gym. Your physique requires fortification. Thank you. I will remember that and strive diligently, Kevin Young replied earnestly. To be candid, Johnson's tone lacked warmth, possessing a gruff resonance. Yet, Young appreciated conversing with someone of such directness, as it avoided unnecessary circumlocution. Indeed, it was Johnson's audacity and sense of responsibility that established him as the locker room leader for the Spurs. Observing the disparity between Yang's reported rebellious persona and his actual demeanor, Johnson continued, the coach's initial teaching session is notoriously rigorous. Be cautious not to err. Otherwise, you will endure a scolding that will be etched in your memory forever. Goodness, is this not the fabled training session where Duncan faced relentless admonition? Literally. It should be one individual bearing the brunt, while others merely observe. How has the narrative shifted to a collective accountability? Understood. Kaiwen observed that even the young general appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting him to consider that he must act with utmost caution in the near future. Kaiwen sought out other key players for conversation, seizing the opportunity to foster familiarity. The main players of the Spurs were remarkably approachable. David Robinson, though appearing serious, was exceedingly polite in his discourse. This gentleman was an academic achiever with a wide array of interests, including music. After exchanging a few words, Robinson openly praised Kaiwen's V17, which inflated Yang's vanity momentarily. V17 had indeed struck a chord, not only proving lucrative in attracting admirers but also enhancing camaraderie within the team. In a word, a tremendous success. If the disparity between the Admiral's appearance and demeanor remained within a reasonable scope, then Tim Duncan's contrasting charm, more accurately, his intriguing reticence, was decidedly beyond the ordinary. Upon noticing Kaiwen's arrival, Duncan approached him, placing a hand playfully atop Yang's head, jesting, Yang, when will you release your new song? To be candid, I'm a closet ranter. Feel free to include me in the new release. I've even thought of a title, VD 2000. VD, come now. You needn't count me in. The way you smile now already gives off a hint of VD. And while I can understand the head pat on the court, surely it's south unnecessary off the court? Kaiwen silently calculated that Duncan's large hand lingered on his head for at least 5 seconds, rubbing back and forth no fewer than 12 times. Were it not for the hair loss prevention lotion, Kaiwen would doubt whether his hair could withstand the onslaught until that Argentinian arrived to share the burden. Despite his complaints, Kaiwen truly felt Duncan's enthusiasm. Kevin Young jestingly remarked, TD, releasing a new song is certainly feasible, but it likely requires B0SS approval. Alternatively, you could personally seek a special endorsement. Upon hearing this, Duncan immediately recoiled, shaking his head and conceding, all right, let us pretend I never said that. At that moment, the silver-haired Popovich approached. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the players and pointed toward Duncan and Robinson, stating, the two tallest players here, you shall proceed to take the core team photo. The two towering figures, upon receiving their orders, dutifully ambled over to the designated photo area. The photographer instructed them to pose, saying, David, Tim, relax a bit and keep your expressions natural. Alternatively, you may pretend to engage in conversation. Duncan and David Robinson exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Duncan turned to Robinson and began to mutter, the law of motion approaches the speed of gravity. Robinson replied, we discussed these relativistic matters during our 1997 photo shoot. Chapter 70. The score surpassed half of your number during the team photo session. Kevin Young undeniably emerged as the most striking figure on the court. His combination of charm and skill was apparent, making it impossible for him to adopt a low profile. One could discern from the photographer's expressions that he was fervently snapping pictures while offering enthusiastic praise. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he was the team's focal point. During the interview segment, Kevin Young chose to remain in the background, providing merely succinct answers to the reporters' inquiries and maintaining an unremarkable demeanor. With his increasing visibility, he felt no need to overshadow others, especially as a newcomer on Media Day. The path of moderation, while perhaps not the most illustrious, was certainly the most prudent. However, Kevin Young's composed demeanor did not last long. The following day during practice, he nearly fell victim to Popovich's sharp reprimand. Time: Spurs' first practice session location. Spurs training facility. Characters: Popovich, Duncan, Kevin Young. And a group of trembling Spurs players observing the preceding story. Witness how Duncan faced the brunt of Popovich's ire during practice. Popovich: Young, if you continue to dribble the ball all over the place, I will assign Duncan to play point guard. Young: Kaiwen. Duncan: Popovich: Young, do you believe that I might substitute you out of the game shortly? Can you play like a normal person? Young: Kaiwen. Old man, have you mistaken your target? Wasn't it agreed that the initial training session would publicly criticize Duncan? Furthermore, I can comprehend your first remark, as I integrated Parker's experience card, thus bearing the brunt of the punishment. However, your second statement is clearly a golden remark you bestowed upon the Argentine. It seems rather inappropriate to apply it to me, doesn't it? As Young Kaiwen silently lamented within, he devoted himself to training. During the inaugural intra-squad practice of the new season, Popovich, as per his usual custom, targeted Duncan to set the tone for the newcomers. However, this time, the old tyrant included Young Kaiwen in his tirade as well. True to his reputation as a court despot, Popovich unleashed his scorn with relentless vigor. Had it not been for Young Kaiwen's sufficiently mature psychological disposition and his prior encounters with the harsh realities of life, he might have truly faltered under such scrutiny. Being publicly reprimanded was undoubtedly disheartening, yet Young Kaiwen had to concede that the old man's criticisms bore a semblance of truth. In previous matches, the standards had been rather low, and the opponents lacked strength, leading Young to instinctively seek individual scoring opportunities. For the Spurs, a team that emphasizes collective effort, such tendencies represented a significant lapse in judgment, a grave transgression indeed. Furthermore, there were minor technical issues in his gameplay that served as additional fodder for Popovich's critique. Greg, I understand your intention to help Young integrate into the team sooner, but must you be so severe from the outset? Are you not concerned that this might undermine his confidence? Assistant coach Budenholzer whispered from the sidelines as he observed Young Kaiwen face yet another harsh admonition due to a minor error. Aware of the Spurs' dwindling perimeter options, Budenholzer recognized Popovich's high regard for Young Kaiwen, which explained the pressure being applied. Young Kaiwen is merely an 18-year-old lad, apprehensive that a vigorous approach might yield adverse effects, potentially disrupting the mental fortitude of the young players. Popovich turned his head and murmured, I have been closely monitoring this young man's progress. While he may appear impulsive, his actions are imbued with strong intention and purpose. A player of his ambition and dynamism understands the adage that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. However, Budenholzer remained somewhat uneasy. During the Summer League, Young Kaiwen was the linchpin of the team, shattering records and securing the MVP title in a blaze of glory. Now, the disparity is considerable, and he may struggle to adapt. After the training session concluded, Budenholzer approached Young Kaiwen and offered words of encouragement, saying, Young, your performance in today's practice was commendable. It's just that B0SS has exceedingly high standards. Moreover, the more he values a player, the more stringent his expectations become. Just look at Tim, and you will understand. During the Summer League, Young Kaiwen and Budenholzer cultivated a commendable rapport, understanding each other's concern regarding maintaining a balanced mindset. Young Kaiwen spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Thank you. I am fine. The B0SS is akin to a walking wind machine. One becomes accustomed to the spray. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. B0SS, that was the very phrase I just uttered. You two truly share a remarkable connection. With that, Budenholzer patted Young Kaiwen on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Keep it up. We all have faith in you. Kevin Young nodded, feeling that his body had sufficiently rested, and picked up the basketball for some additional practice. The following day, the team arranged an open training session. Greg Popovich, a man of pure basketball ethos, harbored a strong disdain for the league's commercial theatrics. Consequently, he did not tailor the training to entertain the fans and media present. Everything proceeded as per the regular training regimen, with no shortage of scolding when necessary. The monotonous training session left the audience drowsy, and had it not been for the occasional roar from Popovich, some might have succumbed to sleep. It was until the scrimmage began that the fans stirred with interest, offering long overdue applause and cheers. Popovich assigned Kevin Young to a team primarily composed of rookie substitutes, pairing him with Derek Anderson, Malik Rose, Danny Ferry, and Samaki Walker. The opposing team, led by the formidable Spurs Twin Towers, included key players Avery Johnson and Antonio Daniels. and Sean Elliott. This arrangement was clearly designed as a unilateral training exercise for the starters, leaving Yang and his teammates at a distinct disadvantage. If Kevin Yang, accompanied by a band of misfits, could contend with the Spurs' Twin Towers, he would undoubtedly be qualified to join the ranks of the league's superstars. Clearly, he was not there yet. Thus, the substitute lineup suffered a thorough defeat. This marked the first occasion since his successful card collection when he was utterly overpowered. Moreover, Popovich deliberately assigned Antonio Daniels to guard him, a typical guard known for his defensive prowess rather than offensive skills. Prior to entering the league, Daniels had already showcased considerable athletic talent and defensive capabilities. Drafted 4th overall by the Grizzlies, he was later traded to the Spurs due to underdeveloped defensive skills. With all his skill points allocated to defense and possessing excellent physical attributes, it was unwise for Yang to attempt one-on-one plays against him. Instead, he opted for pick and rolls with his teammates. However, the results were equally disappointing. The Spurs starters were well-versed in defending against pick and rolls, and even when Yang managed to evade Daniels with a teammate's screen, the opponent's switches and help defense were timely. The moment Yang encountered even the slightest obstruction, Daniels would swiftly navigate around the screen to trail him, and any hesitation on Yang's part could lead to double teaming. Furthermore, with the Twin Towers safeguarding the paint, Yang found it challenging to shoot upon breaching the key, often risking being overwhelmed. Faced with the pressure of a traditionally strong NBA defensive team for the first time, Yang struggled significantly. His previously fluid offensive style transformed into a cumbersome ordeal. He could only strive to find openings for quick shots or to stretch the opposing defense to facilitate passes to his teammates. However, Yang soon realized that unless he delivered easy assists, distributing the ball was unlikely to pose any threat. Given the stark disparity in skill levels between the substitutes and the starters, reluctantly, Yang abandoned the slow-paced half-court offense, opting instead for a faster tempo and chaotic play. Unable to match his opponents in skill and experience, he relied on stamina and speed. Ultimately, the 20-minute scrimmage ended in a disheartening defeat for Yang's side. Through the chaos of fast breaks, he managed to record 4 assists, 2 to the corner for Derek Anderson and 2 during his drives to the paint, where he attracted the Twin Towers' help defense and threaded passes to his open interior teammates amidst the fray. Kaiwen personally accumulated a modest total of 10 points, barely reaching double digits. He successfully executed 2 step-back three-pointers and made 2 mid-range jump shots following a pick-and-roll. Furthermore, he ventured into the paint, risking a confrontation with the towering defenders, and skillfully employed a spin move accompanied by a delicate floater to score. Despite his 10 points and 4 assists, Kaiwen felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He had taken 9 shots in total, reflecting a lack of efficiency, and he also committed 3 turnovers. Kaiwen was prepared for criticism when he next took the court, but to his surprise, Popovich offered a rare compliment. Well played. You've surpassed half of your jersey number in points. Kevin Yang, Chapter 71. Preseason transitioning from the NCAA to the NBA resembles the journey from high school to university in the United States. It is as if one has stepped onto a grand stage, yet the rate of elimination is considerably high. The majority of NCAA rookies require a significant period to acclimate to the intensity and pace of the game once they enter the NBA. As for those who fail to adapt, they need not worry about adjustment anymore, as they will be systematically released by their teams. The disparity in defensive intensity between the NCAA and the NBA is profound. Many NCAA players experience a dramatic decline in shooting percentages upon entering the league, akin to a stock market crash during a financial crisis. During the group training sessions, Kevin Yang recorded a shooting performance of 4 out of 9 attempts, yielding an accuracy rate of 44.4. His three-point shooting stood at 2 out of 5, with a success rate of 40. This shooting efficiency is notably lower than his performance in the NCAA and Summer League. However, this improvement can be attributed to his recent acquisition of a single-handed ball-handling glove, which has significantly enhanced his control over the basketball amidst intense physical confrontations, thereby stabilizing his technical execution. Without this enhancement, it is likely that his shooting percentage during this team training would have declined further. Nevertheless, facing the Spurs' primary lineup for the first time and contending with Daniels' defense, achieving the shooting percentage has left the coaching staff quite satisfied. Coach Popovich was particularly pleased with Yang's remarkable ability to read the game and make adjustments throughout the scrimmage, indicating that he is a player who employs intellect in his gameplay. Players who think strategically tend to excel more readily. This public training session is merely a prelude to the Spurs' preparations for the upcoming season. In an effort to expedite Yang's adaptation to the NBA, Popovich aims to further unearth his potential. In the days to come, Popovich continues to have Yang lead the bench unit against the starting team. Although Yang's side has faced defeat each time, the margin of loss has begun to narrow. Young Kaiwen has also begun to acclimate to Daniel's rigorous defense, occasionally showcasing his prowess by scoring beyond his usual average. A few days later, Derek Anderson was granted the opportunity for a permanent position and began to be integrated into the starting lineup. Among all the new players, Anderson has performed the best. Aside from Young Kaiwen, he is a formidable guard hailing from the University of Kentucky, a prodigy whose career has been marred by injuries. In 1997, he suffered a torn anterior cruciate ligament, causing him to miss a significant portion of his final college season. Nonetheless, the Cavaliers selected him with the 13th pick, a testament to his enticing talent. Standing at 196 centimeters with remarkable leaping ability, his dunk highlights could easily be mistaken for those of Vince Carter. In fact, he was one of the first 5 players to sign with Jordan Brand. Last season with the Clippers, Anderson was the team's second leading scorer, trailing only Morrison Taylor, averaging 16, 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 3, 4 assists per game. The substitute team, led by Young Kaiwen, had finally begun to show some improvement, only for Anderson to be lured away by Popovich to join the starting lineup, further exacerbating the challenges faced by the substitute team. Every day, Young Kaiwen endured relentless defeat during training matches. Were it not for the evenings spent returning to his apartment to engage in friendly matches with Krista, providing him with a much-needed respite for both body and mind, he feared he might succumb to despair. Thus, one must learn to find joy amidst hardship. A week later, Young Kaiwen finally savored the long-awaited taste of victory. He was also presented with the opportunity for a promotion, stepping in to replace the young general and becoming a regular member of the starting lineup. The young general, nearing 36 years of age, prompted Popovich to contemplate the sustainability of his performance. Meanwhile, the NBA preseason was set to commence. On October 11th, the preseason opener featured the Spurs facing off against the Suns, led by Kidd and Marion. Young Kaiwen, filled with ambition, yearned to make a significant impact. However, at the outset, Popovich assigned him the honorable task of guarding the water cooler. The Spurs' starting point guard was the young general, with Anderson taking the shooting guard position, forming the backcourt duo for the first quarter. In the second quarter, Anderson continued on the court, while Daniels took over the point guard role to defend against Kidd. Young Kaiwen continued to oversee the water dispenser, ensuring it remained secure from theft or any potential ailments. Daniels, with a pronounced deficiency in offensive capabilities, primarily contributed to the team by advancing the ball past half court and then waiting on the perimeter for shooting opportunities. Fortunately, this year, the Spurs welcomed Anderson, whose shooting and cutting abilities alleviated some of the offensive burdens on the Twin Towers. Throughout the game, Young Kaiwen frequently glanced at head coach Popovich, silently pleading for playing time, only to be met with indifference. In the second half, Young Kaiwen finally received his chance to take the court, playing approximately 7 to 8 minutes in both the third and fourth quarters. While the Twin Towers were on the floor, he focused on penetrating the defense and distributing the ball, striving to create space for his teammates and thereby facilitating the Twin Towers' effectiveness. When the Twin Towers took a breather, he took on the role of primary scorer, increasing his shooting attempts. Ultimately, with both teams' key players being preserved, the Spurs triumphed over the Suns with a score of 87-78. The Twin Towers collectively amassed 34 points and 21 rebounds, while Anderson contributed 18 points. Young Kaiwen played for 15 minutes, showcasing an outstanding performance with 5 successful shots out of 9 attempts, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc, along with 2 made free throws, totaling 14 points and 4 assists. Regrettably, Kidd participated for less than 30 minutes, and Young Kaiwen faced him in a direct matchup for only a brief period, resulting in a missed opportunity for a more extended duel. In the second game of the preseason, the Spurs faced the Kings. The Spurs' Twin Towers collaborated to relentlessly challenge the Kings' star player, Chris Webber, leading the team to a resounding victory of 102-80 over their opponents. Young Kaiwen continued to excel in the second half, demonstrating remarkable performance. He played for 20 minutes, scoring 17 points and providing 5 assists. He is merely a step away from surpassing his own scoring record. In the third preseason game, the Spurs will face the Dallas Mavericks. Young Kaiwen, through his remarkable performance in the initial 2 games, has earned the opportunity to be a starter. Coach Popovich wishes to assess both his effectiveness in the starting role and the consistency of his performance. The starting point guard for the Mavericks is the prodigious Nash. Yet his current tenure with the team has been less than satisfactory. Last season, Nash averaged 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists per game. However, he has showcased impressive form during this year's preseason, evidently on the cusp of a breakout. In his previous career, Nash faced criticism from fans primarily regarding his defensive capabilities. Thus, in this matchup, young Kaiwen resolved to increase his shooting attempts. His drives and shots were executed with unwavering determination, and he successfully converted several three-pointers. Young Kaiwen played for 31 minutes, scoring 25 points and providing 7 assists, with 15 of those points coming from three-point shots. This marks the first occasion he has surpassed his jersey number in scoring. Nash, on the other hand, played for 27 minutes, contributing 14 points and 5 assists, and in their matchup, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Despite Yang's stellar performance, the Spurs succumbed to the Mavericks with a score of 85-96. The Spurs' Twin Towers only played for 20 minutes, with the remainder of the game spent observing from the sidelines, as orchestrated by Coach Popovich. During the preseason, Popovich primarily focused on player development, leading to unpredictable playing times for the athletes. The only players with consistent minutes were the Spurs' Twin Towers. Since the third game of the preseason, both Duncan and David Robinson have had their playing time capped at under 20 minutes. Although the Admiral's career is approaching its twilight, the Spurs' Twin Towers remain a formidable duo within the league's interior. As long as the Twin Towers are on the court and the perimeter players perform adequately, most teams stand little chance. Popovich's decision to limit the Twin Towers' playing time is also an attempt to further assess the capabilities of other players. Evidence suggests that the presence or absence of the Twin Towers dramatically alters the Spurs' prowess, as reflected in their subsequent 5 preseason games, where they achieved a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Kevin Young has emerged as the most outstanding player aside from the Twin Towers, averaging approximately 28 minutes per game and reliably contributing 16 points and 6 rebounds. The second pleasant surprise for the team is Anderson, who shares a similar amount of playing time with Young and manages to score an average of over 15 points. However, the Spurs concluded their 8 preseason games with a balanced record of 4 wins and 4 losses, prompting concern among fans regarding the team's prospects. Various media outlets and basketball analysts have begun to express pessimism about the Spurs, suggesting that the team's strength has declined following Duncan's significant injury, and that the roster is burdened with aging veterans while lacking fresh talent, leading many to predict a downward trajectory for the upcoming season. Chapter 72. Team roster and season opener. Despite the unsatisfactory preseason performance, Coach Popovich remains unexpectedly optimistic. The 8 preseason games have allowed Young and Anderson to showcase their impressive offensive skills, revitalizing the Spurs' previously struggling perimeter. The team now possesses a more versatile array of options for their backcourt configuration. The Spurs can pair Young with Anderson in the backcourt, while Anderson can take the place of the ailing Sean Elliott at the small forward position. This backcourt combination boasts considerable offensive firepower, though it lacks sufficient defensive height. Alternatively, Young and Anderson can team up in the backcourt, allowing Elliott to continue playing. This setup may yield a slightly weaker offensive output, but will enhance defensive capabilities. For a more conservative approach, Young can rotate through the shooting guard position, while the point guard and small forward roles can be filled by last season's experienced veterans. After extensive deliberation, the coaching staff has finalized the 15-man roster for the new season. Center, David Robinson; Shaquille Scott, power forward; Tim Duncan, Danny Ferry; Samaki Walker, small forward; Sean Elliott, Malik Rose, shooting guard; Derek Anderson, Antonio Daniels; Derek Tile, point guard; Kevin Young, Avery Johnson, Steve Kerr, Terry Porter. In contrast to the coaching staff's relative optimism, the media generally harbors a pessimistic view of the Spurs' prospects. ESPN has specifically highlighted 3 major concerns. First, the injury risks surrounding the Spurs. Duncan's post-surgery status following a torn meniscus remains uncertain. Elliott's performance has significantly declined after his kidney transplant, and Derek Anderson has a serious injury history that raises concerns. Second, the aging of the roster. Last season's veteran players have aged another year, with figures like Admiral and the Little General showing clear signs of decline. Third, the instability of the perimeter. While there is a considerable number of perimeter players, few can be deemed reliable. Although Young and Anderson performed adequately in the preseason, both are new to the team and require time to develop chemistry. Yang must also overcome the challenges posed by the so-called rookie wall, while Anderson carries significant injury risks. Kevin Young is one of the most popular players on the San Antonio Spurs, and discussions surrounding him are abundant. The media has taken it upon themselves to juxtapose his statistics from the Summer League and preseason, generally concluding that his prowess may be overestimated. His impressive Summer League performance can be attributed to the overall subpar caliber of this year's rookies and the lower defensive intensity, leading to a stark decline in his preseason statistics, indicative of a rookie struggling to adapt. Even staunch supporters on Yahoo Sports have voiced their opinions, suggesting that Young, being merely an 18-year-old player, should not be subjected to excessive expectations and requires time to develop. A journalist even conducted an interview with Clippers owner Sterling. Initially, Sterling contemplated taking a jab at Young, but then recalled that his own team's lottery pick, Darius Miles, had averaged less than 10 points during the preseason, which was a significant shortcoming. Fearing backlash, Sterling adopted a condescending demeanor, stating, "He hasn't even played a single regular season game. He does not warrant my attention. When he makes the All-Star team, then feel free to inquire further." Only the website Bleacher Report stands firmly in support of Kevin Young, asserting that he can seamlessly integrate into the team and become a crucial offensive asset for the Spurs. Their unwavering endorsement stems partly from a desire to curry favor with the owner, but also reflects Yang's own influence. Should he have joined another team, a period of adjustment would have indeed been necessary. However, with the Spurs, he can achieve a seamless transition, drawing upon the wisdom of Spurs legend Tony Parker, with whom he shares a profound familiarity regarding the team's tactical framework. As the preseason concluded, Popovich observed Yang's swift assimilation into the team and began to assign him specific tactical roles in daily training sessions. Kaiwen quickly rose to prominence, and no player dared to express discontent, for Popovich wields absolute authority within the Spurs. This reflects the very essence of the Spurs' identity. It was once the team of David Robinson, then of Tim Duncan, yet it has always been, and will continue to be, the team of Popovich. Kaiwen has not disappointed Popovich's expectations. He has demonstrated exceptional synergy with the starting lineup and has equally excelled when leading the bench unit. The youthful ensemble composed of Kaiwen, Anderson, Daniels, Walker, and Scott has truly captivated Popovich. On the offensive front, they exhibit the ability to execute rapid counterattacks while also demonstrating proficiency in spacing during set plays. Although their interior defense may lack sufficient height and consequently falters, they excel in guarding against perimeter breaks and shooting. Building upon this lineup, Popovich has also experimented with veteran Danny Ferry substituting for Scott, yielding superior results in pick-and-roll tactics. However, Ferry's diminished speed hampers fast breaks. Notably, Ferry, a seasoned player adept at setting screens, boasts an impressive mid-range shooting percentage following pick-and-rolls and occasionally showcases his three-point prowess. Last season, during his tenure with the Cavaliers, he achieved an astonishing 44% shooting from beyond the arc, a figure that would leave many shooters envious. The sole drawback lies in his advanced age of 34, which, coupled with a natural lack of speed, has rendered him slower, and concerns regarding his stamina have emerged. On October 28th, with a mere 3 days remaining until the regular season's opening game, Popovich retained Kaiwen after practice for a private discussion. "Young, your dedication in training and games has been commendable, and your swift integration into the team, along with your commitment to additional practice, has exceeded my initial expectations. I plan to increase your playing time during the regular season, but the specifics will depend on your performance on the court. Offensively, you excel. When Tim and David are absent, I encourage you to be more assertive in your shooting, provided you exercise restraint when they are present. Defensively, your primary weakness lies in this area. I do not expect you to master every aspect of guarding, be it man-to-man, help defense, or rotations, but you must closely monitor the opposing point guard, especially during pick-and-roll situations. You must leverage your speed advantage to pursue quickly. I envision you becoming an indispensable member of our team, alleviating the offensive burden. Do you comprehend my intentions?" Kaiwen solemnly nodded and replied, "Understood, coach. I assure you I will give my utmost effort." Popovich patted Kaiwen on the back, teasingly remarking, "Just a reminder, our opening game is against the Pacers. Last season, they lost the championship, and many fans and players still harbor resentment over your prediction of the Lakers' victory. Do not expect the Pacers players to treat you kindly, especially Reggie Miller. This guy is a master of trash talk. Do not fall into his trap. If things escalate, my old bones won't be able to assist you." In response, Kaiwen jokingly declared, Rest assured, coach. Reggie Miller's trash talk pales in comparison to yours. In my heart, you will always be the league's premier trash talker. No one else stands a chance. Popovich. Chapter 73. The tension intensifies. It must be said that the NBA is a league that excels in creating spectacle. The Pacers, having been successfully predicted by Kaiwen to fall in 6 games to the Lakers in the previous season's finals, suffered a bitter loss of the championship. Kevin Young has also successfully ascended to the blacklist of both Pacers players and fans. In the season opener, the Spurs faced off against the Pacers. A scenario rife with irony and intrigue that captivated spectators, while the league's orchestrator, David Stern, remained in the shadows. Eager media reporters began to amplify the excitement surrounding the opener, inciting further drama. One reporter specifically sought out Pacers star Reggie Miller for an interview. This notable figure, addressing the camera, boasted of his extensive repertoire of trash talk, ultimately declaring, "I will make him regret coming to Indianapolis." Following this proclamation, Miller showcased his signature throat-grabbing gesture. If one were unaware of his status as an NBA superstar, they might easily mistake him for a member of a gang issuing threats. As Jordan's lifelong rival, Reggie Miller's competitive spirit and determination on the court are indeed commendable. His immense courage and loyalty to his city have earned him the adoration of fans. However, it is undeniable that he holds the title of the league's most notorious trash talker. He frequently speaks without restraint, engaging in verbal skirmishes not only with opponents but also with teammates and officials, which explains why both Jordan and Anderson confronted him physically on the court. With media involvement stirring the pot, the anticipation for the Spurs vs. Pacers season opener was already palpable before the game even commenced. As a key figure in this narrative, Kevin Young soon found himself in the spotlight for interviews as well. Kevin Young merely remarked, "Indianapolis, I have been there," and even returned with the championship. On October 30th, Kevin Young, along with his teammates, boarded a private jet bound for Indianapolis. Upon the San Antonio Spurs' arrival at the hotel and settling in, the coaching staff took special care to emphasize to the newly joined players that, aside from acclimatizing to the venue, it would be prudent to remain at the hotel for the remainder of their time, thereby avoiding unnecessary excursions. Should they truly wish to venture out, it would be wise to don disguises to evade any provocations from fervent fans. Young Kaiwen is a newcomer to the team, and having previously visited Indianapolis during the NCAA Final Four, he chose to remain at the hotel with his family, engaging in phone conversations with a woman. "I observed on television that the Pacers player harbored considerable hostility towards you. Thus, it is imperative that you exercise caution when you step onto the court. Remember to safeguard yourself and refrain from acting impulsively in the face of provocation." Grandmother Ligualian incessantly emphasized the importance of safety over the phone. Meanwhile, Yang Dafu, listening with evident impatience, interjected loudly, urging, "Do not heed your grandmother's words. If they dare to stir trouble, confront them directly. One punch will suffice to prevent a flurry of them." Hearing the elderly couple still embroiled in their argument, Young Kaiwen hurried to reassure them, "It's nothing to worry about. Such situations occur daily in the NBA. It's merely a display of bravado, a fade. Much like those barking dogs, their loud barks often conceal a reluctance to bite. The coach previously informed me that my playing time would be increased, and I intend to utilize basketball as a means to impart life lessons to my teammates. In our household, one elder seeks to avoid conflict, prioritizing safety above all. The other believes that a man must stand firm in the face of adversity, asserting that true strength lies in resilience. As for Yang's father, his perspective is simply, "You are all correct." After Kevin Young concluded his conversation with family, he began to engage in calls with his significant other, his rumored girlfriend, one by one. With the number of women increasing, it indeed tested his time management skills. On the evening of October 31st, the San Antonio Spurs were about to commence their season opener. In the locker room, Popovich briefed the players on tactical arrangements, offering a few words of encouragement before wrapping up his pregame address. The atmosphere within the team was relatively relaxed, a testament to the benefits of having seasoned veterans. Having weathered numerous storms, the Spurs veterans possessed strong adaptability, and a single season opener was hardly a source of anxiety for them. "Young, are you nervous? Do you need me to accompany you to the restroom?" Duncan chuckled as he playfully ruffled Kevin Yang's hair, his motion more adept than his fundamental skills. "Nervous? I suspect you are merely concocting an excuse to mess with my hair." Young Kaiwen helplessly lamented, "Duncan, I was initially at ease, but the moment your hand reached out, anxiety enveloped me. I can distinctly feel my hairline now. trembling with nervousness. Upon hearing young Kaiwen's remark, the Spurs players in the locker room erupted into laughter. The coach advised me to take greater interest in the newcomers. Duncan, with a sheepish smile, withdrew his hand but not before giving it a few more playful tugs. Kevin Young replied with irritation, "Thank you very much. Young, is this truly your inaugural NBA game? Are you not the least bit anxious?" inquired David Robinson, filled with curiosity. Following up, Duncan chimed in, "When you step onto the court, the Pacers fans will likely boo us, so try not to get too nervous." To which Young honestly admitted, "Well, perhaps just a little." Young Kaiwen deliberately paused for effect before continuing, "When I watched a football match, I noticed that fans not only boo the players but also throw coins. I somewhat regret not bringing a large bag. Who knows? I might have collected over $10,000 for free." Duncan was thoroughly amused, laughing, "Young, that's a brilliant idea. Next time, I'll prepare a big bag for you." Within less than a month, Young Kaiwen had formed a close bond with his teammates, particularly with Duncan, with whom he shared a remarkable rapport. Beneath Duncan's honest exterior lies a playful spirit and a hidden talent for humor. While he may appear calm and composed, internally he is anything but. He possesses a multitude of interests and engages in lively conversation. In his previous life, Duncan embraced freedom post-retirement, indulging in tattoos, perms, boxing, and car modifications. Kevin Young and he are both jesters, fond of humor, and possessing diverse interests, which is why they resonate so well with each other. Indeed, Duncan's intelligence was not in error. When the Spurs took to the court, a considerable number of boos erupted from the Pacers fans. And Kevin Young even caught some foul language directed at him. Well, I have noted everything down. Let us see how the game unfolds." Kevin Young took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The players of the Pacers were greeted with thunderous applause, akin to the triumphant return of valiant warriors. Last season, the team was just a step away from the championship, and the fervent Pacers fans yearned for their team to advance further and claim the coveted title in the new season. However, at present, the Pacers must first overcome the formidable Spurs. During the NBA Live broadcast, commentator Kevin Johnson refrained from taking a definitive side, ambiguously stating that the greatest suspense of the season opener between the Spurs and the Pacers lay in the extent of Tim Duncan's recovery from his significant injury. His partner, Jay Colissimo, chuckled and nodded in agreement, suggesting that if Duncan were to struggle, the Pacers would have a substantial chance of securing a victorious start. With the Spurs' Twin Towers lacking their intimidating presence, the Pacers would hold an advantage from beyond the arc. The Spurs' perimeter players were either seasoned veterans or newcomers, leaving their strength in question. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The Spurs' starting lineup included Johnson, Anderson, Elliott, Duncan, and David Robinson, while the Pacers' starters were Travis Best, Reggie Miller, Sam Perkins, Austin Croshere, and Jermaine O'Neal. The 211 centimeters tall O'Neal, with a wingspan of 225 centimeters, won the jump ball, and the game was underway. Chapter 74. The debut appearance. Popovich was acutely aware of the charged atmosphere surrounding the season opener and opted not to start Kevin Young, allowing him to first absorb the ambience of the arena. As Young Kaiwen observed little O'Neal triumph over Duncan in the jump ball, he silently mused that the Pacers had struck gold. There exists a joke in the NBA. Anyone named O'Neal is exceptional. O'Neal, little O'Neal. And that O'Neal who won a championship alongside Jordan. Both little O'Neal and Kobe entered the league as high school graduates in the 1996 draft. Yet their fates diverged dramatically upon entry. Over the course of 4 years, he played 211 games, averaging 11.5 minutes, 3.9 points, 3.1 rebounds, and 0.7 blocks. This was little O'Neal's destiny, teetering on the edge between being a backup center and a glorified water boy for the Trail Blazers. This summer, the Pacers' new coach, the smiling assassin, serendipitously visited a friend's high school and took note of little O'Neal's training during the offseason, subsequently bringing him to the Pacers. In a previous life, upon joining the Pacers, little O'Neal rapidly ascended, ultimately becoming a 6-time All-Star. With his remarkable leaping ability, he adeptly passed the ball to his teammates. Point guard Best orchestrated the play from the center, while the players spaced out, with Reggie Miller positioned at the right 45-degree angle to receive the ball. Best attempted a change of direction but could not shake Johnson, passing to the moving Miller, as Hudson swiftly closed in on him. Hudson, possessing excellent physical attributes, pressured Miller, who attempted to pivot but failed to break free, opting to pass to another teammate. After a series of passes, the ball found its way to little O'Neal in the low post, where he faced the Admiral, executing a back-to-the-basket move before quickly pivoting for a jump shot. The Admiral underestimated Little O'Neal's pivot speed, his block attempt coming too late as the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 2-0, marking the Pacers' initial lead. As the Spurs mounted their offense, Johnson dribbled past half court. Although the young general had aged, his foundational skills remained intact, prompting Best to refrain from close defense for fear of being outmaneuvered. The Spurs' formation spread wide as Johnson passed to Anderson, with Miller applying tight, aggressive defense. Anderson sought to use a screen to break free, but the Pacers' timely switch thwarted his attempt to penetrate, forcing him to pass to the middle. The Admiral received the ball but found himself entangled with Little O'Neal, unable to find a shooting opportunity, and eventually passed to Duncan on the opposite side. Duncan, receiving the ball low against the slightly shorter Crozier, executed a fluid back-to-the-basket turnaround shot, the ball gracefully kissing the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. A demonstration of solid fundamental skills. The score stands at 2-2 as the prodigious Stone Buddha returns from injury, showcasing his formidable prowess once more. The Pacers launch an offensive, the ball traversing through multiple exchanges before Miller executes a baseline maneuver, utilizing his teammate screens to evade Anderson's defensive pursuit. He receives the ball at the corner and launches a three-point jump shot. The trajectory is true, yet the force is slightly excessive, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Duncan seizes the defensive rebound and passes it to Johnson, who advances the ball into the front court. Johnson executes a high pick-and-roll with Admiral, driving aggressively into the paint to draw the defense's attention before distributing the ball to Anderson on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Anderson steps in for a jump shot just inside the three-point line, but his attempt, hindered by Miller's challenge, veers off target. Small O'Neal secures the rebound and quickly dishes it to Best, who sprints forward as the Pacers unleash a fast break. Best advances the ball rapidly, passing to Miller, who engages Elliott in a one-on-one, executing a strong layup to score. The Pacers lead 4-2 by a narrow margin. The Spurs now take their turn on offense. Johnson brings the ball past half court, initiating a structured attack. After two passes, Anderson, using a teammate's screen, drives towards the basket, drawing defensive attention before passing to the wing. Elliott receives the ball but misses the jump shot. Duncan, positioned inside the paint, tips the ball out, allowing Anderson to regain possession. After a diagonal drive, he halts and executes a jump shot, which finds nothing but net. The score is now tied at 4-4. Both teams quickly find their rhythm at the outset. The younger Pacers play at a faster pace, leveraging their strengths in transition and counterattacks. In contrast, the Spurs focus on a more methodical approach, gradually wearing down their opponents, with passing and movement failing to create opportunities before relying on their core twin towers in the low post. The Spurs exhibit a clear advantage in the paint, where Small O'Neal struggles defensively. However, his youth and physicality allow him to compete tenaciously. The Pacers boast a higher shooting percentage from the perimeter, but Anderson finds it challenging to perform against Miller's defense. In the initial minutes of the match, both teams exchange blows evenly, engaging in fierce competition. The intensity of their battles is palpable, with defensive actions being particularly robust. Within the first 6 minutes, the aggregate fouls for both sides exceed 6. After a few more possessions, Miller, using a screen from a teammate, executes a sudden stop-and-jump shot, drawing a foul from the young Johnson on a late recovery. This marks Johnson's second foul, necessitating his substitution. "Young, you're up," Popovich instructs Kevin Young. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Young dons the Spurs' number 18 jersey, making his NBA debut. Miller converts both free throws, leveling the score at 14-14, marking the fourth tie of the evening. As he retreats on defense, Miller casts a knowing glance at the newly entered Young, delivering a teasing remark. "Rookie, don't start crying later." Young Kaiwen directly disregarded his opponent. Duncan executed a baseline throw-in, while Young Kaiwen seized control of the ball, with Best pressing him near the midfield. Upon observing the situation, Young Kaiwen discerned that his opponents intended to intimidate him. He deliberately dribbled laterally, misleading them into believing he aimed to exploit the width of the field. When the opponents shifted to mark him closely, he executed a sudden stop-and-go maneuver, swiftly pulling the ball back behind him. This action created space, allowing him to seamlessly transition into a sharp change of direction, gliding past his adversary with grace. Best underestimated Young Kaiwen's speed and rhythm in his breakthrough, presuming that the latter, being newly entered into the game, would still be restrained. To his surprise, Young Kaiwen's routine change of direction left him in the dust, Kevin Young swiftly dribbled the ball forward, abruptly halting just before the arc of the three-point line, his feet bending at the knees as he leapt into the air, launching a direct three-point shot. Best, in pursuit, was a fraction late in his attempt to block, as the ball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net. With the score at 17-14, Kevin Young officially marked the beginning of his scoring journey in the NBA. Kevin Young, filled with exuberance, opened his arms wide in celebration as he glided past Miller. The Pacers fans responded with a chorus of boos, expressing their discontent. Commentator Johnson exclaimed, "The Spurs rookie, Kevin Young, number 18, makes an immediate impact with a three-pointer, propelling his team into the lead." His partner, Jay Colessimo, remarked, "Young has consistently demonstrated his three-point shooting prowess during the NCAA and Summer League, and he has seamlessly carried this habit into the NBA. However, I would like to emphasize his remarkable confidence. In the face of provocation from the Pacers players, he responded decisively. Such bravery is commendable." As the Pacers launched an offensive, Best brought the ball up court, only to be intercepted, prompting him to seek retribution and reclaim his pride. Young Kaiwen reviewed the pre-match information and was aware that Best excelled at penetrating defenses. Although he did not attempt many three-point shots, his shooting accuracy from beyond the arc reached an impressive 37.6 last season. Young Kaiwen lowered his center of gravity, maintaining a keen watch on his opponent while preserving a defensive distance of one step. Standing at 180 centimeters, Best faced Young Kaiwen, whose height and wingspan conferred an advantage. This distance allowed for effective defense against breakthroughs, while also safeguarding against unexpected strikes from his adversary. Best feigned observation of his teammates' positioning before suddenly launching a strong drive. His speed was remarkable. In the past, he had relied on swift changes of direction and explosive first steps to outmaneuver most defenders. Young Kaiwen reacted swiftly, shifting to obstruct his opponent's path of advancement. He is a nimble defender, unafraid of being outpaced by adversaries. Best executed a half-turn to protect the ball, using his body to carve out space before making a reverse drive. Drawing upon Parker's experience, Young maintained his defensive rhythm, closely adhering to his opponent, like a piece of stubborn gum. Best, unwilling to concede in front of a rookie and lose face, powered through with sheer force. After a few aggressive steps, he turned and released a jump shot. Under the interference of Yang's elongated reach, Best elevated the trajectory of his shot, but the ball struck the rim and bounced off. The Admiral secured his position to protect the rebound. Young Kaiwen engaged in two direct confrontations with the Pacers' starting point guard, exhibiting dominance on both offensive and defensive fronts. Chapter 75, an opportunity to prove oneself. Young Kaiwen received the basketball handed to him by the Admiral, yet he refrained from hastily accelerating for a fast break. With the formidable twin towers of the Spurs on the court, he knew better than to act recklessly. Otherwise, he would likely find himself relegated to guarding the water cooler once more. Do not doubt it. This is precisely the kind of decision that Popovich would unflinchingly make. Without the slightest hesitation, Young Kaiwen slowed the pace, engaging in a positional battle after crossing the halfway line. Young Kaiwen controlled the ball at the arc, while Anderson awaited on the wing. Elliott and Duncan positioned themselves on either side of the free throw line, with the Admiral stationed in the low post. This was the Spurs hammer offense formation. Elliott utilized the double screen set by Anderson and Duncan to receive a pass from Young Kaiwen beyond the arc, then adeptly surged towards the basket. After providing a screen for his teammate, Anderson swiftly repositioned, using the Admiral's pick to cut sharply to the weak side corner. There, he received Elliott's dish following the drive and executed a jump shot just inside the three-point line, the ball finding its mark with precision. The score stood at 19-14 as the Spurs hammer offense bore fruit. In the next possession, the Pacers initiated their offense with Best and O'Neal executing a pick and roll in the center. O'Neal's screen was executed with remarkable quality, momentarily obstructing Young Kaiwen. Seizing the opportunity, Best rapidly penetrated the defense, attempting a layup in the paint to retaliate, only to be met with a resounding rejection from the recovering Duncan, who swatted the ball away emphatically. Young Kaiwen observed the ball soaring towards the Admiral and anticipated that his teammate would secure it. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned and dashed at full speed into the opponent's half. As expected, upon seizing the basketball, the Admiral promptly delivered a precise long pass. Young Kaiwen received the ball at the free throw line with both hands, took a powerful two-step leap, and soared through the air for a moment before executing a one-handed dunk into the hoop. The score stood at 21-14, marking his fifth point of the game. The vast crowd of home fans fell into a brief silence, momentarily stunned by this pesky rookie's remarkable fast break. As they retreated on defense, Kaiwen exchanged high-fives with the Twin Towers. This exemplifies the advantage of having the Spurs' Twin Towers on the court. Teammates benefit on both ends of the floor. During the Pacers' offensive play, Miller received a pass from Best and initiated a high pick-and-roll. After evading his defender, Miller distributed the ball to the center, where a mismatched O'Neal faced Anderson. Leveraging his significant height advantage, he executed a jump shot that found its mark. The score narrowed to 21-16. As the Pacers closed the gap, Kaiwen feigned a pass into the paint, only to unexpectedly deliver the ball to Anderson, who had made his way to the right corner. In the middle, Duncan set an off-ball screen to impede Miller's defense. Anderson received the ball unguarded, stepped just beyond the three-point line, and executed a shot, successfully sinking a long-range two-pointer in response to his opponent. The score stood at 23-16, marking Kaiwen's first assist of the match. The Pacers resorted to their usual offensive tactics, with Best and O'Neal executing a high pick-and-roll. Duncan decisively moved to defend. O'Neal passed the ball back to Best, but Kaiwen swiftly maneuvered to close in on the defense. Best, unable to break through in time after receiving the pass, found himself closely guarded by Kaiwen. Kevin Young possesses remarkable speed, albeit with a shorter stature. When faced with opponents utilizing screens, he adeptly navigates around the picks, demonstrating superior defensive capabilities compared to Anderson. This aligns with Coach Popovich's expectations for Yang's defensive performance, given his lack of height and strength. A slight deficiency in mismatched defense is permissible, yet he must maintain vigilant focus on his assigned opponent. Best, aware of his disadvantage and overpowering Young, wisely passed to Miller, who executed a cut. Anderson, unable to keep pace, allowed Miller to succeed with a mid-range jumper. To some extent, Miller is an anomaly in the NBA. Despite his naturally awkward physique, he possesses surprising speed, and his tall, slender frame belies a remarkable resilience in physical confrontations, making him an indefatigable off-ball expert. The score tightened to 23-18, reducing the gap to 5 points once more. On the Spurs' offensive play, Young utilized a teammate's screen to penetrate the paint, drawing the defense away before lofting a pass to the low post where David Robinson awaited. Shaquille O'Neal, attempting to assist in guarding Yang's drive, adjusted his positioning, thereby granting Robinson ample shooting space. Upon receiving the ball, Robinson executed a jump shot from a standstill, but the basketball rimmed out. With age, the Admiral's performance has indeed waned, and his consistency has diminished from his prime days. With around 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams began substituting players during a dead ball. The Spurs replaced Elliott and Robinson with Antonio Daniels and Danny Ferry. In the ensuing plays, Young struggled to find optimal offensive opportunities as the team adhered to Popovich's strategic movements and passing. He orchestrated a drive and dish, setting up Duncan in the paint, where the big fundamental executed his signature 45-degree bank shot, notching an assist for Young. The Pacers capitalized on a tactical play, with forward Croshier sinking a mid-range shot. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, Young, after executing a strategic movement, received the ball on the wing, evaded his defender, and penetrated the paint, delivering a behind-the-back pass to Danny Ferry. Unfortunately, Ferry, having just entered the game, struggled with his shooting touch, and his open mid-range attempt went awry. The first quarter concluded with the Spurs leading 25-20. As both teams retreated to the bench for a respite, the commentators began dissecting the first quarter's action. Commentator Calissimo remarked, "The performance of Spurs rookie Young, wearing number 18, has been unexpectedly impressive. In his inaugural regular season appearance, he not only displayed poise, but also shone brightly on the court. In just 5 minutes of play, he accumulated 5 points and 2 assists, showcasing remarkable efficiency." His partner, Johnson, nodded in agreement, stating, "Yang's contributions have been significant in the Spurs lead during the first quarter. Another key player has been Duncan. Returning from injury, Duncan has excelled on both ends of the court, showing no signs of having endured a severe knee meniscus tear. If one merely examines the statistics, it appears that Duncan was entirely unaffected following his significant injury. In the 1999-2000 season, he averaged 23, 2 points, 12, 4 rebounds, and 3.2 assists with a shooting percentage of 49. Upon his return in the 2000-2001 season, his averages were 22, 2 points, 12, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, with a shooting accuracy of 49.9. The data from the 2 seasons before and after his injury seems almost like a mere replication, remarkably consistent. In the subsequent 2001 to 2002 season, Duncan's performance soared even higher, with averages of 25, 2 points, 12, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, accompanied by a shooting percentage of 58. Such impressive statistics, can one truly believe that they are the product of a player recovering from a torn meniscus? However, upon reviewing footage of his games, it becomes evident that Duncan was indeed suffering from considerable discomfort. The explosive dunks that once characterized his play became nearly extinct. In essence, one could summarize: cherish the fundamentals. Steer clear of reckless drives to the basket. At this juncture, Duncan had only recently returned from injury, leading observers to assume he was merely pacing himself, thus failing to notice the underlying issues. The interval between the first and second quarters of an NBA game spans 130 seconds, a time during which many coaches seize the opportunity to make substitutions and strategize. Coach Popovich adjusted the lineup for the second quarter to include Kevin Young, Steve Kerr, Antonio Daniels, Danny Ferry, and Shammond Williams. In the offensive scheme, Young would take the lead, with Williams executing pick and rolls in the center, Daniels focusing on providing off-ball screens for teammates, and Kerr primarily tasked with catch-and-shoot opportunities. It was crucial to secure defensive rebounds, allowing Young to initiate fast breaks as circumstances permitted. On defense, attention was required to counter the opponent's pick and roll. Should Reggie Miller remain on the court, Daniels would be assigned to guard him closely. Popovich methodically outlined a strategy, having previously tested this second-unit lineup during practice, with Young leading the offense to promising results. As long as they could maintain a favorable success rate, Popovich did not oppose Young's attempts at fast breaks. By increasing the tempo among the reserves, they could deplete the opponent's stamina, thereby allowing the Spurs Twin Towers to re-enter the game with greater ease. Kaiwen was acutely aware that Coach Popovich allotted him merely 3 to 4 minutes to showcase his skills. Should his performance falter or the opponents gain the upper hand, Popovich would swiftly substitute in the Twin Towers. Conversely, if he performed well, he would be granted additional time alongside the bench players. Thus, Kaiwen needed to seize these fleeting moments to prove his worth. Chapter 76. The debut. Halting the opponents in the second quarter, the Pacers made only one substitution, replacing Sam Perkins with forward Al Harrington, while the rest of the starting players remained on the court. This personnel adjustment clearly indicated that the new head coach, the smiling assassin, was fervently determined to secure victory in this match. Reggie Miller and Jalen Rose played the entirety of the first quarter and returned to the fray in the second, seemingly eager to dominate the game. The match continued with the Spurs launching their offensive. Kevin Young signaled to his teammate for a screen beyond the three-point line, prompting Walker to immediately set an off-ball screen. The duo had established a remarkable synergy, having collaborated seamlessly multiple times since the onset of the Summer League. Best was taken aback by the opponent's screen being positioned so far out, allowing Young to effortlessly evade him and drive towards the wing. Seizing the opportunity during a delayed defensive switch, he executed a jump shot just inside the three-point arc. With no interference to disrupt his shot, Young released the ball with the ease of a practice session, resulting in a clean swish. The score stood at 27-20, marking Yang's 7th point. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Best feigned a drive before passing to Miller, who, upon receiving the ball for a cut, attempted a mid-range shot over Daniels that went awry. Although Daniels was slightly shorter than Miller, he was a specialist in defense, proving more effective than Anderson in that regard. The tenacious rebounder Walker positioned himself perfectly against O'Neal, securing the defensive rebound and passing the ball back to Young. Kaiwen did not pass to his teammates for a fast break and chose to advance the ball himself. The Pacers players quickly positioned themselves for defense, making it difficult for the Spurs to gain a numerical advantage in their fast break counterattacks. Kevin Young employed his familiar tactics once more, executing a pick and roll beyond the arc, prompting the Pacers to remain vigilant and switch their defensive assignments promptly. However, Young is not merely a player who relies on screens to penetrate. With a half-turn, he positioned himself laterally against Bester, feigning a spin with a deceptive body motion. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful dribble, swiftly maneuvering past his opponent. Drawing from the experiences of Parker, his rhythm in breaking through defenses is remarkably fluid and highly deceptive, making him a challenging adversary to guard. Kaiwen made a decisive drive towards the paint, feigning a sudden jump shot to lure Shaquille O'Neal's defensive rotation, before executing a bounce pass to the lurking Danny Ferry on the side. Ferry seized the opportunity with precision, landing a mid-range shot for 2 points. The score was now 29-20, marking Yang's third assist. Johnson remarked on Yang's exceptional offensive prowess, noting his ability to score while also facilitating his teammates, showcasing a maturity in orchestrating the team's offense that belied his rookie status. Carlesimo chuckled, affirming that Yang had made all 3 of his attempts since entering the game, also delivering 3 swift assists. It is hard to fathom why there were once doubts about his worthiness of the 18th pick. In the preseason, he had demonstrated the finest performance among all rookies, and I suspect many teams now regret not securing him. Subsequently, the Pacers adjusted their strategy to exploit the Spurs bench in the paint. Shaquille O'Neal received a lob pass from a teammate, leveraging his height and speed to overpower Walker beneath the basket, scoring while drawing a foul. Shaquille converted the free throw, bringing the score to 29-23. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Yang called for his teammates to provide a screen, only to unexpectedly execute a behind-the-back dribble and break in the opposite direction as his teammate moved in for a pick. Kevin Yang's deceptive screen left his opponents caught off guard as he executed a sudden halt near the three-point line at a 60-degree angle on the left side, launching a jump shot. This particular shot showcased Yang's meticulous preparation and impeccable shooting rhythm, resulting in a precise arc that sent the ball seamlessly through the net. With the score at 32-23, Yang notched his 10th point, widening the gap to double digits. Duncan, from the sidelines, assumed the role of a towel-less cheerleader, leading the applause for Yang. After a moment of silence, the Pacers fans erupted into louder boos, their disdain for the Spurs rookie number 18 intensifying. They had not anticipated that this newcomer, seemingly juggling singing and playing, would score so freely in their home arena. It must be said that Yang's debut was indeed fortuitous, as he was in remarkable form. His primary defender, Best, was not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess, standing at merely 180 centimeters in shoes, thus providing Yang with minimal interference. Had Miller taken on the task of guarding Yang, the latter would have faced a far more challenging endeavor. After all, Miller is recognized throughout the league as a formidable defensive force, possessing an infamous bad breath magic attack that has even caught seasoned players off guard. The game continued as the Pacers executed a pick-and-roll. O'Neal set an off-ball screen to free Miller from Daniels. Miller, with the ball, drove aggressively towards the basket, while the rebound specialist Walker, strong yet lacking in agility, failed to keep pace, allowing Miller to soar for a two-handed dunk. The score now stood at 32-25. As Miller defended his city with fervor, Kaiwen advanced past the halfway line with the ball, once again seeking his teammate's screen. The Spurs' tactical style primarily revolves around pick-and-rolls. This time, the Pacers players remained vigilant, demonstrating effective defense against the screen. Kaiwen distributed the ball to his teammate, then made a swift diagonal run, circling to the opposite side of the court. Suddenly, he executed a reverse run, evading his defender. At that moment, his teammate delivered a timely pass, and Kaiwen seized the opportunity to shoot, the ball once again finding its way through the hoop. The score now stands at 34-25, marking Kaiwen's 12th point. Kaiwen made an impressive entrance, scoring 5 out of 5 attempts, his touch ablaze with fervor. He discreetly glanced at the system, and to his surprise, the long-forgotten JR nerve blade had indeed illuminated. As the Pacers launched their offensive, Miller provided a screen for Best, assisting him in evading Kaiwen. After drawing the Spurs' defensive attention, Best swiftly passed the ball to Croshier, who lay in wait at the corner. The forward Croshier possessed a remarkable long-range shooting ability, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 36.2 from the previous season. After receiving the pass, he made a slight adjustment and released a jump shot from beyond the arc, the ball gracefully grazing the rim before finding its way through. The score now stood at 34-28, with the gap narrowed to 6 points. Kaiwen once again advanced the ball into the front court, while Best maintained a distance of 1.5 steps. In the previous instances when the opponents executed pick-and-rolls, Best had been obstructed by the Spurs' interior players. Although Best possesses remarkable speed, colliding with the towering big men makes it exceedingly challenging to keep pace with the fleet-footed Kaiwen. By maintaining a certain defensive distance, he can maneuver around the larger players to effectively pursue his opponent. Kaiwen feigned a gesture to his teammate for a screen in the center court, and as soon as his hand dropped, he unexpectedly leaped into the air, launching a three-point shot. Best's attention was solely focused on Walker, preparing to circle around for a defensive pursuit, completely unaware that Kaiwen would suddenly release the ball from a meter beyond the three-point line. Kaiwen, equipped with JR's unpredictable finesse, executed his shot with remarkable confidence. Best leapt to block, Yet the distance between them proved too great, compounded by a delayed reaction, falling short even of young Kaiwen's elbow. Amidst the gasps of Pacers fans, the ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. The score stood at 37-28, marking young Kaiwen's 15th point and his third three-pointer of the game. After sinking an exceptionally long-range shot, Young radiated exuberance, celebrating with a gliding motion as he returned on defense. The Pacers' home crowd felt their pride wounded, erupting into a chorus of boos, while the Spurs bench applauded in delight. In this era, long-range three-pointers are a rarity, and even key players for the Spurs hesitate to attempt them. Such a casual shot can lead to dire consequences, inviting the wrath of Popovich, who would leave one questioning their very existence. The Spurs, riding high on momentum, forced the smiling assassin to call a timeout. No one anticipated that last season's Eastern Conference champions would be compelled to pause due to a rookie's debut performance. Such a rookie's debut would undoubtedly attract media attention. Chapter 77. Halftime 20 points. Thanks to young Kaiwen's extraordinary performance, the Spurs not only maintained their lead but expanded it. Observing this, Popovich allowed him to continue facing the Pacers starters, granting the veterans much-needed rest. JR's unpredictable flair shone for a rare moment, giving Young the opportunity to shoot. In the ensuing 3 minutes, he attempted 4 shots, successfully landing 1 three-pointer and 1 mid-range jumper. Calipari remarked, "Yang's recent display reminds me of little bug Tim Hardaway. Both are shorter guards who favor three-pointers and, crucially, have a precise aim. Young's drives are commendable as well, though not as flashy as little bugs. They are remarkably efficient." Johnson nodded in agreement, noting, "I suspect Young has rediscovered his rhythm from the Summer League. During that time, he was relentless with his three-point attempts, often shooting over a dozen in a game. If Popovich had been at the helm, the scene would have been quite amusing." Calipari chuckled, "Trust me, my friend. There's only one outcome. In the next game, Young will dutifully guard the water cooler. If one were to select the coach most averse to three-pointers, Popovich would undoubtedly be a prime contender. In a previous life, Popovich openly criticized the three-point shot. The three-pointer has transformed the entire basketball landscape. I endured it for 20 years, and now everyone plays this way. Who even cares about defense and rebounding anymore?" However, if one concludes that he does not value the three-point shot simply because he occasionally misses, then one has been thoroughly deceived by that old man. In the 1999-2000 season, the San Antonio Spurs collectively made a mere 882 three-point attempts, ranking 23rd in the league. In contrast, during the 2000-2001 season, the Spurs attempted 1,094 three-pointers, placing them 10th in the league, with an impressive shooting percentage of 47, the highest in the league. Thus, the truth is singular. The disparagement of the wealthy by the impoverished stems from their own financial inadequacies. Naturally, many would prefer to subscribe to another truth, that this cantankerous old man is quite insidious. Coach Popovich had indeed recognized Kevin Yang's propensity for three-point shooting during training sessions and the preseason. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the team's strategy, which forbade indiscriminate three-point attempts, he would undoubtedly have converted some mid-range shots into three-pointers, perhaps even from extremely long distances. When the twin towers of the Spurs were on the court together, Popovich certainly would not permit Young to recklessly launch three-point shots, as this would undermine the team's foundational strategy. However, when Young is leading the second unit, the stakes are different, provided he is able to score. As long as Young can transform a group of reserves into formidable bench players, the Twin Towers can enjoy additional rest during the regular season, thereby reducing the likelihood of injuries. Thus, the commentators' jests are merely entertaining to the uninitiated audience. Kevin Yang's scorching touch has imposed considerable pressure upon the Pacers. Although they may be reluctant to admit it, they must devise a strategy to curtail the scoring prowess of this rookie, in a bid to extinguish Yang's fiery performance. The smiling assassin has not only instructed the team to extend their defensive line and employ double teaming, but has even resorted to utilizing Miller for mismatched defensive assignments to seal Yang's fate. Faced with the Pacers' intensified scrutiny, Yang's scoring account has been momentarily suspended. NBA players are undoubtedly the most skilled athletes on the planet. They possess an innate understanding of how to excel in their game and, crucially, how to hinder their opponent's performance. On the NBA court, players seldom enjoy a comfortable opportunity to shoot. Each chance to take a shot is a result of physical confrontation, technical prowess, and strategic positioning. When subjected to tight defense, the situation becomes even more dire, as they may find themselves unable to even receive the ball. Young Kaiwen was closely guarded by his opponents. rendering him unable to take reckless shots. JR, known for his erratic play, merely served to enhance shooting accuracy rather than guarantee success. Any attempts he made were met with significant interference, resulting in missed opportunities. With Kaiwen's limitations, the Pacers' main players began to feel the strain. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Shaquille O'Neal received a pass from a teammate and executed a turnaround jumper from the low post, narrowing the gap to 45-41. Just 4 points behind. The Spurs called for a timeout, substituting several bench players. The Twin Towers returned to the court, with Anderson stepping in at the small forward position and Daniels reverting to shooting guard, continuing his primary defensive role against Miller. With the Twin Towers back in play, the Spurs' dominance in the paint became glaringly evident. Consequently, the Pacers' overall defensive line retreated, granting Kaiwen significantly more space to operate from the perimeter. However, this was in accordance with a gentleman's agreement with Popovich. Kaiwen refrained from engaging in reckless shooting, instead adhering to the rhythm established in the first quarter. He adeptly penetrated the defense and distributed the ball to the two towering giants in the paint, creating superior offensive opportunities. As the second quarter unfolded, the Spurs' Twin Towers took command of the game. Together, they relentlessly pressured Small Olney and Harrington, widening the gap between the teams once more. Upon entering the game, Duncan faced Small Olney in the low post, executing a signature 45-degree bank shot with precision. It is widely acknowledged that this move is Duncan's forte, nearly impossible to defend against. In the subsequent play, the Spurs duo executed a seamless collaboration. Admiral effortlessly outmaneuvered his opponent and swiftly passed to Duncan, who extended his arms gracefully for a dunk. Despite a significant injury that had nearly halved Duncan's leaping ability, his 230 centimeters wingspan rendered him a formidable presence, allowing him to perform a dunk with apparent ease. One need only observe Yao Ming, whose towering height consistently enables him to overshadow numerous NBA big men, even the likes of Shaquille O'Neal. Naturally, their areas of expertise differ. Yao primarily relies on his height, while those in the know understand the nuances of wingspan. As the Spurs' Twin Towers transitioned into Showtime mode, Kaiwen's role became considerably simplified. He dribbled past half court, facilitated passes, and positioned himself beyond the three-point line, closely observing the artistry of the Stone Buddha. Within 5 minutes, Kaiwen found himself merely a bystander in the half-court offense, refraining from taking any shots. It was the considerate Stone Buddha who initiated a middle pick-and-roll with him, leading to a successful catch-and-shoot that finally earned him an assist. As the first half concluded, the Spurs led 59-49, maintaining a 10-point advantage over their opponents as they prepared to enter the second half. Kaiwen played the entirety of the second quarter, totaling 17 minutes on the court. He made 8 out of 10 field goals, including 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc, amassing 20 points and 4 assists, making him the highest scorer at halftime. Equally impressive was the performance of the big fundamental, Tim Duncan, who scored 17 points, secured 7 rebounds, delivered 2 assists, and recorded 2 blocks in the first half, effectively dominating the paint. Anderson, facing Miller's defense, had a lackluster outing, shooting 2 for 6 and, including free throws, only managed 6 points and 1 rebound, with no assists to his name. During the halftime break, Kaiwen found himself eagerly anticipating the commencement of the second half. His shooting touch was exceptionally favorable today, having already tallied 20 points in the first half. Should he receive ample playing time in the second half, bolstered by the unpredictability of JR, it is highly probable he could surpass the 30-point mark. While a single game scoring 30 points is commonplace in the annals of NBA history, it holds a profound significance for a rookie debut. Everyone yearns for their inaugural performance to be flawless. Well, perhaps a more fitting term would be debut. Kaiwen was no exception to this desire. In the scoring records for NBA debuts, merely attaining 30 points would secure a place in the top 5, with the second position held by John Lucas at 32 points. If fortune smiles upon Kaiwen, and he manages to score an additional 13 points in the second half, he would surpass the second-place record. As for the reason he does not aspire to the first place, it is due to the name that looms above all, Wilt Chamberlain, whose NBA debut scoring was an astonishing 43 points, accompanied by 28 rebounds. Such figures hardly seem achievable by an ordinary human being. One could only fantasize about challenging such a record while engaged in a game of 2K. Chapter 78, The Buzzer Beater. Kaiwen never anticipated that the greatest obstacle to breaking his debut score record would not be the Pacers, but rather Popovich. Nearly 8 minutes into the third quarter, Popovich showed no inclination to substitute him into the game. Kevin Young was eagerly yearning to take the court, casting pleading glances in the hopes of garnering attention at least 5 or 6 times. However, Popovich remained oblivious, prompting Young to recall the frustration of being left on read by his former employer. Kaiwen previously believed he understood the strategies of Coach Popovich, only to realize that he did not. It was entirely reasonable to comprehend that if the team held a significant lead, there would be no need for Kaiwen to take the court to bolster the offense. However, the Spurs were faltering in the third quarter. To ensure the veterans could rest, David Robinson, the young general, and Elliott played for a brief period before exiting the game for respite. On the court, it was Duncan who led a cadre of substitutes as they engaged with the Pacers starters. Duncan found himself besieged by small forward Oni's relentless defense, making it difficult to receive the ball. After finally securing a pass from a teammate, he was immediately trapped. With the third quarter progressing, he had managed merely 3 points and 3 rebounds. The Spurs' perimeter shooting was equally disappointing. Anderson struggled against Miller's primary defense, posting a lackluster performance with just 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting in the second half, and he was even stripped of the ball once. The substitute point guard, Terry Porter, who entered the game in the second half, also failed to provide the necessary outside scoring, only managing 2 points through a layup on 1 of 3 attempts. As for Daniels, who was not known for his offensive prowess, he dedicated his efforts primarily to defending Miller, spending most of his time running back and forth. The only player performing adequately was Danny Ferry, who, thanks to the Pacers' focus on double-teaming Duncan, found decent shooting opportunities, going 2 for 4 for 4 points. Commentator Johnson noted that Popovich was eager to assess the effectiveness of the backcourt pairing of veteran Terry Porter and Anderson. If successful, it could add another dimension to the team's strategy. Nevertheless, the results were disappointing. After 8 minutes into the third quarter, the Spurs managed to score only 13 points, with a shooting percentage below 40 and committing as many as 5 turnovers. In contrast, the Pacers, under the leadership of Miller and Olney, amassed 18 points. The gap between the two teams had narrowed to single digits, with the Spurs leading 72-67, just a 5-point advantage. Kaiwen, feeling anxious, frequently turned his head to glance at Popovich, who, unusually, sat quietly on the sidelines. Kaiwen was unaware that Popovich intended to refine his rough edges further. Although his performance exhibited a maturity surpassing many younger players, in Popovich's eyes, he remained merely an 18-year-old novice. With just over 2 minutes left in the third quarter, Popovich gestured for Young to approach, whispering, "I understand your aspirations regarding the scoring record for your debut. I will grant you the opportunity to play shortly. However, you must temper your exuberance. Scoring does not warrant excessive celebration. We are on the road here, and Reggie Miller has a volatile temperament. I do not wish to witness any altercations between you two. Most importantly, I believe it is utterly unmanly to flaunt one's superiority over the vanquished." Understood, Kaiwen nodded. In that moment, he experienced an epiphany akin to solving a great mystery. In a previous life, Duncan had chuckled from the bench only to be penalized with a technical foul by his lifelong adversary, Crawford. Thereafter, the infamous poker face syndrome seemed to infect the entire Spurs bench, maintaining an air of indifference regardless of victory or defeat. The truth was singular. Popovich, it seemed, was the mastermind behind the entire poker face phenomenon on the Spurs bench. At that moment, Kaiwen felt as if he had been possessed by the spirits of Sherlock Holmes and Conan. Despite his internal musings, he recognized the wisdom in his coach's words. The current NBA, unlike the future, still bore a reputation for its physicality. Brawls and malicious fouls occurred with alarming frequency. Presently, his physical attributes were insufficiently robust, rendering him vulnerable to injuries from rough play. Furthermore, he had yet to acquire any combat skills. Given his slight frame, engaging in fights could prove detrimental. He certainly could not rely on the post-game bravado of Shaquille O'Neal to triumph over Charles Barkley. In truth, Popovich's actions harbored a deeper significance. Kaiwen is remarkably talented yet still quite young. There is concern that he may become overly inflated with confidence and resistant to guidance. Thus, a preemptive measure is taken to temper his disposition. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Coach Popovich seizes the opportunity presented by a dead ball to recalibrate the lineup. Kaiwen replaced Terry Porter, forming a formidable partnership with Duncan that bridged both the interior and exterior lines. Kaiwen advanced past the halfway line with the ball, while his teammate proactively set a screen at the top of the arc, effectively blocking best. Seizing the opportunity, Kaiwen dribbled towards the paint, prompting Miller to rush over for a defensive stop. In the face of Miller's defense, Kaiwen opted not to pass. Calculating the distance between the two defenders, he lowered his center of gravity, maneuvering the ball with his left hand towards the right side, only to swiftly pull it back to the left, feigning a leftward drive. He drew Miller's attention, who began to shuffle in response. Suddenly, Kaiwen drove the ball down with his left hand to the right side, lunged forward with his right foot, and accelerated past Miller. Standing at 2 meters tall, Miller struggled to adjust his balance in time and discreetly attempted to pull Kaiwen back, but his efforts proved futile. Kaiwen surged into the restricted area, facing off against Little O'Neal, executing a magnificent spin move before making a successful jump shot. The score stood at 74-67, marking Kaiwen's personal tally at 22 points. The commentator exclaimed in delight, "A top play has emerged." Kaiwen's dazzling series of penetrations and jump shots had already secured his spot among the top 5 plays of the opening game, leaving Miller and Little O'Neal merely as background figures. Miller, observing Kaiwen's return to defense, wore a grim expression. The Pacers inbound the ball from the baseline. Miller received it and executed a pick and roll with Little O'Neal. He then maneuvered laterally, breaking through to the right side against Anderson's defense, stepping just beyond the three-point line to sink a long-range jump shot. The score tightened to 74-69, and Big Miller let out a triumphant roar, eliciting a wave of cheers from the Pacers fans for their finisher. With less than a minute remaining in the third quarter, Kaiwen advanced past half-court, delivering a pass to Anderson before swiftly repositioning himself to the left baseline, only to suddenly pivot and sprint back to the right. Kevin Young, utilizing Duncan's screen, evaded the relentless defense of Best. He received the ball and executed a mid-range jump shot, successfully finding the net. The score stood at 76-69, marking Yang's personal tally at 24 points. The Pacers initiated their offense from the side, where Miller and Croshier executed a pick and roll, resulting in a mismatch. Croshier, backing down Anderson, performed a powerful step-back turn and attempted a jump shot, but the ball veered off the rim. Duncan seized the defensive rebound and passed it to Young, setting the stage for the final offensive play of the third quarter. After Kevin Young dribbled past half-court, he momentarily paused to measure the time before executing a deft hesitation dribble, swiftly changing direction beneath his legs to penetrate the lane. Upon entering the paint, he deftly passed the ball to Danny Ferry, who lay in wait at the corner. Ferry received the pass and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, which rimmed out, allowing Duncan to swat the ball back out to the perimeter for Young. As Kaiwen received the ball, he immediately took a shot, and the timer illuminated as the sphere swished through the net. The score read 77-69. Kaiwen had made a buzzer-beater jump shot, securing his personal tally of 26 points. The third quarter concluded, and Kaiwen was merely 4 points shy of breaking into the top 5 scorers in debut history. Chapter 79, a historic debut with 3 quarters completed. The Pacers trailed by 8 points. If one were to inquire which player felt the most despondent, it would undoubtedly be the point guard, Best. This marked Best's 6th year with the Pacers, and the forthcoming year would be pivotal for his contract. Last season, he shared starting duties with veteran Mark Jackson. However, this summer, the veteran joined the Knicks, leaving Best to envision a season where he could truly showcase his talents and secure a lucrative contract. Yet, in the season opener, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop for a rookie's scoring spree. As the fourth quarter commenced, Best, determined to assert himself against Kaiwen, sought to reclaim his standing. To his dismay, he soon realized that he was genuinely outmatched by Kaiwen. The two players exhibited comparable speed, and Best's signature one-step drive proved insufficient to shake off his opponent. Kaiwen relentlessly sought physical confrontations, skillfully disrupting Best's shooting rhythm while maintaining impeccable control over his actions, earning no fouls from the referee, who deemed it all part of the normal contest. Best sensed the opponent's vast experience. He was no mere rookie, but rather a seasoned player, more cunning than himself, an old veteran who had played for 5 or 6 years. As the fourth quarter approached the 3-minute mark, Best finally managed to break through with a screen, attempting a layup in the paint, only to narrowly evade a devastating block from Admiral. Duncan deftly swatted the ball out of the key, and Kaiwen, with quick reflexes, seized the basketball, pivoting for a swift fast break. With the Spurs' twin towers on the court, Kaiwen, having suppressed his scoring desires for over 3 minutes in the fourth quarter, began to unleash his potential. Kevin Young swiftly dribbled the ball forward, employing a subtle glance to mislead the following Anderson. Suddenly, from the top of the arc, he took a quick shot, and despite Best's delayed attempt to interfere, the ball gracefully swished through the net. What a splendid play. Yang had accumulated his 28th point. Regrettably, his toe had grazed the three-point line upon release. Otherwise, this would have marked his 5th three-pointer of the match. The Spurs led 83-72, a daunting 11-point advantage, placing considerable pressure on the Pacers to mount a comeback. Witnessing Yang's scoring spree, the excitement of the commentators surged instantly. Kevin Yang's radical playing style stands out remarkably amidst the Spurs' lackluster approach to the game. During the Pacers' offense, Shaquille O'Neal received the ball in the low post and attempted to back down David Robinson. However, unable to create sufficient space, he passed to the perimeter where Miller was positioned, but Anderson anticipated the play and successfully intercepted the pass. Yang Cohen surged ahead with unwavering determination, his speed reaching its zenith, while Best gritted his teeth, relentlessly pursuing him. Yang Kaiwen received the ball in the front court and, propelled by Best, surged towards the paint, executing a powerful three-step layup amidst the confrontation. Best, unable to leap due to Yang Kaiwen's physicality, felt an overwhelming frustration from being repeatedly suppressed by the rookie. At the very moment Yang Kaiwen took off to shoot, Best suddenly and forcefully pushed him. The force of Best's shove was substantial, causing Yang Kaiwen to tumble out of bounds, colliding with the camera operator stationed beneath the basket. The referee, observing the incident from the sidelines, promptly called a flagrant foul on Best. Yang Kaiwen rose from the floor, immediately intent on seeking retribution from Best. Fortunately, he was accustomed to the slickness of the court. Having not leaped high moments ago, he narrowly avoided injury from his opponent's reckless maneuver. Yang Kaiwen's agreement to maintain a low profile under Popovich does not imply that he intends to be a mere puppet, nor does it suggest that he wishes to retreat into a shell. He is not naive, nor does he aspire to be. When personal interests clash with collective ones, Yang Kaiwen is willing to make reasonable concessions, but he will not blindly endure for the sake of the group. The NBA referees were taken aback by Yang Kaiwen's fierce demeanor, as they had not anticipated such fiery passion from this rookie. Fortunately, their extensive experience allowed them to swiftly separate the players and restore order to the scene. The new head coach of the Pacers, the smiling assassin, opted to substitute Best with backup point guard Tyus Edney to avert any potential conflict. Kevin Young stood at the free throw line, while the Pacers fans erupted in a chorus of boos. In truth, the fans were acutely aware of their team's shortcomings. However, in a bid to uphold their home court pride, they resorted to jeers as a means of reclaiming dignity. Kevin Young, undeterred, sank both free throws, bringing the score to 85-72 and marking his 30th point. Coach Calipari proclaimed, "I have an announcement. Kevin has now entered the 5th place in the debut scoring leaderboard, tied with Iverson and Odom for 4th. Not only did he become the first Asian player in history to compete in an NBA regular season game, but he also delivered a debut performance of historic proportions, leaving spectators in awe. Following a malicious foul from the opponents, the Spurs retained possession. As the sideline throw-in commenced, Kevin Young maneuvered to receive the ball, executing a pick-and-roll with David Robinson. Creating space from his defender, he halted abruptly for a mid-range jumper. Teammate Edney, standing at a modest height of 178 centimeters, watched as Young shot with unwavering resolve. Despite slight interference from his opponent, the ball swished smoothly through the net. The score now stood at 87-72, with Young tallying his 32nd point of the evening. After scoring, he raised his fist triumphantly and let out a roar. In that vast arena, time seemed to stand still for a moment. Commentator Johnson marveled. Young is playing with remarkable tenacity. After enduring a malicious foul, he immediately retaliated with a basket. Calipari, brimming with excitement, noted, Young has reached 32 points, tying him with John Drew for 2nd place on the debut scoring list. Should he secure just one more point, he will claim 2nd place outright. As it was the Pacers' turn to attack, Miller positioned himself to receive the ball. Using Shaquille O'Neal's off-ball screen to draw a defensive switch, he feigned a drive and passed to Croshier on the left side. Croshier, before Duncan could provide help defense, seized the opportunity to take a mid-range shot, which he executed flawlessly. The score tightened to 87-74, offering a glimmer of hope for the Pacers. As the Spurs advanced, Kevin Young dribbled past half-court. Even casual fans could discern that a smaller guard's man-to-man defense was wholly inadequate to contain Yang's scoring prowess. His shooting touch was simply too sublime. The smiling assassin yelled from the sidelines, "Double-team him, don't let him shoot." At this juncture in the game, the Pacers faced an uphill battle for a comeback. and the smiling assassin had resigned himself to the fate of losing his inaugural game as head coach. However, he could not bear the thought of being overshadowed by a rookie. Pacers players also wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule within the league. Thus, Miller approached to provide support, and Yang, sensing the pressure, distributed the ball to Anderson, who connected on a mid-range jumper. The score now read 89-74, marking Yang's fifth assist. As the game progressed, the Pacers implemented a strategy to collectively stifle Yang, determined that while they may concede defeat, Yang must not score, even at the cost of their own efforts. Under such circumstances, it became increasingly difficult for Yang to receive the ball, let alone attempt a shot. Observing that the outcome was all but decided, Coach Popovich substituted out the Spurs' Twin Towers for some respite. With the Twin Towers no longer in play, the Pacers' defense pushed outward, further constricting Yang's mobility. Kevin Yang could only dart back and forth, seeking opportunities to shoot. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, through a series of agile movements, Yang received the ball on the wing and executed a three-point jumper. However, under the interference of Miller's defense, the ball clanged off the rim, marking yet another missed shot. At 3 minutes and 34 seconds, Walker secured a defensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Yang. Anticipating a fast break, Yang received the ball midcourt, and faced with Miller's pursuit, he attempted a forceful layup, only for the ball to veer off the rim. In his bid to thwart Yang's scoring, Miller committed a notable foul during the contest, yet the referee remained silent. At 2 minutes and 18 seconds, Yang maneuvered to receive the ball in the center, and in the face of a double team from the Pacers, he executed a pick-and-roll with Walker. After drawing a defensive switch, he noticed Miller approaching for help defense and promptly passed to the open Anderson. Anderson, unguarded, made the shot, granting Yang his sixth assist. With just 20 seconds remaining, Miller attempted a three-pointer, but the ball struck the front rim and bounced out of the paint. Yang Kaiwen made an astute prediction, seizing the rebound and swiftly advancing with the ball. Miller closely pursued, attempting to intercept, employing subtle maneuvers to jostle his opponent. Kevin Yang executed a feint with a single hand at the arc's apex, suddenly halting before the three-point line, retreating to launch a jump shot that soared through the air. Miller, having exerted himself for over 40 minutes, was drained of energy, straining to leap and contest the shot, yet he fell short. The ball spun gracefully in the air for several moments before swishing cleanly through the net. Yang Kaiwen successfully made his fifth three-pointer of the game, amassing a remarkable total of 35 points, thereby securing the second position on the debut scoring leaderboard. As the Pacers' final possession ended in a missed shot, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed with a resounding 102-83 victory over the Pacers. The standout performance for the Pacers came from their star player, Miller, who played for 43 minutes, contributing 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Following him was the newly acquired O'Neal, who in his Pacers debut played for 39 minutes and delivered an impressive stat line of 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists. It is difficult to fathom that last season he was merely a marginal player averaging 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. Conversely, the least effective performance was attributed to Best, who played for 41 minutes yet only managed to secure 9 points, alongside 2 rebounds and 5 assists. Matched up against Yang Kaiwen, he struggled throughout the game, accumulating most of his points and assists while Yang was on the bench. The Spurs' Twin Towers had a mixed performance. While Admiral was somewhat subdued, Duncan excelled with 26 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks. Anderson, facing Miller, had a mediocre outing, scoring 12 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, along with 4 turnovers, achieving just a 40% shooting percentage. Kevin Yang was the most dazzling performer among the two teams today. He played for 31 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 14 out of 18 field goals, including 5 out of 7 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly sinking 2 out of 2 free throws, amassing a remarkable total of 35 points, along with 3 rebounds and 6 assists. Prior to the game, even the most optimistic predictions from the prominent Yang fan base merely anticipated he might score over 15 points. To everyone's astonishment, Kevin Yang nearly doubled his jersey number in scoring. Kevin Yang experienced an extraordinary surge in performance tonight, igniting the JR Enigma and achieving an exceptionally high shooting percentage, delivering a debut that could be celebrated for a lifetime. Chapter 80. I wish to showcase Chinese Kung Fu after the match concluded. Kevin Yang returned to the locker room amidst the boos of the Pacers fans. In this instance, Kevin was acutely aware that the jeers were primarily directed at him. Yet he chose to disregard them completely. NBA superstars emerge from the shadows of disdain. Those who have never faced such hostility remain forever as mere nobodies. Seizing the moment, Duncan placed his hand on Kevin's head, giving it a gentle rub while beaming with delight. "Yang, your performance was outstanding. It seems I can clock out early for the upcoming games." Yang Kaiwen cast a glance at his unscrupulous teammate and remarked, "Tim, your salary is 10 times mine. Do you deem it reasonable if your playing time is less than mine?" Duncan, with a serious expression, responded, "Indeed, it is reasonable. If you don't believe me, just ask David. His salary surpasses mine, yet his playing time is even less." The Admiral interjected, Perhaps we should change the subject and discuss relativity instead." Upon returning to the locker room, before Yang Kaiwen had the opportunity to take a shower, he received a call from his family. They were concerned about him being subjected to malicious fouls and inquired about his well-being. After pacifying his family, Yang Kaiwen received calls from both of his 2 women, who expressed their concern and congratulations. Jessica did not call directly. Instead, she chose to convey her congratulations through a text message. Yang Kaiwen replied to the message with gratitude and took the opportunity to arrange a meeting in Los Angeles for competition and dining together. Yang Kaiwen emerged from the bathroom after a brief shower, only to be approached by the assistant coach, who informed him of the impending press conference. The coaching staff understood that Yang Kaiwen was no ordinary rookie and did not impose any restrictions on what he should or should not say, allowing him the freedom to express himself. At the press conference, Yang Kaiwen became the focal point for all media cameras. Duncan's performance was commendable, with a typical tally of 25 points and 10 rebounds that had become customary for him, leaving both the media and fans unfazed. Furthermore, Duncan's interviews tended to be rather mundane, making it difficult for reporters to extract significant news from him. The remarkable feat of a rookie debuting with the second highest scoring record in history was the headline that fans yearned for. Prior to joining the league, Yang had already garnered a reputation for his boldness and speech, establishing himself as a conversation starter. As per tradition, reporters first sought Popovich's thoughts on the new recruit. With a nonchalant tone, Popovich remarked, "Yang has exceeded expectations, delivering both what was assigned and what was not." When a reporter inquired about Popovich's vision for Yang's future potential, he responded, "He is 18 years old this year and may grow a bit taller, but it is unlikely he will exceed 7 feet. The reporters were left speechless, but they were accustomed to the old man's penchant for such clever wordplay. Popovich was acutely aware of the media's tendency to build up and then tear down players, hence his evasive answers aimed at safeguarding his athletes. Duncan, in his commentary on Yang Kaiwen, humorously noted, "Yang is quite an interesting individual, possessing a sharp wit. Most importantly, he allows me to clock out early from games." When asked whether he believed Yang would rise to become a star in the league like himself, Duncan chuckled. The V17 album sold 2 million copies. He was already a star before entering the league. The fans clamoring for his autograph during open practice outnumber us all. True to his mentor's style, Duncan delivered his remarks with a similar dry humor. Admiral's evaluation of Yang Kaiwen was considerably more conventional. "He is a diligent player, training with great effort and playing with passion. I believe you will become a top player in the league." Media reporters then focused their attention on Yang Kaiwen, with the first question concerning Miller's pre-game provocations. Miller, a formidable veteran and one of the greatest three-point shooters in league history, epitomizes the dedication and tenacity expected of NBA players. Contrary to reporters' expectations, Yang Kaiwen refrained from disparaging Miller and instead offered effusive praise for his opponent. This is a hallmark of emotionally intelligent NBA stars. Openly belittling an adversary does not necessarily convey dominance, but appropriately lauding a defeated rival accentuates one's own prowess. Just as the media personnel were feeling disheartened, Yang Kaiwen delivered a sharp retort. "Today, Miller gave it his all, tirelessly preventing my three-point shots in the final minute, nearly succeeding in stopping me. Such subtle displays of bravado are most impactful." Some astute members of the media immediately discerned that Kevin Yang was paying homage to the iconic taunt of the legendary Michael Jordan. "Keep it up, you almost had me." One reporter, eager to unearth more news, pressed on with a probing question. "During the game, a Pacers player committed a flagrant foul against you, and upon rising from the floor, you seemed ready to confront them. What were your intentions at that moment?" Yang Kaiwen gazed at the reporter as though he were a fool. What was his intention? Certainly, it was to strike him. Was he perhaps considering inviting him for a late-night meal and a foot massage? However, such sentiments could not be publicly expressed, as David Stern was currently working to enhance the league's image, and openly challenging someone could easily land him on the league's blacklist. Yet, if he remained silent, he risked being perceived as a coward. Yang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, "At that time, I intended to showcase Chinese martial arts, but alas, the referee did not afford me that opportunity." A wave of laughter resonated throughout the venue, as many were amused by Yang Kaiwen's witty yet assertive response. Subsequently, a journalist posed a rather tricky question. Your debut score surpassed that of Iverson, placing you as the second in history. Many draw comparisons between you and Iverson. What is your perspective on this? This inquiry evidently sought to provoke a rivalry between Yang Kaiwen and Iverson. Iverson is currently a sensational star in the league, and should Yang Kaiwen respond imprecisely, he could easily be misrepresented by the media, leading to animosity from the opposing side and vitriolic remarks from fans. Yang Kaiwen solemnly remarked, "I believe such comparisons are profoundly unscientific. I played exceptionally well in a single game, yet that is merely one instance in my record. Every legendary figure in NBA history has endured the trials of countless matches to establish their esteemed status. Isolating one or a few games to assess superiority is utterly meaningless." Michael Jordan's lowest single-game score was a mere 8 points, while the majority of players in the league have surpassed this figure. May I ask, would anyone truly consider these players superior to Jordan? Upon hearing this, the previously silent Popovich nodded gently in agreement. Yang Kaiwen's response is both rational and well-founded. He not only distanced himself from the situation, but also adeptly redirected the conversation. The reporter then inquired, "Having achieved the second highest score in history during your debut, what are your personal goals for the upcoming competitions? For instance, do you aim to surpass a certain score?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Kaiwen remarked, "There are no specific scoring objectives. I shall adhere to the Coach's directives. If I must articulate a goal, it would be to assist the Twin Towers of the Spurs in concluding the game ahead of schedule, after which they might graciously allocate a portion of their salary to me." Upon hearing this, Duncan, standing nearby, humorously gestured a 0K sign, eliciting another round of laughter from the crowd. Subsequently, the reporters posed several more inquiries regarding the match. Kevin Young predominantly expresses gratitude towards his coach and teammates, attributing his success to the collective effort of the team. Observing the proceedings, Coach Popovich noted that Young exhibited a level of poise in handling media interactions that surpassed his expectations. At moments requiring confidence, Young refrained from feigned humility, skillfully navigating the journalists' probing questions with a blend of youthful exuberance and veteran composure. The match, broadcasted nationwide, already garnered significant attention, and coupled with Yang's impressive interview performance, his popularity is undoubtedly set to soar. Popovich is nearly convinced that it won't be long before Young ascends to become the most commercially valuable player for the Spurs, perhaps unparalleled in this regard. Chapter 81. An invitation to the Victoria's Secret show, to attend or not. The following day, major media outlets clamored to cover the NBA season opener, with Kevin Young gracing the front pages of numerous sports publications, achieving the second highest scoring debut in history. Kevin Young shone brightly in the NBA as the most formidable rookie of Asian descent, netting 35 points in his inaugural game, leading the Spurs to a decisive victory over the Pacers. The outdoor viewing platform became a gathering place for Kevin Young's ardent fans to celebrate. "Keep it up, Miller. You almost had me covered. I wish to showcase Chinese martial arts. Perhaps the referee will grant me another chance." Fans continuously flooded the news comment section with these adapted phrases from Yang's interview. The outdoor viewing platform also ranked this year's rookies based on their performances in the season opener. In the face of last season's Eastern Conference champions, Yang Kaiwen delivered an impressive performance, scoring 35 points, undoubtedly securing the top position. In second place for debut performances is the 4th overall pick, Marcus Fizer. He played for 24 minutes, shooting 7 of 13 from the field and achieving a perfect 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, accumulating 16 points, 4 rebounds, and an overall shooting percentage of 53.8, with a 3-point shooting rate of 100. While these statistics may appear impressive, Yang Kaiwen is aware that this player merely had a stroke of luck in his first game. He had previously played 6 seasons in the NBA, where his 3-point shooting percentage languished at a mere 19.1, firmly establishing him as a notorious bricklayer from long range. Claiming third in debut performances is Yang Kaiwen's college teammate, Haslam. In the opening match between the Heat and the Magic, which ended in a decisive 105-79 victory, Haslam was afforded ample playing time, contributing 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. His commendable defense and reliable mid-range shooting showcased his substantial on-court value. And with the team leading by a wide margin, the coach was eager to grant him opportunities. Conversely, Mike Miller, one of the F4 from their college days, did not share the same fortune. He played 33 minutes for the Magic, but struggled significantly, hitting only 1 of 8 shots, managing a total of 5 points thanks to free throws, effectively blending into the background. The top 3 picks from the 2000 draft class also disappointed. First overall pick Kenyon Martin played for 30 minutes, but was ice cold, making only 4 of 16 attempts, adding 2 free throws for a total of 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists, while also accumulating 6 fouls and exiting prematurely. The second overall pick, Stromile Swift, came off the bench for 9 minutes, attempting just 1 shot, which missed. Aside from grabbing a single rebound, he recorded a complete lack of other statistics, leaving fans utterly astonished by his performance. The third overall pick, Darius Miles, played 34 minutes for the Clippers, making 4 of 6 shots, but missing all 4 of his free throw attempts, resulting in 8 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. His dismal free throw percentage left the coach in despair, contributing to the Clippers' loss. The overall talent of this year's rookies appears to be lacking, with only a handful of newcomers scoring in double digits during their opening games. In stark contrast, Kaiwen's 35-point debut stands out, especially considering he is part of a Spurs team known for its defensive emphasis, making his achievement even more remarkable. Many media outlets, having witnessed the first overall pick star potential, have begun to pivot, directly labeling Kaiwen as this year's most formidable rookie. It is noteworthy that due to Kaiwen's debut exuding the qualities of a burgeoning superstar, fans from struggling teams have begun to criticize their management and scouting departments, accusing them of squandering high draft picks. The Lakers, who were once closest to securing Kaiwen, are not exempt from scrutiny. Although they triumphed over the Trail Blazers 96-86 in their opener, all fans recognize that it was Shaquille O'Neal's remarkable 36 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists that clinched the victory single-handedly. The Lakers' perimeter shooting faltered, with Kobe Bryant managing only 14 points on 4 of 11 shooting, including free throws. The performance of the point guard was even worse, as veteran Hubble scored merely 6 points, while backup guard Tyronn Lue contributed only 4 points. Rookie Mark Madsen saw only 1 minute of action, with his statistics reading as utterly non-existent. Fans expressed their discontent, believing the management wasted a late first-round pick on a lackluster player when they should have packaged him with Tyronn Lue to secure a higher draft pick to acquire Kaiwen. Moreover, veteran Derek Fisher is expected to miss at least 60 games this season due to a stress fracture in his right foot sustained during practice. His previous attempts to persuade Kobe to resist Kaiwen have been unearthed by the vigilant Los Angeles media, and now, with Fisher sidelined, fans have taken the opportunity to deride him further. One can only say that the wheel of justice turns, and no one escapes the consequences of their actions. That evening, Kaiwen flew back to San Antonio with the team, as the Spurs were set to host the Timberwolves the following day. Upon returning to his apartment, he silenced his phone and fell into a deep slumber, only to be roused by the sound of a knock at the door. As Kaiwen rose to check the time, he realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Krista. "Darling, your debut was flawless. Congratulations." Upon their meeting, Krista approached and wrapped her arms around Kaiwen's neck, saying, "To celebrate the triumphant return of our hero, my parents have prepared a sumptuous dinner and would be delighted to invite you to join us. Furthermore, I would like to discuss the promotional strategy for the release of Zero NCAA with you, our esteemed investor and leading man." Kaiwen planted a kiss on the woman, teasingly remarking, "Since we still have time, dear leading lady, might you spare a moment for a deeper exchange of thoughts with your financial benefactor?" Krista responded with a sultry smile. "I am at your service." The two then embraced and retreated indoors, engaging in several heated rounds of poker. It was not until the approach of dinner that they departed the apartment, making their way to the grand villa next door. The Bell couple had already prepared a sumptuous meal, choosing not to inquire into the affectionate relationship between the two. They doted on Krista, wholeheartedly supporting their daughter's choices, as they had in a previous life. The dinner was lavish, celebrating Kaiwen's stellar debut. Mr. Bell took the initiative to discuss the film. The editing and post-production of Once had been completed, and negotiations with theaters were nearly finalized, with plans for a mid-December release. Once is a straightforward film with uncomplicated post-production. Had it not been for director Blake's pursuit of perfection, it could have been ready as early as October. Young Kaiwen had no objections to the December release, as it would conveniently allow participation in the Oscar race the following March. With a stroke of luck, he might even bring home a little golden statuette, reminiscent of a previous life. Mr. Bell continued, regarding the film's promotional strategy, in addition to the usual arrangements. There is an excellent promotional opportunity. The Victoria's Secret fashion show is set for December 8th, and we would like to invite you as a guest performer. The mention of the Victoria's Secret fashion show took young Kaiwen by surprise. Wasn't that associated with the likes of Leonardo DiCaprio? Why had they suddenly sought him out? Since its inception in 1995, the Victoria's Secret fashion show has become an annual spectacle, drawing countless fashion luminaries and media attention. It resembles a lavish Broadway performance, showcasing not only the most beautiful, fashionable, luxurious, and expensive lingerie, but also the most stunning, sensual, and renowned Victoria's Secret angels. Icons like Gisele Bündchen, Heidi Klum, and Adriana Lima are all legendary supermodels, captivating audiences with their striking presence. Mr. Bell explained, the originally confirmed performer, Andrea Bocelli, has had a scheduling conflict and will now participate next year. The organizers are in search of a replacement. Andrea Bocelli? What could a blind man possibly do at the Victoria's Secret fashion show? Kevin Young finds the criteria for selecting guests for the Victoria's Secret fashion show to be rather absurd. Unbeknownst to him, the renowned Italian blind tenor Andrea Bocelli indeed performed at the show in 2001. As for what Andrea Bocelli perceived at that moment, only he possesses that knowledge. Perhaps it was a poignant reflection on his youth, a time to bid farewell. The organizers of the Victoria's Secret show, with whom I have a prior acquaintance, are particularly interested in your song V17 and your identity as an NBA player, believing it could captivate a younger audience. We have tentatively discussed the possibility of you choosing one song from V17 and then performing a new piece from your upcoming album, using this opportunity to generate buzz for the film. Mr. Bell elaborated on the specifics before posing a profound question. I checked the Spurs schedule, and you have no game on December 8th. The question now is, will you participate? Young Kaiwen pondered for a moment before uttering a single word. Go. For the sake of the splendid physique of Victoria's Secret, it is for the dream of basketball, though there may be countless obstacles. I shall proceed undeterred. Chapter 82, The Home Opener. The purpose behind young Kaiwen's attendance at the Victoria's Secret fashion show is self-evident. After all, men understand such motivations implicitly. However, his foremost concern about participating in the event naturally revolves around Coach Popovich. The man's strict management of the team leaves little room for leniency, making it only possible for someone like Deity to maintain a fatherly respect for him over 2 decades. Had it been Zen Master Phil Jackson, the situation would have been considerably simpler. A comparison of their management styles regarding the flamboyant Dennis Rodman reveals this distinction quite clearly. The Zen Master merely required Rodman to remember to return to the court when it was time to play, following the 3rd quarter of the season opener, during which he found himself sidelined. Young Kaiwen came to realize that Popovich's desire for control over the team was more intense than he had anticipated. Undeniably, Popovich's severity and discipline can instill commendable professional habits in players newly entering the league. Nonetheless, such management can stifle a player's individuality, often necessitating that they sacrifice personal interests for the collective good. From Popovich's perspective, every action is justified as being for the benefit of the team. However, from the player's standpoint, there exists no obligation to perpetually sacrifice personal interests for the sake of the team's collective welfare. The crux of the matter is that a player's willingness to relinquish personal benefits and toil for the team does not guarantee a happy ending. Such outcomes are often contingent on fortune. Once a team deems a player no longer essential, they may place that player on the shelf, regardless of the player's belief in their continued potential and ability to compete for another year or two. Historical precedents abound. Parker's departure from the Spurs, the Bulls trading away Rose, and the Lakers parting with their own, all serve as poignant reminders. However, at this juncture, young Kaiwen remains a mere rookie in the league, and it is Popovich who establishes the rules of the game. He must first adhere to these regulations to develop adequately. Upon returning to his apartment, young Kaiwen diligently reviewed the Spurs' schedule. The team was set to face the Knicks and the Bulls around December 8th. Since Michael Jordan's second retirement, the Bulls have become a team easily overpowered, finishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference for 2 consecutive years and likely to continue this trend. Theoretically, If Kaiwen performs well enough to help the team secure a victory against the Knicks, he might be able to pursue his side venture at the fashion show with Popovich's approval being somewhat less stringent. Otherwise, the thought of bringing Popovich and Duncan along to the fashion show for a bit of fun is simply too jarring. Kaiwen quickly dismissed that image from his mind. With just over a month remaining until the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the primary focus remains on performing well in the upcoming matches. On November 2nd, the Spurs will host their home opener against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich will confer with the players in the locker room to outline the tactical arrangements. This evening, he has decided to deploy Kevin Young as a substitute, aiming to leverage his ability to penetrate defenses and shoot, thereby enhancing the scoring potential of the bench players. However, whether among the seasoned veterans or the newcomers, it is clear that Kevin Young has firmly established his position. As long as he adheres to the coach's tactical directives and maintains offensive efficiency, he is poised to become the Spurs' perimeter linchpin and the team's second scoring option this season. Some astute veterans are even aware that Spurs owner Peter Holt has personally consulted with Popovich, expressing a desire for the latter to increase Yang's playing time without disrupting the team's chemistry. In recent days, major media outlets and basketball analysts have been fervently discussing Kevin Yang's rookie debut. Kevin Yang's number 18 jersey has experienced an unprecedented surge in sales, outpacing that of his fellow Spurs players by a significant margin. Peter Holt is confident that Yang's commercial value is poised for a remarkable ascent. This phenomenon also highlights the advantages of shorter players. Their likenesses resonate more closely with the average individual, and their playing styles are often more flamboyant, thus captivating the admiration of fans. The most direct manifestation of Kaiwen's ascendance within the team is reflected in the order of his appearances. In the NBA, the sequence in which players take to the court is typically determined by a combination of their skill and standing within the team. Generally, players of lesser stature are the first to enter, while the veteran stars make their entrance last. However, in the case of a team with dual-core players, one may be designated to take the court first to set the tone, while the other appears at the end to solidify the lineup. In previous seasons, for instance, during home games for the 76ers, Simmons was the first player introduced, while Embiid was the last. After Du Xiaoshui joined the Warriors, he typically took the court first, with Curry following as the grand finale. During the team's entrance ceremony tonight, Kaiwen was the first to take the stage. The home crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, while some bold and exuberant fans even shouted provocative phrases expressing their fervent admiration. Kevin Yang's neighbor, landlord, and business partner, the Bell family, sat in the front row of the audience, smiling and waving at him in an engaging manner. Clad in a Spurs jersey bearing the number 18, Krista's gaze was fixed on the dashing Kevin Young on the court, her eyes betraying an unmistakable infatuation, as if she could weave strands of sticky silk from her admiration. With the grand entrance ceremony concluded, both teams began their pregame warm-ups. This match was the highlight of the round, broadcast live across the nation by NBC. Commentator Kevin Johnson remarked, Young scored the second highest points in a rookie debut in history during the last match, his popularity rivaling that of the Spurs' Twin Towers. Previously, the team's first appearance was by the young General Johnson. Today, it is Yang's turn. The rapid ascent of the Spurs rookie number 18 is truly astonishing. His partner, Jay Colessimo, chuckled, Young is no ordinary rookie. Borrowing from a teammate's assessment, Young was already a star before entering the league. Let us hope he is not merely a fleeting meteor, but rather a rising star destined for greatness. Tonight, the visiting Timberwolves shall serve as a second test. The Timberwolves of 2000 are not a trivial team. Last season, they ranked 6th in the Western Conference, proving to be a formidable opponent. The team's star player is none other than the big ticket, Kevin Garnett, Duncan's true arch-rival. Fans and experts frequently compare the two, occasionally interrupted by an unexpected German veteran. Last season, Garnett averaged 22, 9 points, 11, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 6 blocks per game, showcasing a well-rounded skill set that holds up against Duncan's statistics. However, their playing styles and skill sets differ greatly. Garnett thrives on aggressive jump shots, while Duncan excels with fundamental footwork and basic post moves. Defensively, Garnett is renowned for his speed and sweeping defensive prowess, while Duncan is celebrated as a premier rim protector, capable of single-handedly defending against the likes of Shaquille O'Neal at his peak. Both are among the league's most coveted interior stars, and their matchup is the primary attraction of this game, alongside Yang's potential for continued brilliance. After the players completed their warm-ups, the highly anticipated home opener between the Spurs and the Timberwolves officially commenced. The Spurs starting lineup included Johnson, Anderson, Elliott, Duncan, and David Robinson. The Timberwolves starting lineup comprised Terrell Brandon, Billups, Wally Szczerbiak, Garnett, and Rasho Nestorovic. Beep. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Garnett swiftly redirected it. Truly, he is the man renowned for brushing the upper edge of the rim 5 consecutive times, showcasing his exceptional leaping ability. The Timberwolves initiated their attack. As the formation spread, Brandon feigned a drive and lofted the ball to Garnett on the right side. Garnett, upon receiving the pass, engaged in a one-on-one with Duncan, leaning back twice but failing to overpower the larger and more robust adversary. He feigned left and right, skillfully maneuvering his agile footwork to create a sliver of space before executing a turnaround jump shot. Duncan extended his arm to interfere, but the ball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing twice before descending into the net. With a score of 2-0, Garnett began the game with a commendable touch, taking the lead. The Spurs mounted their offense as Johnson dribbled past half-court, delivering a lateral pass to Anderson on the wing. Anderson, matched against Billups, attempted a strong drive but was thwarted, leading him to loft the ball to Duncan, who awaited in the low post. Duncan feigned, then dropped the ball, using his strength to back down Garnett. Garnett, unable to withstand the force, was pushed aside, prompting his teammates to rush in for support. As Duncan attracted the double team, he refrained from shooting, opting instead to pass to the nearly open David Robinson. The Admiral, upon receiving the ball, took a jump shot that veered off the rim, allowing Garnett to secure the defensive rebound. On the sidelines, Kevin Young furrowed his brow at the Admiral's missed opportunity, sensing that the Spurs' Twin Towers might turn into an Eiffel Tower this evening. In less than 6 minutes into the first quarter, David Robinson confirmed Kevin Young's Eiffel Tower premonition with an unimpressive 0-for-4 shooting performance. The Timberwolves, keen to counter Duncan, positioned nearby players to seize opportunities for double teams. After drawing the defensive attention, Duncan swiftly delivered several quick passes to the Admiral, who failed to capitalize, continuously misfiring. Coincidentally, the young general struggled to contain Timberwolves point guard Terrell Brandon, who is among the league's most exceptional diminutive players, known for his blazing speed and commendable shooting prowess. Averaging 17, 1 points, 8, 9 assists, and 3 for rebounds last season, Brandon is also one of the most inspirational figures in the NBA. Having suffered from chronic foot deformities in his youth, akin to the protagonist in Forrest Gump, he endured severe leg deformities that necessitated corrective braces for mobility. Yet, standing at a mere 180 centimeters, Brandon not only overcame his braces, but also ascended to become an NBA All-Star. Recognized by Sports Illustrated as the league's best point guard during the 1996-97 peak season, pre-game media regarded the matchup between Young and Brandon as the second most compelling storyline of the night. The young general found himself somewhat outpaced by the 5 years younger Brandon, appearing somewhat inept as he was repeatedly outmaneuvered by his opponent. Observing this, commentator Johnson couldn't help but remark, "The young general truly seems to have aged. He is visibly struggling against Brandon. It might be time for Popovich to consider substituting Young, lest their perimeter defense be compromised." J. Colesimo expressed agreement, noting that the Admiral's performance tonight was subpar, suggesting a consideration for a brief respite to recalibrate. With merely 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, the Timberwolves led the Spurs by 6 points, 18-12. Unable to contain his frustration, Popovich called for a timeout to adjust his lineup, replacing the young general with Kevin Young and substituting Danny Ferry for the Admiral. As the game resumed, the Timberwolves initiated their offense. Brando attempted a drive, but, finding no success, passed to Billups, who was closely guarded by Anderson and unable to take a shot. Instead, he lofted the ball into the paint for Garnett. Garnett, in fine form today, having made 3 of 4 attempts for 6 points, sought to back down Duncan, pivoting and shooting after 2 slight nudges, but the shot veered off target under Duncan's influence, allowing Ferry to secure the defensive rebound. The Spurs took possession, with Yang dribbling across half-court and executing a pick-and-roll with Duncan, drawing Garnett and Brando's defense before swiftly passing the ball to Ferry on the right side. Kevin Young strategically chose Duncan for the pick-and-roll, deliberately enticing the formidable Garnett away from the paint to create a shooting opportunity for Ferry. Although Timberwolves center Nestorovic possesses commendable defensive capabilities, his speed is lacking. Ferry received the ball and swiftly executed a mid-range shot, successfully scoring. The score now stood at 18-14, with Yang delivering an assist right upon his entry. As the Timberwolves initiated their offense, Brandon swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, while Garnett promptly elevated to a high position to provide his teammate with a screen. This maneuver, a hallmark of Garnett's prowess, showcased his remarkable agility and timely screens, momentarily obstructing Yang. Seizing the opportunity, Brandon evaded his defender, driving towards the basket and, at the opportune moment, dishing the ball out to Billups, who was stationed at the left corner. Billups executed a jump shot from beyond the arc, finding the mark with precision. The score widened to 21-14. As the Timberwolves backcourt duo connected to extend their lead. Billups, a figure of inspiration in the NBA, is often dubbed the basketball blind test. A classmate of Duncan in the rookie class, he was heralded as a third overall pick, yet faced considerable adversity early in his career, bouncing among various teams until he found his zenith with the Pistons. As one of the principal figures in the infamous 58 incident, Billups is an anomaly among dual-threat guards, leaning more towards playmaking with exceptional organizational skills and a penchant for striking from beyond the three-point line, boasting a career shooting percentage of 38.7. During the Spurs' offensive play, Yang advanced past half-court and passed the ball to Anderson. Positioned on the right, Anderson executed a pick-and-roll with Elliott, drawing Garnett into a defensive switch before returning the ball to Elliott. With a height advantage over Billups, Elliott attempted a few post moves before rising for a jump shot, but the ball veered off course. Garnett, drawn outside, allowed Duncan to secure the rebound and pass it back to Yang on the perimeter. Kaiwen received the ball, executed a probing step, feigned a move, and then swiftly broke to the opposite side. Brandon followed suit, but Yang suddenly pulled the ball back, performed a sharp stop and dribble, and successfully maneuvered past his opponent, penetrating the paint. Confronted by Nestrovic beneath the basket, Yang accelerated, pushed the ball, spun around his adversary, and released a floater that gracefully found its mark. The score was now 21-16, with Yang securing 2 points. Johnson remarked with a smile, "What a play." In the streetball community, Yang is affectionately nicknamed Tornado, a moniker derived from his signature spin move, particularly effective against towering big men in the paint. Calipari added. Brandon attempted to respond with an answer ball, but his breakthrough was thwarted. Garnett stepped up to set a screen, and Brandon executed a sudden stop for a jump shot. Yang's defense was timely, causing the shot to miss its target. Brandon's attempt at an answer ball was mercilessly rejected by the rim, allowing Duncan to collect the rebound and pass it back to Kaiwen. Kaiwen, perceiving the absence of a swift opportunity, dribbled past the halfway line and delivered a lateral pass to Anderson. Receiving the ball on the right flank, Anderson faced off against Billups. After a probing step, he attempted a forceful drive but was thwarted by his opponent, subsequently passing the ball back to the perimeter. Kaiwen received the ball, pivoted slightly to feint, and then unexpectedly leapt to make a shot. Brandon was caught off guard. His attempt to interfere came too late, and the ball found its way into the net with precision. Kaiwen successfully scored against Brandon twice in succession. With a score of 21-18, Kaiwen secured his 4th point. As the Timberwolves launched their offense, Brandon recognized that he held no advantage in a one-on-one confrontation with Kaiwen, opting instead to execute a pick-and-roll with Garnett at the center. Garnett's screen was of exceptional quality, prompting Kaiwen and his teammate to switch defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Brandon returned the ball to the center. Garnett, having received the pass, exploited the mismatch against Kaiwen, who was at least a head shorter, and unleashed a powerful, gritty jump shot. Kaiwen leaped with all his might, yet his interference proved to be of little consequence as the ball swished through the net. The score now stood at 23-18, with the gap between the teams widening to 5 points once more. "Welcome to the NBA, shorty," Garnett taunted Kaiwen, launching into a mode of ridicule. "You're all bark and no bite. Don't let your long legs fool you. They only serve to accentuate your shortcomings." Kaiwen retorted sharply, asserting that one must never indulge the arrogant, or else they will take liberties. Garnett, encountering a rookie daring to challenge him, stepped forward and warned, "Kid, you have successfully provoked my ire. So, are you planning to transform into a gorilla and take flight from the Empire State Building?" Kaiwen advanced with a cold smirk, dismissing Garnett as nothing more than a braggart who feared the strong. Unfazed, he stood his ground. The referee, noticing the escalating confrontation, promptly intervened, stating, "Gentlemen, if you do not calm yourselves, I shall not hesitate to issue a technical foul to restore your composure." With the referee's intervention, the two were separated, and the game resumed. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Kaiwen feigned a strong drive, setting up Duncan for an alley-oop. Duncan, receiving the pass, turned with his back to the basket, pushing inward, while Nestorovic struggled to defend against him, prompting Garnett to prepare for a double team. Kevin Young swiftly cut through the side, skillfully utilizing a screen to evade his defender, and raced to the right corner of the baseline, well within Duncan's line of sight. In perfect synchronicity, Duncan delivered the ball to him. Young, positioned at the corner, seized the opportunity to launch a three-pointer. Branton, slightly delayed in his pursuit, leapt but failed to interfere, and the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 23-21, marking Yang's 7th point. In response to Garnett's taunts, Young emphatically answered with a three-pointer. Within the Alamo Dome, the Spurs fans erupted in a fervent applause, celebrating the resilient rookie in jersey number 18. Chapter 84. The through-the-legs dunk amidst the fans' cheers. Young opened his arms wide, his palms raised with a thumbs up and the index and middle fingers extended in a three-point gesture, gliding across the court like a jet flying low. In that moment, amidst the roars of over 20,000 spectators, Popovich's instructions were cast aside, replaced by the thrill of the game. Young Kaiwen experienced an unprecedented wave of applause and support from the home crowd, a tidal wave of admiration that transformed his mindset. Previously, in his quest to integrate swiftly into the team and earn their recognition, he resembled a new employee striving to win the favor of his superiors. At this moment, Young Kaiwen had an epiphany. He played basketball purely for the exhilaration it brings. Coach Popovich, forgive me, but fans desire more than mere victories. They crave passion. Thus, the once grounded number 18 glider took to the skies once more beneath the Alamo Dome. As the Timberwolves mounted their offense, small forward Kubiak received the ball but was thwarted by Elliott, the Spurs' tenacious defender, whose offensive prowess may have been curtailed, yet his tenacious defense remained formidable. Kubiak, unable to find a scoring opportunity, passed the ball to Billups. No, the intention behind his teammate's pass was glaringly obvious, yet Brandon's warning came a moment too late. Young Kaiwen, who had deliberately lagged a half-step behind, suddenly surged forward, reaching out to snatch the ball away, successfully executing a steal. Young Kaiwen surged forward, skillfully evading Brandon's fast break with his remarkable speed. Near the arc, he drew in Billups' defensive support, while Anderson made a swift, unguarded cut from the left side. Raising one hand skyward, instantly, he launched the ball high towards the basket. Demonstrating his impressive vertical leap, Anderson soared through the air, executing a one-handed alley-oop slam into the hoop. The score stood at 23-23, with both teams locked in a tie. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the fans, Anderson celebrated with a shoulder bump against Young Kaiwen. In these past two games, Anderson had felt somewhat constrained. In the season opener against Miller, the opponent's seasoned defense had hindered his performance. In this matchup against Billups, he had similarly found himself with limited opportunities. Having signed a brief one-year contract with the Spurs, Anderson was in urgent need of proving himself, striving to enhance his value and secure a lucrative contract come next summer. After Kevin Young took the court, he assisted the Spurs in scoring repeatedly, prompting Timberwolves head coach Saunders to call for a timeout. In his last match, Kevin Young achieved the second highest score in debut history. Fearing that Young might continue his remarkable performance, Sanders restructured the team's defense, assigning Billups the primary responsibility of guarding Young, while nearby players were instructed to seize opportunities for double-teaming. A head coach, after all, possesses considerable expertise. Young Kaiwen indeed finds it challenging to contend against Billups, whose imposing stature and robust physique, coupled with commendable speed, create a formidable defensive presence. Should Young attempt to force his way through, his efficiency is likely to suffer. Following a timeout, the Timberwolves initiated their offense, with players spreading out. Garnett engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Ferry. At 35, Ferry struggled to keep pace, allowing Garnett to execute a fierce turnaround jumper, emphatically scoring 2 points. His expression suggesting a dramatic game-winning shot. The Timberwolves reclaimed the lead at 25-23. As the Spurs commenced their offensive play, Young Kaiwen aggressively drove towards Billups, momentarily manipulating his opponent's positioning before feigning a pass to Anderson. He then executed a reverse drive along the right, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Duncan. Drawing Garnett into a defensive switch, he swiftly returned the ball to the center. Duncan effortlessly maneuvered past Billups, receiving the pass and penetrating the paint, overpowering Nestorovic as he made his ascent to the basket. Faced with Duncan's inevitable offensive onslaught, Nestorovic committed a foul, sending Duncan to the free throw line, where he incurred his second foul of the game. Duncan converted both free throws, leveling the score at 25-25. During the dead ball, the Spurs substituted Ferry for Walker, whose superior athleticism promised a more effective defense against Garnett. Indeed, Ferry appeared somewhat cumbersome in comparison to Garnett, lacking the necessary agility. The Timberwolves coach opted not to withdraw Nestorovic, despite his 2 fouls, allowing him to play through the remaining minute of the first quarter. In their ensuing offensive possession, Garnett executed a pick-and-roll with Brandon at the top of the key. The diminutive guard, characterized by a low center of gravity and quick directional changes, posed a challenge for defenders, even as Brandon's explosiveness had waned at the age of 30. Walker promptly switched to provide defensive support, preventing Brandon from penetrating the lane, leading him to distribute the ball back to Garnett at the center. Kaiwen maneuvered around the screen to guard Brandon, while Walker pursued Garnett. Popovich's decision to substitute Walker for Ferry proved pivotal. Had Ferry been defending the pick-and-roll, the Timberwolves would undoubtedly have seized an opportunity for a mismatched defensive play. Garnett, confronted by Walker, eschewed a resolute jump shot, instead opting for a feint before driving to the basket. He attempted a forceful layup, but Duncan timely retreated into the paint to provide defensive support, successfully disrupting the shot and securing the rebound. Kaiwen advanced the ball into the front court and passed it to Anderson, who, from the wing, delivered a lob to Duncan. Billups was tasked with guarding Kaiwen, while Anderson held a distinct height advantage over Brandon. However, he opted to feed Duncan, who was establishing position in the paint. Duncan, preparing to execute a powerful backing maneuver, faced significant resistance from Nestorovic, who was already struggling to defend against him. With 2 fouls to his name, Nestorovic's predicament was exacerbated, compelling Garnett to abandon his coverage of Grant and provide double-team support. Kaiwen promptly executed a cut from the opposite corner and positioned himself at the side wing. Counter to Duncan's back-to-the-basket offensive stance, Duncan immediately delivered the ball, their synergy honed over a month of rigorous training. Kaiwen received the ball and feigned a shot, causing Billups, who was in pursuit, to leap. With a single-handed flick, he passed the ball to the cutting Anderson on the opposite side. The defender's focus was entirely on Kaiwen, allowing Anderson to catch the ball and execute a quick stop for a mid-range jumper. Brandon, attempting to defend, leapt from the side but failed to block it, and the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 25-27, marking Kaiwen's 3rd assist, as the Timberwolves trailed by 2 points. With just over 40 seconds remaining, Nestorovic set a screen for Billups, freeing him from his defender. Meanwhile, Garnett, holding the ball in the post, seized the opportunity to distribute it. Anderson, quick to recover in defense, watched as the seasoned Billups received the ball, faked a shot, and then drove towards the center, executing a 3-step floater that evaded Kaiwen's defensive interference, hitting the backboard and scoring. The score was now tied at 27-27. Kaiwen dribbled past half-court, initiating the final offensive. Duncan proactively stepped up to set a high screen, providing an opportunity to evade Billups, prompting Garnett to swiftly switch onto him. "Rookie, come at me if you dare." Garnett, renowned as one of the fastest big men in history, possesses the agility to defend against positions 1 through 5. He deliberately maintained a distance of over a meter, a gap that even the league's elite speedsters would find challenging to penetrate. Should the opponent attempt a jump shot, his remarkable 226 centimeters wingspan, combined with his exceptional vertical leap, would effortlessly disrupt their attempt. Pseudo-tough guy, just remember not to cry later. Kaiwen, with a half-turn, faced best, feigning a shift in direction. Suddenly, he exerted tremendous force, dribbling powerfully while sidestepping into the lane. In an instant, he halted abruptly, pulling the ball back and executing a seamless change of direction with grace. Garnett, straining every muscle to regain his balance, employed his wingspan to obstruct Kaiwen's path to the basket. At that moment, Kaiwen deftly flicked the ball forward, allowing it to glide effortlessly through Garnett's legs. As Kaiwen seized the moment when the formidable opponent was momentarily distracted, he accelerated past him, retrieved the basketball, and surged into the paint. With a single-handed grasp of the ball, he leaped, his body arched like a grand bow, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the ball through the hoop. The score stood at 27-29, with Kaiwen securing 9 points in this match, granting the Spurs a 2-point lead. Upon landing, faced the bewildered opponent, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and remarked, "It seems you are not merely short in stature, but genuinely lacking in height to be so easily bypassed." Chapter 85. Overtime tonight in a cozy household of 4 in Los Angeles. the family was engrossed in watching an NBA game. Joshua Alba felt that a traitor had emerged among the Lakers fans in his home. More specifically, he believed his sister had shifted her allegiance to the Spurs, or rather, to the rookie number 18 of that team. As the first quarter concluded, the Timberwolves trailed the Spurs by 2 points, with a score of 27-29. During the brief intermission, the television replayed in slow motion Kaiwen's spectacular dunk over the legs of Kevin Garnett, accompanied by the commentators' enthusiastic praise. Once again, Yang had secured a spot in the top 5 plays. He had deftly toyed with the Wolf King, Garnett, delivering a breathtaking gliding dunk just before the buzzer. It was both dazzling and exhilarating. Poor Garnett, who had previously been overshadowed by Miller in the last game, found himself in the same position today. One could only wonder if he regretted provoking his opponent. Though Joshua felt disgruntled that the Spurs rookie number 18 had captivated his sister's affections, he could not deny the young man's undeniable charm on the court. Meanwhile, Jessica Alba, sitting beside him, gazed at Kaiwen's handsome visage in the slow-motion replay, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The exuberant hormones of Kevin Yang, a quintessential athlete, are undeniably incomparable to those of the superficial Hollywood actors. Noticing her daughter's infatuated demeanor, Jessica's parents exchanged glances, sensing that the relationship between their daughter and this Yang was far more significant than mere gossip, warranting closer attention in the future. As the second quarter commenced, the Admiral returned to the court, while Duncan, who had played the entirety of the first quarter, continued to rest and recuperate. NBC commentator Johnson analyzed the forthcoming game. Yang had amassed 9 points and 3 assists in the first quarter, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The Timberwolves must devise a strategy to contain him, otherwise it would be arduous for them to emerge unscathed from the Spurs' home ground. J. Colessimo remarked that after these 2 games, Yang had begun to eclipse the Admiral, establishing himself as the Spurs' second scoring option. In the latter part of the first quarter, Billup's primary defense against Yang proved effective. It remained to be seen how the Timberwolves coach would further bolster their strategy. With possession of the ball, Kevin Yang had just crossed half-court when Timberwolves small forward CBX approached to provide assistance. Undoubtedly, the Timberwolves had once again intensified their defensive efforts against Kevin Yang, leaving a player devoid of outside shooting ability to assist in the defense. Kaiwen did not seek to show off. Instead, he passed the ball to Anderson. Anderson faced off against the shorter Branton, driving aggressively before executing a sudden jump shot. The trajectory of Anderson's shot was commendably straight, yet the force was slightly excessive, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. The Admiral seized the offensive rebound and made a strong attempt beneath the basket, but the shot veered away from the hoop. Indeed, the Admiral's shooting touch was rather frigid this evening. The compilation of missed shots could almost serve as a soundtrack for a melancholic tune. Garnett secured the rebound, and the Timberwolves swiftly launched their offensive. Brandon dribbled past half-court and passed to Billups. Billups drove in, drawing Walker's defensive switch, and subsequently distributed the ball to the center, where Garnett muscled past Anderson to cut to the basket and attracted the Admiral's defensive help. Garnett then passed to Nestorovic in the low post. The latter hesitated with his mid-range shot, opting instead to take an extra dribble in preparation for a dunk, only to be thwarted by Walker's timely intervention. Nestorovic's second free throw missed its mark, leaving the score at 28-29, with the Timberwolves trailing by a single point. Walker collected the rebound, while Kaiwen made a determined drive past Billups, only to find himself ensnared by Garnett's double team on the right flank. Kaiwen passed the ball to Anderson, who had made a run to the center. Upon receiving the ball, Anderson executed a couple of post moves against Brandon before pivoting and taking a jump shot. Despite the significant height difference of several centimeters, Brandon's attempt to interfere was minimal, and the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 28-31, with the Timberwolves trailing by 3 points. As the Timberwolves initiated their offense, Garnett set a remarkably high-quality off-ball screen for Billups. After taking a lateral dribble, Billups came to a sudden halt and executed a jump shot, successfully scoring 2 points. The score was now 30-31, with both teams engaged in a fiercely contested match. Johnson remarked that the perimeter players from both sides were demonstrating impressive offensive efficiency, noting that Young was being double-teamed while Anderson and Chauncey took turns scoring. Colessimo interjected, stating that both Anderson and Chauncey were eager to prove themselves, particularly Chauncey, who had long sought to demonstrate that he was not a disappointment. This season marked the 5th year since Billups entered the NBA, and he found himself with his 5th team. In his youth, Billups was considered a troubled player within the league. having been brought to the police station during his rookie season due to allegations of inappropriate conduct involving a female acquaintance, which ultimately settled privately. The Celtics head coach viewed Billups as a disruptive influence in the locker room and subsequently traded the newly acquired third overall pick to the Toronto Raptors. Following this, Billups faced 2 consecutive seasons plagued by injuries, leading to a decline in performance. And he was subsequently made available by both the Nuggets and the Magic before being forced to join the frigid Minnesota. In the new season, however, Billups' performance has been commendable, leading some fans to reassess their opinions of him. As the Spurs mounted their offense, young Kaiwen and the Admiral executed a pick and roll, with Garnett swiftly providing support defense. His height and wingspan allowed him to create an intimidating presence even without jumping, effectively disrupting the play. Young Kaiwen refrained from taking the shot, opting instead to pass to the center. Admiral, descending to receive the ball, attempted a jump shot, only for the sphere to be repelled once more by the rim, resulting in a missed opportunity. A melancholic melody of missed shots has indeed reached a crescendo. The rebound was seized by Nestorlovic, and Billups, upon receiving the pass, swiftly transitioned down the court, executing a deft behind-the-back dribble to elude Anderson just beyond the three-point arc. As young Kaiwen anticipated Billups' path of penetration, he positioned himself strategically just as Billups maneuvered past Anderson. The proximity between the two was striking, overwhelmed by inertia. Billups was unable to alter his course once more and collided with young Kaiwen. Young Kaiwen demonstrated the prowess of an actor's self-cultivation, letting out a cry of anguish as he collapsed onto the floor, skidding a short distance. Beep. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against Billups. Could it be that the effects of his recent frequent workouts at the gym are so remarkably evident? Young Kaiwen's realistic body language left Billups utterly bewildered. Despite having restrained his strength, he could not comprehend how he had so severely collided with his opponent, to the point of forgetting to argue with the referee. As Kevin Young, aided by his teammates, rose to his feet, he theatrically stretched his body to ascertain any injuries, embodying the essence of an actor honing his craft. Seizing the opportunity, the Spurs replaced Walker with the venerable Duncan, reuniting the formidable twin towers on the court. With the presence of the somewhat dazed Garnett, Young was emboldened to execute a deceptive pick and roll, swiftly penetrating the lane. Capitalizing on Billups' inability to keep pace, he halted and released a jump shot, successfully catching the defense off guard. The score stood at 30-33, with Young having accumulated 11 points, thus achieving double digits. The Timberwolves, in possession of the ball, continued to employ their primary strategy of pick and rolls orchestrated by the point guard and interior players. After a successful screen and roll by Brandon and Nestorovic, they found themselves with an opportunity as the Admiral was positioned too far away. With a lateral step, Brandon executed a sudden jump shot, only for Young to sidestep the defense and leap from the side for a block, sending the ball careening off the rim. Duncan secured the defensive rebound and passed it to Young, who initiated a fast break. With a deft back dribble, he elegantly evaded Brandon's interception and surged towards the paint. Faced with